Big brother, I was wrong. Let me go back. You are the cutest, gentlest, and most beautiful goddess in the world. Please spare me. Chen Xi lay sprawled like a corpse in an abandoned room of a small German town, his voice echoing in desperation. He was practically groveling. What the hell is this? It's pitch dark, I can't see a thing, and it's so quiet it's creepy, he muttered, chewing absently on a broken grass stem.
Stop shouting.
No one's coming to save you. Just enjoy the goddess's arrangement. A soft, bell-like voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Holy! Who's there?
Broken throat, come save me. No, wait, someone just pay attention to me. There's a ghost in my head. Chen Xi shot up like a spring-loaded dummy, babbling in panic. His mind raced.
Was this real? A hallucination?
Who wouldn't freak out if a disembodied voice suddenly spoke to them? He was a modern man, raised under the red flag, a firm believer in science and rationality. Superstitions?
Nonsense. Ghosts?
Ridiculous. This had to be a joke.
Ghost? What ghost?
I'm a little fairy, okay? Show some respect, the voice huffed in indignation. And stop yelling like an idiot. Just talk to me in your mind.
Chen Xi hesitated. Wait, a fairy?
Are you serious?
Of course.
You should be honored. And congratulations, you're in another world now.
Another world?
Chen Xi's eyes widened.
You mean?
I transmigrated? I'm going to make it big, aren't I? Are you my system assistant? Suddenly, his spirit soared. A golden finger, a system, it was every transmigrator's dream. Wealth, power, fame, female stars, luxury yachts. Here he comes.
Tisk, dream on, the fairy snorted.
You should be more concerned about surviving. Congrats, you're in the Marvel Universe. Welcome to your personal nightmare.
Chen Xi froze. What?
What the actual? By the way, it's 1943. You're in Auschwitz, Germany. The last thread of hope snapped. His face drained of color.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
I refuse. Send me back.
I wanna go home.
Tisk, stop pretending to be dead. The goddess may be mad at you, but you're her first toy, so you've still got a chance. And lucky you, I'm your lifeline. Chen Xi grabbed onto that hope like a drowning man.
You're my system? My assistant. Close enough.
Think of me as your system guide. You can ask me for help.
Chen Xi squinted. Wait.
You said close enough. That doesn't sound reassuring.
Details.
The important thing is, you've got a system. It's called the sign-in system. Once a week, you can sign in for a reward. Could be something amazing, a super bloodline, a treasure, powerful genes, or, a rock.
Or a toothpick.
It's all up to luck.
And missions?
Chen Xi asked, his past experience with countless novels kicking in.
Depends on my mood. And punishment? What's that?
I'm the kindest fairy ever, she said, feigning innocence. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes. This fairy was definitely hiding something.
Ding.
System notice. First time sign-in detected. Congratulations, you've earned a newbie gift pack. Chen Xi clenched his fist in excitement.
I knew it.
There's always a newbie gift pack.
All right, sign in. Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Language proficiency. Million cubic system storage space. Perfect ancient Doomsday gene. Chen Xi stared blankly at the notifications.
Wait, what?
Are you sure this is a newbie pack? This sounds more like an endgame reward.
Well. I dunno, the fairy stammered.
I'm just the assistant, I don't control the system.
Anyway, gotta go.
Offline now. Don't call me unless it's an emergency.
Bye.
Before Chen Xi could demand answers, the fairy disappeared. Somewhere, he could almost hear her mumbling, this shouldn't be happening.
What's going on?
Chen Xi sat there, digesting everything. The memories rushed back, his careless insult of the gods, his arrogant rant about the creators of the universe being old perverts and wicked witches. And somehow, one of them had heard. The next thing he knew, the furious goddess had snatched him up and dragged him to her temple.
And then, nosebleed.
Because she was beyond beautiful. Words failed him. He had stared, utterly entranced, until she smirked, scoffed, and then booted him straight into the Marvel Universe. And now here he was. But unexpectedly, the goddess had taken a liking to her first toy. And so, she gifted him a system. Chen Xi clenched his fists, a grin slowly forming.
Marvel Universe? 1943? Fine.
Challenge accepted.
He would live, no, he would thrive.
One step at a time, he would carve his legend in this world. Let the game begin. The little fairy had gone offline, heading straight to the temple without sparing a thought for Chen Xi.
Sister, what's going on?
You finally found an interesting mortal, and you gave him the perfect ancient Doomsday gene just like that. The little fairy's face twisted in frustration. How was she supposed to act important now? He barely needed her anymore. Sorry, sister, blame me. I accidentally slipped and gave him Doomsday. I can't take it back now, that would be disgraceful for a god.
The goddess of creation sighed.
This mortal's luck was uncanny. Could it be the supreme goddess of fate meddling? Meanwhile, Chen Xi was oblivious to the conversation. His entire body felt like it was on fire, his face flushed with excitement. Perfect ancient Doomsday gene.
Perfect.
Doomsday. He murmured, trembling.
Ding.
Would the master like to integrate now? The system reminds you that you are still a 5-star scumbag player.
Integrate. Of course.
How dare a program look down on me?
Ding.
Genetic integration begins.
Ding.
Genetic integration is in chaos. Detecting Yen Huang bloodline, accelerating process. Chen Xi clenched his jaw, biting down on a wooden stick to endure the pain. If not for that, he might have bitten off his own tongue. Yen Huang bloodline?
Of course.
What Chinese descendant wouldn't have it? But strangely enough, this heritage was accelerating the process. This was practically a complete transformation. Blood and bone were being reforged from the inside out.
Ding.
Gene integration complete. Please experience it yourself.
Ha.
It's finally over. Most people wouldn't survive such pain. But Chen Xi had endured hardships all his life. Growing up, he was used to struggling and working hard. He found a mirror in the room and examined himself.
Damn.
I'm taller now, gotta be at least 186 centimeters. These muscles, these proportions. Way better than Superman in the movies. If I starred in a film, just standing there would guarantee box office success. Somebody sign me up. He smirked at his reflection, reveling in his transformation. Watching from a distance, the little fairy chuckled. This guy is ridiculously narcissistic. Where did you even find him, sister? Oh, I overheard him complaining about his job after graduating college. He was whining about how even a salary of tens of thousands wasn't enough. That's when I noticed him.
The goddess smiled.
He was an amusing one. The abandoned courtyard, long empty due to the war, was now Chen Xi's temporary shelter.
But hunger gnawed at him.
The ancient Doomsday gene consumed enormous amounts of energy. He needed food fast. Under cover of night, he snuck into a house that looked like it belonged to a Nazi soldier. To his luck, no one was inside. He ransacked the kitchen, stuffing bread, sausage, anything edible, into his mouth. Raw vegetables, fruits, and even beefsteaks.
He didn't care.
Hunger was hunger. He even found a fire and roasted the meat directly. By the time he was done, he had devoured an entire week's worth of rations. If a rat had come by, it would have shaken its head in disappointment and left.
Ugh, I'm exhausted.
Arresting people, executing people day in, day out, it's so boring. I just want to sleep. A disgruntled voice echoed nearby. Chen Xi, now full, suddenly realized he could understand the words.
Huh?
Oh right, language proficiency.
A Nazi soldier, huh?
Well, don't mind if I do. Thanks for volunteering to be my practice dummy. With that, he strode boldly out into the open. The Nazi soldier stiffened in shock, eyes widening at the sudden appearance. Then, he instinctively pulled the trigger.
Ding ding ding.
Bullet struck Chen Xi's body, bouncing off like they had hit metal.
What the hell?
You wearing armor or something? The soldier shouted in disbelief, panic creeping into his voice. Chen Xi smiled, exuding an eerie politeness. Congratulations, wrong answer. Your punishment?
Go to hell.
Before the soldier could react, Chen Xi's fist lashed out.
Boom.
The Nazi soldier never stood a chance. His body shattered under the impact, torn apart in an instant.
The first kill. Chen Xi felt uneasy.
Even if it was a Nazi soldier, the act of taking a life made him nauseous. But after a few moments, he forced himself to suppress it.
Ding.
Master has been attacked by bullets.
Evolution activated.
Bullet immunity acquired. Master can now generate bullet-like projectile force. Chen Xi took a deep breath, his excitement rekindling.
So that's the ancient Doomsday gene, huh?
No one can kill Doomsday with the same power twice. Confidence surged within him.
I'm invincible now. Who wants to fight?
Bring it on. I'll take on 10 at once. Who could kill the ancient Doomsday?
No one. Death simply didn't apply to him.
The only way to end him was if a being like Oye erased his very concept of existence. Chen Xi cracked his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face.
Marvel Universe? 1943? Fine.
Let's see what this world's got.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Now I am in the real world, not watching a movie. Maybe many things are not arranged like in the movie at all. It is changing all the time, because his powerful butterfly is here, and every time he flaps his wings, it brings a series of changes. Due to the copyright of Marvel movies, the X-Men and Avengers Alliance series are separated, and this is a real movie world. Will this thing still have copyright? The timeline has become extremely chaotic, and Chen Xi doesn't want to worry about the changes. Is it magic? Occasionally put on a dress on the line. Flickering beauties may be very mysterious, and men who are full of mystery are the most attractive. Chen Xi doesn't have any good arrangements at the moment. The most important thing is to go to bed. The work is not going well, the goddess is complaining, and the goddess kicks her across. The system comes, the graduation gift package is distributed in advance, integrates the perfect ancient destruction day, and kills the first time. Chen Xi is very tired. This is just what happened in one day. There are too many. He was just a student who just left the campus before. That is to say, he grew up eating Bajia fan, mature in mind and perseverance, otherwise he would have collapsed and gone crazy. I'm so tired, I just want to sleep. Maybe it's just a dream, I want to go home. Chen Xi muttered to himself, found a room at random, and fell asleep. In the temple, looking at all these two file-sized figures, watching Chen Xi fall asleep and talking in his sleep, I feel a little distressed. Sister, he's so pitiful, why don't you let him go back? The little fairy suddenly showed her mother's love. Go back? If you can't go back, do you think he's still immortal? He has integrated the ancient destruction sun, and the real world can't carry him anymore. The goddess said indifferently, this is fate, it was a coincidence, she gave him the gene of the ancient Doomsday, and he carried a destined glorious life. Which king did not come from loneliness? This is the suffering that must be overcome. Chen Xi didn't know it was just a joke. The goddess of creation had begun to pay attention to him. He wasn't just starting that toy. Over the night, Chen Xi was finally resurrected with blood. Yes, he understood. He was not dreaming. They come, the security. The goddess may have thought him funny at the beginning, but now he wants to live vigorously, and his life is not in vain. I went to the yard to wash my face, found a new toothbrush to brush my teeth, and my beautiful mood started in the morning. Suddenly, Chen Xi, who was basking in the sun, just like eating sunmei, kept awakening Superman ability one by one. Ding! Congratulations to the Master Awakening Energy Absorption. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening Super Strength. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening for his super physical strength. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening for his super hearing. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening for super breathing. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening super speed. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening's burning eyes. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening sonic flight. Ding! Congratulations to Master Awakening super defense. In just half a day, Chen Xi's ability was constantly awakening and could not stop at all. Superman Clark's awakening ability is also slowly awakening. How many years have he awakening these super abilities, and he seems unreasonable, but very reasonable. Without him, that would be his perfect ancient Doomsday gene, which is so perfect, far more powerful and weirder than in the comics and movies. Hey, I love you so much, goddess boss, come up and give me a graduation gift bag. The body is changing upside down, and every second is increasing exponentially. So cool? Continue? Chen Xi suddenly wanted to lie down with salted fish, so he lay motionless in the yard. After 50 years, he was automatically invincible, stepping on Galactus and tearing Thanos with his hands. Maybe it's an unexpected visitor, and the will of the world will reject him. Just kidding, if the world rejects him, then he would have been killed by OAA long ago. Anyway, nothing good. Chen Xi spent a day in the sun, and was finally surrounded by a group of Nazi soldiers. Because the unfortunate who died was not seen for a day, an abnormality was naturally found in the army, so no one was sent to find the body. Because of the strict military law of Nazi soldiers, it is impossible to arrive late and leave early. The commander of the army immediately guessed that this unfortunate person must be captured or killed. Heaven has a way, you don't go, hell has no way to break in, everyone congratulates you, Satan welcomes you. As soon as this team of soldiers entered the door, they heard the last words of their lives, although they did not understand the beauty and greatness of the Chinese voice. But death still came as expected, and an incomprehensible light swept across, as if they saw the afterglow of the sunset, and then fell into endless darkness. Hey, Ami's hair, my Buddha is compassionate, a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist. If you want to blame it, you can blame this turbulent society. Chen Xi didn't want to kill people. In the peaceful era, although he often scrambled for food and fights with wild dogs when he was a child, it was common for him to kill people. As soon as he arrived at Marvel, the war forced him to pick up the butcher's knife. If so, then kill him for a bright future? That being the case, there is still a capable man in the Nazi Auschwitz concentration camp, Magneto's future scene man, an absolutely qualified thug. Chen Xi flew all the way, and Magneto only escaped in 1944, so the time was just right. Chen Xi found the Auschwitz concentration camp in a few minutes, when it was in the evening, and a violent storm suddenly blew up. This kind of ghost weather, it was fine just now, it will change if it changes, bad luck. Chen Xi, whose body is an ancient Doomsday gene, hates rainy weather, and now awakening, he hates such weather even more. I really want this weather in the movie. Little Eric was caught. Oh, by the way, he is seeing the old horse now. Chen Xi suddenly thought of this situation, but he was not worried that Eric would be missed. After all, Eric was forced to be separated from his mother at that time, and under the mental stimulation, awakening controlled the magnetic field and directly bent the gate of the concentration camp, which caught the attention of middle-aged second-hand Sebastian Shaw. Such a chaotic scene, with his super hearing, can naturally know. Chen Xi casually killed a soldier near the concentration camp and lived there temporarily. During the day, kill the soldiers who came to patrol as usual, and continue to change. The disappearing soldier has long caught Xiao's attention, as if the corpse burned by the fire is really weird. Could it be a compatriot? This person is haunted and disappeared. It's even more difficult to find him. It's hard to find a compatriot, but I can't find it myself. Xiao was very depressed to think that, with such a powerful ability, if he didn't use it for himself, he would miss out on a competent subordinate. Now in 1943, the end of the German mustache is coming, and a group of 2 or 5 boys have their own thoughts. Red Skull Schmidt, in particular, has ballooned since forcing Erskine to inject a castrated version of the super soldier serum. Some time ago, I found the tesseract that Odin left on Earth, and it was even more inflated, extracting energy blocks and making energy guns, and it was almost blatantly independent. And so did Sebastian Shaw, who controlled Auschwitz and focused on the mutant experiment with the same purpose as Red Skull. The two notorious duo hit it off, and the two cooperated to achieve great things together, and the Auschwitz concentration camp was the source of their experimental subjects. A group of Jews who have just been captured, at the moment are being driven into Auschwitz concentration camp. The Nazi soldiers with guns are standing on the military truck, and they look at these driven Jews without mercy, just like looking at only cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. Eric was among the crowd and walked slowly forward. The heavy rain fell on him, soaking his clothes, but he didn't feel anything. At the moment, his heart was filled with endless panic. Since they embarked on the journey of escape with their family 2 years ago, they have been in hiding in Tibet for the past 2 years. Now that they have fallen into the capture of the Nazis, what awaits them will be inhumane slaughter or experimentation. Since fate is like this, Eric's biggest wish at this time is to stay with his family, even if he dies. But when he entered the concentration camp, the Nazis were like chasing pigs. He and his family were scattered in the crowd. His mother shouted his name loudly, and Eric also called out to his mother. It was raining heavily, the scene was chaotic, and all kinds of begging and cursing had long overshadowed their voices. They couldn't hear each other's voices, so they dispersed and were separated into different areas. Do not. Eric is just a teenager now, and he's just as scared of loneliness as everyone else in this situation. At the moment his mother shouted his name loudly on the other side of the iron gate, he heard his mother's helplessness and despair. He was angry, the hatred at this moment was unforgettable. He just wanted to stay with his mother, even in death. Yes, Eric broke out. He hated the unfair world, hated the Nazis, hated the mustache, and more of his own incompetence. Old Ma, get angry, explode. Only the power in your own hands is the most powerful. Look at your mother, how much she loves you and how helpless she is. Look at those crazy sick Nazi soldiers who are going to kill your mother. And there is nothing you can do now. Awakening is your power, old horse eyes and heart. Kill all enemies who dare to harm your mother. Hearing the demagogic voice in his ears, Eric, who was on the edge of awakening, finally awakening. An angry Eric directly shapeshifted the gate iron pillar, but he just awakening, ability is still very weak. His abnormality caught Xiao's attention. This is a compatriot, and he finally found a compatriot. Come on, bring that child and his mother to me. Xiao immediately ordered his men to grab Eric and the two. The weak Eric could not even beat ordinary soldiers, and was subdued without resistance, and his mother was not spared. Great being, I know you're looking at me, who is still weak, as long as you rescue my mother. I, Old Horse Eisenhardt, swear to God, this life is at your disposal. Eric has no choice, he is not the opponent of this group of people, even if he sells his soul to the devil, he has to save his mother. Very well, Eric, this is the smartest decision of your life. Come on, I'll take you to kill. Just one sentence, let's go, I'll take you to kill. It made Eric's lacrimal glands collapse directly. This is the most beautiful language he has ever heard in his life. He heard infinite murderous intent and invincible confidence. Chen Xi walked over slowly from a distance, and the powerful biological force field attracted everyone's attention, including Xiao. In this way, that mysterious person is him, strong and confident. Xiao looked at Chen Xi with bright eyes. Everyone, attack that man for me. Xiao ordered directly, he wanted to see if it was worth his shot. After a brief silence, the mad Nazi soldiers fired wildly at Chen Xi, and then it was useless. Ding, ding, ding. All the bullets hit Chen Xi's body as if they hit a metal wall, except that they shattered Chen Xi's clothes. He's so annoying, those bullets that get in the way. Chen Xi loves his clothes. Is this still his tall and majestic image? Ding, the master is attacked, and he is automatically immune to light and heavy machine gun attacks. Ding, the master is attacked, his strength is enhanced, his attributes are +1+1+1. Ding, the master is attacked, the defense is strengthened. Attribute +1+1+1. Eric, use your ability to control the bullets on the ground and attack me. Sir, are you sure? Eric asked carefully, because Chen Xi at this time was too terrifying. He didn't do anything at all and was unharmed. Come on, what are you doing? Chen Xi rolled his eyes at him, honking, still need to exercise. Eric ability is not strong, but controlling that small bullet attack is still a breeze. Ding, the master is attacked by the power of the magnetic field, and starts to analyze, automatically immune to the magnetic control attack. Ding, the master was attacked by the power of the magnetic field, started to analyze, and obtained the ability to control the magnetic field. The perfect ancient Doomsday is so good, it will never be knocked down by the same attack, and it can also obtain the opponent's ability, Bunker. The next moment, the bullets in the sky could no longer attack Chen Xi, and they became the most obedient children. With a strong physique and spirit, Chen Xi instantly mastered extremely strong magnetic field control, directly reaching the peak magneto level. Definitely behind Chen Xi, countless bullets are still pouring out. This group of stupid Nazi soldiers know they can't do it, and they will die. It was definitely unfortunate that there were also those captured prisoners who were sputtered and killed by bullets. In the eyes of the Nazis, they were not even human beings. Eric, look at me. Chen Xi randomly controlled several bullets on the ground. The bullets began to shape-shifting integrate, and finally became a flying darts. Can I do it? Eric's eyes widened. Definitely, believe in yourself. You can do it. Without waiting for Eric to react, Chen Xi controlled the flying darts to pass through the heads of Nazi soldiers one after another. The flying darts were like a tracking radar, and they killed dozens of people in an instant. The blood and water mixed with the rain, dyed the ground red, and scared everyone. That's right, this scene has the ability. The pretense is full of aura. Chen Xi likes it very much. No wonder the Magneto world scene is full of people. How can the movie be so exciting? It was a one-sided slaughter that scared everyone except Eric and his mother. It was their god performing. Jewish compatriots, you see, the devil Nazis in your hearts are equally vulnerable. They are equally vulnerable. Just a small bullet can take their lives, take up arms, and kill the concentration camp. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he controlled the gate of the entire concentration camp and let everyone out. Killing too many people will make him lose himself, indifference to life, and no longer in awe of life. Get out of the concentration camp. Get out of the concentration camp. The group of lambs to be slaughtered picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed out shouting, "Here, if you don't work hard, you can only wait for death. Only by working hard can there be a way to survive. Only by picking up the gun and rushing out, there is a way to survive. Killing one is enough, and killing two is profitable. Come on, let the heavy armed troops press them directly, and bombard them with tanks. Don't care about those experimental subjects. You can grab a large piece at any time." The furious Sebastian directly used heavy weapons, and all the experimental subjects should die. What to do? The Nazis sent tanks. What else can I do? I can only rush out of the encirclement and live or not. Hey, I only hope that existence can pity us so that we can have a way out. Many refugees have been desperate, but they are still not waiting to die. No one wants to die, and the ants are still alive. Not to mention the flesh and blood. See, Eric, go help your poor fellows, and send the Nazis to hell to repent. Watching these Nazi soldiers slaughter their compatriots, Eric's heart is burning with anger. Why so against the Jews? What crime did they commit? They just wanted to live. What crime did they have? I want you all to die. Rage can really bring great power, and the barrels of several tanks are shapeshifted by Eric in an instant. Definitely, the tank was blown up by its own shells, and the chain reaction formed a sea of fire that burned the Nazi soldiers. Xiao, haven't you shot yet? Looking at Chen Xi's eyes like looking at his prey, Xiao was frightened. This man seemed to be foul. Shot? Xiao was in a dilemma. So many of his soldiers died. As the boss, Yu Qing, he should really take action, and Yu Li, he should not take action. Reason slowly occupies the high ground of IQ. Take action? Why didn't I speak up first? The most awesome thing about me is my mouth. It wasn't a day or two after I learned from the mustache boss. This gentleman from the great and mysterious eastern country. I'm sorry, I think we should talk about it first, instead of dying. Xiao came up with a rainbow fart. The Black Emperor of Hellfire was well deserved. He was so polite that Chen Xi was embarrassed to kill him. Oh, why? Sir, we are all favored by God, and we are our compatriots, aren't we? Look at those mortals. Why are they weak to rule the world? Only high-level humans like us are worthy. Xiao talked about it. Ruling the world, what a temptation. The king of the world? It sounds like I should agree. Chen Xi said quietly. Sir, you can't do that. This is a mad war criminal. Eric shouted, afraid that Chen Xi could not help but agree to the criminal's deal. Then this mysterious Mr. Dongfang, we are happy to cooperate. Xiao Daxi hurriedly strikes while the iron is hot. The mouths of labor and capital are amazing. No, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse, but I refuse all. Chen Xi said with a smile, I'm just kidding you, second hand. You dare to play with me. I'm so kind and unappreciative, so don't blame me for being rude. Xiao was in a hurry for a while, and was actually tricked by someone. Although he didn't know the depth of Chen Xi, could he still be able to kill himself? It's a big deal to run away. Sebastian Xiao has the ability to absorb all forms of energy, convert it into his own energy and release the absorbed energy at will. The super ability that increases his physical strength, speed, and endurance through energy, but the energy storage has an upper limit. Exceeding the upper limit will cause serious damage to him. The current Xiao is best at melee combat, because the opponent's attack can only provide him with energy. So, Xiao bullied himself up and launched his proud fighting ability. Interesting? I like it. Chen Xi laughed. These two goods. Doomsday is a variant of Superman, and his favorite is head-to-head. Xiao came very quickly, and hit Chen Xi's head with a straight left fist, coming up to attack the key. Chen Xi turned his body slightly to the left, and at the same time turned his right hand out to grab Xiao's left wrist, pulled his right arm back with force, took a small step forward with his left foot, and at the same time bent his left elbow, and used the tip of his elbow to sweep Xiao's head and neck to the right. Boom! The two collided and let out a muffled sound, and Chen Xi's power was directly absorbed by Xiao. Ding! The master is attacked and begins to analyze. The master is immune to reaction force. Ding! The master was attacked by energy absorption, began to analyze. The master got energy absorption. Sure enough, this is Xiao, the boy who scattered wealth. Thank you Lao Tai for the super ability. After one blow, the two temporarily separated, and it really wasn't a good thing. Xiao was surprised. Chen Xi naturally does not passively defend. Attacking is the best defense. After a brief confrontation, Chen Xi attacked Xiao's head with a straight left fist, and Xiao raised his arms to resist. Chen Xi quickly retracted his left fist, and at the same time put the 5 fingers of his right hand together, stabbed Xiao's throat with his fingertips, then raised his right foot and hit Xiao's heart with his right time tip. This time, he quickly knocked Xiao to the ground. The kinetic energy was absorbed and cancelled each other out. Although Xiao was not injured, he was squeezed to the ground by the strong pressure. Whip legs, straight punches, side kicks, bounce legs, back punches, and piercing feet. The two of them punched to the flesh, and their strengths were against each other, giving full play to their fighting abilities. It's fun, this is a man's battle, so refreshing. Chen Xi was hooked. Xiao really is a qualified tank player. He is really resistant to beatings. After that, there was no rules at all, and he greeted him with a fistful of fists. He wanted to go crazy, and only by going crazy can he calm down his experience. Ding! The master is attacked by strength. Strength +1+1+1. Ding! The master received a power attack. Constitution +1+1+1. Ding! The master is attacked by power. Defense +1+1+1. The system prompts a frantic beating, and in just a moment, it catches up with Chen Xi's son for a day, and it turns out that fighting is the way to improve. Eric looked terrified. This is the battle between men. Could it be that he can only be a mage? 10 minutes later, Xiao was already terrified by Chen Xi's madness. This man is a lunatic, invincible, and the wind is screaming. Stop, sir, if we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to tell the difference tomorrow. Why don't we just stop here? Xiao began to admit his cowardice. His state was not very good. He felt that his energy was soaring. How strong is this guy? Every punch has 100 tons? Hearing Xiao's confession, Chen Xi didn't stop attacking at all. He still went his own way. Don't run away. Stop, sir. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. You destroyed my concentration camp. We don't owe each other. Please leave. Xiao dodged left and right, and opened his mouth to admit defeat. What the hell is this? Ruining my concentration camp, and in the end it's me who is to blame. It's boring. You're a coward without being beaten. Chen Xi sneered. Yes, sir, I am a coward. I beg you to leave. I will provide the toll, and I have money. Xiao looked flattering, licked his old face, and said without feeling ashamed at all. Sir, can't let him go, he's a war criminal. Eric stared at Xiao with hatred. Chen Xi has always regarded Xiao as a sandbag, and it is not easy to kill him. Just take him to outer space and the game is over. Eric, I won't do it. Xiao will kill you in the future. Are you confident? Sir? Me. Eric stammered. If you don't have this confidence, how can you protect your mother and your compatriots? Chen Xi shouted. Sir, give him to me? Trust me. In Chen Xi's deafening voice, Eric had an epiphany. He wanted to be a strong man and protect his mother and compatriots. Xiao's mouth twitched hard. Why? Isn't he mad at Chen Xi? These two people just don't treat him like a human being. Just kill him when they say he's done? I can't stop complaining in my heart. I'm selling the shit in my heart, and I'm smiling on my face. In that case, Boss Xiao, arrange for the 3 of us to go to New York, USA. You are a mustache scientist, Mr. Klaus Schmidt. Boss Xiao, is this how you treat your boss? You are the boss, I am a worker? Tuco returned to Tuco. Xiao still used his own channels to send Eric and his mother on a plane to New York in the United States. Boss Xiao, there is a chance to learn martial arts from you in the future. You should absorb more energy and eat some grenade seeds. Before Chen Xi left, he did not forget to tell Xiao that it would be better to eat more grenades, so as to resist beatings. Thank you sir for reminding me, I will, bye. Xiao Ke said politely. Selling hemp batches, goodbye ghost, in the future, the labor and management will go as far as they see you. It's so bullying. Hey, what a polite person, seeing him think of a person. Chen Xi suddenly sighed. Sir, who did you think of? Eric asked curiously. A big eunuch from a historical novel in our place? You don't know if you say it. Chen Xi didn't answer him. No matter how bad eunuch Cao was, no matter how he hated Zhu for ignoring him, he would still be polite when meeting him. That Zhu ignores a steered dog, a castration thief, this is the quality. Germany and America are only separated by the Atlantic Ocean, and the plane can still fly there. Boss Xiao is still an authentic person, and he didn't dare to press a bomb on the plane. Although it's useless, it can be seen that Xiao is really scared and dare not provoke Chen Xi. The plane landed at an airport in New York, and Chen Xi walked out of the plane with Eric and his mother, who were cleaned up. Huh, it's finally safe? Is this the safest New York in the world? Eric cheered. From the moment they can remember, they have been hiding everywhere to avoid being hunted and killed. Now they finally don't have to live a life of fear and sleep with their eyes open. Thank you, sir, for giving us new life. Eric's mother, Elaine, sincerely thanked her and bowed deeply with tears of excitement. Madam, you're welcome, I save you because Eric is my compatriot. We are too rare in this world, and we should be united. Chen Xi waved his hand and put himself directly into the mutant clan. The strength of the experimental body of their Tianchen group was too strong, and finally the Tianchen group collapsed. Dakin, Wanda, Jean Grey, Franklin, completely ruined the plan of the Celestial group, and could obliterate the Celestial group at any time. So Chen Xi wants to recruit powerful super ability people, and such power must be in his hands. How can such first-class beauties as Wanda and Jean Grey be cheaper than others? Even if Chen Xi is willing, readers will probably hack the author directly to death, it's so poisonous. Eric, settle down with your mother now, and spend money to get an ID card. Anyway, there are stowaways everywhere, and America only accepts US dollars. Chen Xi feels that a country full of money and freedom is really good. Boss Xiao has more money than anything else. Oh, by the way, there is also Howard, a big dog, who does not kill for nothing. Sir, what about you? How can I find you? Eric asked. People can't help but repay their gratitude. What's the difference between that and a beast? I'll go to a place, and in a few days, you will come to Howard History and start to find me. Just ask. Chen Xi directly placed Howard into his own money bag, a big dog. Okay, sir, bye. Eric left and took the $10,000 from Chen Xi, which is a lot of money. A nanny only earns 70 to 80 yuan a month. Chen Xi sent Eric away, and he wandered around by himself, with yellow skin, yellow hair, a strong body, and a perfect appearance, as dazzling as the moon in the dark night. Chen Xi caused countless girls to scream in the streets. At this time, in the United States, posters of joining the army were everywhere, and the enthusiasm of domestic men to participate in the war was skyrocketing. As a result, there will be fewer young men, so what about the girls who are left behind? After finally encountering such a perfect man, can I let it go? The shy one pretended to ask for directions, the daring one asked him directly, or flopped directly into his arms. Anyway, it is full of tricks, each showing its magical powers. Can we Chen Xi bear it? It seems that they don't quite meet his standards, so they all refuse. Disappointed you girls, reluctantly watched Chen Xi leave. If this guy is acquainted, if he dares, see if I won't take care of him. The little fairies in a temple somewhere in Wanja hummed proudly, this is their toy, who let me get involved? But then, she almost dismantled Chen Xi in anger, and the guy hugged the two beauties left and right in a blink of an eye and walked away. Nangzi, you said today is Xi Stark's Tomorrow World Expo. Chen Xi suddenly heard Nangzi's proposal. Yes, it must be very fun, let's go. Nangzi's expression moved. Then go, just meet them. As soon as Chen Xi made a decision, it was a coincidence that it was better to come earlier. Steve and Bucky are super friends, and Howard is a big dog. These are all leaks, money bags. Chen Xi took the two beautiful women to the World Expo tomorrow, and they were talking and laughing, which angered a certain little fairy. At the door of tomorrow's World Expo, Chen Xi met a duo of friends, Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes. Definitely Bucky also brought two beauties. He is going to join the army. Whether he can come back alive in the future is still a question. One of these beauties was prepared for his good friend Steve. He was afraid that he would die. The skinny Steve had been a young boy all his life, and he really was a good friend of the quilt. Hello, I think we look alike, don't you? Chen Xi stepped forward to say hello, and looked like he meant something. Oh, yeah, we're so alike. Hello Bucky Barnes, next to my buddy, Steve Rogers. Seeing Chen Xi's female companion, Bucky suddenly realized that he was a fellow man. Hello, Chen Xi. According to your habit, it's called Xi. Chen, I will hear it very hard. Chen Xi said with a joke. Hello, Steve Rogers. Nice to meet you. The two reached out and shook hands, and they knew each other. What is the topic of men? Woman? What is the topic of women? Man? Let's go. Tomorrow's World Expo is the trademark of Stark Industries. Chen Xi took the lead and bought 6 tickets, which was generous and made the duo of Jiyu bright, and the big money came. I have to say that the Marvel world is still a little bit advanced, and the black technology is too dark. In 1942, when Schmidt got Tesseract, he immediately developed an energy gun, a weapon that will not be available in the next 100 years. Can you believe this? Don't want black. For example, the anti-gravity technology shown by Howard Stark can make a car levitate out of thin air. Even in modern society, even if it has been developed, it will not be more advanced than it. Steve and the others gradually became fascinated. The technology here is completely beyond their imagination. At this moment, the protagonist Howard appeared in the welcome voice of a group of model girls around, and a sports car that surpassed the design of this world was placed on the stage. Sure enough, if there is a father, there must be a son, and young Howard must be a playboy. In the end, she had an impromptu kiss with a model girl with a better appearance. Howard wiped the lipstick from his mouth and started his performance. Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you that in just a few years, your car could be suspended on the ground? Yes, with Stark's technology, you can do exactly that. Howard spoke up on stage, smiling and, if serious, a person. Then I saw a sports car placed on the stage slowly levitating. As the sports car on the stage slowly levitated, exclamations and exclamations came from time to time from the crowd of spectators who came to visit the expo. Haha, everyone, this is the latest achievement of Stark Industries, an anti-gravity device. Seeing the cheers from the audience, Howard was even more proud. The Sao Bao looked like a proud big cock. To say that a peacock is too flattering for him, it is good to be a big cock. Just as Howard was making a comparison, the energy at the wheels of the sports car on the stage began to be disordered, and it looked like something bad was about to happen, and the audience also exclaimed, why can't I hold on for a few more minutes? What do I call it? I can't go up or down. Howard is madly complaining in his heart. Just when Howard felt that the pretense failed, Chen Xi stretched out his hand, and the sports car that was about to fall floated up again. Gentlemen and ladies, let me tell you, it's still a few years away, and it's not particularly stable yet. Howard wiped the cold sweat on your head, continued to pretend, and then thundercloud-like applause broke out from the audience again. This is the genius scientist Howard Stark. Howard hurriedly ended his performance. He was so tired that he almost pretended not to be the opposite. He had to go and thank the mysterious Mr. Dongfang. Sir, our boss wants to invite you to the lounge to talk, but it's not convenient for him to come out. A bodyguard came over and invited Chen Xi. In the lounge in the backstage, Chen Xi met the live Howard Stark. This big dog? Hello, mysterious Mr. East, my name is Howard Stark. Nice to meet you. Howard stretched out his hand and greeted him in proficient Chinese. Chen Xi reached out and shook him. Howard big shit hello, my name is Chen Xi. Please pay attention to your pronunciation, Howard Stark. It's not a big shit, oh shit. I must be crazy, teaching a Chinese to speak Chinese. Howard collapsed directly. Is this still him? This is how I met a guy who is even worse than him. Haha, just kidding, Mr. Howard Stark. Howard gave him a look of contempt. This guy with a bad character, said. I wonder how you did it, sir? My anti-gravity device is clearly going to fail. Is that so, Mr. Howard? Chen Xi controlled Howard's bodyguard's pistol pinned to his waist and slowly shapeshifted into a dagger. Oh, shit, fake. My world isn't just about technology, it's magic. It's truly the greatest discovery of the century. Howard shouted excitedly, this is magic, it really has this kind of energy. Correct, I'm not magic. Although there are magician holy places in this world, I have super ability. Chen Xi helplessly looked at Howard who was yelling. Haha, anyway, Mr. Einstein is right, the end of science is theology. Howard, who discovered the new world, suddenly looked at Chen Xi with bright eyes. Can I have super ability? Sorry, super ability is born, you are too old, so you don't have it. Hey, I know that's the case, and I'm not married yet, it's a boy. A sentence for the elderly, the harm is not high, but the insult is extremely high. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something, I will be your cousin far away in China from now on. Oh, shit, are you kidding me? I'm obviously 2 races, and you're almost my cousin. Why? Howard was furious. I'm a cousin? Uncle can endure, and can't bear it. Why? It's just that I can take you to learn magic. Chen Xi pretended not to look back and walked out. Cousin, big cousin, my big cousin? Wait for me. Howard, who was dizzy, immediately turned into a licking dog and chased out. It is not an exaggeration to dedicate himself to love, no, magic. On the other hand, Steve sees the Uncle Sam poster at tomorrow's World's Fair, and his heart skips a beat. I want to join the army, I want to fight the Nazis, and I want America to fight. With this belief, Steve took out the personal information that he had hidden behind Bucky's back. He had faked his identity many times, and every time he failed because of his small body. One last time, one last try, come on. Steve, you can do it? Bucky gets anxious when he realizes that his best friend Steve is gone. Hell, Steve, where are you? Huh? Recruitment poster. Oh, shit, the damn recruiting poster. Don't be stupid, Steve. Bucky immediately rushed to the recruiting station in Tomorrowland, but fortunately intercepted Steve. Steve, are you crazy? How many times have you failed? Falsifying information is illegal, you know. Bucky pulled Steve into the corner and yelled at Steve. Unbeknownst to the two, all their conversations fell into the ears of Abraham Erskine, the developer of this super soldier serum. Bucky, I want to try one last time, please, really. Nowadays young people with aspirations are sacrificing for the country. I'm not a coward. I don't want to be a coward. Steve said to Bucky pleadingly. Wrong, Steve. You know what? It's a war, not a fight. I know it's a war. But there's so much work to do. Are you picking up scraps of iron and copper on the road? Really, can't you? Listen to me, Bucky. How many heroes are bleeding for the country? I can't live here. I want to join the army. You're just trying to prove yourself, Steve. Yes, is this my last time? Bucky seems moved by Steve's insistence, and it's Erskine walking over to listen to their conversation. Young man, I think you can try. I believe you will pass this time. Erskine was moved by this persistent young man in front of him. What super soldier serum needs is not a strong but unbearable soul, but a positive, optimistic, firm, and kind soul like Steve like gold. With Erskine's care, this time, Steve finally passed the soldier's medical examination, and his long-cherished wish is about to come true. The little guy in Brooklyn who said I could fight you all day, the little guy is about to start his legendary life. Chen Xi is very clear about Steve's situation, which is the inevitable development of history. Unless he shoots to kill Steve, but he is not stupid, there is no benefit to killing him, and it completely disrupts the plot. How can he pretend to be a genius? How to bask in the sun and deceive the little ant to cool? Big cousin, you can count on what you say. You must teach me. Howard said with a flattering expression on his face. Oh God, what did I hear? Is this young man Cousin Howard? I think I must have been hallucinating. Go back and have a good night's sleep. I've been working too hard lately. Oh, shit, this will be the biggest news of the year. Shocked? Howard actually did this to a Chinese youth in public, and there was an uproar at the scene. Hey, I really want to run into something strange. It's necessary to teach you, but you need to wait a few years. As for how much you learn, it depends on your personal ability. Chen Xi ignored the comments of the melon-eating crowd, and directly started the fudge daffa. No problem, big cousin, I'm not in a hurry, as long as you are willing to teach. Howard has long since put down his bottom line. At this point, a smiling Steve stepped out, and he succeeded. Chen Xi, I did it. I can finally join the army. Steve couldn't help sharing his happy events with his new friends. Congratulations, Steve, for successfully joining the army. Although Chen Xi already knew the result, congratulations to Steve. I have to celebrate tonight. Maybe I won't have a chance in the future, Bucky said, still not forgetting his original intention. Steve's top priority, in case of sacrifice, shouldn't it be regretful? Gentlemen, since you are cousins friends, I will arrange it in the evening. The girls like to be a soldier and your man. Howard seized every opportunity to make friends with Chen Xi. After all, he asked for others, and wasn't he his favorite and best at this kind of thing? Cousin? Isn't this kidding me? Bucky was immediately stunned. One was 27 or 88, and the other was at most 20 years old. Isn't this the other way around? And a white skin, a yellow skin, what kind of relatives? Why do you care so much? The local tyrants treat guests, why don't you hurry? Chen Xi ignored Bucky's joke and urged them to follow. Howard Stark, the most famous playboy in New York, has a party with a few girls. Isn't it a matter of a few phone calls? As for the former female companions, Chen Xi asked Howard to find a car to send them back, and they met by chance. This place is not suitable for them. Bucky often goes to parties like this, but for the first time in Steve's life, the whole person is hilarious. Steve opened the door to a new world. It turns out that this is how men feel, the feeling that they have lived in vain for decades. Steve in the movie was your old boy for 70 or 80 years, and broke the plot tonight. Chen Xi always felt that Steve regretted joining the army. Steve didn't treat you badly tonight, so don't think about it. Peggy Kate, the labor and management are booked. It's no use Jesus coming, I said. The party was a great success. No, it was Steve who did it, and no one liked his weak physique. But the girls couldn't bear Howard's money. After the end, he took the two girls to the bedroom arranged by Howard. Aren't you afraid of his sudden death? He is the best candidate for Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum. Chen Xi suddenly said leisurely, his tone full of ridicule. You can read minds? How do you know about the super soldier serum project? This is the military's top secret. Howard jumped up with a swoosh. His tone was full of incredible, pointing at Chen Xi and roaring in horror. Cousin, calm down, calm down. There is nothing in this universe that I don't know about, understand? Shen Gongzi officially launched. Are you a prophet? No, you must be able to read minds. You can't deceive me, Howard said uncertainly. Wrong, the past and the future are all within my expectations, unless I intervene myself, such as you learn magic. The future Howard can't be magic, I changed everything, you won't be assassinated to death. Chen Xi then fooled Howard and gave him a blunder. What is the biggest Goldfinger? That is to know the future development? This is Goldfinger in disguise, and Chen Xi knows the stakes. Oh, shit, I think I must be crazy to believe your nonsense. Who the hell did I get killed by? Howard felt that he was as crazy as Chen Xi, and actually believed the words of a magician, but he said no, but he actually believed it in his heart. Zio can't be said, the secret can't be revealed too much, ha ha ha. Chen Xi stopped abruptly and immediately shut up. You? What am I? Your character is really bad, I hate you. Howard almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. It's so unbearable, it's as uncomfortable as a cat scratching. No, I have to find a girl to calm down. Goodbye, play by yourself. Howard with a depressed face left with the two girls, and Bucky was the same. He was the one who was going to die in battle, and he could be proud of himself day by day. Seeing these guys run away in a hurry, Chen Xi shook his head. It's not human. Girls, the housekeeper will arrange for you to leave. The money will not be less for you. Goodbye. Chen Xi sent the rest of Baba to watch his girls. Those girls coveted Chen Xi for a long time. It was a lifetime blessing to spend one night with such a perfect man. Unhappy, the rest of them were sent away, looking at Chen Xi temporarily resentfully. Chen Xi was indifferent. He was a clean person. These girls couldn't get into his eyes. Brother, don't worry. We'll find Peggy in a few days. What more will there be in the future? Paige, yes, and Raven is a man's dream. Jean Grey, Wanda, White Queen, Hello Kitty, Susan, Jane Foster. So many headaches. So busy. Pfft. The little fairy in the temple spit out a mouthful of fairy brew. This bitch, I'm mad at me. I thought I was a good person. I miscalculated. After crooked for a while, Chen Xi suddenly felt in a good mood, and all the way, he broke through the atmosphere directly and entered outer space. This is the real sun. It's so spectacular. It's so powerful when you're basking in it. Chen Xi can't fly at the speed of light, and the ability of the current Superman body is still growing, but it's good to be able to fly into space. Sleep. Is it bad to sleep in space? Ding, the master is exposed to solar radiation. Constitution +1+1+1+1. The sound of the system made Chen Xi in a good mood, so he emptied himself and started orbiting with the Earth's gravity. Chen Xi got himself a biological clock. During the day in New York, he also woke up and returned to Howard's house. Morning, little guy in Brooklyn. Last night was so fun. Young people need to rest. Chen Xi teased Steve, who was walking around with dark circles under his eyes. Morning, Chen Xi. Hey, stop talking. I feel great. This is life. Hearing this, Steve suddenly came to his senses and said that I could still play 10 more. Soon, Bucky and Howard came out, and the nanny made breakfast early for them. Money in this era is quite valuable. Playboy Howard only dares to be called a millionaire, so Howard is a nanny and gardener, and there are many thieves. Wait a minute, we'll find and leave. Thank you Mr. Howard for the hospitality. It's great. Bucky said suddenly. Yeah, thank you very much Mr. Howard. We are going back to make the final preparations and are about to join the army. Steve also said goodbye to Howard. His goal is to join the army and serve the country. Well, I won't leave you guys, but I believe we'll meet soon. Howard said to the two in a stubborn tone. It is so fast to influence a person. Howard felt that Chen Xi's sage-like appearance was the best match. As a newbie, can he learn? Seeing Steve and the two leaving the villa with suspicious eyes made Howard's mood exploded. Cool, cousin, what are your plans? I can help you with the staff. Howard licked. So, go and get me an ID. I'm a black man now. Then, let's find Dr. Erskine. Chen Xi thinks the super soldier serum is very useful. It is too friendly to the weak mutant and the master. The identification is simple, but it's a little difficult to see Erskine. After all, this is a military secret. Howard was a little embarrassed. Really? This is also considered a secret. Chen Xi gave him a sidelong glance. Who doesn't know about the readers? Okay, I'll convince Erskine. Howard gritted his teeth. In order to become a magistrate, what's the matter? Howard took a photo of Chen Xi and asked the housekeeper J.A.R.B.I.S to find a lawyer. The Stark Group, with its dignified history, naturally raised a group of lawyers. Just like Nanshan Pizza Hut, otherwise Penguin would have been sued for bankruptcy long ago, and Nanshan Pizza Hut even complied with the state departments. What else would they dare? Chen Xi Stark? Howard's distant cousin who has been separated in China for many years? I rub it. I have to say that you are such a genius. Chen Xi's mouth twitched hard. Howard is the wrong person to take the immigration office? Or test the legal ability of Stark Industries? That is, the whole world needs the approval of the Stark family. Howard said stinkingly. Tony often stinks that the world needs Tony Stark's certification. All of this is estimated to be inherited from Howard, and it is simply carved out of a mold. Soon the two of them drove to the Research Institute of Erskine's military. On the way, Howard was driving while asking about the knowledge of the magical world, the super ability world. Chen Xi answered Howard perfunctorily, while thinking about one thing. Tony Stark can become the Sorcerer Supreme in a parallel universe, so his father Howard Stark is also an excellent genius. How can he have such a magical ability? Magician Howard History Stark? It's kind of interesting. The magic changes the Marvel movie universe. It's really interesting. Haha. Chen Xi thought about it, and then began to laugh. His terrifying eyes made Howard shudder. This guy likes men? At the military research base, Chen Xi met with Dr. Abraham Erskine. The genius scientist who created Red Skull Schmidt, Captain America Steve, is arguably the driving force behind the Marvel movie universe. Hello, Chen Xi, Howard's cousin. Hello, Abraham Erskine. I think you're kidding me. You two are obviously two races, and you're at most 20. Howard is 30. Erskine rolled his eyes. You look down on me, Dr. Erskine? I've read books. Don't lie to me. No way, doctor. I'm cultivating a kind of magic that can stay young forever. Many people doubt it. Chen Xi ran the train with his mouth full of nonsense, creating a mysterious halo for himself. Erskine, what he said was true, and he even knew about the super soldier serum. Not me, Howard testified on the side. And, Doctor, do you see a little Brooklyn guy named Steve Rogers as the perfect candidate? Howard asked the answer that he cared most about. What? Oh, shit. I'm the only one who decided this secret on an ad hoc basis, but no one else knows it. How did you know it? Mind reading. Erskine's reaction was the same as Howard's. His expression was horrified and horrified. He didn't seem to have any secrets. Howard was equally shocked. Although he believed Chen Xi's words 99%, the remaining 1% came out of Erskine's mouth and was completely scared. The two looked at Chen Xi's eyes, full of fear and fear. This person can really predict the future and know the past, so they will have no secrets at all. Don't look at me like this, I'll be shy, but people are very reserved. Chen Xi said cheaply. Cousin, you. Chen Xi, what else do you know? Did the super soldier serum succeed in the end? Erskine asked the question he cared about the most. This is the biggest research in his life. Steve is great, he's an American hero, not a beast like Schmidt. Chen Xi revealed it to Dr. Erskine, and released a big secret in Erskine's heart. Hey, as expected, you really are the god who knows the future and the past. Erskine was completely convinced. Chen Xi, I don't know what you are here for. As long as I can help you, just speak up. Erskine vowed to say that if such a big guy exists, you don't have to think about anything, just lick it. I want to get some samples back. It's easy. Why? In the future, we can say everything. Erskine asked curiously. Erskine, there is an old saying in China, that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Chen Xi sold out. You're right, wait a minute, I'll get it for you. Erskine thought for a moment, indeed, just in case. When Erskine left, Howard opened his mouth and asked, he is not a rigid scientist like Erskine, he is the slickest one. You must have a deep meaning in doing this, right? You must have something to tell Erskine. Chen Xi took a sip of water and said faintly, Erskine will die, and the super soldier serum is bankrupt. Only one Steve Rogers was created. Howard's face turned pale in a flash, and he was sweating coldly. This is his and Erskine's greatest pride? Can that save Erskine? I believe you can, right? Howard seemed to grab the last straw. Steal the beam for the pillar, the civet cat for the prince, have you heard of it? Why can't you tell him openly, you can do it? Howard didn't give up. The upper class does not allow such existence. Greed is a sin. When society is full of super soldiers, how does the country manage super criminals? So Erskine must die. Chen Xi thought for a while, and said casually, Erskine must be in his own hands, and the super soldier serum can only be used on his subordinates? Maybe you're right, what will happen then? Howard asked. When the time comes, I will operate it myself, and leave everything to me. This little thing is nothing. Soon, Erskine came with the super soldier serum and experimental data. This thing can't be remembered by the brain, and everything has been recorded on paper? Thank you for your trust, Dr. Erskine, I will give you a surprise in the future. Chen Xi's words left Erskine confused, but excited. The prophet must have said something good. The two exchanged a few words, and Chen Xi said goodbye. Erskine wanted to stay with Chen Xi for lunch and discuss the future. After all, this person in front of him is a big man, he knows a lot of things, and he seems to be at ease when he knows some things. Farewell, the future is full of mystery and excitement because it is full of uncertainty. If you know it in advance, what is the meaning of life? Chen Xi's words made them stunned. Yes, did they all know that they would not be alive? Life goes on, and there are surprises in the unknown? Cousin, drive around. I'll go back at night by myself. I still have some work to do. How can Playboy Howard be a car? And he is also a researcher of super soldier serum, so naturally he has to stay for finishing touches. Okay, I'll go out for a walk. New York is really charming in this era. After finishing speaking, Chen Xi set off with the key. He is not an idle person, so it is impossible for him to stay quiet. Coming to the ancient street and slowly driving forward, Chen Xi likes this feeling very much. He has participated in the history of the past, but he is a ghost in this history. Looking at the heavy times through the car window, Chen Xi was really immersed in it, different from watching a movie, but participating in it, a wonderful feeling, relaxed and happy. Chen Xi quickly stopped his car near a park and was about to go to a nearby restaurant to taste the food of this era, which was a rare opportunity. Chen Xi got out of the car and walked a few steps, and saw Howard coming over. Isn't this product left in the laboratory? Hey, I said Howard, didn't you stay in the lab? Why did you suddenly appear here? Chen Xi thinks it's strange, how fast is he? Brother, I'm hungry, take me to eat first, why are you asking so much? Howard sounded a little strange. Well, come with me to the car, I'll get something. Okay, let's go and get back. After speaking, Howard followed Chen Xi back, and the two quickly returned to the car. Brother, what have you left behind? Don't worry, your business is the most important now. What's the matter with me? Howard murmured in his heart, with an unnatural expression. Have I been discovered? Little Raven, are you still pretending? You've already been exposed. Okay, sorry sir, I didn't mean to, I'm really hungry. Raven showed his true form, a little lowly with blue skin and scales. You can go to Beidou and look at Little Raven, it's so cute that it explodes. Chen Xi looked at Raven's timid eyes, and his heart was full of distress and pity. He seemed to have seen his former self, lonely and helpless, and he had been strong and worked hard to live alone. How did you find me? I feel normal. Raven asked cautiously, scared. Because Howard never called me brother, he usually called me by my name, and when he asked me, he called me eldest cousin. Chen Xi said with a soft smile, rubbing Raven's little head like a big brother facing his sister. Raven was startled and shrank like a frightened bunny. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm really hungry, can you let me go? I didn't mean to lie to you? Can you be gentle when you hit me? There are too many wounds on my body, it hurts. Raven asked in a low voice with red eyes in fear. She was too low self-esteem. Raven, it's okay, don't be afraid, big brother will take you to dinner, okay? Chen Xi looked at Raven's scared look, his eyes were red and he seemed a little sour, something strange was about to overflow. A certain little fairy has been in tears for a long time. She loves this little loli so much, and people call it a little monster. Little Raven was terrified. She was only 10 years old, and she was an outlier that no one wanted. When Raven was very young, she was found abnormal by her parents, a monster with blue scales all over her body, so she was abandoned. When she didn't remember anything, she was adopted by an orphanage. The children always bullied her as a monster. Little Raven couldn't beat her, so she could only be beaten and scolded at will, and the teacher didn't care about her monster. She has never eaten a full meal, she is all leftovers, and her clothes are dirty and old. She has suffered like no ordinary people have suffered, and she has been bullied like no ordinary people have suffered. Raven has been a wanderer since she was a few years old, and she knew she could be anyone. But as a child, she didn't know anything. She could only starve for a full meal, go to someone's house to steal something to eat and drink, and sleep in secretly to see if there was no one in the house. When the master came back, he would wake up immediately, start running away. Is this true? I can eat delicious food, but I don't have any money. Little Raven was overjoyed at first, then lowered his head when his eyes darkened. It's okay, Big Brother has money, Big Brother means more money. In the future, whatever Raven wants to eat, Big Brother will buy it for Raven. Chen Xi endured and said very tyrantly, reassuring Raven that the Big Brother has money. Raven has been suffering from the cruelty of people's hearts since she can remember. She can see at a glance, she knows that Chen Xi really loves her. Okay, thank you Big Brother. Raven doesn't eat much, and no one has ever treated Raven so well. Raven is so touched. After Raven finished speaking, he stuffed Chen Xi's little hand into the cute appearance before awakening, and let him hold her. The sun at noon is very warm, very warm. Two lonely hearts, one big and one small, are no longer cold. Two figures, one big and one small, walked hand in hand on the street together, attracting everyone's attention. What kind of fairy combination is this? The man is so handsome that it falls, and the girl is so cute that it explodes. However, it is obviously not a combination of brother and sister, which has aroused the endless imagination of passersby. This man must be the heir to the mysterious Chable of the Eastern Kingdom. The white girl is his child bride. Don't they all like child brides? Fart, this man must be the son of a warlord. Look at that sturdy figure. We're all playing around. This guy is clearly driving Howard's car. Yesterday I heard Howard call him cousin at Tomorrow World's Fair. Hearing this man's words, passersby looked at him with contempt, treating us as fools. Howard's playboy is almost 30, and obviously 2 races. Cut, if you don't believe me, pull it, a group of short-sighted guys. The man sarcastically laughed. Big brother, are you really Mr. Howard's cousin? Not at all. Raven heard the talk of passersby and just heard Chen Xi say it again, and couldn't help asking curiously. I was teasing Howard, but I didn't expect him to be as thick-skinned as the city wall, so I just talked about it. Chen Xi smiled when he thought of Howard's face. The two chatted and laughed, and found a Western restaurant after a while. Since it was noon, there were quite a lot of people eating, so Chen Xi didn't want to be disturbed, so he ordered the waiter to find a private room and definitely paid the service fee, but Chen Xi ignored it. The private room was spacious, clean, bright and quiet. Chen Xi sat down casually, while Raven was a little cramped. She had never eaten in such a good environment since she was a child. It's okay Raven, no matter how good the place is, it's just a place to eat. Relax. Seeing Raven like this, Chen Xi immediately spoke out to comfort him. I see, I try my best, big brother. Soon, the waiter brought several steaks, salads, pasta, curry beef rice, and more. Raven, let's start. You're welcome, big brother said it, rich. In the past few years, although she does not have to go hungry, she can only steal some fruits, cakes and breads to satisfy her stomach, and she has never eaten Western food a few times. Big brother, I'm going to start. Raven blinked his smart eyes and looked carefully at Chen Xi. Chen Xi felt sour in his heart. How much hardship did Raven endure to be so careful? Eat quickly, big brother is rich, just buy the restaurant. But Raven is obviously not used to using a knife and fork, and she has not eaten a common food such as steak a few times. Seeing this, Chen Xi helped her cut the steak into strips, and the smart Raven quickly became a lot easier. Raven put the steak in his mouth with a fork, and his face suddenly showed an intoxicated look. It's really delicious. Hearing this, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. This is just a simple steak. Eating and eating, Raven's agile eyes suddenly became wet. Little Raven, what's up? It's okay, big brother. Raven shook his head, and there was already a hint of crying in his tone. No one has ever treated Raven so well. They either beat me or scolded me and didn't give me food. Raven suddenly felt so happy. After speaking, the pearly teardrops had already slipped down. Chen Xi felt distressed and picked up a tissue to help her wipe it clean, and touched her little head. In the future, don't cry, because the big brother is here. Thank you big brother. Raven replied sweetly, and concentrated on dealing with the steak in front of him. Chen Xi felt that his appetite had also improved, and he ate a dozen steaks without eating them. Soon after the lunch was over, Chen Xi checked out and left while the waiter was dumbfounded. They had never seen such an edible customer. Raven, when you and Big Brother go to Howard's house, we'll move out in a few days, okay? Everything depends on the Big Brother. Chen Xi brought Raven to buy a lot of clothes. Her clothes are all old and tattered, and they must be thrown away. When they don't change shape, they will naturally wear beautiful clothes. I also bought a lot of plush toys for Raven. The little girls like them, and he will definitely buy them. One afternoon of sweeping, the car naturally couldn't fit, and in Raven's surprised eyes, these things disappeared one by one. Big Brother, that's amazing, are you a magician? Raven was surprised. Almost, you'll know later, let's go back. When Chen Xi returned to Howard's villa, he happened to see Howard coming back. Where did you get that cute loli from? This is a crime. Howard looked at the lovely Raven and joked. What nonsense, Raven was abandoned, and she will be my sister in the future. Chen Xi cast him aside. Cousin. Fuck off. Chen Xi yelled at him. At dinner, Howard threw him his ID card. This thing is too simple when you have money. If you don't have money, you will die. J.A.R.V.I.S. Help Raven to do it tomorrow. Help me to see if there are any manors for sale nearby. Money is not a problem. You're moving out? My Howards have a villa. Howard doesn't want Chen Xi to move out. They are all friends, so why are they outside? In the future, my family will be many, inconvenient, idiot. Chen Xi's illogical words made Howard depressed. Where can he go? A family of 3 or 4? Definitely not later, he will be jealous to death. In the evening, when Chen Xi was about to go to outer space to bask in the sun, a small figure came in. Big Brother, I'm afraid, it's luxurious here, I'm not used to it, I can't sleep, I want to sleep with you in my arms. Raven said softly with a blushing face. Well, no problem, Big Brother hugs you, go to sleep, good night. Good night. Raven slept soundly. This was the only and safest sleep she could remember. Chen Xi looked at Raven with a quiet smile in his sleep, and knew that he had a little cutie to protect him. Early the next morning, Raven naughty swiped Chen Xi's face with his hair, and soon Chen Xi woke up itchy. Gently rubbing Raven's little head and messing her hair into a bird's nest, Chen Xi woke up proudly. Raven behind her smiled happily. This is the feeling of home, the feeling of family. She is happy that she suddenly has it all. Chen Xi is like Angel who suddenly appeared in her world. Maybe God sees her as too pitiful and sent Angel to protect her. Chen Xi is her angel. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and have breakfast. J.A.R.V.I.S. is very caring and worthy of being Marvel's most famous butler. He specially ordered the chef to make Chinese breakfast for Chen Xi. Although it is not authentic, it made Chen Xi very happy. J.A.R.V.I.S. Howard deducted your salary one day, you come to my house, I will pay double. Chen Xi said teasingly. Thank you for your kindness, sir, it will be there. J.A.R.V.I.S. smiled and echoed Chen Xi. Cut, J.A.R.V.I.S. is my brother, you can't take it away. Howard said stinkingly. The same is true, J.A.R.V.I.S. is the most loyal housekeeper of the Stark family. Howard is busy with the company, and he accompanied Tony throughout his childhood. The later artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S. was named after Tony commemorated J.A.R.V.I.S., the housekeeper who looked like half of his father. Today is the day Steve joined the army for the first time and was recruited by Erskine into the Strategic Science Reserve. Howard suddenly raised his head and said, Then I have to go and see someone important. Who is it that is important to you? You'll know when the time comes, Chen Xi said with a mysterious smile. Chen Xi asked Raven to follow Howard to pick a house as long as she liked it, and he followed Howard to Camp Lehigh in New York. In order to select the qualified super soldier serum test body, the soldiers will undergo a 1-week screening, and finally decide the test body. When Chen Xi and Howard came to this camp, Dr. Erskine and Colonel Phillips were already talking, and Steve was like a Shiba Inu in a pack of wolves, so conspicuous. We met again, Mr. Chen Xi, I haven't seen you for a day, I miss you so much. Erskine said hello in Chinese with a smile. The doctor's Chinese is really good, I can even use idioms. Chen Xi praised. Come on, this is Colonel Phillips, the highest commander of the camp. Hello, Colonel Phillips, my name is Chen Xi. Hello, Mr. Chen Xi. The two shook hands gently, as if they were familiar with each other. When several people were chatting, the main character came, Peggy Carter, the heroine of Captain America 1, a girl with a hot body and a hot personality. Report Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter is here to report. The heroic girl reported loudly and gave Phillips a salute. Don't be so polite, Carter Agent, everyone is a friend, so there shouldn't be any need to introduce them. Everyone was acquaintances, and Phillips didn't put on airs. Who is this? Peggy looked at Chen Xi, an Oriental man, who stood out from the crowd. My name is Chen Xi, Carter's agent, can I call you Peggy? Peggy, where did you know my full name? Oh, it's Howard's friend. Just as Peggy wanted to ask something, she saw Howard next to Chen Xi and said with a hint of teasing. Howard, who was innocently lying on the gun, was very depressed. Who am I to provoke and who does not want to see me so much? What kind of good guy can Playboy Howard's friend be? Like people, people are divided into groups. Don't you all say the same thing in the East? Chen Xi didn't expect Peggy to be so vicious. Wait, she will enter the Chen's house later and see how I deal with you? Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the big man, Peggy walked towards the soldiers standing in several rows like a proud peacock. Rookies, I am your instructor, Carter's agent. From now on, all actions must obey my command. Carter shouted loudly with the serious expression of the instructor, but there are always thorns. What's with your accent? With a Queen Victoria accent? I think I joined the US military? Soldier, your name? Gilmore, Hodge. Chen Xi already knew what this guy who was courting death was going to say. Little thorn, do you want to die? Huh, yellow monkey? You want to stand up for Queen Victoria? Just when the sand sculpture wanted to say something, Chen Xi moved. Before everyone's eyes could react, they heard a heart-piercing roar coming from their ears, and then there was no sound. When they reacted, they saw Hodge clutching his vitals, fainted, blood mixed with egg yolks all over the floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the people present suddenly covered their vital points, gasping for air. It's heartbreaking to see this. Hey, I heard that Dongfang calls this eunuch. Hey, America's first eunuch was born. Mr. Chen Xi, I respect you as a friend of Dr. Howard and Dr. Erskine, but you are so cruel to my soldiers, I will send you to court-martial. When Phillipston was furious, Hodge was a soldier he was optimistic about, so he was abolished like this. Colonel Phillips, I seriously suspect that you are racially discriminatory. For a racially discriminatory soldier, you are going to send a taxpayer to a court-martial. Chen Xi will not be polite to you. Hodge is only temporary now and will die in 2 days. The Huaxia family is the most noble bloodline in the universe, and even a mere white-skinned pig dares to speak rudely, and their hearts should be punished. Humph, do you think the court was opened by your family? Slander a military colonel at will. Phillips still looked aloof. Colonel Phillips, the majesty of the Xi Stark family is not something you can provoke, right? You threaten my cousin, you are provoking the Xi Stark family. Wait a minute, I'll go to the military to protest. You threaten the director of Stark Industries, slander taxpayers, protect racists, and wait for you to take off your military uniform and go home. I think during the war, if you change a colonel, there will be many people staring at your position. Before Chen Xi could speak, Howard buckled a lot of hats. Any one of them was enough for him to drink a pot. Humph, it's too deceiving. You wait. Also, come here with a few people and drag this damn guy to treatment. Throwing down a few harsh words, Phillips ran away in a rage, while Peggy's eyes were shining. Who is this man? He is obviously from China, but he is Cousin Howard? Just kidding. Moreover, he is really strong, with that strength, that speed, that looks, and that murderous aura. He is simply my perfect man. The mysterious and powerful Oriental man deeply attracted Peggy's eyes. Peggy doesn't care about Chen Xi and Howard teaming up to threaten Phillips and make him feel ashamed, but the soldiers are like quails. Anyone with a discerning eye who doesn't know that Chen Xi was the eunuch of the new century because of Peggy's rise, they are now afraid of death. For fear that because he spoke loudly and kicked him into a new century eunuch, this man was a bit ruthless. During training, Chen Xi and the others quickly discovered that this little guy from Brooklyn is really not good enough to keep up. Cross-country with weights, combat training, push UPS, pull UPS, crawling, every workout is a countdown. Doctor, are you sure he's a super soldier? His physique is so bad, I'm afraid he'll die in training. Although Howard and Steve knew each other, he still judged Steve's performance from an objective standpoint. Howard, did you find him giving up? No. Did he back down? No. Is he afraid? Not yet. Thank you, Doctor, I understand. Erskine's soul asked 3 times, making Howard understand. Quality? It's his destiny, Howard. There is a saying in Huaxia that when the heavens will entrust people with great responsibilities, they must first suffer their minds and wills, toil their muscles and bones, starve their bodies and skin, empty their bodies, do what they do, and increase what they can't. Chen Xi pulled a piece of ancient text. Definitely this group of native turtles will never understand the greatness of Chinese civilization. This is the crystallization of civilization and wisdom, and Chinese children understand the truth, but they are babbling. If it were me, I wouldn't want such a fate. Wealth and beauty are my pursuits. Howard shrugged and said nonchalantly, he is just a layman, save the world and leave it to others? Hey, this is genetics, your son is just like you, playboy, bohemian. Chen Xi suddenly sighed that he was such a cynical playboy, who never advertised himself as righteous, and finally sacrificed himself to save the world. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Howard, this playboy has a son? You are not qualified. Peggy seemed to hear the biggest joke in her life, and the branches of laughter trembled. I believe that Howard has a son. It is better to believe that the earth will explode tomorrow. Are you sure what you are saying is true? Is my son more handsome and smarter than me? Howard asked solemnly. How can a parent not want their children to be better than themselves? Definitely, that guy is even more unreliable than you, and has an extremely bad personality. He's even more stinky. You're talking about the fine traditions of the Stark family. Hearing this, Howard was not ashamed, but said proudly, is my son more talented than me? Yea, in the future, he will be cursed by knowledge and become a genius of the entire earth, and even the entire universe. He is a mortal body, comparable to gods. Seeing Chen Xi complimenting his son so much, Howard's expression freezes. Are your genes so good? Labor has been green? This guy Chen Xi is very suspicious, which woman can stand it? Psst, ha ha ha. Peggy couldn't help watching the conversation between Chen Xi and Howard. One dared to say it, and the other dared to believe it. This guy was so bad that Howard was taken aback for a moment. Miss Peggy, do you think I'm a liar? Or a magician? Chen Xi seems to be very angry. Definitely this is pretending. Then definitely, no one can predict the future. Do you think you are God? Peggy rolled her eyes. Really? So how about we make a bet, Miss Peggy? I win, you invite me to dinner. I lose, I invite you to dinner. How about it? Chen Xi whispered in Peggy's ear. Well, it's really fragrant. Peggy's face turned red. It was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man. This bastard? Che, do you think I'm stupid? It's still a liar. Why don't you suffer? Just ask if you dare. Okay, just bet. Although Peggy knew that this was an aggressive strategy, she decided to take it. You have a mole under your rabbit? Your agent number is 13. How did you know that? It's a secret, and how did you know about that mole? Peggy was shocked. This is not easy to know. Could it be that he got the information when I was good with him in the future? Okay, Peggy Beauty, dress up beautifully at night. Chen Xi knows shit. He just watched The Big White Rabbit with perspective when he made a bet, and he remembered the agent number long ago when watching TV shows. Howard looked at Peggy, who was still imagining, and shook his head. This silly girl was helpless. It was obvious that Chen Xi had been tricked. That guy's future wife must be Peggy. It's not easy to know some secrets. Howard, you have to thank me. I am here, so the ending of Thanos is destined to be crushed to death by me. Chen Xi thought to himself, I am here, so the plot is waiting for me to break. A day of training is painful, especially watching someone basking in the sun, drinking a little wine, and being teased by beautiful women. It is even more painful. Especially Steve, looking at Peggy looking at Chen Xi tenderly, always felt that he had lost something, and a faint sadness emerged in his heart. After training in the evening, Peggy dressed up and started her first date with Chen Xi. You understand my scheming, and I understand your restraint. Handsome men and beautiful women attract the world's attention wherever they go. Chen Xi specially drove to Queens. This was their first date, so the environment was better. Mediterranean Garden Restaurant, the highest Western restaurant in New York, has nothing to say about the environment or the price. It's nice to have money. I've never been in such a luxurious restaurant. It's like a world of money. Peggy was a little emotional. She didn't expect Chen Xi to be so generous. She thought it was an ordinary restaurant. In the future, I will give you the best in the world and make you the happiest woman. Chen Xi stared at Peggy with pity and tenderness in his eyes. Cut, I'm hungry, let's eat. Peggy dodged. Chen Xi's eyes frightened him. He couldn't fall so quickly. Peggy. The lights are blue, the tableware is blue, and the tables and chairs are blue, giving people the illusion that they are in the Aegean Sea. The romantic and beautiful decoration style, the exquisite cuisine full of European flavors, and the Mediterranean style are everywhere. Dim lights, beautiful piano music, and whispering couples make the dating atmosphere more intense. Enjoying delicious food and wine, admiring the face of the reddish beauties, the world of Marvel, which Chen Xi thinks is dangerous, is also his most beautiful back garden. Chen Xi described the future human blueprint for Peggy, and talked about the future of Bad Street. All of this is so mysterious and longing in Peggy's world. Maybe with such a mysterious man, the future must be wonderful. Good times are always short-lived. In whispered whispers, the two of them left the restaurant. This place is destined to be a lifetime of good memories. When the two returned to the training camp hand in hand, passing soldiers dropped their jaws in shock. When did the jagged beauty become moved? This dude has a blast. When there are a few daring people who take a closer look, darling, isn't this ruthless brother? It's right and right. That's right. In just one afternoon, Chen Xi's name spread throughout the training camp. The arrogant and domineering eunuch Hodge used his physical strength to establish the title of Ruthless Man with Chen Xi, which is really touching. The Supreme Commander, Phillips, was in the lead for his subordinates, and was also disgraced. Wherever Chen Xi passed, he retreated. Although Chen Xi is famous, the gossip soul of the soldiers still burns like fire. Hey, it's all right now, you have a terrible name, and now I am single and beautiful, and everyone sees me walking with you, and no one dares to ask me out. How can you compensate me? The happy iceberg beauty Peggy also acted coquettishly at the man she was excited about. Card wipe, what sound? Sounds like a lot of heartbreak? Compensation, I will pay myself to the beauty of Peggy. A sneak attack is definitely a sneak attack. Peggy said that she refused at first, but she didn't expect kissing to be so wonderful, and then she fell. A long time? Bad guy, you bullied people as soon as you met, and ignored you. After that, under the secretive gaze of the soldiers, they ran away shyly. It's too embarrassing, there are so many people. I'm sorry, I'll definitely let you know in advance next time. Chen Xi shouted at Peggy's fleeing back. Peggy ran faster. The proud Chen Xi raised his middle finger and circled around, so you weak chickens would dare to take a peek. In this way, Chen Xi whistled and hummed a little tune, and returned to Howard's villa. Big brother, you're back, Raven misses you so much. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a petite and cute figure jumping into his arms. It's good, there is still a lowly at home that can be cultivated. Cut, beast. Howard looked at Chen Xi with contempt, because Mao felt sour. Can I envy him? Don't look at it, old man Howard. You have no such ability. Old man? I'm not even 30, okay? Ignoring these two crooked people, Howard just ran away. So irritating. Hey, why does the big brother smell like a woman? Why are you going? Hurry up and talk. No matter how old a girl is, she is born with a sensitive sense of smell and a jealous instinct. Well, it's a sister, the sister-in-law that big brother found for you. No, my big brother belongs to me alone, no one else. Jealous Raven pinched Chen Xi's soft waist. Miss Ben was jealous and looked like you could do it. Don't pinch, big brother doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Chen Xi said with a thick skin, it really doesn't hurt, and for the sake of future happiness, this point cannot be compromised, otherwise the harem will catch fire and will you still be alive? After pinching for a while, Raven was also tired and her eyes were red. She just had a big brother, and someone robbed her. Her life was really hard. Seeing this, Chen Xi hugged Raven in his arms, and Raven hugged him obediently after struggling a few times. Raven, don't worry, big brother will always love you and take you to heart, no matter how many people there are, I really won't lie to you. Chen Xi spoke to Raven softly, as if speaking to himself, admonishing himself. Really? You are what you say, otherwise Raven will hate you for the rest of your life. Raven looked up at Chen Xi and asked seriously. I swear that I will be good to Raven for the rest of my life and will not bully Raven. Okay, I'll trust you once. Raven finally burst into laughter. She believed what Chen Xi said. After washing up neatly, Chen Xi returned to the room with Raven in his arms. The kitten was already relying on him, not leaving. Raven, who was sleeping soundly like a kitten, Chen Xi couldn't fall asleep no matter what, not only reminiscing about tonight's appointment, but also looking forward to the system check-in tomorrow. Can you give me something useful? Ding, master, you have a new sign-in, please sign in. At more than 8 in the morning, the system prompted Chen Xi to start checking in. Chen Xi, who was in a daze, woke up instantly, signed in, and signed in. Ding, congratulations to the owner for signing in the 2060 Chinese brand mobile phone Silly Girl. After signing in, with a swish, an exquisite crystal doll appeared in Chen Xi's hands. Silly Girl, haha, this phone is still a bit interesting. At this time, few people are the opponents of Silly Girl. Just when Chen Xi was happy, the 2060 laboratory in a certain world was mourning. Silly Girl is gone, snatched by an inexplicable existence. Is the Silly Girl gone? God, I'm going to be busy for a few more months, my vacation. The Silly Girl is a super mobile phone in 2060, a super mobile phone that integrates all the information, technology, and materials in the future world. Communication function, memory function, expression status options, medical function, flight function, mobile phone, real person mode switching, time and space shuttle function, stealth, clear memory, function transfer, business planning and so on. Chen Xi bit the nose of the crystal doll. This is the power button. Please enter the power on password. I love you. The password is correct. Please choose the mode, live mode, or mobile mode. Reality mode. Please choose the expression mode, happy, angry, sad, happy, bad, sad, silly, shy, good, cool, good. Hello, master, my name is Silly Girl. What are your orders? Said Silly Girl sweetly. It's nothing, I'll find you if I have something, just protect her first. Chen Xi pointed to Raven who was still sleeping. Okay, master. At breakfast, Howard showed up with a Silly Girl in a red dress and quietly gave Chen Xi a thumbs up. That means cousin, you are still better than you. In the future, Howard will be defeated. Glancing at Howard, he ignored his wink and threw him a simple weapon design drawing. This thing can be produced by a small weapon workshop, you can take it and see. Produced by Chen Xi, it must be a fine product? Howard, a weapons genius, knew the prospects of this practical weapon in just a few minutes. This weapon is really good and cheap. If it is produced, it will definitely make a lot of money. Does Chen Xi think this is nonsense? The king of guns, AK-47, are you kidding? High quality and low price, simple production, huge power, the key is durability, wear resistance, waterproof, antifreeze. The future battlefield is its world, the figure can be seen everywhere, the darling of the new battlefield. Chen Xi thinks that this thing is not better than the 3/8. Those guys made by Hanyang who shoot a gun and pull a bolt are easy to use. It's also an automatic rifle? What are you going to do with it? Investing in your history Stark Industry, 10% of the original shares. I believe this king of gun kings will definitely make Xi Stark make a statement. Howard is not a fool, 10% is completely acceptable. He thought that Chen Xi wanted a lion to speak up. Just get some information from the Silly Girl, you can make a lot of money, and the reward is worth signing up. As for what many demented readers said, Su Xian, Ning Kechen, Chen Xi said that he didn't understand at all. Am I that kind of person? Chen Xi asked J.A.R.V.I.S to find a school for Raven. She is a child, and learning knowledge is very necessary for the future. People can have no diploma, but not without culture. As for the Silly Girl, Chen Xi turned the Silly Girl into a crystal doll and accompanies Raven. Big brother, why did the silly sister turn into a doll? I want her to play with me. Raven shook Chen Xi's arm vigorously, acting coquettishly. Well, no, Silly Girl is still young to go to school. Silly Girl can only become a crystal doll to accompany you. When Raven heard that she was going to school, she was immediately scared. She had been bullied by children since she was a child, and she definitely didn't want to. It's all right, Raven, you go try it first. Who dares to bully you? Silly girl beat him all over the place. Maybe you will meet friends. Chen Xi coaxed for a long time before Raven agreed to go to the school to see. She was also a little moved, and she also wanted to have her own little sisters of the same age. As for Chen Xi, I followed J.A.R.V.I.S in the morning to transfer the estate that Raven had picked. The land in this era is the price of cabbage. No one is speculating on real estate. They may say goodbye to the world at any time. Who has that kind of mind? After spending more than 80,000 yuan to buy a manor covering an area of 1,000 mu, Chen Xi spent 7 to 88 of the money from the friendly negotiation of Erhuo Xiao. Fortunately, AK-47 can bring him a rich net worth in less than a week. In training camp, Steve was still the same oil bottle-like existence. The ridicule of the soldiers didn't break his will. After training, he became stronger and stronger. Erskine, who was secretly observing, became more and more satisfied. This is the spirit that the super soldier serum needs. When Chen Xi came to the training camp, he and Carter were in the car to observe, just to see the most classic scene. No one has been able to get that flag for 17 years. Whoever gets it can go back by car with the Carter agent. When all the soldiers heard it, it was as if they had been beaten by chicken blood. There was still half of the journey to run. It would be great to go back by car. Forget it, Carter, they still don't want to be the new eunuch supervisor. Kate, how about we make a bet? If you lose, give it to me tonight. Cut, scumbag, I just want to eat people. What are you betting on? Peggy rolled his eyes at him and gave it to him. I bet Steve can take down that flag. Chen Xi pointed to the last Steve. Then you lose, and I wanted to give you a chance. Peggy looked at Steve, the weak chicken, and at the loss of a group of tall guys, and suddenly became confident. Look at you. Chen Xi stood up and Steve shouted, Steve, try it, I believe you have a way. The last Steve saw his friend believe in him so much, and he felt courageous. Amid the loud jeers of the soldiers, Steve brought down the flagpole and managed to get the flag. Sometimes, IQ is really more useful than muscles. You lose, Peggy, don't forget it tonight. Chen Xi proudly blew into Peggy's ear. The shy Peggy blushed, and Erskine next to him looked at Steve excitedly. Wisdom and will, this is the super soldier he needs? For the first time, people started to look at this little guy from Brooklyn, and yet, he never gave up on his beliefs. Thank you Lautai for the assist, the iron juice is awesome. Chen Xi gave Steve a compliment in his heart. Your wife will be raised by me, don't worry about it. Steve still went back in someone else's car. For Mao, he always felt that Chen Xi looked at him with bad intentions, and he always looked like he was pitiful. In the camp, Phillips finally calmed down his sadness. When he walked to the training ground, he saw Chen Xi's handsome face and a touch of sadness immediately flooded. Dr. Erskine, you don't really want to pick Rogers? I don't have to think about that at all. I've decided it's him. Look at his thin body, I feel sorry for him. Doctor, you can't win wars with kindness. Wars depend on courage. Phillips walked to the side, picked up a grenade, threw it at the crowd and shouted, Grenade. When the group of soldiers heard this, they immediately ran around, looking for cover. Only Steve rushed to the grenade and pressed the grenade tightly with his body, and shouted, Go back, go back. After a while, the grenade didn't explode, and the soldiers knew it was just a test, and only Steve passed. The way they looked at Steve changed, and the little man was impressive again. He's still too thin. Phillips shrugged and walked away. He still didn't support the little Steve, although it was useless. After training, Erskine found Steve, and the two chatted for a long time. Erskine guided Steve to stick to his original intention, be kind, and be brave. Chen Xi also knew that the super soldier experiment was about to start, and he had to prepare the civet cat for the prince. In Peggy's dormitory, only Chen Xi and Peggy were chatting. It was almost time, and Chen Xi suddenly said, Peggy, let's go. Where to go? I said I wanted to leave with you. Peggy knew what the hell Chen Xi was up to, so she naturally wanted to be restrained and let go. Hey, I didn't expect that there are times when Miss Peggy can't afford to lose. Hey. Chen Xi shook his head and said with a sigh. Who said that? Who can't afford to lose? Just leave, I'll do it for you tonight. When she found the steps, Peggy naturally followed, shouting loudly, making it appear that she was the one taking the initiative. Well, Chen Xi was also taken by Peggy. This silly girl has such a big heart. It's the same restaurant, luxurious, refined and stylish. Chen Xi asked the pianist to take a break. He was going to play a famous song in person, Richard Clayderman's song in 1979, The Wedding of Dreams. This dream wedding is for the person I love the most. Our love will be as beautiful as the story, but our love will last forever. Wedding in a Dream hides a touching story. At the border of the dream country, a bonfire rises, stretches, and surrounds. With a little bit of sadness that can't be loved, Peggy was moved to tears. She didn't want to have such an ending. A piece of heartbroken, everyone in the audience became exhausted. Men and women were all moved by the happy and sometimes sad song, and the poignant love was the most moving. Chen Xi, let's not end like that, okay? Peggy said in a low voice, grabbing Chen Xi's show. Peggy, don't you believe me? We will have endless time in the future. Chen Xi's eyes were full of confidence and firmness. Since the goddess gave him a chance, he would definitely soar up to 90,000 miles. Maybe Peggy was deeply moved by the piano just now. She was burning like fire in the first generation, as if she wanted to do Chen Xi very well. Queen Peggy Victoria was full of fanaticism, looked at Chen Xi condescendingly, and vowed to subdue Chen Xi. In order to satisfy Peggy's wish to be a scholar, Chen Xi made a lot of contributions. The early morning sun shone down on the ground and hit Chen Xi's face from the gaps in the curtains. Superman's power began to sing, the hunting moment? Wake up, Peggy, how high the sun is. He rubbed Peggy's hair, trying to wake her up. Don't be noisy, I'll sleep again, I'm so tired. Peggy just murmured, but didn't wake up. Okay, Peggy, didn't your instructor teach you, don't leave your back to the enemy? Looking at the bright and clean, Chen Xi started to play behind the scenes. The Superman gene is back, and he has unlimited power. Chen Xi didn't return overnight, and Raven naturally knew that this dead guy came back and killed him. Howard watched Raven's face blushing and gloated in his heart, Chen Xi, you deserve it. The little fairy was also half dead with anger. This broken toy, forget it. Near noon, Peggy, who was seriously injured, limped downstairs and endured the discomfort. She couldn't go to the military camp, so Chen Xi could only take her home to take care of her. Howard stayed in the villa and waited for Chen Xi to come back. He could watch the show. Hearing the sound of the engine, he was the first to rush out. Peggy, that's you, congratulations. When Howard saw that it was Peggy, he was naturally cowardly, and quickly sent his blessings. Hello, sister, my name is Raven, you are so beautiful, sister. Raven greeted Peggy kindly, uncharacteristically. Sister Raven, you can call me Sister Peggy, you are also very cute. She glanced at Chen Xi secretly, and Peggy also greeted her gently. Knowing that the good show was not over, Howard glanced at Chen Xi in admiration and left in disappointment. Raven wanted to embarrass Peggy at first, but when she saw Peggy, she knew why, and she immediately softened. She was not the culprit. After settling down Peggy, Chen Xi went to Raven. Harmony is the most important thing. Big brother, isn't this normal? It's just a girlfriend, I'm angry that you're hiding it from me. Thank you Raven, I won't hide it from you in the future, Big brother promises. Rubbing Raven's little head, the stone in Chen Xi's heart was put down. By the way, Raven, use your ability to become like me and hit me, Chen Xi suddenly said out of nowhere. Well, I don't know what you want to do. Raven didn't ask any more questions, the big brother did what he did. Ding, the master is attacked by the simulated ability, and begins to analyze, the master is immune to the camouflage ability. Ding, the master is attacked by the simulated ability, start to analyze, the master gets the simulated ability. Raven's ability is a simulation, which seems to be just an auxiliary ability, but how did Sentry come about? It shows that Raven can get a trace of ability. The super soldier experiment is imminent, he plans to become Dr. Erskine, this is a civet cat for a prince, definitely he is not a civet cat, and Erskine is not a prince. After his death, he wanted to modify everyone's memory so that they thought Erskine was blown up to scum. To do this, only Charles's ability is most effective. Chen Xi is ready to meet the Little Mind Master, Little Charles. Charles's home in Westchester County, New York, USA. Charles, who was born into a wealthy family, can be said to be one of the few mutants who had a happy childhood. The Mind Master Charles' ability is powerful, there is nothing special about his physical appearance, and his family is harmonious, so his three views are not extreme. At night, Chen Xi quietly came to this manor like a European castle in the middle world. This is the rich man. Howard, you have to work hard. Whether or not your cousin can live in the castle is up to you. With emotion, Chen Xi quickly saw Charles's figure through perspective, and then knocked on the window. Little Charles, who was concentratingly reading the book, heard the thumping sound of the window, and immediately turned his head to look. Oh God, are you actually flying? I don't know if I don't see it, but I'm startled when I see it. A tall and handsome figure is greeting him outside the window. This is the third floor. Little Charles immediately opened the window and let Chen Xi fly in. This was the first compatriot he had ever met. Sir, it's so cool, you're actually on flight. Your ability is awesome. For thousands of years, human beings have longed for flight. There were many flight experiments very early, and they longed to soar in the sky like birds. Only in recent decades have there been planes, and the human dream of flying has been fulfilled, but everyone yearns to fly by themselves all the time. Charles, flight is just a trick, you are the real God's favorite. Master of the mind. Chen Xi admired little Charles very much, a real benevolent person who has been fighting for racial peace all his life. But looking at little Charles, Chen Xi felt a little distressed about his future, dealing with this group of pigs in Congress and a stupid nation, it was too tiring. Think of China, where every mutant has an ability and an idea, the state arranges combat departments to serve the motherland. If you want to live a quiet life, the state will also arrange clerical work, or you can find a job yourself. There is no racial discrimination in Huaxia. All people are descendants of Yin and Huang, and there are only two ancestors. This is Huaxia's tolerance and greatness. Sir, you also have the mind ability? How do you know my ability? The excited little Charles directly shouted. When Chen Xi said his ability, he wanted to enter Chen Xi's mind to have a spiritual dialogue, but unfortunately failed. Ding, the master is invaded by telepathy. Start parsing, the master is immune to telepathy invasion. Ding, the master has been invaded by telepathy. Start parsing, the master has obtained telepathy ability. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Xi was relieved. With ability, he knew that Charles would definitely invade his mind out of curiosity. Little Charles, it's not a good thing to invade other people's minds casually. When you get used to invasion, you will become indifferent to the mind, understand? You have to control yourself to become strong. Chen Xi began to educate little Charles, and the young Charles was quite unreliable. He relied on his spiritual ability to pick up girls, and he was always at a disadvantage. He would often use his spiritual ability to make fun of others. Thank you, sir. Charles will pay attention in the future. Little Charles was smart, and suddenly realized that he was wrong. Everyone's soul is free, and we cannot interfere with the souls of others at will. Is the soul free? Did I do so much wrong? I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. You are right. Professor X is still Professor X, and he has been very modest since he was a child. Well, I came here this time to tell you that you are not alone. We are not alone. There are our compatriots all over the world, and they are waiting silently. Chen Xi knew that when Mutant showed his fangs, he needed an opportunity to announce his existence to the world. Chen Xi was also waiting for that second-hand Xiao to launch the action that almost led to the Third World War. Our compatriots? Thank you for telling me so much. I will work hard to exercise my ability and contribute to the mutant compatriots in the future. It's okay to understand. Then bye, Charles. Sir, goodbye. Chen Xi left, leaving little Charles pacing back and forth in the room. I'm not alone. There are many compatriots who are suffering and I want to help them. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, his words made Charles start fighting for mutant more than 10 years in advance. Back at the villa, the lights were bright, and everyone was still waiting for him to come back. Before they knew it, he had become the backbone of everyone. Cousin, you're back, then I'll go to bed. Good night. Howard yawned and left. The conscientious J.A.R.V.I.S. also said good night and went back to sleep. Baby, hurry up and rest. Who is your baby? Can you make it clear today? 2 women, 1 big and 1 small, are not good people. You are all, big baby, little baby. Chen Xi is not stupid. Che, get out of here today, I'm with Sister Raven. Yes, yes. Raven echoed. Yes, I'm clean, good night. Chen Xi shrugged, I couldn't offend anyone. Late at night, there was one more person in Peggy's room. Then the two started to move, and Raven was woken up later. Just as Peggy was about to end it, Chen Xi wouldn't let it. Peggy, who couldn't beat Chen Xi, closed her eyes, pretended to be dead, and let him go. The atmosphere at the dinner table in the morning was quite embarrassing, and it was quiet to death. Howard didn't know why, but he knew it was better to leave early, so he hurriedly took 2 bites and hurried away. Because Raven was watching their game, Peggy was even more excited and presumptuous, only to realize how embarrassing it was in the morning. The super soldier serum experiment will be arranged this morning, and I will also go there. Don't worry, I have already agreed with Dr. Erskine. In order to ease the embarrassment, Chen Xi still changed the subject. Well, then I'll go with you, Sister Raven, and let J.A.R.V.I.S. take you to school later. Yes, thank you Sister Peggy, I will share the blessings in the future. I also like watching performances. Raven, who was a big kid, ran away like a victory. Don't worry about her, let's go. Pulling Peggy, Chen Xi went to the camp. He has already agreed with Erskine, Captain America is about to be born, and the Marvel superhero will officially kick off. Peggy drove with Chen Xi to the antique store, where the secret serum injections took place. The doorbell rang, and an old lady walked out of the house. She saw Peggy and asked, "Is the weather great today?" "Yeah, but I always carry an umbrella," Peggy replied. After the old lady heard it, she came to the counter and opened an entrance. Chen Xi felt that if the password was wrong, the old lady would not open the door, but take out the machine gun. When they walked in, all they saw were all kinds of researchers wearing white coats, and Dr. Erskine was standing there. Chen Xi nodded slightly at Erskine, and the two went to the office tacitly. Soon, Dr. Erskine reappeared. Peggy was curious that Chen Xi was gone, and she couldn't find anywhere after searching. However, the experiment was about to start, and Peggy could only wait for Chen Xi to appear. At Dr. Erskine's orders, Steve took off his shirt and blouse, and lay in the device. Near the experimental facility, there are definitely many military generals and high-ranking government officials who came to witness this miracle. Dr. Erskine took the microphone and briefly introduced the speech, and the experiment began. I saw Howard also appeared, and he operated the machine to irradiate Steve with life rays. Steve let out a scream, but when the researchers were about to turn off the machine, Steve stopped them. "Trust me, I can do it." The staff turned on the power to the maximum. After a bright light, all the machines were short-circuited, and the devices were slowly turned on. At this time, Steve, who had grown from a weak chicken to a mighty strong chicken, was revealed, and everyone knew that the experiment was a success. There was cheers, Captain America was born, and the future spiritual leader of the Avengers Alliance was born. The experiment was very successful, Captain America was born, the military thought the plan was quite successful, the R&D funding was not in vain, and they seemed to enjoy the fruits of writing, didn't they? The success of the experiment made everyone relax their vigilance, but they did not know that Hydra had already received the information and sneaked in. When everyone was not paying attention, he took out his pistol and it was bio, and Erskine fell to the ground. "Hurry up, catch the assassin. There are assassins. Doctor, hurry up, save Dr. Erskine." All the personnel panicked. Only the military boss immediately woke up from the shock and commanded the scene. The Hydra soldier was very clear about his purpose, and immediately blew up important research data with a grenade, and successfully escaped. This guy broke through the door and rushed out, not forgetting to turn back and shoot, and grabbed the last super soldier serum. Immediately after that, the military's agent kept shooting, but the man was obviously prepared, and there was a Hydra soldier who just stepped out of the gate. In order to avoid the pursuit of the military agent, the Hydra soldiers kept creating chaos, the car also rampaged, and the grenades were thrown one by one towards the rear agent. Soon, Steve, who turned into a super soldier, rushed out of the store. He wanted to avenge Dr. Erskine. Erskine was his benefactor. From being a soldier to becoming a super soldier, only Erskine looked at him and encouraged him. Chen Xi knew that things were done, and everyone knew that Erskine was dead after such a big commotion and would not have any doubts. It's not that he didn't think about making changes directly to make them think that Erskine is dead, and they should give up after thinking about it. The movement is too small, and there will always be people who doubt it. With the protagonist's halo, Steve quickly adapted to the changes in his body, and his strong body made him quickly catch up with the Hydra taxi. A jump, just in the surprised eyes of the Hydra agent, fell to the roof of the car, and then punched the car glass. The Hydra soldier drew his gun and just bio, even though the distance was very close, the violent shaking of the car, coupled with Steve whose reaction speed was several times faster than ordinary people, made him all empty. The Hydra soldier was pulled out of the car by Steve and thrown on the side of the road like a dead dog. Steve pressed the whereabouts of the super soldier serum, but unfortunately it was broken. Then the Hydra soldiers showed High Claw's ability, poison sac suicide. The military confirmed that Dr. Erskine had become a scumbag, and those research materials had been blown up, which was the consequence of not having a computer. They can only pin their hopes on Steve, and then Steve is honored to become a military panda. However, the formula of super soldier serum was destroyed. The serum has been integrated with Steve's genes, and I want to reverse the launch of super soldier serum. The military plan went bankrupt, and Peggy was also implicated. She was assigned to a civilian job in the training camp. This was not what Peggy wanted at all. It would be better to be Chen Xi's little woman at home. So he resolutely chose to retire from the army and return to the new manor Chen Xi bought to accompany Chen Xi. Steve was also idle in the training camp, playing soy sauce every day, which made him very uncomfortable, but he was on the battlefield. Just when Steve was worried, Congressman Brandt approached him, and Steve stepped into the entertainment industry and became a household name. Senator Brandt used Steve's popularity to sell defense bonds to raise money for the military, and Steve shot propaganda films and toured across the United States, earning the nickname Captain America. Cousin, are you saying that Steve is too tragic? But I really admire him, the three-star star of film and television songs. Ha ha ha. The thick-skinned Howard relies on Chen Xi every day, the magic that he has in mind. Touring? Frontline condolences? Do you think the soldiers watched him as Captain America? I don't think so. Soldiers need beer, cola, and even more long legs and tea fragrance. Chen Xi knew that it was useless to pity Captain America, and he would use his actions to prove to everyone that at the moment Captain America really encountered the low point of his life. When he took the song and dance troupe to condolences to the soldiers on the front line, he suffered huge amounts of insults. Soldiers only like long-legged girls and the aroma of Naika. Captain America, this deceitful guy, go away. A soldier openly takes off his pants and asks Steve to sign his ass, and the insulted Steve breaks down. He ran to the gate of the camp alone, drinking beer silently, and gradually he thought of what Dr. Erskine said to him about being strong, kind, generous, and patient, and he seemed to understand. At this time, an ambulance rushed into the camp, and the wounded were carried down one by one. These soldiers of the 107th Infantry Regiment are really miserable. 200 people, just come back. At most 50 people. The field doctor's voice with deep emotion suddenly reached Steve's ears. Bucky. Steve immediately rushed to the barracks commander, where his legendary life began. Steve's unusual surprise surprised the field doctor, and he said casually, "Isn't this Captain America, scared away by the cruelty of war? Ha ha ha." Steve didn't care about the doctor's jeers, which Steve had grown tired of hearing, and now he's going to find Bucky, his good buddy. It's very unfortunate that Phillips has become the commander here. When he saw Steve coming, he immediately put on a smug look. "Yo, isn't this Captain Stars and Stripes, Mr. Steve? Why are you here?" Phillips, who has never been optimistic about Steve, speaks with cynicism. "Mr. Phillips, I know you don't like me very much, but it's important. I want to know the list of the Azano battles." Steve said straight to the point. "Steve, this is a military secret, no comment. Please, Mr. Phillips, I just want to know about Sergeant James Barnes of the infantry, my only brother." Steve pleaded in a low voice that Bucky was his only brother and relative after his parents died. Even if Bucky kills Howard later, Steve will fight to the death to protect the much-maligned Civil War. Phillips relented when he saw a big man like Steve begging for him, because it was news from a soldier. The rest of the captured, they are 30 miles behind the front line, and they have to pass through the most heavily guarded areas in Europe. Going to rescue will only lose more people, so they can only resign themselves to fate. Phillips told Steve what he knew. "Thank you, Mr. Phillips, I got it." Hearing this, Steve finally felt relieved that if he was captured, he would not die. "Howard, I need your help. I want to save Bucky, save the captured soldiers." Back at his camp, Steve immediately sent a telegram to Howard that he needed a friend's help. Howard on the other side of the ocean quickly received this telegram. Due to Chen Xi's relationship, the plot at this moment was already in a mess. Peggy and Howard were not on the front line at all. When Howard showed Chen Xi the telegram, Chen Xi knew that the plot was at its best. Is the story here? The rise of Captain America begins. Chen Xi slowly calculated, don't worry, Bucky can't die anyway, and can still live in the big world in the future. Dr. Erskine, does your super soldier serum have the energy of Tesseract in it? Chen Xi asked Erskine. No, at that time Red Skull didn't get the Tesseract you said. Is the Tesseract's energy very powerful? That's right, Erskine has been secreted to Chen Xi's manor, and only Howard Page knows how good this old man is, and no one else knows him. Tesseract, the top treasure in the universe. Countless years ago, there were 6 singularities in the universe. After the Big Bang, 6 infinite energy gems representing 6 rules were formed. They control time, space, reality, soul, mind, power, and the universe rules are all under their control. And Tesseract is the space gem. With this gem, you can instantly move anywhere, and move yourself or all objects to any space at will. You can also distort or reorder the space arbitrarily according to your own will, or even create a new space. Therefore, abilities such as space teleportation and space stillness are as simple as breathing in front of the space stone. At the same time, it originally contained an infinite amount of energy. It's a great thing to say, but in fact it's not strong enough and can only be played by Tesseract, just like Comrade Red Skull. This is a myth? No, it may be a myth within a myth. Howard and Erskine were already stunned, the world view collapsed quickly, and they were like microbes in the vast universe. Tesseract, Red Skull doesn't deserve it, Snake Shield doesn't deserve it, Avengers, a bunch of hammers. As for the purple sweet potato essence who came to grab the gem, see how I play with you, Tesseract? That's just wanting to eat shit. Chen Xi kept thinking in his heart, I can use it, but that doesn't mean I can give it to you. The new plan is to think right, educate Red Skull Schmidt, and get back the Tesseract. Red Skull, an old middle school sophomore, has to go through the beatings of society, or he can't let go of his middle school dream. Chen Xi pulled Howard, who was still in a daze, and told him to stop dreaming, pack up and prepare to go. Howard went back to prepare. Chen Xi told Peggy to pay attention to safety, and left the silly girl to her. Peggy knew how to use it, and the silly girl was very obedient. While Steve waited anxiously, Howard landed on the European front in his plane. Thank you very much. If you need it in the future, feel free to speak up. Steve will never refuse. Steve looked at Chen Xi with excitement and sincerity. The brothers are saved. Chen Xi didn't want to fulfill their friendship. He just wanted to Tesseract. Bucky is a shit, and being a killer with no feelings is his destination. Hey, Steve is in your heart. Bucky will always be a beloved brother, and Howard is just a normal friend. Attack Tony with the shield that Howard created for you for life, stop him from avenging his father's death, and try to kill Tony. Tony kept his hands everywhere. He just wanted to avenge his father. This is the responsibility of the Son of Man. The revenge of killing his father is not shared. The executioner will die, and the master behind the scene will also die. If he wants to kill you, Steve, with all the technology, has he used it? Chen Xi wants to teach Howard magic. Inject him with super soldier serum. Puppet Bucky. One hit will kill him. Then let's go quickly. Bucky and the others are still alive and dead. If you go a few minutes earlier, you can save a few more people. Steve said impatiently. Steve, if Bucky hadn't been captured, would you have rescued those poor soldiers? Chen Xi suddenly asked a question out of nowhere, and looked at him calmly. I will, Steve said slowly. Chen Xi didn't say anything. He already got the real answer from Steve's mind. This is human nature. He will not treat Steve as a friend, nor will he target Steve, which is human nature, and Chen Xi will not risk his life for irrelevant people. Okay, let's go, guys. Come with me. Howard led the way. God, Howard, you are amazing. This big guy can get it. Steve thought he was going to drive a small car, but he didn't expect a small transport plane. The car thing is too easy to reveal the target. This guy is very useful. Come up quickly. Howard is quite proud, rich, and willful. Soon, the three of Chen Xi arrived in the sky near the factory behind Hydra that Philip said. Guys, you're going to skydive. I'll go back. Good luck. Howard can only return to the flight. There is no way to park the plane here. That's it. Go back. We will drive back naturally when the time comes. Chen Xi waved his hand and sent Howard to leave quickly. These are all trivial matters. Steve jumped down immediately. He didn't want to waste time. As for Chen Xi, it was impossible for him to skydive, so he flew down with Steve. God, are you an immortal? I heard that there are many capable people in the mysterious East. Steve thought he had met the fairy of the East, and shouted exaggeratedly. Okay, don't think about it. In the East, half of 10 people can do it. Chen Xi was running the train with his mouth full, fooling the group of soft-shelled turtles. He had never been there anyway. Taking advantage of the darkness, the two slowly approached the Hydra factory. Well, Chen Xi just thinks it's a bit interesting to participate in the plot, so you can have fun. Several observation decks around the factory are equipped with searchlights that have been strafing back and forth, and there are also thick steel meshes with barbs on the walls. This is the standard of World War II. The wire mesh is energized, and the searchlights are strafed back and forth. The darkness couldn't block Steve's strengthening sight, and he recognized at a glance the main building that had been smoking black. Bucky and the others must be locked inside. It's just that the factory has always been patrolled by heavily armed soldiers, and it's a bit difficult to sneak in quietly. Just when Steve was thinking about how to sneak in and quietly release the captives, the opportunity came. The protagonist's halo exerted its strength. At this time, 3 trucks stopped at the door to check, obviously transport vehicles, and the opportunity came. Good chance, let's go. After Steve finished speaking, he rolled over and entered the car, but he didn't expect that there were 2 unlucky guys in it. When the 2 were about to scream in horror, Steve quickly knocked the 2 guys unconscious and was about to throw them down. Hey, it's still too tender to dare to kill people. Aren't you afraid that the 2 of you will wake up and ruin your plan? A lot of people will die. As soon as Chen Xi raised his hand, their throats were pinched, and then glanced at Steve. Steve is a little embarrassed. He knows he's still too young. These are enemies, you're dead or I'm dead. The protagonist's halo was added to his body, and no one noticed the movement of the carriage. The soldiers let them go after a casual look. Entering the factory, the 2 change into Hydra soldiers' clothes and start looking for where Bucky and their captives are being held. At this time, when Steve saw 2 Hydra soldiers escorting a long line of prisoners through the factory area, Steve's eyes lit up and followed them into a barracks behind their buttocks. When one soldier brings the captive in and the other stands guard at the door and sees Steve in the same outfit, hey pa, Steve wouldn't be polite again, went up with a series of kicks, then twisted his neck and sent him to hell. In the prison, the lights were dark, and only a human head could be vaguely seen. Slowly the 2 of them went in, but Steve didn't dare to disturb the guard who had just entered. Slowly going inside, the scene inside is horrific, exactly the same as that of a concentration camp. Inside the barracks were dozens of round cages, each stuffed with prisoners. So many captives, like lambs to be slaughtered, are kept here in captivity. They don't care about eating and drinking, they can only wait to die. It's too cruel to have to save them. Steve clenched his fists, turned his head and said to Chen Xi, there is a high platform above the cage, and a guard is pacing back and forth on the high platform. As long as you get him, you can let people out. Steve was about to sneak up on it when he saw that the man had fallen and was lifeless. Steve's face? What is this operation? At this time, a soldier in the cage watched Steve come out of the dark. He carefully looked at Steve's appearance, and always felt familiar, except for this dress. Are you Steve Rogers? Captain America. Yes, I'm Captain America, Steve Rogers, Steve replied. As soon as Steve finished speaking, many people immediately questioned, isn't the Captain of the United States a joker who can dance? Steve sighed, Captain America? What a great irony, every soldier thought he was a joker. Starting today, though, I'll let you know Captain America, not Joker. Steve ignored them, retrieved the key to the cage from the guard, and said, let's open the door together, hurry up. No need, Steve. In Steve's doubts, the prison doors opened automatically, and after a short period of days, everyone came out to move around. They did not cheer, because it is only worthy to go out alive to cheer. To Steve's disappointment, he didn't see Bucky. Could Bucky go missing? Or was killed? With the last glimmer of hope, Steve asked, anyone else? Or another prison? I remember there was a solitary cell, under the factory, a French soldier said to Steve at this point. Thank you. That was the best news Steve had heard today. Guys, we're not safe right now, let's go look for weapons. The Hydra soldiers may find something unusual later. We're going to rush out. Steve exclaimed. He can't be with them anymore. He's going to find Bucky, and after finding Bucky, come over and take them out of the siege. Go find it. I have other things to do. Chen Xi suddenly said, because he has found Red Skull and Zola, 2 guys, Tesseract, at your fingertips. Steve didn't know that they had already exposed. This is not a simple arsenal, but the research base of Schmidt's headquarters. At this moment, Schmidt is closely watching Steve's every move through CCTV. Is this the perfect experiment? I am just a failure, with an ugly face. Jealousy, burning hot, ruined him. Boom, boom. Schmidt heard an explosion outside and turned to look at another monitor. It turned out that the prisoners had obtained weapons and were fighting with Hydra soldiers. The situation was getting worse and worse. What made him even more painful was that more than a dozen guards were casually hammered to death by Steve, without the ability to resist. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to their office, their subordinates could no longer stop them. Schmidt turned to Dr. Zola and said, prepare to evacuate, take our baby. The scientists in the Marvel universe are really weird, some have big heads, some are dwarfs, and some are short-statured. If you don't have a weird shape yourself, you're embarrassed to call yourself a top scientist. Like this comrade Zola. Dr. Zola nervously glanced at the surveillance cameras that switched cameras inside and outside the factory. Our army is so vulnerable, they're just captives? Damn. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, we failed. Schmidt roared especially unwillingly. Damn Erskine, what bloody serum, kill Steve in a minute, just me Red Skull is enough. When Zola heard this, he quickly took the energy weapon experiment notes and prepared to run away. He was most afraid of death. Suddenly Schmidt looked at the control room, pressed a button, and then a countdown clock came on. Obviously it was a self-exploding device. He was going to destroy everything. It doesn't matter if you are a captive or one of your own, including that super soldier experiment Steve. As soon as Steve walked into the corridor, he saw Dr. Zola hurriedly come out. Although Steve didn't know who it was, it didn't prevent him from asking Bucky's whereabouts. Tell me, is there another soldier named Bucky Barnes where he is being held? Said it could save your life. In the office, there's a soldier there. I don't know if he's the one you're looking for. Zola was scared to death and told Steve directly of Bucky's whereabouts. As soon as Zola was thrown away, Steve rushed into the office. Steve walks through the lab's product racks, bottles, and equipment, and starts looking. Bucky Barnes? Are you there? Steve called as he looked. Here, I'm Bucky Barnes, who are you? How does it feel familiar? Bucky looked suspiciously at the tall man in front of him, like his friend Steve. But isn't Steve a weakling? It's me, it's Steve Rogers, buddy. I got super soldier serum and got stronger. Steve. Bucky said, taking a closer look at his friend's new look, a really enlarged version of Steve. Good brother, you are here. I thought I would never see you in this life. It's really nice. The two friends hugged and patted each other on the shoulders. Bucky looked at Steve in disbelief. That little Brooklyn guy finally didn't need my protection? On the other side, the Red Skull who Zola quickly joined together. The Red Skull wearing a human skin mask was carrying a silver safe in his hand. Chen Xi knows that this is the Tesseract, the treasure of the entire universe? Hey, who? Red Skull Schmidt. Right, take off your human skin mask and let me see how ugly you are. The sudden voice made Red Skull and Zola bewildered. Who are you? So arrogant, don't you know that I am the great Red Skull? Boy, it's too arrogant to be a dead man. Red Skull said sullenly, the person who angered him will die. I don't know if I will die, but if you leave that suitcase, you will live. Chen Xi said carelessly. Courting death. The angry Red Skull threw the box to Zola and rushed towards Chen Xi, ready to knock Chen Xi out with a punch. Boom! The retribution came too quickly. With a muffled sound, Red Skull became a Weedang faction, and there were more eunuchs in the world. Slowly walking to Zola, who was shivering and sweating, Zola handed the safe to Chen Xi tremblingly. Big boss, this is you. What you want, please accept it with a smile. Looking at Zola, who was unable to speak, Chen Xi smiled and took the safe. Don't worry, you still have a role. I won't kill you. That's right, Zola is a genius and a little money maker. And Red Skull will definitely die with Captain America Steve. What is a hero? Only the dead are called heroes and will be remembered by people. So Chen Xi felt that it was better for Steve to die honorably. America needed a dead Steve. Red Skull, I won't kill you this time. While the base hasn't exploded yet, run for your lives. Chen Xi said jokingly. You? How do you know? Red Skull's scalp suddenly tingled. So he was penetrated to this point? Go away, keep you, and someone will take care of you. In a good mood, Chen Xi walked out slowly and went back to appreciate this touching Tesseract. On Steve's side, he put his arm around Bucky and led him out of the lab. However, when he saw a Hydra distribution map before he walked out of the laboratory, he silently put it away. With Steve's great power, Hydra soldiers escaped, died, and captured soldiers were saved. Steve, who had just escaped outside the camp, also saw the missing Chen Xi outside. Steve, Captain America, China hero, China hero. The rescued captives finally cheered, safe. Steve finally felt like he was the real Captain America. Brothers, I'll take you home. Steve shouted excitedly to this group of soldiers who had just won the victory. Go home, what an exciting term. Steve is going to take this group of high-spirited soldiers who just won a battle, break the blockade, and they're going home. A group of more than 400 people, with Hydra's super black technology weapon energy gun, energy grenade is naturally full of confidence. Although there are few people, the black technology has surpassed the current era for many years. Taking advantage of the darkness, he directly penetrated the enemy's weak line of defense and rushed to the U.S. military station. At the moment the U.S. military station, in Phillips' office, Colonel Phillips sat in front of the typewriter. Hesitation with his fingers on the keyboard. He didn't know how to send this telegram to the MP. Philip took a deep breath and said, Congressman Brandt, I'm sorry to report that Captain America, Steve Rogers, is dead. This telegram is heavy. Steve's death is a blow to the confidence of the American people too hard, and the Congressional Captain America program will go bankrupt. As Phillips was about to send, there was a sudden commotion outside. Soldiers ran from outside the tent, and excitedly shouted the name of Captain America Steve Rogers. Outside the camp is Steve, slightly wounded and ragged, but his eyes are full of light, and he keeps his word. Steve and Bucky were walking towards the camp, followed by the comrades who were rescued by Steve, and the little crappy convoy with the wounded and sick. Yes, they're back. In the barracks, all the soldiers spontaneously lined up in an aisle to welcome the teammates who had returned from victory. They cheered for Steve and cheered for the soldiers. Colonel Phillips, Private Steve reports to you. Please treat the wounded first. I am willing to accept any punishment. Steve broke free from the arms of his comrades, squeezed in front of Phillips, and shouted. Phillips looked at Steve and then at the soldier who stumbled, feeling deeply for a while. Is this a super soldier? Superhero who really rescued hundreds of people by himself? This time, Phillips felt Steve's change from the inside out. His eyes sharpened, and his sleeping body seemed to be seeing. Because Steve attacked the Hydra factory, successfully rescued his comrades, and was baptized by blood and fire. He's not the Steve he used to be, and he has the courage to face life and death. No need, Private Steve, this is your personal action. I am not your commander. I will report it truthfully, and the military will reward you. Colonel Phillips, thank you, Steve said gratefully. Captain America, Steve, I hope you follow the orders from above next time, you are a soldier. After that, Phillips left. Captain America? Phillips admits me. Understood, Colonel Phillips. Steve yelled at Philip. Congratulations, Steve. There is an old saying in China, the heaven will give great responsibility to the people. You are that person. Chen Xi stepped forward to congratulate. Thank you, without your guidance and help, we couldn't have been so smooth. Steve thanked him sincerely. You're welcome, we each take what we need, and I've already been paid, and I'm quite satisfied. Chen Xi waved his hand, indicating that you're welcome. The officer leaves, the soldiers let go, they hold Steve high, they cheer Steve's nickname. Captain America, Captain America. At this moment, Steve couldn't hold back his smiles and tears any longer. Since the first time he put on the uniform of the United States captain, he has been scorned and insulted, and now he is finally recognized by everyone. Excited, Steve barely slept all night. Early in the office of the Scientific Strategy Expedition, the headline of a newspaper on his desk read, Captain America will be awarded the Medal of Honor. Steve wasn't interested in the award ceremony, and decided to study the Hydra location map with Phillips and Howard. However, they were more interested in those energy guns and energy magazines, which were too dark technology. According to Steve, this is probably the most powerful individual weapon in history. There was a hint of bitterness in Howard's voice. He had always been proud that he could create the most powerful weapon at present, but this time he lost. The energy gun can instantly vaporize a person without any trace. This kind of technology should not exist in the world. Howard carefully picked up the magazine and said, if it wasn't for Steve to bring it back, I really don't believe it, at least a weapon that is more than half a century old. Howard admired Schmidt's scientists to the extreme, a genius among geniuses. This is the Tesseract, the space gem, the treasure with infinite energy, even one in a trillion? Howard sighed, if Schmidt is willing to share this thing with the mustache, then this war, we lost. His words silenced everyone for a while. Now the situation in World War II is very favorable to them, but such a weapon suddenly appears, and it may be turned over in an instant. Guys, don't get discouraged. Don't we still have a chance? Phillips encouraged, pointing to the map. Colonel Phillips is right, we have the maps and we can destroy these weapons bases. Steve said loudly, and this moment seemed to make him stand up. I heard from Bucky that those energy weapons and ammo are spread out across bases, and we're going to hurry up, Steve said. Bucky really overheard a lot of Hydra secrets when he was locked in the lab as a guinea pig. Phillips looked at Steve and smiled. Steve, do you have the confidence to lead a special force to accomplish this arduous task? Promise the job, Colonel Phillips. Steve promises loudly, he's Captain America. Man, I think you will especially like this guy, he is my proudest art. Howard suddenly made a shield with the stars and stripes printed on it. The fateful encounter, the Vibranium shield, the weapon that accompanies him throughout his life. In this way, the Roaring Commando came into being. This is a legendary special team that played Hydra. Their decision, Chen Xi has no interest, and he is not American. Telling Howard to return to New York immediately, and asking him to prepare a lot of AK-47 and ammunition. Chen Xi flew back to New York alone. Chen Xi returned to New York at noon, and the house was quiet, except for a few nanny chats. There was no movement. What about Peggy? Sir, Mrs. Peggy went out shopping and said she wanted to buy clothes for Mr. and Miss Raven. Well, it's all right, you go down. In the basement, Chen Xi took out the Tesseract, the treasure of the Marvel Universe, from the system space. Chen Xi, how could you get Tesseract so quickly? A voice sounded from Chen Xi's mind. Little fairy, I haven't seen you for a long time, she is still so pretty, cute and charming. Chen Xi came up with a rainbow fart, and he didn't spend any money to say good things anyway. Che, how can you be so chic, 3 people a day? The little fairy immediately despised this beast, not a good person. Is the performance good? It doesn't look good. Chen Xi almost burst out laughing. This system elf also has a peeping habit. I'm talking to you, don't interrupt. Tesseract, including the remaining infinite gems, collect them well, they will be of great use to you in the future. The little fairy's face was restrained, and she solemnly said to Chen Xi, as for why, she did not explain. Don't worry, I definitely know the ability of the 6 infinite gems. Goodbye, this fairy is going to take a beauty sleep. The little fairy went offline after she finished speaking. The ghost knows why she went. Chen Xi is a little worried, how to use this thing. The system ran away without a word. He didn't want to wear an ugly pair of gloves every day. Huh? What's going on? Where is this? Suddenly, Chen Xi felt that he was in another dimension, and his mental power perception was different. Outlander, you shouldn't snatch the Tesseract, this is not the treasure you deserve. A calm, confident and compassionate voice appeared, and then Chen Xi saw a bald woman. Ding, the master was attacked by the mirror space magic and began to analyze. The master is immune to the mirror space and cannot force the master. Ding, the master was attacked by the mirror space magic, and began to analyze, and the master obtained the mirror space magic. The system's prompt made Chen Xi's eyes shine, so he got all the mirror space magic ability of Ancient One. Ancient One, hurry up and beat me, my skin is itchy, hurry up and beat me. Oh, right. The dignified Ancient One magician also cares about the real universe? Don't you think you care too much? Chen Xi provoked directly, come on, hit me. You are wrong, you are an alien invader, and other latitudes invade. I will naturally come forward, and your shot will disrupt the original order of the universe. Ancient One still answered tepidly, his heart was still like water, and nothing seemed to arouse her mood swings. Okay, let's see how many ability you have to manage this matter. Chen Xi thinks that if you don't take action, I can't take action? See if you resist or not? Chen Xi didn't do anything else, just used a pure close-up fighting technique. Straight punches, knee strikes, leg whips, collapse punches. Naturally, Ancient One is not a fool, and it is impossible to be beaten passively. Ancient One is Camartage Sorcerer Supreme, and she has too many abilities. She can convert magical energy into invisibility, energy projection, penetrating objects, longevity, illusion, flight, hypnotic ability, shield, alchemy, psychokinesis, teleportation, and many other super abilities. Seeing that Chen Xi started melee attacks and naturally condensed a magic shield to resist Chen Xi's attack, she directly chose to confront Chen Xi head-on. No wonder people said that Marvel's magician likes to do nothing. When the magic shield blocked Chen Xi's punch, Ancient One also used her favorite astral projection, ready to punch out Chen Xi's soul, and slowly cleaned up. Ding, the master is attacked by astral projection and begins to analyze. The master is immune to astral projection. Ding, the master is attacked by astral projection, starts to analyze, and the master gains the ability of astral projection. Okay, thank you Ancient One for the ability sent by Old Iron. Iron Juice, come on. What's going on? Why did your soul get attacked, and you went back the moment you left the body? Ancient One asked with deep shock. Ancient One, I can boast latitude, and my spiritual power can be defeated at will. Chen Xi casually said nonsense. Humph. This time Ancient One has learned to be smart. This guy's body is indestructible, and it's not good to fight him head to head. I don't believe it anymore. Your body is still so hard inside. That's right, Ancient One opened a portal directly in Chen Xi's heart, ready to hit him hard. This move is really too ruthless. The moment the portal started, Chen Xi's heart was about to leave him, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Ding, the master was attacked by space teleportation, and began to analyze. The master is immune to space teleportation attacks. Unable to teleport the master. Ding, the master was attacked by space teleportation and began to analyze, and the master got space teleportation. The Ancient One over there saw that the corner of Chen Xi's mouth was bleeding, and immediately showed a happy expression, seeing that your body is strong, it is not injured. Seeing this, Ancient One will take advantage of your illness to kill you. Directly use Psychokinesis Big Hand to bombard Chen Xi's heart violently, and tens of thousands of tons of power directly blast Chen Xi to vomit blood. Ha ha ha, cool. That's right, Chen Xi did it on purpose, he gave up his resistance, that is, he led Ancient One to attack him. Ding, the master is attacked by psychokinesis. Start to analyze. The master is immune to the fatal attack of psychokinesis. Ding, the master is attacked by psychokinesis. Start to analyze. The master gets the psychokinesis ability. Ha ha ha, Ancient One, what other means do you have? Take it out and see. Chen Xi flew in front of Ancient One again and said with a mocking tone, I really can't shake your body. I admit defeat. I hope your excellency will forgive my mistakes and don't cause harm to the world. Ancient One conceded defeat, bent over and begged Chen Xi's forgiveness. It's not impossible to forgive you. Camartage magic will be open to me in the future. Time gem, temporarily in your hands. Chen Xi directly opened his mouth and slaughtered the Ancient One with all his might, not slaughtering the white. Okay, everything is up to you. Camartage is always ready to sweep the bed. After saying that, Ancient One just disappeared. It's so embarrassing that it can't break the defense. Ancient One, should this be considered as the nutrition fee for the uncle? My blood is so valuable. With a murmur, Chen Xi also left the mirror space. Chen Xi returned to his room from the basement, asked the servants to get some hot water, and cleaned up for himself. This is vomiting blood and rolling on the ground. Just for that little ability, Chen Xi feels that he can definitely be rated as a model worker or something, so dedicated. After taking a bath, Chen Xi looked in the mirror. He found himself handsome again. Brother, you are awesome too. Chen Xi has found out that men look like their whole body after taking a shower, while women look like their original shape after taking a shower. After cleaning himself up, Chen Xi started a salty fish life again, basking in the sun, teasing Raven's little Loli, and adjusting the breath, the elder sister Peggy. Is this the correct way to open up life, to go to the world? Probably another beating. What is Jianghu? Jianghu is not fighting and killing. Jianghu is a human accident? Chen Xi, who was basking in the sun and enjoying his life, suddenly thought of something. System, everyone's system has an attribute panel, why don't you have it here? I have so many abilities, so I can't organize it properly. Chen Xi suddenly felt that there was no one reliable. The elf was not online all day, and breaking the system was also boring. Look at other people's systems, it's not giving benefits to the owner, or just chatting with them, their own system is nothing. Ding, the master is wrong, the system has always had an attribute panel, but the master never asked. Well, you see, this is annoying, it has learned to hate people, it is nothing. Okay, you're right, open the property panel. Ding, the master property panel is being generated. Ding, please take a look at the master. Owner, Chen Xi. Age, 23. Realm, level Godfather, immortal and immortal. Strength, 200,000. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 100,000. Ordinary adults set the attribute to 1. Constitution, ancient Doomsday gene. Infinite evolution. Ability, magnetic field control, energy absorption, shapeshifting simulation, telepathy, mirror space, psychokinesis, space teleportation, astral projection, super strength, super speed, super flight, super defense, super vision, super hearing, perspective, searing sight, super breathing. Items, tesseract, phone dummy. Looking at his gorgeous attribute panel, Chen Xi finally nodded with satisfaction. Now he feels a lot better. Let's enjoy it every day, beautiful sizzle. With a satisfied smile, Chen Xi lay in the yard and basked in the sun all afternoon, until Raven came back from school. Raven, how's school going now? Was it fun? Did you meet any new friends? Chen Xi came up with 3 consecutive meals, caring about his daughter like an old father. Thank you to my big brother for letting me go to school. I met a lot of classmates. Well, everyone treats me very well. I didn't reveal my ability. Raven tilted her head and thought about it. It was a really good experience. There were many children playing with her. Chen Xi thinks about it too. Stars and Stripes children are polite and happy. They don't have much homework. What about yourself? Learning to learn. Fortunately, she is extremely smart, and is the smartest and most cunning genius in the world. He was admitted to a good university and almost reached the pinnacle of life. He did not become a slippery fish taught by a physical education teacher. Chen Xi hugged Raven and chatted with her, while rubbing her little head, living an uncomfortable life of salted fish. When the sun was about to set, Peggy came back with a big bag and a small bag. Chen Xi has bought several clothes in the more than 10 days since he came to the Marvel world. Peggy, who is free, must take good care of Chen Xi's life. Come on, Raven, here are your clothes, try them all. Peggy happily handed Raven several beautiful little dresses. This little loli is both her daughter and her good comrade in arms. Because of Raven's presence, she was extraordinarily mental at night. Ha 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 ha. Husband, here are your casual clothes and suits, try them on and see how my husband fascinates thousands of girls. Peggy walked and handed Chen Xi some clothes to try on. Raven and Chen Xi looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, let her go. Soon, neatly dressed Chen Xi and Raven appeared in front of Peggy. After Peggy's own selection of clothes, they are perfect, and they are even better. Elegant, charming, noble, bohemian temperament, with a flawless face, tall and fit body. Seeing this, Peggy's eyes became more and more obsessed. Is this her husband? You saved the galaxy in your last life. Ha ha ha. Seeing Peggy in this state, Chen Xi quietly said to Raven, Raven, quickly take the camera and take a picture. This is black material. Hearing this, Raven's eyes lit up, then his eyes narrowed into a cute crescent shape, and he quietly went to get the camera. Crack, kick. Continuously pressing the shutter of the cannon barrel recorded Peggy's obsessed face and eyes. Where did the camera sound? The awakened Peggy looked around, but before she could react, Chen Xi put the camera in the space. You heard it wrong, I was talking to Raven about the future development of the camera, and I just imitated the jam. Chen Xi is talking nonsense, let's fool it and talk about it. Really? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? I went to elementary school. The agent's instinct told her that there was something tricky about this, but she just couldn't tell. Okay, suspicious. Let's go to dinner. Chen Xi forcibly pulled Peggy, and went to the restaurant to eat together with Raven, who was giggling. After dinner, there are not many entertainment facilities in this era. It can only be performed by Peggy, Chen Xi, and Raven will watch it. Anyway, I will never get tired of watching it. Such a small day is quite beautiful, it is better than being alone in the past. Ding, a new week has begun, please start to sign in. Please start to sign in. Your sister, you've been ding non-stop in the early morning, can you be smarter? Chen Xi was instantly annoyed, brother is already invincible, you know, graduated long ago, sign up? Ding, please start to sign in, please start to sign in. Pissed. A mouthful of old blood almost spurted out, and was forcibly held back by Chen Xi's supreme magic. Sign in now. Chen Xi gritted his teeth and said, is he already invincible? Who is calling invincible? Which one is undefeated? I am the only one who will destroy the world, and one person will destroy the eternity? Ding, congratulations to the master for successfully signing in, getting a Terminator T-1000, a liquid robot. This thing is not bad, at least it is a good spy, clearing the soldiers, and guarding the home, it is also not bad. Seeing the T-1000 in the system space, Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction. It's better to be a head of bodyguards than a toothpick stone. Pat the pee-pee of the 2 girls and tell them to get up and pack up, eat breakfast, go to school, and go shopping. I was having breakfast when Howard came. It was a coincidence that he came earlier. Howard often eats Chinese food and also fell in love with Chinese food. Cousin, I have prepared 10,000 AK-47s and 2 million bullets for the AK-47 you want, and a lot of anesthesia, painkillers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Okay, Howard, the money will be deducted from the share. Chen Xi nodded. He couldn't let Howard pay, it was worthless anyway, so why owe him favor? Okay, cousin, I'll put it in a warehouse in Stark Industries. Wait a minute, I'll help you transport it wherever you want. Howard was not polite to Chen Xi either, it was a worthless thing. This AK-47 shines brightly in the European battlefield. The weather in Europe is too cold now, but the AK-47 has no problems. Picking it up is a chug-chug, and Xiaobeard almost fainted when he heard the news. If he had discovered the AK-47 earlier, he would have copied it. Why did it fail miserably in Russia? Because of the weather, and because of this, the AK-47 became famous, and the history of Stark industry was famous all over the world. Various orders floated into Howard's office like snowflakes. Although he knew that the structure of the AK-47 could not be concealed for a long time, he had already applied for a patent, and it would be peaceful in the future. Who made the AK-47 and could not give him money? Cousin, how do you transport it? There are several trucks. Why do you need to look for a car? Can't you trust me? Howard looked puzzled. The mountain man has his own plan, don't worry about it. Chen Xi smiled mysteriously, leaving Howard confused. No matter how good you Howard, can you transport this batch of arms to the country on the other side of the ocean? By the time you ship by sea, the little devil is about to surrender. That's right, it's been half a month since he came to this world, and he still can't let go of his motherland. He has the same blood as them, and he can't let go of the blood. He told himself over and over again, this is Marvel, they are not your compatriots, they are just Huaxia in different time and space. But it's useless at all, the descendants of Yan and Huang are suffering, how can he hang on high without his own business? Although Chen Xi looks sloppy and glib, he has never changed his Huaxia heart and Yan Huang affection. Okay, Howard, let's go to your warehouse. Pulling Howard, who had just finished eating, Chen Xi set off. Howard drove the car, and Chen Xi whistled and hummed a ditty. He was in a good mood. Because he is going home, the motherland of this different time and space. Soon, Howard arrives at a secret warehouse in Stark. Passing by 7 or 8 dark posts secretly, and seeing their own boss Howard, this group of mercenaries released with peace of mind. Howard, you're all right here. I'll send you Erskine with a slightly shape-shifting shape in a few days. You guys continue to study the super soldier serum that has no side effects. This time, add Rubik's Cube energy to see it. Seeing that it is safe enough to hide here, the outside is a factory coat, and the inside is Stark's largest arms warehouse, which is safe enough at this stage. Okay, you make arrangements. Howard nodded. Entering the warehouse, you can see that the loaded AK-47 still has millions of rounds of ammunition, as well as boxes of medicines. These are all life-saving things? Chen Xi stepped forward, waved his hand, and everything was loaded into the system space. Oh, shit, God, Virgin Mary of fake, what the hell is going on? Cousin, is this your magic? Howard was so excited again, this must be the power of magic, I want to learn it. Howard looked at Chen Xi with small eyes, as if I would immediately cry to show you. Don't worry, I'll take you to learn magic when I get back, but you have to hold back your loneliness, and Stark Industries will be greatly affected. Chen Xi analyzed the interests and let Howard listen to him. As for the choice, it was up to him. Money is what I want, and beauty is what I want. If it's magic, both can be thrown away. A piece of shit that doesn't make sense can also make Howard get together. You kid is really a fucking talent. Howard, I really didn't expect that you still have this ability. Come, my cousin will teach you one of the most powerful words, and follow me. Chen Xi sees that this guy is very capable. Cousin Chen Xi will teach you a word. Wait, lie down, Xiao, slot. Oh, lie down? Zio, slot. Hey, by the way, read it with me, damn it. With a vicious tone, come again. Teacher Chen Xi is at least the 5th grade of elementary school. Lying trough, lying trough, lying trough. Howard has changed several tones, and the last one finally has that taste, and the children can be taught. Don't do it in the future, watch it, God. Fake, there is no bullshit culture. When you listen to the crap, you are very cultural and imposing. Chen Xi was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and Howard kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. By the way, put some Italian guns on your cousin and get 100 rounds. Chen Xi suddenly thought of Italian guns. Okay, only America cannons. Also, after being a teacher and teaching apprentices, Chen Xi went home with great enthusiasm, and it was another rewarding morning. Arrived home at noon, had a delicious lunch, hugged Loli Raven, basked in the sun in the yard, and took a nap. This kind of cat-like Loli's life is too comfortable, a life that doesn't change how much money you give. Lazy time in the afternoon is always fast. Raven went to school. Chen Xi continued to bask in the sun alone. Definitely, what should come will always come. When I told Eric to come to him after he settled down, this kid still came. Sir, a boy named Eric is here. The servant came to announce. Okay, I know. Chen Xi had already sensed Eric's arrival, got up and went back to the lobby to meet Magneto, the shark. Sir, you are here. Seeing Chen Xi coming in, the boy Eric quickly stood up. That rainy night, the invincible figure was firmly engraved in the boy's heart. Don't be nervous, Eric, just be your home. Seeing that Eric was a little nervous, Chen Xi comforted him first. Thank you, sir. Eric just relaxed a little bit. You've settled your mother, right? You're 14 years old, and you're a man. You must protect your family, understand? Chen Xi felt that Eric was still a good boy. As long as his mother was there, Eric would not go down the road of no return. Sir, according to your instructions, I have arranged identities for my mother and myself. I have also bought a country house and settled my mother. Now my mother is living a very comfortable life and is very satisfied with her current life. Eric talked about his mother, and his face slowly smiled. Maybe his mother was his last harbor and last tenderness. Well, I believe you are a good boy, Eric. There is a saying in Huaxia, filial piety comes first. Sir, I want to hear your arrangement. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Eric said firmly. Chen Xi was his and his mother's savior, and he would obey his arrangements no matter what. Eric, it's good for you to think like this. You don't act impulsive, you decide. Well, your task now is to learn knowledge. From Chen Xi's point of view, Eric used to be illiterate. Knowledge? What can that do? What do you know? Think about it. Without knowledge, do you know how to do things and make strong plans? Without knowledge, do you know how to develop your ability? Have you understood your own ability? Chen Xi's words are all about the shit that the future Magneto will do, and it's really nothing. None of the plans were successful. To the death, only the magnetic field of the metal was controlled first, and the control of other items was not as good as 1/10. People who don't know Marvel movies still think he is the king of iron. He is specially responsible for blacksmithing. If he leaves metal, he is nothing, and he has to bring a pile of metal to fight. Thank you, sir, I see, knowledge makes me stronger. Eric nodded. Rizai can be taught. Tomorrow, I'll arrange a school for you, where there is a mutant named Charles. You can get in touch with him more, and you may be the best friends for life in the future. Chen Xi intends to let the leaders of the positive and negative factions meet since childhood, and I don't know what kind of sparks will be wiped out. Okay, I listen to Mr. S' arrangement, study hard, and enhance my own strengths. Go ahead, come here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll ask J.A.R.V.I.S to arrange your admission. See you tomorrow, sir. See you tomorrow. A non-disabled Professor X, a literate Magneto, such a Marvel universe would be too interesting. J.A.R.V.I.S, do me a favor and arrange for Eric Laneshare's teen to go to Dalton Elementary School in Queens to be in the same class as Charles Xavier. Chen Xi made a call directly to J.A.R.V.I.S. This trivial matter is a phone call to J.A.R.V.I.S. Okay, Mr. Chen Xi. J.A.R.V.I.S responded. The surprises of life are far more than that. In the evening, Raven brought a big surprise to Chen Xi. In fact, Raven met a girl about her age, Emma Frost, at school. Then after school in the evening, I brought my sister-in-law Yang home and invited them to dinner. Big brother, come here quickly, I'll introduce you to a new friend. From far away, Chen Xi heard Raven's shouts outside. New friend? This Raven brings people home, and is not afraid of other parents' opinions. Chen Xi then walked out with curiosity. Big brother, let me introduce you to my new friend, Emma Frost. Emma, this is my big brother Chen Xi. Raven was very happy to introduce them to each other. This was his first friend. Emma Frost? My darling, this is the famous White Queen. After growing up, she is the queen of the country and the city with an explosive body. Hee, still Raven is reliable, knowing that the big brother made a surprise, no pain in vain. Hello, I'm Raven's big brother, Chen Xi. Chen Xi greeted Emma with a charming smile. Hello, I'm Emma Frost, I know you very well. Emma was a little afraid to look into Chen Xi's eyes. A girl's feelings are always poems, and at the beginning of her love affair, she met a man who made her amazed all her life. Maybe if you are looking for a man, you can't find the person who is too amazing for you, because at a glance, you will be with you for a lifetime. Looking at Emma Frost, whose face was reddish and her fingers were bowed, Chen Xi recalled her tragic childhood. Few mutants grew up healthy and happy. Emma Frost was born in a wealthy family in Boston, USA, but her family life is not happy. Her father is a ruthless and dictatorial businessman, and her mother often abuses psychotropic substances due to family pressure. Emma suffers from the cruelty of her family. The only teacher who gave Emma hope, but because of Emma's inappropriate behavior, her father found out and fired the teacher. After that, Emma gradually became indifferent and began to alienate ordinary people and was reluctant to deal with people. Finally joined Hellfire, became a villain, and later joined the X-Men, and the final ending was not good. After all, Emma is a poor man. But what does it have to do with him? Chen destruction. I've seen it, I've conquered it. The plot is meant to be broken, and history is meant to be rewritten. From now on, here are all your good friends. You can come to Raven often, or just live here. Chen Xi cares about Emma very much and hopes to make her life a little better. When he comes back, he will bring Emma out of that indifferent family. Thank you big brother. You are the first person to care about me so much. Big brother is so nice. Emma was very touched. She from telepathy can sensitively know lies and the truth, and once again felt that this place is really warmer than home. During dinner, Chen Xi asked a few Huaxia chefs he specially found to show off their cooking skills and entertain Emma well. It was also the first time for Emma to eat such delicious food. The world has such delicious food. Thank you, big brother, and uncle chef. This is the best meal I have ever eaten in my life. While eating, Emma thanked Chen Xi for her hospitality. The girl was always sincere, her mouth was full, and she would not pretend to be reserved at all. Emma can come every day if he likes, Raven, and we like you a lot. Yeah, just look at me and say everyone likes you. Raven is very happy. When she brought Emma here before, Emma was afraid. She was lonely since she was a child, and she was especially afraid of the indifferent eyes of others. She longed for the approval of others. After dinner, Raven took Emma back to her room and shared her toys with Emma, two people about the same age, and there was always something to talk about. Peggy, I'm going to go back to China tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to help my compatriots, will you come with me? Lying on the sofa, Chen Xi told Peggy about his plans and asked her for her opinion. Huaxia, at this time, you have the ability to go back to help your compatriots, but now the plane is not safe, the cruise ship is too slow, and there are so many arms. Peggy analyzed it, it's too unrealistic, the arms can't be brought back, it's really dangerous. Look, what is this? With a wave of Chen Xi, the cup on the coffee table disappeared, and with another wave, the cup appeared again. God, how did you do it? Honey, is this magic? Peggy covered her pretty face in surprise. Well, this is magic, you can think of me as a magician. Magician? Isn't this a legend? It actually appeared in my life. Peggy's eyes were full of incredible. Chen Xi didn't explain much, it was his biggest secret. Also, come with me and take you somewhere. Chen Xi randomly drew a circle with both hands, only to see sparks flickering, and the other end was actually the Statue of Liberty. Holding the stunned Peggy, Chen Xi collapsed in one step and appeared on the statue of his own goddess. Baby, do you have any questions? Chen Xi looked into Peggy's eyes affectionately, as if to melt her. In this situation, Peggy's indescribable excitement crossed 10,000 meters in an instant, standing on the Statue of Liberty overlooking New York. Who else? The two kissed each other, and Peggy wanted to make this moment eternal. This was her man. Husband, am I not dreaming? You can pinch yourself, ha ha ha. Peggy pinched herself decisively. It hurt a little, but it was real, not a dream. Thank God for letting my husband come to my world. Peggy folded her hands and bowed her head in prayer. Cut, if God really knew of my existence, he would definitely come across the border and kill me. Chen Xi pouted and couldn't help but complain. Huh? Why? How old are you? People will care about you. Peggy suddenly rolled her eyes at Chen Xi, a self-assured fellow. Will his old man have time to take care of you? You will find out later. Chen Xi did not continue to explain, but returned to the villa with this exploding daughter-in-law. Aren't you coming with me now? Go, go, I have never set foot in that mysterious land. All problems are not problems, Peggy decisively chose to enter a mysterious country. Time passed quickly, and Emma and Raven slowly came out of the room. It's time to go back, otherwise his father will lose his temper again, and when he comes, he will be unhappy. Reluctantly, Emma looked at Raven, looked at Chen Xi, and walked out one step at a time. Her housekeeper and driver were already waiting for her, and when she got into the car, Emma burst into tears as a warm voice came to her heart. Emma, you will no longer be alone, in this world, there are still many of our compatriots. Emma left with excitement and feeling, this place that made her feel warm, she believed that life would be better and better in the future, and he believed in that warm voice. The time difference between New York and Huaxia in America is about 12 hours. Now it is 9 o'clock at night in New York, and it happens to be daytime in Huaxia. Peggy, do you want to go there now? There will be jet lag over there. Now in the past, please call me Kate Agent, sleep less, it doesn't matter if you don't sleep. Peggy raised her head arrogantly, don't underestimate people. Okay, let's go then. Chen Xi said to Raven, and they set off. Anyway, there is a silly girl with Raven, and they are relieved. Gorgeous sparks flashed and the stars moved. This was a mysterious magic that instantly transported the two to Huaxia, thousands of miles away. The Huaxia water in Marvel is quite deep, but this is the integrated Marvel movie universe, which is naturally a lot shallower. But even in the comics, Chen Xi doesn't care, and the ancient Doomsday has nothing to fear. Husband, where is it now? It's so desolate, no one can see it. This is my motherland, the land of Yanhuang. She is suffering now, and all the living are going to fight. Chen Xi looked at the desolate mountains and rivers, and his heart was desolate. This is the land of the three Qins. The former glory is being trampled on. They should be damned. Anyo, do you only have one mission to know now? That is to assassinate the top officials of the devils, killing them without a leader, and their hearts are broken. Looking at the devastated land, Chen Xi's voice was very cold, like a cold wind in the cold. As ordered, my master, Arnold does his best. After speaking, he quickly disappeared on his motorcycle. Since the T-1000 was activated, Chen Xi gave him a name, Arnold. Again Chen Xi's bad taste. Chen Xi believes that no little devil can escape Arnold's assassination, the Liquid Terminator, who is elusive in this era. Come on, Peggy, let's go into town and see. Husband, don't be sad, the important thing is to avenge them. Peggy's eyes were a little red. Just when she saw Chen Xi's appearance, she suddenly felt very distressed. She finally understood it, hiding the patriotic feelings in the hearts of every Chinese. Yes, I want to avenge them, thank you wife. Chen Xi's tone was full of firmness, the deceased is gone, and the living must work harder. Chen Xi was holding Peggy's fast flight, and she didn't know where she went. Anyway, in an instant, after passing hundreds of miles, she finally saw a small county town. Landed in a deserted place, ready to enter the city to live and inquire about news. At the gate of the city, a team of 2 devils and a few little devils are investigating the people who come and go. They don't give any benefits, and they can't get in at all. The common people can only swallow their anger, otherwise they will be beaten. Stop, what about you? Boy, don't you give me any favors from Mr. Huang. Wearing dog skins, wearing a tattered hat crookedly, 2 devils with crooked mouth and slanted eyes, came over in groups of 5. Chen Xi just glanced at him and was about to go inside. Good boy, it's too arrogant. Yo, there are foreign girls, Yanfu is good, come on, take it for me. The 2 yellow-haired devils suddenly came up with a bad idea. Who can control this troubled world? Brother Huang, forget it, forget it. Look at this kid dressed so well, clean, and with a foreign girl. We can't afford it. Let's withdraw. One of Huang Mao's men with good eyesight suddenly pulled Huang Mao and discouraged him. When Huang Mao heard this, he was immediately angry. He looked like a foreigner, and he was afraid of that? Go on, it's not easy for anyone to come. Where have his group of turtle subordinates seen the world? This time they caught a big fish, and they didn't try to extort them. Wait, you are betraying your country to seek glory. In the fish and meat town, you don't want to serve the motherland. Aren't you afraid of God's condemnation? Chen Xi shouted and scolded them for their actions. Stop talking nonsense, give money, don't give money and beat half to death, we'll pay for it yourself. Come on, brothers. Self-inflicted, can't live, stubborn. Before they could get close, Chen Xi took out his AK-47 and swept away. Choo choo choo. The gunshots sounded, and those 2 devils fell to the ground, their eyes wide open before they died, with incredible eyes. The sound of gunshots woke up a few little devils who were sleeping, and they rushed over with 3 or 8 big covers. Bag, bag, they're all dead. Bang, bang. Peggy pulled the trigger and solved these 2 at will, and it really died. From the sound of the gunshots at the city gate to the end, it only took a minute, and the people who had woken up scattered like birds and beasts. By the time the soldiers patrolling the city wall reacted, Chen Xi and Peggy had long since disappeared. In a nice-looking restaurant in the county seat, Chen Xi and Peggy were listening to people's discussions while tasting side dishes. Hey, does the big guy know? A few little devils died at the city gate just now, and there are still a dozen or so 2 devils. What's the matter, Brother Zhang? I'm not there. Isn't it simple? Then Huang Mao insisted that people pay, and if they didn't give the money, they would rob them. As a result, they met ruthless people, stunned them, and even killed a few devils. Okay, well killed, these traitors and lackeys. Yes, good kill. The crowd burst into applause, as relieved as if they had killed themselves. Also, a few days ago, Li Yunlong led the independent regiment to launch an ambush in Yelinjiao. He encountered 2 squadrons of the Kwantung army of Gaizei and launched a tragic hand-to-hand battle, wiping out 371 Gaizei and 358 casualties. That shocked the entire northwestern Shaanxi province. Ah, the old Zhang has called to praise. Awesome. Little devil is the grasshopper of the autumn queen, and it won't be a few days to jump around. Listening, Chen Xi was shocked. Darling, goddess, what world did you kick me into? Chen Xi's brain is buzzing. Good guy, the collision of fantasy and fantasy, let alone Marvel Heaven and Sun Wukong really exist. Even if a saint suddenly appears in the future, he will not be shocked, because this is not a joke. As soon as it comes, it will be safe. Bull, ghost and snake god, I will destroy it with one punch, and kill a bright world. Boss, check out. Now that Laoli was found, Chen Xi didn't plan to stay. The Battle of Ping'an in 1943 started immediately, and the entire northwestern Shaanxi province was turned into a pot of porridge. Guest officer, our small family doesn't charge American money, so we can't use it. The shopkeeper's face was embarrassed. This handsome young man looked like a big family. He must have real money. The key is that he can't spend it? The shopkeeper, wait a minute, I paid out the hero's money. The shopkeeper's voice just fell, and Lao Zhang, who had just told everyone about the matter vividly, stood up and called out a hero? How can a hero pay for his meal? Although I am not a rich man, I still have this little money. Lao Zhang looked at Chen Xi with reverence, and said very boldly, oh, why does this uncle call me a hero? Hero, you don't know, it's spread all over the place now. Heroes come down from the sky, kill devils, slaughter puppet troops, and have a blonde foreign girl by their side. I recognize this bullet in Lao Zhang at a glance. Lao Zhang smiled. Explained. So that's the case, then thank you uncle for entertaining. In this way, take these few money, in case it is useful, uncle don't have to refuse. Chen Xi just stuffed a few US dollar bills into Lao Zhang's pocket to express his gratitude. This is the bold and simple hometown people, darn little devil. Old Zhang, I'm not happy about this. Since I'm a hero who kills devils, it's my honor to eat some side dishes in my restaurant. Where can I collect money? I'm still not human. You don't have to help. Paid. The shopkeeper's eyes widened when he heard it. This is amazing. If I received the hero's money, wouldn't I be scolded in the spine? I guess I can say anything. Most Chinese people value their reputation more than their lives. Okay, thank you for your hospitality, Chen Xi, thank you very much. Wait for Chen Xi to do one thing for everyone. The elders and villagers are so generous and righteous, Chen Xi said that it is impossible not to be moved. Damn little devils, let you make gifts. Everyone at the scene knew that the hero was here. They enthusiastically surrounded Chen Xi and walked out of the restaurant. They invited Chen Xi to come home with them, and gave a good reception. Folks, my wife and I are new here. We have something important to do. We can't delay, please forgive me. Chen Xi explained the reason very sincerely. Okay, look at you guys, the hero must have a big event, you guys don't dare to stop it, let's go. The sharp-eyed old Zhang saw Chen Xi's embarrassment and immediately spoke out to disperse the crowd. Old Zhang, thank you, we will have an appointment in the future. Heroes, there will be a period in the future. With Lao Zhang's relief, Chen Xi thanked him and said goodbye. Husband, the people in your hometown are warm and generous, not as cold as ours. Peggy is very envious of having such compatriots and old folks. Yeah, this is the Homelander people, simple and enthusiastic, the grace of dripping water, and the springback. Chen Xi nodded and said, let's go, send a big gift to the villagers before leaving. Chen Xi took Peggy and used a little mental illusion, and passers-by walked all the way to Guy's headquarters as if they had not seen them. Your gift is to kill all the little devils here, it's really good, they are just beasts. In front of the headquarters, Chen Xi psychokinesis's big hands condensed, and suddenly there was a sonic boom above the little devil's headquarters, and the heavy psychokinesis's big hands slammed down. The strength of tens of thousands of tons directly turned the little devil's headquarters into a deep pit. Boom boom boom, boom dot boom. All kinds of guns and ammunition exploded directly, and the devil who had turned into a blood cake, now it's good, the ashes are gone, and there is no slag left. Woohoo! Hearing the sound, the barracks next to the headquarters, the mournful police immediately sounded, and the little devils in the entire county began to run towards the headquarters. Chen Xi stood in front of the deep pit, quietly waiting for the gathering of the devils. Can you see who blew up the headquarters? Say it and spare you. A little devil with the rank of major roared angrily. It's me. Chen Xi replied lightly. Baga, kill him for me. The little devil felt that Chen Xi was insulting his IQ and was immediately furious. At the command of the commander, the surrounding little devil Kakakela cocked the bolt and started shooting. Bang bang bang! A burst of gunshots rang out, and the devil began to show a cruel smile. All the bullets stopped in midair for a moment, and they just wanted to lose their gravitational force and float. Chen Xi tilted his head, and all the bullets went back the same way as if they had eyes. Bang 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 bang, a blood mist rises. The little devils who shot and didn't shoot were killed, and they had a shocked expression before they died. Boom! Before the little devil officer spit out the second one, Peggy's head collapsed. That's just insignificant interest. Chen Xi muttered to himself. Let's go, Peggy, I'll show you a very interesting person. Swearing and swearing, little expert. Chen Xi and Peggy, who were in a good mood, joked. Yes, the whole northwestern Shaanxi is in chaos. In the Battle of Pingrad, I, Chen Dangfang, will also help the field. The little devils in the northwest of Shaanxi launched the 5th Comprehensive Encirclement and Suppression Campaign against the Jinsui Army and the 4th Front Army. At this time, Li Yunlong was stationed in Zhejiao with a regiment commanded troops. Just yesterday Li Yunlong married Comrade Zayukin of the Women's Rescue Association. Who is our old Li? Jun House Hung from Shiliba village said that his relatives could break the threshold of his house. Naturally, Comrade Zayukin of the Women's Rescue Association fell in love with Lao Li at a glance, and he didn't want to marry him. Men chasing women, separated mountains, women chasing men, interlayer yarn? Good men are afraid of women entanglement, so Lao Li was captured by Zayukin in a few seconds. The wedding is very simple. At this time, the soldiers are suffering, and the dignified head of the marriage has no meat, but they don't care, they have long been used to hard work. Destiny is messing with people, you can't wait for your life to be good, thinking that everything is going well, fate will always give you a bolt from the blue. The 3 major joys in life, encountering old friends in a foreign land. On the night of the bridal chamber, when the gold list was inscribed, Lao Li was really a hard worker. It should have been the biggest happy event in his life. When a traitor was found, the little devil also touched it. The Yamamoto agent team sneaked in while the night was dark. The agent team severely damaged Li Yunlong's regiment headquarters, robbed Yang Zayukin, and Li Yunlong broke through in a panic, and thus, the Battle of Pingrad kicked off. General Ling, Li Yunlong fled here with the remnants, and he met Chu Yunfei besieging the Yamamoto agent team. The cunning Yamamoto pretended to negotiate, but secretly ran to Pingan County. Chen Xi took Peggy all the way on the flight, and soon arrived near the general's ridge. He knew what Li Yunlong looked like, and could naturally sense him easily. Wait, Peggy, I've got a bunch of weapons and ammo and that America howitzer somewhere to hide. Chen Xi felt that he couldn't take out his weapon in front of Li Yunlong. Didn't it scare Lao Li? The new regiment headquarters of the independent regiment has long been noisy, and the battalion commanders have asked their troops to attack. 1 battalion main attack. 2nd battalion main attack. 3 battalions main attack. Okay. The East has an idea, the West has an idea, who does it listen to? Stop discussing it, just fight as I said. If you don't win, it will be my Li Yunlong's head. Don't make any fuss, this time, there are no assists, it's all the main attack. Li Yunlong stared at the subordinates who were like the vegetable market, and roared directly. Damn, I have never fought an 8-to-1 battle in my life. Report to the head, someone outside wants to see you. Just after Li Yunlong made the decision, the communications soldier suddenly came to ask for instructions, and it was estimated that it would be another slap in the face. Meet me? Damn it, I still see people, it's strange. Li Yunlong had a question mark on his face. As soon as I, Li Yunlong, escaped here, did anyone know? Could there be any more secrets? What do the people outside look like? How old are you? What are they doing? Reporting to the head of the group, there are 2 people outside, 1 male and 1 female, and the female is still a foreigner. These 2 people are really hard to describe. I can't tell you. They are too beautiful and too clean. You should go out and have a look. Where have the little warriors seen neat suits and skirts? I can't describe them at all. Anyway, they are good looking. Damn, I don't believe it anymore, and there are people who can't tell, you bastard. Old Lee's teeth are itchy. This bear shit is a shame for labor and capital, and I want to know them. While walking out, swearing at the same time, don't make any fools at this critical moment. Who wants to see our old Lee? Can't tell. Chen Xi heard that loud voice from far away, and he heard its voice before he saw it. You want to see me? A young lady like you shouldn't be in this countryside, right? Captain Lee, I'm here to help you. Isn't it wrong to treat guests like this? Chen Xi said with a smile. Yes, it's Lao Li's rudeness. Please come inside. Li Yunlong knew that Chen Xi was a big shot when he saw Chen Xi's extraordinary bearing, gentleness, and steady appearance. In the courtyard, the 3 of them were seated, and Duan Peng poured 3 bowls of boiled water, which was really the only one. I'm sorry you two, we are really poor, there is nothing to entertain you two. Comrade Li rubbed his head awkwardly. No, we're not here for tea. Chen Xi waved his hand. I don't know what the 2 of you are called, what are you doing to me? Captain Li, my name is Chen Xi, a businessman in the United States. This is my wife, Carter. Let's send a batch of arms to Chief Li. Chen Xi got straight to the point and directly said that he was a patriotic businessman who came to donate arms and supplies. Isn't this even more powerful? Giving charcoal in the snow, Lao Li happened to be pulling an army of tens of thousands of people, so he was about to use a fire stick. Lao Li's face was full of wrinkled smiles, and he stood up and gave Chen Xi a salute, shouted, My Independence Corps, Li Yunlong, thank you for your support, and I thank you on behalf of the brothers of the Independence Corps. Captain Li, you must have never seen this gun. AK-47, made in the United States, has just made a name for itself in the world. Chen Xi threw one to Li Yunlong. It's like a submachine gun, darling, the labor and management are about to send it out. His eyes fixed on the AK-47, and he didn't even notice where Chen Xi's gun came from. Monk, try the power of this gun. Li Yunlong threw the gun directly to the monk and let him try its power. He didn't care about other functions at all. Bang 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 bang. The brick wall courtyard fell in response. Captain, this gun is so powerful, the recoil is a little bigger, said the monk with a face full of surprise. Go, your motherfucker is pure nonsense. The power is so great, the recoil is definitely great. Old Li happily scolded the monk, and the monk patted his head with a smile. This is brotherhood and friendship. Captain Li, this kind of gun is powerful, and there is no more wear-resistant and durable gun in the world. Chen Xi praised again. Brother, can this gun provide 50? Li Yunlong asked anxiously. Chen Xi shook his head. 20. Wrong, Captain Li, I can provide 500, plus 500,000 bullets. Sugar palm. Li Yunlong's bowl fell. The scene was silent. The whole yard looks like the pause button has been pressed. They are used to the miserable days. How can they think of the day when there is a local owner and wealthy? 500 submachine guns in their eyes, rich, rich. After 10 seconds of stunned, there was a bang. Like a thunderstorm when a rainstorm is approaching. Everyone came to life and surrounded Li Yunlong. Why? Shoot that? Head. Why don't you give us 100 guns? We have a lot of people and good marksmanship. Fuck off, you're the only one with a lot of people. You're the only one with good marksmanship? Let's compare. Don't fight, our 3 battalions are the strongest. Us. Well, the temperament of soldiers is like dynamite, and it will blow at one point. Just about rolling up my sleeves and going out for a fight. Bust, you can see that they are like the ants who buy vegetables in the vegetable market, and everyone should distribute them equally. Peggy couldn't bear it anymore. These officers were like bandits, carrying everything in their arms. Since Peggy spoke English, they couldn't understand it, but they still understood the expression she couldn't help. A group of poor bastards, who have not eaten enough to eat, they are all ashamed of Lao Tzu, and they all get out, as I said, evenly distributed. Li Yunlong began to train people again, and he made a series of scoldings. He stared at the bullseye angrily. It's shameful. It's really shameful. I'm sorry, my brother made you see a joke. My brothers are all rough people. I'm used to the bitterness and haha. Forgive me. Li Yunlong came over again to say good things to Chen Xi, and complained again, making Chen Xi feel embarrassed. It's all right, Captain Li, everyone looks straight, a real man, and he doesn't stick to the details. Chen Xi looked very interesting. This is the real man with flesh and blood. No hypocrisy, no pretentiousness. Then good brother, where are the weapons? You should quickly get them and feel at ease, hee. Lao Li couldn't wait to rub his hands together, seeing that something was itchy. Hey he laughed. Okay, bring dozens of brothers, let's go. Chen Xi waved his hand, then let's go. Come on, the guards have all of them, keep up. Li Yunlong roared loudly, and the soldiers quickly gathered to keep up, not only the guard company, but also the curious squad leader and platoon leader. Hundreds of mighty people followed behind Chen Xi towards the arms position, and each of them had bright smiles on their faces. After half an hour, Chen Xi stopped and ripped open a tree branch that was blocking the cave. Everyone, do me a favor, get the mandatory ammunition out first. There are pain relievers, fever reducers, and anti-inflammatory drugs in it, so take it lightly. Chen Xi urged everyone to move lightly and steadily. You've heard it all, there is a life-saving medicine, don't fucking break it. Li Yunlong added another warning. Many people are powerful, hundreds of people, and quickly carry out dozens of boxes of weapons and a dozen boxes of ammunition. When I opened it, I was obedient, and it was wrapped in oiled paper, full of metallic taste. Shiny, brand new, high level. This is the first influence of everyone. Many people pinch themselves. Darling, not a dream. We will also use the new equipment one day. Head of the head, there is a big guy in there. Hurry up, there are more than a dozen people. Suddenly someone shouted at Li Yunlong even more excitedly, this is really a big guy. What big guy? Hurry in and pull it out. Li Yunlong hurriedly ordered, and at the same time looked at Chen Xi with grateful eyes. It must be a good thing. When the ferocious muzzle and the mighty fort appeared in front of everyone's eyes, they were stunned. Brother, the barrel of this cannon is old and thick. What kind of cannon is this? It's thicker than the Italian cannon of his mother's 2nd Battalion commander. Lao Li was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth, and asked in a knotted tongue, it's too good. Captain Li, this is the latest howitzer from Stark Industries in the history of America. The caliber is 155 millimeters. Just like the city gate of Ping'an County, it shatters with one shot. Hearing Chen Xi's explanation, he didn't know what Stark Industry was. He just remembered that he killed the gate of Ping'an County with one shot. God descended from the heavens, God is helping him attack the county? Brother, don't look outside, just call us Old Li Chang. In the future, let Li Yunlong go to the Mountain of Swords and go down to the Sea of Fire. You can say whatever you want. Li Yunlong slapped his chest loudly and said loudly, Old Li, you're welcome, it's all about fighting against Japan and saving the country. If you have money, you will contribute your money, and you will be able to do your best. What's the difference between you and me? Okay, what you intellectuals said makes sense, there's nothing wrong, Lao Li has taken it. Everyone came with empty hands and returned with a full reward. Whether this good thing can be divided into their own hands is one thing, but it is always okay to touch it first. When the troop returned to the camp, everyone was boiling. What kind of machine gun is this? All of them are new. The sound of the chug is really good. Brothers, this gun, we will evenly distribute it to each battalion, and tomorrow, we will use it to fight devils. Li Yunlong looked at the 10,000 people under his hands, and shouted excitedly, hit the county seat and kill the agent team. In the evening, Lao Li entertained Chen Xi, but unfortunately there were only vegetarian dishes, peanuts, grass carp caught in the river, and only one chicken from the fellow. Brother, eat first, I'm really sorry, I'm too poor here, I'm really sorry. Lao Li touched his head again embarrassedly. They gave weapons and ammunition, and they gave life-saving medicines. Old Li, you're welcome, isn't this very rich? There are fish and meat. Chen Xi waved his hand, picked up the wow head and nodded. How good it is. When he was a child, he would compete with wild dogs for food. What is this? Peggy over there also ate it with relish, not feeling bad at all. Lao Li saw that the foreign beauties like princesses were eating with relish, and the elders actually cried. Hey, what is Lao Li crying? A man doesn't cry easily. Chen Xi grabbed Lao Li and didn't allow him to cry. Seeing that you are all so interested, I am ashamed of you, Old Li. Old Li Hong said in a low voice. Lao Li, lay down Ping'an County tomorrow, you can treat us to a good meal. Okay, tomorrow we will have a big fish in the county town. Lao Li wiped his tears with his sleeves and said boldly. Simple meals, the two of them were very happy to eat at Chen Xi. This is the taste of hometown, can it be bad? After eating and drinking, the three came to the yard to chat, and Lao Li was surprised that Peggy's Chinese was so good, and there was no obstacle to chatting. Report to the head of the team, there is a Guliang looking for brother Chen Xi outside. At this moment, the correspondent suddenly ran over and said, please come in soon, so you can't see it. Li Yunlong was so angry, a group of hammers? Silly girl, why are you here? Peggy was very surprised. She knew that silly girl's flight was much faster than a plane, but how did she find her? Something must have happened. Sister Peggy, I came to find Chen Xi big brother. Howard said Steve died. Steve died? This is beyond Chen Xi's expectations. Not only Chen Xi was surprised, but even Peggy was surprised. Steve was a super soldier. Why did he die suddenly? In Chen Xi's eyes, it will take at least a month before it hits the iceberg. It seems that his butterfly is quite powerful. Husband, let's go back to his memorial service and come back tomorrow. A comrade in arms, and sacrificed for America, naturally have to send the last ride. We have to go back, so let's go now. Chen Xi nodded. Old Li, we have a comrade who died on the battlefield. Now go back to his memorial service and come over tomorrow morning. Hearing Chen Xi's words, Li Yunlong expressed his understanding. Although he didn't know who Steve was and where he died, in his opinion, sacrifice for the country is honorable and worthy of respect. Brother, go back, he is a hero. Li Yunlong patted Chen Xi on the shoulder and asked him to mourn. Okay, let's go back first and come back tomorrow. After finishing speaking, Chen Xi took Peggy and silly girl away, and it was inconvenient for many people here. The three of them quickly came to a few hundred meters away, and the lights were so dark that no one could see them. The fire flickered, and the three of Chen Xi collapsed in one step. At the moment it was rainy and dark in New York, as if God was mourning the sacrifice of Steve Rogers. The street is full of crying people, holding Steve's portrait and seeing him off on the street. Some people say that the White House is the president of the country, and Steve is the president of the people. Yes, Steve's prestige has already surpassed the president, he is America's superhero. And over time, more and more, Captain America comics, memorials, documentaries, movies, and more. Chen Xi also saw the sobbing little Charles during the unified see-off of primary and secondary schools in New York. Maybe a superhero like Steve Rogers, the heroism of dying for the country, deeply influenced Charles. Maybe Charles's virgin was influenced by Steve? Charles, it's me, stop crying. Suddenly, Chen Xi's voice sounded in Charles's mind. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm so sad, Steve Rogers was my idol, but he died, sir. Charles's crying and sad voice came to Chen Xi's mind again. Trust me, Steve will be back, I said, it's true. Chen Xi's voice shocked Charles, is it true? Come back to life? Don't be surprised, it's true, you'll see him in 70 years. Chen Xi's firm voice convinced Charles. He stopped his tears, it was great, my idol is still alive. It's not that Chen Xi revealed the plot, but that he didn't want Steve's sacrifice to have too much fluctuation on Charles. The virgin is not a good thing. Invited Chen Xi, Peggy came to a cathedral, here is the final farewell ceremony. Chen Xi saw Howard, although he didn't cry, but his red eyes told Chen Xi that he was really sad. The priest whispered in a sympathetic tone, the great soldier in the history of America, the hero, our comrade in arms, Captain America Steve Rogers, left us forever yesterday afternoon. This is America's loss, this is humanity's loss, and history will remember him, and future generations will remember him. Great warrior Steve Rogers? Let's bow in silence for this great warrior. After the priest finished speaking, everyone bowed their heads to give Steve the last ride. After the farewell ceremony, Chen Xi pulled a puppet like Howard to a place with no one. Look at me, Howard. Steve isn't dead, you'll see him later, hear you? Don't be sad anymore. Chen Xi yelled at Howard in a low voice, this fool? Howard raised his head suddenly, stared into Chen Xi's eyes and asked in a low voice, what are you saying is true? I can't lie to you. After 70 years, he will appear. Can't I even see this future, your cousin? Chen Xi vowed to Howard and said, hey, this fool is still sad. On the day you are assassinated in the future, people will not allow your son to avenge you. It's sad? Tell me, how did the news of Steve's death come out so quickly? Almost a month earlier than I saw it. Chen Xi knows that Howard has been doing Steve's logistics for the past 2 weeks, so he has a deep relationship. It's like this. Soon Howard roughly told what happened, and Chen Xi finally knew that the culprit was actually himself. Yep, when he and Steve rescued the captured soldier, he ended up going and grabbing their tesseract. So next, the attack of the Roaring Commando was going to be broken, and every Hydra base they went to was destroyed like melons and vegetables. Under the leadership of Steve, a super soldier, a large number of energy weapons have been captured every time, and Hydra energy weapons have become less and less. After being robbed of the tesseract by Chen Xi, Zola was unable to extract the energy block, and was naturally beaten down. Naturally, it went very smoothly to the last level. Red Skull Smith and Bucky also fell off the cliff and was found by Hydra. Next, it is a little different from the original. The castrated version of the super soldier serum is not comparable to the genuine one. On the plane rushing to New York, Red Skull and Steve made hundreds of moves, and he didn't have a Vibranium shield and no passive. So Red Skull was tragic, his head was smashed by the shield, and Steve resolutely flew the plane into the glacier. Although the process is a little different, the ending is the same. Steve, he succeeded, and death is the hero and will be remembered. The huge role of the plot inertia. Chen Xi does not interfere, the world is still the same as the original, only the cosmic magic has been robbed by a certain product. After patting Howard on the shoulder comfortingly, Chen Xi went to find Peggy, running back and forth, but Chen Xi felt bad for her and had to take her back to rest. Peggy, let's go home first. You need to rest now. Your body is your capital. I'm confused by this mess, Chen Xi said with concern. Also roar, I'm really sleepy, let's go back to rest and sleep. After Chen Xi reminded her, Peggy really felt a little sleepy and yawned, then nodded in agreement with Chen Xi's suggestion. When he got home to the villa, Chen Xi didn't do anything else. When he saw Peggy sleeping, he accompanied her and hugged her. The faint warmth makes people very comfortable, and Peggy, who is enjoying it, arches her arches and changes to a more comfortable sleeping position. Rainy days are really suitable for sleeping in, everything is so quiet and peaceful, and my heart is calm, and Chen Xi, who is holding Peggy, also slowly falls asleep. At noon, the servant followed his instructions without disturbing them, and slept quietly until Raven came back in the afternoon before they got up. The benefits of deep sleep were immediately revealed, and Peggy was clearly refreshed. Hey, Sister Peggy, your complexion has improved a lot, isn't it moisturizing? Seeing that Peggy was looking so good, Raven said jokingly. Bah, it's not a big man, and there are so many weird ideas. You've learned badly, Raven. Look at my invincible tickles. Peggy rolled her eyes at Raven, then hugged her and started tickling. She was such an adult, and she was playing like a child. I was wrong, Sister Peggy begged to let go. I will never dare. Unable to bear the itch, Raven immediately begged for mercy, but the sincerity in it was a little lacking. Raven's principle is to resolutely admit his mistakes and never change it. Seeing the frolic of the two, Chen Xi smiled helplessly. This is her own little fairy. It feels really good, the pinnacle of life. After frolicking for a while, the two finally stopped. The final winner, Peggy, looked at Raven with a smug smile and laughed. Big brother, look at her, bully the child, help me get revenge, beat her pee-pee, watch her arrogant. Raven, who is a big kid, immediately found Chen Xi who was watching the show and asked him to be his foreign aide to avenge her. Okay, big brother will help you. Peggy will not come over and let the master clean you up. After speaking, he secretly winked at Peggy, motioning for her to cooperate. Yes, sir, you can take it easy. Peggy understood, said squeakily, slowly walked to the sofa and lay down, becoming stubborn. Pia. Chen Xi clapped 2 hands, and Raven jumped up and cheered happily. The warm and happy time is always fast. After a while, the nanny came to call them for dinner. Big brother, are you going to the east later? Raven's mouth was stuffed with meat, his mouth bulging, and he couldn't speak clearly. Go after dinner, just stay home and try to bring Emma back. Chen Xi told Raven to pay attention to safety, and Emma didn't want to let Raven accompany him too much, which helped to open his heart. Okay, I'm afraid his father won't. His father won't. You warn him in the name of Stark Industries unless he wants to go bankrupt. Chen Xi snorted disdainfully. A businessman with a small capital still wants to make a breakthrough? Well, the big brother is right. Emma is really pitiful. We have to help her leave that sick family. As her good friend, Raven felt compelled to help her because she had been through all the pain and understood it better. Chen Xi helped her, and now she wants to help Emma out of her misery. After eating dinner and resting for a while, Chen Xi was about to leave. Raven, let the silly girl inform me if something happens, her flight speed is very fast. Chen Xi urged again. Got it. Goodbye big brother. Goodbye. The space magic reappeared. Watching the sparks flicker, Raven looked at the scene on the other side curiously. This is a really magical scene. Chen Xi smiled at Raven, and took Peggy across thousands of miles in an instant, to the vicinity of Li Yunlong and their regiment. At this time, it was just dawn, but the troops had already assembled and were ready to go. In this battle, Li Yunlong began to be full of confidence. Her mother has Italian cannons and American cannons. What towers can withstand bombing? Its brother Chen Niubi, who can transport so much arms and supplies without making a sound. Is his mother a god? Looking at the soldiers' new equipment, the America gun glowing with dim light, Li Yunlong murmured with emotion. Head, brother Chen is here. At this time, the monk hurriedly ran to Li Yunlong and said. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong ran out without waiting for the monk to react. Hey, brother, you're the only one missing. Old Li knew you would come. Oh, my younger brother and sister are also here? This war is really dangerous, how about you? Lao Li's typical loud voice could be heard clearly by Jimmy, and Chen Xi felt his concern even more. Old Li, it's okay, Peggy is not an ordinary person, and monks are not her opponents, don't worry. Chen Xi knew that Peggy was stunned. As a soldier, she was discriminated against just because she was a woman. She could only do a clerical job. Peggy was so angry. Therefore, I have longed for such a battle for a long time. In this world, with his protection, who can hurt her hair? Okay, brother, you said that. I really admire my younger brother and sister, and women are not allowed to be men. Lao Li gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, he knew that Chen Xi never lied. All battalions, companies, platoons, and squads, district squads, county brigades, perform their duties, follow my orders, and set off. Li Yunlong gave an order, the troops moved out, and the Battle of Pingrad started. The establishment of a regiment was astonishingly enough for Li Yunlong to make a division. I have to say that Lao Li is really a genius. The overwhelming number of soldiers rushed to Ping'an County, and when they passed the village, the people looked around. Okay, great, kill these little devils. The country is fortunate to regain lost ground. There are also many people who took out the few food at home and gave them to this group of soldiers who were dying. Blind deaders, we really can't accept it. We are disciplined and don't take every stitch from the masses. We thank the folks for their love. Thank you everyone. This scene is being staged everywhere. Seeing this, Chen Xi admires the strict management of the front army. The army of 10,000 people can't hide the intelligence of the little devil at all, and Li Yunlong also knows that he can't hide it. Lao Li just wants to tell you, we are here, wait for you to die. The little devil, Yamamoto, was so frightened that he hurried to Taiyuan headquarters for help. The agent team was his life. Taiyuan headquarters, it is difficult to reduce the swelling. Once I heard this, I quickly ordered troops from all over the country to help Ping'an County, and swear to protect my confidant and love. The devils from all over the country rushed towards Ping'an County, and even the little devils in Taiyuan took the train to help Ping'an. This big move even alarmed the armed forces everywhere. 358 Regiment Headquarters, Chu Yunfei is discussing the little devil's movements with his subordinates. It's strange, who ate the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard and attacked Ping'an County with such a vigor. From the perspective of the position of the defense area, only Li Yunlong's department can gather forces and attack the city with arms in a short time. The adjutant on the side said sharply. The entire northwestern Shaanxi province has become a mess of porridge. Even if he is Li Yunlong and Neza is in the sea, where did he transfer so many Hot Wheels? Chu Yunfei's brows furrowed. His motherfucker, I don't understand. Report the group seat. The latest situation, a small force of Li Yunlong has engaged in a fire with the devils from Taiyuan. The 3rd Battalion asks for instructions, whether to reinforce it. At this moment, one of Chu Yunfei's adjutants brought the latest information. As soon as Chu Yunfei lost his pen, he immediately walked to the defense map on the wall and began to analyze it. This is a safe increase of troops. What is the firepower of the incoming enemy? It's a group of light cavalry, but there are a large group of infantry and heavy weapons behind. The 3 battalions say that the other party is not willing to fight and is eager to move south. The intention is obvious, Ping'an City will be in a precarious situation. Hearing the analysis of his subordinates and his own judgment, Chu Yunfei knew that this would help the field no matter what. Let the artillery battalion, the 4th battalion, and reinforce the 3rd battalion? After the 1st battalion is copied to me, remember the echelon configuration and block it in sections. No matter who is fighting for peace, I, the 358th Regiment, will definitely help the field. Chu Gangchang stared at the surrounding subordinates, and made a decisive decision with an unhesitating tone. Kong Juixin's 2nd Regiment, this guy was smoking a cigarette, with an expression in his grasp, slowly listening to the reports of his subordinates. Just now, the liaison officer of the friendly army came on horseback and said that the 321st Regiment of the Jinsui Army had also entered the battle. They didn't receive the order from the peak, and they were just confused. The liaison officer said that the left wing of their defense area is the 217th Regiment of the Chinese Sample Army, and it seems that the 217th Regiment has also engaged in fire with the devils. Kong Ji's adjutant was also immediately stunned. What is this called? Huh? It's interesting, this battle is getting more and more lively. Kong Ji put down the cigarette stick slightly, showing a very interested expression. It was fun. 80% it's that kid Li Yunlong who caused trouble again. Otherwise, why would the devil try to move closer to Ping'an? Kong Ji analyzed while smoking a cigarette, and guessed that Li Yunlong was doing something wrong. It's not good. This kid is really hitting the county town. This kid has moved me with this fight. He is even better than the teacher. Jingle, jingle. The phone rang, the adjutant answered the phone, and immediately got an update. Head of the regiment, the 1st Battalion reports that a large number of devils have arrived from Taiyuan. There are about 2 regiments of troops, and they also carry heavy weapons. The 1st Battalion is relying on the terrain to fight. Hearing this, Kong Ji put down his big tea jar with a snap and shouted excitedly. Enjoy that? Enjoy? This battle is getting louder and louder, and even the little devils of Taiyuan are dispatched. Looking at Ding Zekiao again, he was also inexplicably mobilized. How is the situation at the front? As soon as the correspondent came, Ding Wei hurriedly asked in a worried tone. The correspondent was gasping for breath and looked exhausted, but he still replied quickly, the enemy's offensive is very fierce, and he charged my position 7 or 8 times in one breath. They are all large-caliber heavy artillery. As soon as Ding Wei heard it, the devil was ordering to die. He wanted to reinforce the safe area at all costs. He frowned and looked tangled. Head of the regiment, it's not the way to fight like this. We have to quickly think of a way to get the best of both worlds. The troops are exhausted, and we can't explain it. The correspondent was breathing heavily and his face was very bad. This was sending troops on his own initiative. Yeah, we have to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If we let the enemy pass by now, we will have nothing to do and lose nothing, but it will be difficult for Li Yunlong. Ding Wei sighed. Li Yunlong is his life and death brother, his beloved relatives and friends. If you want to pass me Ding Wei, you have to pay extra. Just kidding, more than 10 years of camaraderie and the thousands of lives of the independent regiment are not child's play. Ding Wei thought for a minute before he made up his mind. He walked to the deployment map, and while pointing at the map, he issued combat orders. First, mobilize a local armed militia, and lay mines along the highway line and on both sides of the highway. Second, send a small force to occupy the passes and commanding heights along the line, fight step by step, and slow down the enemy's attack. Third, blow up all the bridges in the zone. What? You blew up all the bridges, then we can't pass it. The correspondent was immediately anxious. This is a lifeline. I can't care about it now, let's blow it up. Anyway, there is only one principle, stop enemy reinforcements at all costs. Ding Wei gritted his teeth and went out of his way. Do it? So far, Chu Gangchang, Kong Quanji, and Ding Zaqiao have all appeared. This is the big scene of the Battle of Pingrad? The audience exclaimed that it was fun. It was fun? In the big scene, the entire northwestern Shaanxi was in chaos. The independent regiment had tens of thousands of people, but it was expanded to 8 battalions. I have to say that the front army was able to win later, and it really united all the forces that could be united, and expanded its troops crazily. There are more than 1,000 people in this little devil in Ping'an County, and they are scattered to a city gate. All of them are 250. You see, it's the first time I've been such a landlord in so many years. I've aimed at me and beat me. I don't believe it anymore. Even if 7 or 8 people aim at one, they won't kill him. The folds on Li Yunlong's happy face were enough to trap flies, and it was fun. For so many years, every time I was useless and beat more with less, and was chased away by the devils, today I am out of breath. 3/8 big cover, made in Hanyang, crooked handle, king bastard box, AK-47, heavy machine gun, earth cannon, mountain cannon, mortar, all used. There are all kinds of things. Usually, if there are too many bullets today, we will fight a war of attrition. Unlike the original plot, with the AK-47 funded by Chen Xi, as well as sufficient ammunition, and the cannon of America, they were not afraid of dying and charging. Kazuma Yamamoto on the castle tower had been surrounded by heavy troops for almost half an hour, and 2 hours ago, he had sent a telegram to General Xiaozuyan, vowing to repay the devil with his death. The telegram was sent out. Those who don't die are definitely alive. Yamamoto Kazuma is very afraid of death. Standing behind Zayukin, still trying to negotiate for a dog's life? Mr. Li Yunlong, I hope you won't be so ruthless. Do you want your woman to die? So I suggest that we discuss it for 15 minutes, otherwise I won't protect your woman's safety. There is a high-level meaning between the lines, and there is no tone of negotiation and begging for mercy. This is the little devil, who wants to delay time but has a morbid sense of inferiority. You don't have to do this. You and I both know that the outcome of the battle can be decided in 1 minute. I, Li Yunlong, will not exchange the lives of my soldiers and brothers for my wife. The shameless behavior of the little devil made Li Yunlong burn with anger at the moment, staring wide-eyed and roaring loudly. Li Yunlong is a soldier will not compromise, and he will die on the way to charge, instead of gamble with the soldier's life. Head of the regiment, well said, I'm Zayukin, it's worth changing so many little devils. Head of the regiment, avenge the comrades in arms sacrificed by the independent regiment? Avenge the hundreds of Zhao Jiao's villagers. Zayukin shouted at Li Yunlong without fear of death. She is not afraid of death, as long as Li Yunlong takes revenge for her, death is worth it. She doesn't want Li Yunlong to be infamous for saving her. The tragic scene was more sad and soul-stricken than the one on TV, and Chen Xi was also moved. Peggy blushed and pulled Chen Xi's sleeve. Help them, they need you? Even if Peggy didn't say anything, Chen Xi was ready to do it. Kazuma Yamamoto on the castle tower didn't know that Death God was approaching, so he thought he could escape the catastrophe. Puff puff. A bullet quietly passed through the heads of the little devils. Yamamoto Ichima, translator, adjutant, heavy machine gunner. Why did Chen Xi listen to Yamamoto for so long? He just wanted to watch the show. There was no rival between the two sides, and Chen Xi could turn the table at any time. He won't just watch the soldiers go to their deaths, it's all under his control. Li Yunlong in the distance did not know that the little devil on the city wall had been killed, and Zayukin was also safely sent to the city by Chen Xi using psychokinesis. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your goddamn Italian gun? 3rd Battalion Commander, pull up that American gun too. Li Yunlong yelled at them both, go to his mother's little devil. Fire at Laozi and open the city gates. Head of the regiment, no, sister-in-law Zayukin is still in their hands. At this time, the monk Zhang Debiao suddenly shouted, fuck you, blow open the city gate for Laozi. Li Yunlong kicked the monk who was blocking the way, with a cannibalistic expression on his face, and shouted loudly at the gunner, boom, boom. 2 loud bangs, a city gate opened, and a city tower gone. After shouting, Lao Li also sat down on the ground. His eyes were blank, his wife was gone, and his soul was lost. Old Li, Zayukin is fine, he has been rescued by my men, I have an undercover agent. Seeing the lost soul of Li Yunlong, Chen Xi quickly stepped forward to comfort him. A word of Zayukin is fine, better than 1,000 words. Li Yunlong jumped up immediately, stared at Chen Xi's eyes, and asked word by word, are you sure you saved it? I'm sure. Chen Xi looked directly at him, his eyes firm. Ha ha ha, good. Good, brother, you will be my reborn parents in the future. Li Yunlong was alive again, and his eyes became bright. Blow the charge, attack. With an order, the soldiers hiding behind the bunker rushed towards the city gate like a torrent of steel. Waiting for everyone to rush into the city gate, but did not hear any gunshots, cannons, the little devil seemed to evaporate. How is this going? Wang Zhong catches turtles? Let us into fight? What's the matter? Why haven't you attacked? What the hell is going on? Zhang Debiao, you bring a company in first, we will control the city gate and see what tricks they have. Li Yunlong was afraid of cheating, so he had to send a small group of troops to try it out. Soon, Zhang Debiao trot all the way back. Report to the commander, the city walls are full of corpses, all killed by bullets through their heads. That's weird, no matter what, I know what's going on. As soon as Li Yunlong rolled his eyes, he guessed that it must be Chen Xi's army lurking in the city. Captain, and my sister-in-law is lying at the base of the city wall, she just fainted. Hearing this news, Li Yunlong finally let out a sigh of relief. Double happiness is coming? Brothers, clean the battlefield, we sent it, drink and eat meat tonight. Li Yunlong shouted happily. Haha, Captain Hail. After hearing this, the soldiers happily ran to clean up the battlefield and collect supplies. These are all ours? Monk, where is my brother? Reporting, I didn't see it, I just found out the location just now, and I left a letter. It's for you? The monk scratched his head in embarrassment, but people didn't care, he was just happy. You bastard, you can't do this little thing well, go to the cooking class to carry the big pot tomorrow. Li Yunlong is so angry, this monk is getting more and more unreliable, let's take the blame. Chen Xi naturally brushed off his clothes afterwards, hiding his merits and fame. Chen Xi left and floated away with Peggy, without taking a cloud with him. The husband and wife, with one sword, roamed the rivers and lakes, fighting for righteousness. In fact, he started a journey of looting, and both the army and ordinary people received mysterious donations. Along the way, only the little devils were unlucky. For Chen Xi, any little devils were ants, one that killed a large area with 1 foot. Next, they walked to the mountain city, which is the temporary capital. All information and orders will be spread throughout the country from here, and the news is the most well-informed. Definitely the most rewarding thing along the way is Peggy, seeing the beautiful mountains and rivers of China, and helping the suffering people. It is very meaningful. Husband, what are we going to do next? Peggy couldn't help asking. Here is the closest to Taiyuan, isn't it hard for the swollen one to lead troops? Then send him to accompany the Tianhuang of the past dynasties. Chen Xi said contemptuously, killing a devil general is as simple as squeezing an ant. It is also difficult to reduce swelling. If you know, you will definitely say, thank you so much for your family. Okay, to kill a devil is to save dozens of kind people. Peggy has gradually neutralized. Chen Xi and Peggy flew to Taiyuan City in less than 10 seconds. This was definitely going all the way from the city gate. Who is it? Stop and accept the examination. Another yellow-haired dogskin questioned, as if I wanted money, and I wanted money to death. Well, they are all 2 dogs, traitors, and thieves. I have killed a lot more. You all die. Chen Xi is just a squirt without a word. After spraying, I took out the AK and it was a chug. Why are you talking nonsense? Fuck, brothers, the idea is tricky. The wind is screaming. A few ergo died, and the remaining ergo fled. Only those little devils, their brains were muddy. They pulled up the 3/8 cover and shot at Chen Xi. Bang bang bang. Dozens of bullets floated in the air like this, motionless. Seeing this, the group of devils were so horrified that they urinated their pants. He threw the gun and started to run. He only hated that his parents lost 2 legs. Want to run? Can you outrun bullets? Bang bang bang. A blood mist floated up, and the little devils all met the old devils. The ordinary people on the side of the audience looked at it and called it immortal. The gods are above, please accept the little one. God, please wait for me to call the shots. The immortals appear. It must be that the immortals feel that the mortals in the lower realm are in trouble, and they came here to help. Seeing the people kneeling and bowing, Chen Xi raised his hands up slightly, and everyone stood up. Oh, thank you gods. Gods are good people. This is an immortal, so polite to us mortals. With this operation, Chen Xi gained another wave of gratitude. Folks, the goddess feels a crisis in the lower realm, and the common people are killed. I am under the order of the goddess to kill the thieves and bandits in the lower realm, and restore me to the mountains and rivers of China. There is no need to kneel and worship. Since everyone calls me Chen Xi an immortal, then it's alright. I'm Chen Shenken, Chen Difang will punish the heavens. I pretend to be the best. I'm waiting to kowtow to the goddess. In this era, people really believe in this set of tricks. It is common for gods to cheat and eat, but who has Chen Xi's skills? My fellow villagers, get up. The goddess said that everyone is her subjects, and they should take action. Alright, everyone, I'm going to do justice for this guy. Chen Xi said nonsense at random, and was about to run away, kill the devils, and divide the food. I'll wait, send the gods, fairy. Chen Xi walked into the city with Peggy, but the movement at the city gate had already alarmed the little devil. Under the guidance of Ergoze who escaped, the large army soon arrived in a mighty manner. It's him, he killed Huang Jun. Huangpi Ergo pointed at Chen Xi and shouted loudly, full of fear and panic, but also with a hint of pride. Baga, you killed Huang Jun of my little plaster? You are dead. A pig head with a height of 1.5 meters roared arrogantly and domineeringly. What about you, Baka? You are so special. Hey, why don't you die? Why don't you die? Chen Xi suddenly felt that these pigs were annoying, which made him feel so bad. As Chen Xi's voice came out, it was like saying the law. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bodies began to explode, as if crushed by a hydraulic press. The blood mist was flying, and they were all crushed by psychokinesis, which became nutrients and nourished the earth. It looks so much better this way, without the pig's bark, and in a much better mood. Chen Xi let out a long breath, killed so many pigs, and his mood suddenly improved. Hey, can you keep a few? Annoying guy, let me play with you. Peggy's dissatisfied rising mouth, expressing her dissatisfaction strongly. Wouldn't Looking at the red lips, Chen Xi couldn't help but kiss her. The two of them hugged each other quietly, with the blood mist that could not disperse. It was very romantic. What a bloody romance. Blood, beauty, killing, all stimulate Chen Xi's senses. After the kiss was over, it was very annoying to see the follow-up little devils rushing here like flies. I'm really in a hurry to reincarnate. Let's go, Peggy. This time, Peggy, you should shoot straight. You're a good target. Seeing the little devils in rows, Chen Xi called the devils dedicated and knew that they were reincarnated in line. This time Peggy didn't wait for Chen Xi to speak again. She took out the AK-47 and started to chug like crazy. Go to hell, it's really cool to kill a devil like this. Just pull the trigger, it's fun. Peggy chugs like crazy, and the little devil also chugs like crazy. By the way, their bullets all know the way, and the ones that bounce back are all killing themselves. It wasn't until Peggy finished playing 3 clips that her shoulders were sore from the recoil that she let go. Are you in a good mood? Sister Peggy file size. Chen Xi teased. That's right, oops, I didn't expect killing pigs to be fun. Peggy replied happily, killing pigs seem to be addicted. Then I'll end it. Let's go, my husband will take you to slaughter the world. Chen Xi suddenly felt heroic. Embracing Peggy's waist and flying straight into the air, what an immortal couple. Fairy. Mom, look, the fairy is here. Flying all the way, killing pigs all the way, wherever Chen Xi has passed, all the devils will be killed without mercy. No one can escape the judgment of God. Tai Yuan's devil's headquarters, it is difficult to know that he is going to die if it is swollen, and he is preparing to kill himself by cutting his belly to thank Tian Huang. Countless reporters photographed the immortal couple in the air, and they were overjoyed, and they will make a sensation in the world tomorrow. It's hard to get rid of the swelling. Still not coming out to die? When will we wait? Chen Xi stood up in the air and let out a deafening scream. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty Tian Huang, it's not that I'm incompetent, after all, people can't fight against gods. My subordinates take the first step. It's hard to walk to the square even when the swelling is relieved. Looking at the indomitable figure in the sky, a boundless sense of powerlessness fills up in my heart. Boom! That old figure turned into a blood mist in the sky. It is hard to die even if the swelling disappears. Tai Yuan headquarters is dead, and Tai Yuan has become an empty city with no owner. Outside the number, outside the number? Tai Yuan is shocked to see the gods. Outside the number, outside the number? Tai Yuan devils were slaughtered to the death. Outside the number, outside the number? The flight photos of the gods, first come first served. The next day, the major newspapers published the news that the gods descended to earth and the devils died. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Niang Zipais, which newspaper is this? Block them. Old Zhang was very annoyed. These idiots, this group of reporters who eat dry rice, really dare to spread the word? President, look at this one, these several copies, this was filmed by a reporter, how can this be fake? There is this sentence, but all the reporters at the scene heard it. Lao Jiang's think tank analysis is eloquent. They don't think the photos are fake. How can the photos be faked, and how can the hundreds of thousands of people be faked? They are afraid that if they offend the gods, they will die without a doubt. They must persuade the president to stop being impulsive. Hey, in an eventful autumn, myths really exist? I am really in a state of precariousness. Old Zhang sighed deeply. It's not that the unworthy descendants are incompetent, but that they have the will to kill thieves and are unable to return to the sky. I'm sorry for the ancestors. Lao Zhang thought that the second ancestor of Yan and Huang couldn't stand it any longer, and his descendants were incompetent, so he sent the gods down to earth. President, the most urgent task now is to deploy troops to Tai Yuan. It's the only way to keep Tai Yuan safe. There are many people watching this piece of fat. The think tank quickly came up with a plan and reported the plan they negotiated to Lao Zhang. Order, the 115th Division of the Jinsui Army, stationed in Tai Yuan. Remember, you can't be recaptured by the Japanese invaders if you die. Lao Zhang is not someone who hesitates, and gives orders directly. Yes, my subordinates obey. When the gods descended to the earth, for a while, the land of China was like chicken blood. Everyone was full of confidence, that little devil was about to die. Chen Xi confiscated the weapons, ammunition, medicine, and food of this group of devils, and slowly marched towards the capital. As long as the anti-Japanese armed forces are on the way, no matter which army they represent, Chen Xi will always distribute the weapons, ammunition, medicine, and food that they have stolen. In particular, the AK-47 is an automatic rifle that can be produced by any military factory. There are dozens or hundreds of them left, and they should be able to manufacture them. Outside the number, the gods killed Major General Tanaka Jiro in Linfen and killed all the Japanese invaders. Outside the number, the gods killed Major General Inugo in Chen Xi and killed all the Japanese invaders. Outside the number, the gods killed Japanese generals in Jinling, Matsushita Daigo, Lieutenant General Yamamoto Ergo, and Lieutenant General Tanaka Sangu. In the end, these people must have been killed by Arnold. Chen Xi remembered that Arnold had assassinated the high-level officials. The people of the whole country are immersed in good news every day, and everyone's faces are full of smiles. Little Japan is over. Lao Zhang even called the whole country to thank the gods for everything they had done for Huaxia, and invited the gods to visit the mountain town for a chat. Countless patriots and young intellectuals expressed their gratitude and admiration for the gods in newspapers and magazines, sang praises to Chen Xi, and wrote books and biography. Countless young girls in Huaichan are even more in love with Chen Xi's photos, and for a while they even threatened that Chen Xi would not marry. I don't know how many single young men want to cry loudly. Ding, the sign-in date has arrived, please sign in. Sign in, sign in. Chen Xi shouted in his heart. Ding, the master has successfully signed in and obtained 10 perfect T-virus serums, please check the master. Chen Xi was instantly overjoyed. At present, he is invincible. He is known as Chen Destruction, but Peggy and others are still weak chickens. Che, this is not for your little women, they are too weak. Exactly. Just when Chen Xi felt that he was lucky, a disdainful voice sounded in his mind. Hey, little fairy, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you so much, do you want some love? As soon as Chen Xi heard this voice, it was a rainbow fart that didn't want money, anyway. Fuck off, you bitch, why don't you give me a few T-virus serums as gifts? The little fairy suddenly said tentatively. No, at most one, and take my life, baby. Don't even think about it. As soon as Chen Xi heard it, he shook his head like a rattle, asking for money or not? Cut, you cheapskate, I don't even want 10,000 sticks. The little fairy immediately gave Chen Xi a disdainful glance. This thing is 100 million times stronger. She is not uncommon. What does she have with her sister? Little fairy, why did you suddenly appear? What mission? Chen Xi asked curiously. He knew that this little fairy said that she was a system elf, but she was actually deceiving a 3-year-old child. What's the matter? Oh, by the way, you try to devour infinite gems first. The more this thing devours, the easier it will be later. Don't go to the future. You don't have enough time. The little fairy finished speaking in one breath, but it made Chen Xi very painful. That's all. What should I do if I don't say how? Huh? What's your look? You're stupid. How can you swallow yourself up and want to go? The little fairy is furious. Underestimate this fairy. Suffocate you stupid. Offline. Goodbye. Leaving Chen Xi alone, sitting on the head of the bed in a mess, thinking. Peggy, this good thing is for you. Don't you want super ability? Chen Xi, who couldn't figure it out, took out the T-virus serum and handed it to Peggy and Raven. What is this, husband? Peggy looked at the azure blue T-virus serum and was deeply attracted. It can increase your physical fitness by 2 or 3 times. You can awakening psychokinesis, just like me. You can attack, defend, and fly. Chen Xi thought about the T-virus in the movie. It should be about the same. Ah, that's amazing. Thank you, husband. Mew. When Peggy got excited, she snapped. Ah, so amazing. Thank you, husband. Mew. The mischievous Raven followed suit and pissed off Peggy again, rubbing her hair into a chicken coop. After the frolic was over, the 2 women were injected with the perfect T-virus serum. Chen Xi estimated that she would have to wait for a while, so she told Silly Girl to protect them and left alone. On the streets of Tokyo, when sparks appear, it means that man is here. Then directly invite the next victim. This day is destined to change history. This day will go down in history forever. This day is destined to make the world fear China. On the streets of Tokyo, there is a bustling scene. Singing and dancing are peaceful, like paradise on earth. All of this comes from sucking blood. These moths are eroding China, plundering wealth from China, and realizing their prosperity. Chen Xi walked slowly and looked at it slowly. Everything here is so beautiful, but it is disgusting. How many babies do you have? Are you from China? Just when Chen Xi sighed that Tokyo was disgustingly beautiful, a cute voice reached his ears. Why do you say that? Even though he is proficient in the language, Chen Xi did not use this kind of rubbish plagiarism. Because you're not like a Chinese plasterer, their temperament is so bad, you can smell a wretched smell from afar. Chen Xi didn't expect this girl to have such a smooth and fluent standard of Chinese, which really impressed him. As for why he came to chat with Chen Xi directly, what's the need to say? Because Chen Xi is even more perfect than the manga hero in the plaster? His genes are urging him to evolve into a more perfect form all the time. So, can you do me a favor? Where is the palace of your plaster country? I can't find it. Can you show me a way? Looking at the noble temperament of this little girl, she should know how to go, and she is planning to control a little devil. Ah, you're going to the palace? You're from China, aren't you afraid of being caught? My sister-in-law was taken aback. Such a perfect male protagonist might not be a fool, right? It's okay, don't worry, I'm going to talk to Yu Tianhuang about a big deal. Chen Xi said to her with a mysterious smile. Seeing this, my sister-in-law was tangled. Should she go home or not? I managed to sneak out, but if I don't take him there, I will have no chance to speak, so let's go back. Okay, I'll take you there, but don't lie to me, otherwise I won't be able to keep you. Well, if you say this to you, you will get a surprise. Chen Xi snickered. This little girl Liang is actually the daughter of Yuren. Zhenhuai's a chick. Very good, it takes no effort to get it. Tokyo City is small, Tokyo is big. The Petit Palace is naturally in the city center. Along the way, the little princess kept talking, and kept introducing Chen Xi to where the fun was and where the scenery was beautiful. She was simply a top 10 tour guide. While the princess was chatting and laughing, the palace arrived, and Chen Xi accompanied her to laugh along the way. Maybe today was her last happy day. Chen Xi is not in a hurry at all. As soon as he comes, he will be at ease. Can the little devil escape from his palm? Here we are, Chen Xi. This is the imperial palace of Miyagi, Edo Castle. There will be guards to check in the next step. Are you sure you want to go? The princess girl once again solemnly reminded Chen Xi not to be stupid. She guessed that there must be nothing good. Thank you, princess girl, for taking me to the palace. I will remember your help this time and spare your life. In the end, Chen Xi stopped pretending. The showdown is over. I'm here to do a big deal. Who the hell are you? How do you know I'm a royal princess? You want to threaten the royal family with me? The princess girl asked questions for 3 consecutive times, and she retreated while talking. The love just now turned into hatred. It's vain that I trusted you so much, and was so courteous to you. You bastard took advantage of me? I hate you. Kill me anyway. The royal family will not compromise because of the princess. The princess girl looked at Chen Xi angrily, as if he was a heartless man. Boom! Chen Xi went up and gave her a brain break. What are you thinking? What are you looking at? What are you thinking? I can only read minds. I'm not going to threaten anyone with a girl, then I'll do it. You, hitting me hurts to death. I'm a princess, no one has ever hit me. The princess girl suddenly burst into laughter and hummed proudly. Looking at her expression, Chen Xi didn't say anything, so let her see it, and don't talk to strangers. There were at least hundreds of thousands of guards in the palace, secretly, and Chen Xi walked over like this. Hey, stop, it's dangerous. As soon as the princess chick finished shouting, her world collapsed. I saw Chen Xi stretch out his fist and beat the interrogating guard into a bloody mist. The guard next to him immediately shot, but unfortunately he was killed by his own bullet in the same ending. A shrill alarm resounded throughout Tokyo. An accident happened in the palace. The palace, which had never been invaded for hundreds of years, welcomed its owner. Teams of guards came out from everywhere, and a large number of troops came from other places. Fire. The captain of the guard gave an order, yellow gun flames flashed, and rows of bullets hit Chen Xi instantly. No. The princess girl shouted desperately and mournfully. Did he die like this? Just when everyone thought that Chen Xi was going to die, and the smile gradually changed, their world collapsed. I saw with my own eyes that the bullets I shot stopped in the air, like pressing the pause button, and in the blink of an eye, the bullets all returned. Bang, bang, bang. With a sound like piercing through a sack, they widened their eyes and fell into darkness with a deep puzzlement. The princess girl was dumbfounded, watching this man kill the invisible man. Is the royal family over today? Yuan constantly troops, dead soldiers, guards, one after another came to die. They couldn't stop Chen Xi, but for the sake of Tianhuang, they did not turn back. Why bother? With a sigh, Chen Xi squeezed the last guard standing in front of him. Behind him lay corpses densely on the ground, all killed by their own weapons, each bullet taking away their companions. Yuan, still haven't come out? How long will you be a coward? Outside the main hall, Chen Xi used telepathy to spread the voice of the entire Plaster Island country. The royal family, and the prestige of the millennium were all lost. Your Excellency, why are you so aggressive? Yuan's tone was full of helplessness, and he embarrassed the 1,000-year-old royal family. The weak eat the strong, it's that simple, you should know this better than me. Ha ha ha. You abdicate, abdicate. This is the shame of the royal family for thousands of years. He is alive and cannot face the people. He died and had no face to face his ancestors, so it was impossible for him to die, so humiliating and betraying the country. Ha ha ha, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Now it's me Yamato who has lost, and my royal family who has lost, but if you want me to be a traitor to the country, you'd better not bother. Wanting to laugh, facing Chen Xi without fear, but calmly begging for death. I didn't expect you to have such guts. Chen Xi didn't expect that the monarch who usually delegates power and rules but does not have such great courage. He can't do anything about losing his country and humiliating his power. Your Majesty Tianhuang. I'll be loyal to His Majesty. Tianhuang hail. The massacre that took place in the palace has long spread throughout Tokyo, and countless little devils flocked to the palace to protect Tianhuang. The Tianhuang of the small plaster is the descendant of the great god Amaterasu. They are loyal to the descendant of the god, and their prestige is so high that even if they die, there is no hesitation. Countless people started to attack Chen Xi with knives and guns. Even if they died, they would also eat a piece of Chen Xi's flesh. They had long forgotten the horror of death. Hey, what a bunch of loyal ministers. Looking at the men, women, and children who were brave and did not fear death, Chen Xi sighed. No wonder they invaded China with a small space. Unfortunately, people who are not of our race will have different hearts. The more this is the case, the more you will not be allowed to stay. Chen Xi's eyes were cold and ruthless, so let me be that ruthless man, killing you all to be courtiers and pay tribute? He stretched out his slender and fair hand. Perhaps this perfect hand should be learned to play the piano, but Chen Xi used this hand to slaughter the common people. With a slight grip, he killed the civilians at Chen Xi. All the soldiers exploded into a fog of blood, leaving no bones. Even the common people, when they picked up the sword and rushed towards Chen Xi, they would never die. When they pick up swords and guns, they will one day rush to the Chinese people. If that's the case, then let me, Chen Xi, be the one who fell into the darkness and bring peace to the world. Chen Xi's heart, at the moment, has become ice for 10,000 years. No, please, let them go, they are all civilians. The princess girl had already cried to tears and roared heart-piercing. She regretted it. She thought it was the happiest day in her life, but she didn't expect that today would be hell on earth. Ha ha ha, you told me you were a commoner? This is the biggest joke I've heard in my life for so many years. Are beasts a commoner? Who has thought about the countless compatriots in China? Have you ever thought that they are civilians? The reincarnation of heaven, who will the heaven spare? Hearing this, Chen Xi laughed in anger, and his anger ignited, so let's be more violent. Using psychokinesis to hold up the little devil who was dying, Chen Xi slowly flew out of the palace, watching the devils in Weiyang and Weiyang flock to the palace. Stop it all for me. Your Majesty is here. If you want him alive, just kill yourself. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let him go. Countless devils looked up at the indomitable, godlike terrifying figure in the sky, and began to tremble. Why is this person so ruthless? God Amaterasu, quickly manifest your spirit. God Amaterasu, your people are on the verge of life and death. Hearing the sound of prayer below, Chen Xi laughed disdainfully. Little puppy fart Amaterasu, so what if he was alive? I count 3 times. If the number of suicides is not enough, I will torture your Majesty. 3, 2, 1. Chen Xi's playful voice just wanted to linger the cold wind, making them feel cold all over. Your Majesty hail? Yamato hail. Hundreds of little devils let out their final roars and resolutely chose to be loyal to Tianhuang. There are definitely countless bullets flying towards Chen Xi, but unfortunately the bullets also flew back at a faster speed, splashing with blood mist. Yuren, it seems that there are still many people who choose to be loyal to you, not bad. Chen Xi turned his head with a playful look, and looked at the seemingly firm Tianhuang. Their deaths are worth it, and Amaterasu will bless them. Yuren still refused to surrender and abdicate, and was very stubborn. Okay, let's wait and see. You don't seem to care about this person. Chen Xi took him to slowly fly towards the crowd, and everywhere he passed, there was a fog of blood in the sky. Yuren's eyes slowly began to panic. Is this person's heart colder than Wanyan ice? Where's the heavy weapon? Where's the cannon? Hit me, don't care if I live or die. Yamato hail. Yuren began to roar at the crowd, but no one would turn the cannons on his majesty. Definitely he didn't know, nothing would work. The slaughter continued, and countless civilians and soldiers turned into blood mist in front of his eyes. Before they died, they were reluctant, determined, and regarded death as home, as if to say, Your Majesty Tianhuang, don't surrender, don't compromise. No, please, don't kill, I admit defeat, I abdicate. In a few minutes, Yuren saw that hundreds of thousands of people just disappeared. They are innocent? Don't, I haven't had enough, go ahead. Chen Xi's tone of voice without stopping at all is enough for such a person? Psychokinesis turned into a big hand and patted the prosperous avenues one after another. It is true that life and death have fate and wealth in the sky. Whether or not they can live depends on the creation of the devil. Please, I beg you, let them go. I'll be your slave. I'll let the entire royal family be your slave, please. Yuren collapsed. His hair was messy, his nose and tears could not stop. He kept kowtowing to Chen Xi, praying that Chen Xi would let his people go. Hey, okay, who made me soft-hearted? You abdicate. Chen Xi seemed to have had enough fun and vented his anger. Such humiliation seemed to reward this little devil Tianhuang. To abdicate, this is the greatest good news that Yuren has heard. This god and demon finally stopped. Yes, I will issue the edict of abdication. Don't do it. Looking at the devastation all over the place, by this time, his anger had also dissipated a lot. The prayers of the little commoner devil with the remaining plaster really worked, and Amaterasu really appeared, but there was a figure next to him, the Ancient One magician. Chen Xi, all the free days, their failure is inevitable, can't you wait a few more months? Amaterasu is willing to calm your anger. Ancient One traveled through time and saw countless futures, but the failure of the plaster was doomed, so I came here to advise. Oh, how did she come down? Talk about it. I am willing to be a slave and a maid, and from today onwards, you are my master. Amaterasu bowed his head and bowed in a respectful manner. It's not impossible, that princess girl will also be my maid in the future. Chen Xi lowered his head and pondered for a while, then pointed to the maid in the distant palace. As you wish, my lord. When a crisis of annihilation passed, it was to exchange the freedom of their gods for a short-lived peace. If they knew about it, they would probably kill themselves. The movement of the plaster was too great, as if the virus spread and appeared in front of the whole world in an instant. Someone killed the palace, killed all the guards, and killed countless civilians? Yuren almost issued the edict of abdication, but in the end, the man suddenly let him go. No one knew the reasons, which led to countless speculations. Well done, it must be a god. That's right, I can't wait to step on Tokyo with the divine leaping horse. Sure enough, he is the male god of my dreams, the invincible man in the world. The latest newspapers, as long as they publish news about the gods, are bound to sell out. These newspaper bosses hang Chen Xi's portrait in the office, at home, kneel and worship day and night. This is the god of wealth. Street storytellers, opera singers, all stories are replaced by the story from the gods descended to earth. However, the accident did not end. Arnold carried out Chen Xi's orders earnestly, because the Terminator did not need to rest, not to have feelings. Every day is the news of the assassination of the little plaster high-level devils from all over the world, and the common people are like New Year's every day. Their faces are full of unstoppable smiles. A few families are happy and some families are sad. While they are rejoicing, at the same time they are sad and bleak. Now the little devils don't want to get promoted and get rich. That official position is a life-threatening talisman. Anyone who is a high-ranking official is a dead person. Those positions are hot potatoes, and they are already high level. That is, people are panicked, and dozens of guards are guarded when they sleep, and there are 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Chen Xi didn't know how much crisis he brought to this group of plaster devils, to the point where Tan's expression changed. Chen Xi will let Arno ravage the plaster devils alone. He is living the life of a landlord and an old wealthy leisurely. Amaterasu beats his legs, Genhuiza beats his back. How can people live like this? This is simply the life of a fairy. Ancient One, it's easy for you to discuss something with you. Chen Xi suddenly remembered about Howard. His cousin was about to fulfill his promise. What's the matter? Tell me. Ancient One said lightly. You should know Tony Stark. I want his father to learn magic from you. Howard History Stark? Does he have the ability? And his fate is doomed. Ancient One shook his head, not optimistic about Howard, the man destined to be assassinated. I'm here, his fate has changed, don't you think it's interesting? Chen Xi said nonchalantly. You also know that Tony can replace Doctor Strange to become the Sorcerer Supreme, so why does his same father have some magical ability? Chen Xi casually revealed a shocking secret, which shocked Ancient One. How do you know so many secrets, even about Tony replacing Doctor Strange in other universes? This is simply incomprehensible. Calm down, Ancient One, there is nothing in this world that I don't know, understand? I know everything and know everything. Chen Xi smiled and said that he was calm, and they all sat down. At this time, Ancient One suddenly took out the Eye of Agamotto and sent green lights towards Chen Xi. Well, it's really green, the green one makes people panic. Well, no one is afraid of this stuff, the power of time is awe-inspiring, and that green light is even more so. Chen Xi saw Ancient One start to get nervous, its head up and down, swaying left and right. The epilepsy was not as big as her swing. Looking at Chen Xi, he covered his mouth and snickered. I am unsmiling and professional, unless I really can't hold it back. When watching a movie before, when he saw Doctor Strange, he burst out laughing. Everyone thought it was Doctor Strange's kidney deficiency, but Ancient One did the same. After waiting for 5 minutes, Ancient One slowly opened his eyes. This time, his gaze towards Chen Xi changed. When she first met Chen Xi, Ancient One could handle it calmly. She just met Chen Xi for the second time, and she was only a little less confident than Chen Xi. But when she looked at Chen Xi's future through the Eye of Agamotto, there were only 2 paths, a vague end, a throne high in the void. One is that Chen Xi stepped on the corpses of countless villains and ascended the throne amid the cheers of countless great gods, super ability people, and mutants. The other is that Chen Xi stepped on the corpses of countless superheroes, the corpses of villains, and stepped onto the throne step by step. In any case, Chen Xi is good, the honor of all universes. Chen Xi is free, that will be the end of all universes. Yo, Ancient One, your face is very ugly, can't you see my future? Seeing that Ancient One's face was pale, Chen Xi immediately joked. Chen Xi guessed that her future was not something that Ancient One could see at all. She could only see a little bit of fur. Chen Xi didn't know that, but this little bit of fur made Ancient One's hair horrified. Yeah, it scared me a bit. Everyone has an unexplainable future tributary, and there will be different results. And there is only one endpoint. For good or evil, you must be cautious and cautious. One of your decisions is the fate of countless people. Ancient One said to Chen Xi earnestly that she was terrified. Don't worry, I'm just a salted fish. I bask in the sun every day, and I'm satisfied. There is only one principle, if people do not offend me, I do not offend others. If others offend me, I will offend others. After finishing speaking, Chen Xi took a deep look at Ancient One. Don't take precautions against me, and make arrangements for later moves, otherwise there will be consequences. Haha, don't make the atmosphere too stiff, we are all friends. In a few days, you will send Howard to Kamartaj. Ancient One's heart suddenly became tense, and he quickly changed the subject with a haha. Once the atmosphere loosened, Chen Xi returned to his lazy salted fish appearance, with a light-hearted look, as if it wasn't him who had been so oppressive just now. Ancient One left in a hurry. Chen Xi didn't let her eat. This guy was destined for everything, so Chen Xi couldn't like it. After Ancient One left, Chen Xi continued to live as a salted fish sleeping and basking in the sun. Amaterasu and Zhenhuizi saw their owner's lazy appearance of salted fish, and they couldn't help asking themselves, which guy is the real him? The grace of God is like the sea, and the power of God is like a prison. These 2 ancient idioms jumped into their minds. Chen Xi was very clear about the ideological activities of the 2 maids, and he was too lazy to say anything. He was still very satisfied with Amaterasu's strength. He was at least no worse than the average level 4 mutant when he first entered the level sub-godfather. Being a bodyguard and following my wife is still very reassuring. As for male bodyguards, directly slapped to death. However, Chen Xi couldn't understand the setting of the Marvel world. It was too messy, the timeline was messed up, and the energy system was messed up. The powerful Omega level, also known as the 5th level mutant, developed by Iceman ability is like shit, and was hanged by Charles and Magneto, the 2 4th level mutants. And the 5th level Scarlet Witch Wanda, Phoenix Gray, is a bug in the later stage, so it cannot be placed in the 5th level mutant. But the more perverted the better, the happier Chen Xi was. For Mao, these women were destined to be their daughters-in-law. Even the rubbish of Cyclops deserves it. There is also Logan, who is not in a normal state, who still doesn't know where to mine and chop wood. Scarlet Witch Wanda? It's exciting to think about it. That's Eric's daughter. It seems that he has to send Eric out of the way and give birth to a daughter for labor. Thinking about it, the corner of Chen Xi's mouth began to inadvertently reveal an indescribable smile. Hey, this guy's laughing is so wretched, and he doesn't know who he wants to harm. Zhenhuizi secretly thought to herself, thinking of her own country, she was depressed again. Pia? As soon as I complained in my heart, Zhenhuizi's pee-pee was taken. Immediately made her face red, and she was deeply favored by the royal family. How could she have such a shameful experience? Do you understand how to correct your attitude? Master, I can read minds, think more about it next time, and serve you with family law. Chen Xi closed his eyes and hummed slowly. He could precisely hit the right spot without blinking. Yes, this servant knows it's wrong. Ah, why are you hitting someone's place again? Before Zhenhuizi finished speaking, she was slapped by Chen Xi again. This bitch still doesn't know how powerful I am, and is complaining about me again? Seeing that the little girl is going to suffer for her face, Amaterasu is also very funny. She really deserves it, so she can't be honest. At this time, Raven and Peggy were already in the yard, and it seemed that they had awakening the ability of the perfect T-virus serum. Hey, Sister Peggy, your position is not guaranteed. You haven't seen your place for a day, and your position has been robbed. It's pitiful. Before Peggy could speak, Raven's mouth was like a machine gun, and she said a lot. Pia? Raven was directly taken into his arms by Chen Xi and ravaged, which is so dishonest. Sister Peggy, help. Our husband is going to kill me, save me. Raven shouted for help at Peggy, only she seemed to be able to save herself. Bah, you deserve it, you brought it on yourself, bear with you. Peggy doesn't care about Raven's bastard, she doesn't have a good time all day and needs to clean up. What she was looking at were the two new women who should be angry and happy, noble and glamorous. A graceful and vulgar, with a spirit of lightness, tender skin, leisurely demeanor, beautiful eyes, peach cheeks with a smile, no words to spit, air like a secluded orchid, indescribably gentle and pleasant. A person whose skin is better than snow and his eyes are like a pool of clear water. When looking forward to it, he has an elegant and lofty temperament, which makes people feel ashamed and dare not blaspheme. Compared with them, his only advantage is that the rabbit is much bigger than them, but it seems that this is Chen Xi's favorite. Thinking of this, you are suddenly full of self-confidence, and you will never catch up with me in your life. Husband, why don't you introduce me? These two young ladies are so beautiful. Peggy came out with the aura of being a big house, showing a gentle and generous temperament. Okay, put away your posture, they are the little girls I took, my spoils. Chen Xi pinched Peggy's nose with a smile, indicating that she doesn't have to be like an enemy. Oh, that's it, tell me earlier. Peggy suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. A husband's ability to look good must be more than one woman, but as few as possible must be as few as possible. Hello, my name is Peggy Kate. What kind of servant? Don't listen to his nonsense, it's all family. Peggy greeted them with a smile. Hello madam, my name is Jen Huizi. Please take care of me in the future. Hello madam, my name is Amaterasu. Please take care of me in the future. People who are under the eaves, how can they not bow their heads, whether it is a god or a princess? When you enter the gate of the Chen family, you must behave properly. Otherwise, thousands of plaster devils will die without a place to be buried. Peggy, your psychokinesis awakening, show it to me. Chen Xi suddenly wanted to see how strong this initial psychokinesis was. Okay, wait. When Peggy heard this, she took out a coin and started thinking about moving the coin in her mind. Slowly the piece began to move slowly, but it was a little slow. It's okay, within my expectations. Chen Xi nodded. The protagonist in Super Out of Control was not as good as Peggy at first. Big brother, look at me, look at me. Raven has always been positive about this kind of face-to-face thing, its nature, loves to perform. Seeing that Raven moved coins at least twice as fast as Peggy, the little girl stuck out her tongue at Peggy proudly. Peggy couldn't do anything when she was in a hurry. Who made Raven a mutant, and her mental strength was naturally stronger than her. Don't be complacent. Psychokinesis is also slowly practicing and gradually strengthening. If it is too hasty, it will increase the burden on the brain and cause nosebleeds. Don't worry. Chen Xi reminded them not to worry, mainly to remind Peggy. He knew that Peggy was very strong. Husband, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to become stronger, because I have you to protect me. Peggy understood, and immediately told Chen Xi not to worry about her. I believe you? Chen Xi instructed to go down again to make dinner a little richer and crowded in the evening. In the evening, Howard really came running with the magic study he was thinking of. This guy Howard is admiring his cousin Chen Xi more and more. He is the idol of all men on earth. What type of beauties are there in this family? All of them are one of a kind in case. The women gathered together to chat, and Howard naturally took Chen Xi to the study to ask Chen Xi the secrets of picking up girls. Kiss big cousin, teach me how to do it, I will give it to you as long as you want it. Playboy has completely surrendered. If he used to say who was the best girl in New York, he would definitely think that he was second, and no one would dare to think first. Today, the strong has its own strong hand, and a mountain is taller than a mountain. Since his eldest cousin was born, he has become shorter. Well, I'm really inexperienced, I'm far worse than you. Chen Xi spread out his hands, really inexperienced. Are you teasing me? There are so many outside, and you still live in harmony. Howard looked like you were teasing me. How about a liar? I really don't have it, maybe it's extra points elsewhere. Where are the extra points? Well, it's a little bit stronger than others, a little bit more humorous than others, a little bit more handsome than others, a little bit more knowledgeable than others, not much. After listening to Chen Xi's shameless Versailles, Howard suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. You can just say that the other person is me, I can stand it. Me. Howard held back for a long time, but he couldn't find a reason to refute, and he was even more depressed. Ha ha ha, don't compare with me, I was born to stand on the top of the mountain, this world exists to welcome my arrival, don't you understand? Chen Xi's skillful way of comparing the second positions made Howard cry. After teasing Howard for a while, Chen Xi finally stopped the crit damage to him and started talking about business. Stop talking nonsense, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and I have already negotiated. Come over tomorrow morning, and I will take you to the Magic Holy Land to find her. As for whether you can learn magic, I can't guarantee it. This must require ability. With ability, how far you can go depends on your own efforts. Chen Xi told Howard about learning magic very seriously. This is the biggest change in the plot so far. Don't let Howard have no ability at that time, it would be a shame. Fuck, cousin, what you said is true, I love you cousin, ha ha ha, magic, magic, how many girls do I have to spend, beautiful. When Howard heard this, he jumped up and jumped towards Chen Xi when Chen Xi waved a light punch and gave him a panda makeup. Fuck, you're learning magic just to pick up girls? You rubbish, and I warn you, men and beasts can't bear kisses. Chen Xi was suddenly speechless, this guy is learning magic for this? It really hurts, I thought she wanted to protect the earth, hey, this playboy is useless, completely useless. Hey, cousin, forgive me, I'm so excited, I can't help it, I'm a man of sex, I like women, and a pure man. Howard laughed, happy like a husky, making Chen Xi speechless for a while, isn't it magic? Get the hell out of here, wretched uncle. Chen Xi quickly waved his hand and told him to get out of the way. Hey, Howard, who used to love to pretend to be in front of him, is gone. He has changed. In order to learn magic, he doesn't need ethics. Goodbye then, my dear cousin. Howard, who became light when walking, hummed and could not understand the ditty, and quickly disappeared in front of him. In the living room downstairs, the topic of women will never end. Chen Xi doesn't want to join them, so let's relax first. In this era, there are no solar energy and water heaters. If you want to take a bath, you can only boil water by hand. Definitely this is a skill that Chen Xi discovered, and that is to use heat sight to boil water. Haha, I'm such a genius. If the Superman next door knew that Chen Xi used the heat sight to boil water for bathing, they would have to try to praise the universe to kill him. My maid took a bath, as if she had washed away the bad luck of the past few days, and she felt relaxed. Just when Chen Xi was about to fall asleep, two beautiful figures sneaked in. Chen Xi naturally got the perception all of a sudden, and he knew exactly what the two women were thinking. So let their wishes come true, and the interest of the small plaster will be charged from them in the future. Two soft whistles sounded, and the water in the bathtub began to surge, and it couldn't calm down for a long time. Master, we were wrong, please spare us, please. The two of them were Chen Xi's opponents, and they were quickly subdued. In the future, do you still dare to sneak attack? Chen Xi asked proudly. Don't dare, never dare. The two women hurriedly bowed their heads in fear. Clean up by yourself, find a place to recuperate, and challenge me next time when your injury heals. Yes, master, don't dare anymore. Seeing the two limping figures, Chen Xi whistled proudly. Woody is so lonely. Chen Xi quickly packed up the battlefield and was ready to go back to his room to rest. He had been running around for several days and didn't get a good night's sleep. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel, and everything will not be transferred by his will. Peggy had already heard the movement upstairs. Day and night defense, home thieves were difficult to prevent. Only half a day, they were succeeded. Raven, my sister will give you a good show tonight. You have to cooperate with my sister. Peggy's eyes flashed fiercely, making you feel sorry for me? Okay, Raven will definitely cooperate. Raven knew his favorite show was about to begin. The whole villa is quiet, the masters are sleeping, and the chef and nanny are also happy to relax. Definitely, the culprit of everything is naturally Chen Xi, who first injured Amaterasu and the princess, and then was pulled by Peggy to perform with Raven. Howard on the other side didn't sleep well all night after he went back yesterday, and his mind was full of learning magic. Excited, and uneasy, because Chen Xi told him that magic requires ability. Although he boasted and sold himself as the smartest person in America, he still didn't know anything about the mysterious side. Maybe he really had no magical ability? Repeatedly unable to sleep all night, Howard swears that this is the earliest day in his life, and he can't wait to run to Chen Xi's side as soon as the sun rises. But it hurts that the nanny told him that Chen Xi would never get up so early, and let him sit and drink tea and wait. Howard looked at his watch. It was only 6:30. When will this happen? There's no way this guy can drive to Chinatown again to eat authentic soy milk fritters and dumplings. Well, he has developed the habit of eating these things, and he was brought by Chen Xi. Howard, who was full of food and drink, almost collapsed, because it was 8 o'clock when he came back, and no one got up. Waiting left and right, when he fell asleep on the sofa, Chen Xi came out slowly, looking at the time. It was 10:30. You, cousin, get up, you've worked hard, when are we going to learn magic? Howard was suddenly furious, and he just spit out a word, but he held it back abruptly. The world is so beautiful, but I am irritable. I endure it. Chen Xi glanced at him lightly. Demo, if you want to learn magic, just endure it. Just when Howard's patience reached his throat, Chen Xi spoke first. Come on, let's go. You, what the hell? Howard almost choked to death in one breath. He endured the anger for a long time, brewing for a long time to break out, but was blocked by Chen Xi. I endure, can't be mad. Howard kept reciting the word forbearance in his heart. Be a good ninja turtle. When sparks appeared in the living room, the quaint buildings on the other side came into Howard's eyes. This time all the anger disappeared, and I looked curiously. Is this the world of magician? Here I am, Howard, waiting for me? Chen Xi directly took Howard and stepped into camartage, interrupting Howard's fantasies. Ancient One, here I come. Chen Xi shouted carelessly from outside the door. Now he has stabbed a hornet's nest. You dare to make noise in camartage, this is holy land. Do you dare to report the name? The disciples of Ancient One were filled with righteous indignation when they saw such an unruly guy who despised the Sorcerer Supreme, and they were taught a lesson to this madman, destroyed under Xia Chen, come to kick the gym. When Howard heard it, he rolled his eyes. This guy is too bad. The ghost knows who Chen Difang is, and he still pretends to be like this. Okay, then let me experience your great tricks. A fat man who looked a lot like Wang Chang stood up. Stop, this is my honored guest, I'll leave. Ancient One naturally knew everything about the outside world. She was quite speechless to Chen Xi. This guy was running the train with his mouth full, but he didn't speak the truth. If she doesn't go out, this camartage will be demolished. Yo, Ancient One, if you don't come out again, I'm almost ready to dismantle this camartage. Chen Xi said carelessly. Ancient One was suddenly depressed. This was not enough for her to guess. The people under my command don't understand the rules. Please forgive me, Master. The magician of his subordinates was furious. This is so obviously Chen Dangdang is provoking trouble. Okay, back off. Chen Xi is joking with you guys. Ancient One defends Chen Xi again. This guy is so boring. He just wants to do something. His wish could not be fulfilled. The disciples withdrew gloomily, and the master said so. What else can you do? This person is probably not worse than the master, right? Howard, come with me. I'll see your ability. Ancient One looked at Howard and said lightly, magician ability ranked first. Hearing Ancient One's words, Howard was also quite uneasy. This is the time to decide his fate. What should I do? Ancient One magician. Howard asked very nervously, and the 2 rows of teeth began to fight. Hihi, don't you be nervous? Come and learn the basics of magician on these pages and see how much you can master. Ancient One took out a magic book and let him learn the most basic magic knowledge from the first few books. And she and Chen Xi went to drink tea next door, leaving Howard to ponder slowly. Ancient One, do you feel his magic affinity and soul ability are high? Chen Xi asked directly. He knew what Ancient One could feel. After all, he had met face to face. Well, I have never come into contact with Howard. Originally, in all universes, Howard had the same fate, but I didn't expect it to be changed by you. The meaning of Ancient One is obvious. Howards in other universes do not have the ability of Sorcerer Supreme. What about the Howard of this universe? The ability is good, but unfortunately it is a little worse than strange, but it can also have the ability of the future Mordo and Wang. To tell the truth, Ancient One is still waiting for Strange, the destined Sorcerer Supreme. Chen Xi is not surprised. There is only one Sorcerer Supreme Tony in countless universes, and the probability of others is too small. After 2 hours, Howard read the pages, but was still confused and unable to understand. Okay, don't be discouraged. You have the ability. You can integrate magic into your mathematical operations. Maybe there will be miraculous effects. Chen Xi said to Howard, because he vaguely remembered that Tony had done it. Okay, I'll try it later. Howard nodded. Then Ancient One, I'll go first. Howard, your best first magic is space teleportation, or Xi Stark goes bankrupt. You don't even know. After finishing speaking, Chen Xi left. He had no interest in boring magic. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and bask in the sun with his sister? In this way, Howard was abandoned by Chen Xi. You can't learn space teleportation, so don't even think about coming back. Maybe Stark went out of business, you don't know. At this time, Stark was on the right track, developing step by step, and Howard inspected it regularly. When Chen Xi returned to the manor, it was already more than 3 o'clock, and the leftovers were taken by the chef to feed the stray cats and dogs. Although it doesn't matter if he eats or not, can the habit that has been cultivated for decades be changed? So Chen Xi decided to go to Chinatown alone. He had never been there before, so he just wanted to try something special. Chinatown was already very popular during this period, and there were many Chinese people who avoided the war. It was naturally better than fighting alone. Chen Xi slid snacks with both hands and wandered aimlessly, no matter where he went. All the delicious food will be tasted, and the cooks at home will definitely be limited. How can there be so many delicious food outside? Superman's stomach is a bottomless pit. As long as there is delicious food, he will not be afraid, and it will be more than a rice bucket. Authentic Sichuan hot pot. As soon as Chen Xi looked up, he saw that a hot pot restaurant was still open, and he walked in immediately. Hot pot is his favorite. Yo, there is only one guest officer. The waiter still retains the domestic style of running the hall. Just me. Is your hall still a private room? The hall. Chen Xi thought about it. What a private room he wants by himself. It's a waste. Okay, sir, this is the menu. You can choose slowly, and you can just say hello. The waiter handed the menu to Chen Xi, and went to the front desk to chat with the girl. Spirit boy? Soon Chen Xi handed the food he ordered to the waiter. Sir, are you sure you're right? This is at least 7 or 8. Have you eaten? The waiter had a questioning look on his face. That's too much. If it wasn't for Chen Xi's well-dressed, good-looking, and invincible handsome looks, he would have been bombarded long ago. Yes, hurry up and serve the food. I have a big appetite, and I have a lot of your money. Chen Xi smiled and told the waiter that it was normal for people to ask this question, and he really ordered a lot. After waiting for a while, the dishes began to be served one after another. There were too many, so the waiter prepared them in batches. Looking at the fiery red tumbling soup base, with a layer of dried chili turning up and down, this is spicy enough and delicious. Chen Xi ate all the vegetables he could eat. Anyway, he was not afraid of getting old, but he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. Chen Xi's food here was very enjoyable, and the young waiter over there was dumbfounded. Good guy, I really didn't lie to him. Eating and eating, Chen Xi realized that something was wrong, and someone was watching him. Sure enough, according to his induction, there was a girl at the door swallowing her saliva, her eyes were full of longing, she was probably starving. Seeing this, Chen Xi moved with compassion. He was neither a good person nor a bad person, but a person who did whatever he wanted. There are so many people in this world who suffer, so many poor people die every day because of wars. However, he saw this compatriot girl at the door, and he saw it in a foreign country. He helped him. For him, it was a matter of reaching out. Guy, you invite the girl outside and add some dishes. Chen Xi waved to the waiter. Well, you are a good person. In Chinatown, countless compatriots can't afford to eat every day, so I just asked if you could finish eating. The boy waiter said something, and went to call the little girl Liang to come in. Gu Liang, come in, the guest inside called you to eat together, you're welcome, we are all compatriots. Seeing Xiaogu Liang was embarrassed to come in, the guy said that everyone is a compatriot, and sure enough, Xiaogu Liang is no longer hesitation. Okay, sir, it's arranged according to your instructions. The young waiter stepped back after saying that. Eat, little sister, you're welcome, everyone is from a foreign country, everyone is compatriots, and no one has a difficult time. Seeing that Aunt Liang was a little embarrassed, Chen Xi comforted her softly. Thank you, you are such a good person, you are the first person to invite me to dinner, and you don't dislike me. Xiaogu Liang thanked Chen Xi very moved. Good guy, maybe. You eat first, and if you don't feel comfortable, change to a clear soup pot. Regarding being issued a good person card, Chen Xi expressed his helplessness. The good person card is not derogatory in this era. No need, no trouble, that's it. In this way, the two began to chat while eating. What's your name? Jubilation Li, how about you? Me, Chen Xi. Jubilation Li? It's such a familiar name, I always feel like I've heard it somewhere, and it's Chinese, but the time is a little off. Damn timeline, at least Jubilation Li was born in 20 years, right? Are your parents dead? They were doctors before. Chen Xi asked tentatively. You, how did you know? Jubilation Li was surprised, how did this man know? You don't need to worry, you will know later, because we are compatriots. Definitely Chen Xi's compatriot and Jubilation Li's understanding are different. Chen Xi began to slowly recall the information of Jubilation Li. Those who stepped on the horse, these people who graduated from the cartoon orphanage, could not have arranged the birth. Almost every mutant had a tragic start. After losing his parents, Jubilation Li was destitute and had no place to live, so he was sent to the Los Angeles Youth Hall. There she suffered a lot, but fortunately she learned how to protect herself later, and began to resist and contradict for the first time, and escaped. What skills can a girl alone have? Occasionally become a little thief, lacking skills, and often misses. Later, she was arrested by the police, and only awakening mutated ability in a desperate situation. But life got worse, and she was even more lonely and miserable, because she was a mutant and wanted to arrest her for experiments. Recalling these materials, looking at Jubilation Li with a tired and dirty face, Chen Xi felt very distressed. Come home with me, follow me in the future, no need to wander, no need to endure the cold and starve. Chen Xi blurted out. Home? Can I still have a home? Jubilation Li heard the words, 2 lines of clear tears flowed out. She thought of the original home full of warmth, but unfortunately she can't go back. Don't cry, in the future, my home will be your home, and we will still have many family members. Chen Xi gently comforted this sensitive and fragile girl. He realized, he always felt that he had nothing to do all day, and he finally knew what to do. And there are thousands of mansions, and the world's poor people are all happy. He wants to provide shelter for mutants who are still suffering but have good intentions all over the world. Waiter check out. When Jubilation Li was full, Chen Xi was ready to check out and take her home. She would be the first mutant he took in at the beginning of his career. Okay, it's 36 yuan in total? I'll wipe it off for you. Answer. Chen Xi is an uncle in his 40s. He listened to the waiter talking about it and admired Chen Xi very much for being able to lend a helping hand to his compatriots. Okay, then thank you uncle, goodbye, come back next time. The boss is a good person, and Chen Xi naturally has to thank others. The 6 yuan in this year is not the 6 yuan in the 70 or 80 years. So, Qian Huan, let's find a place, you can clean up, what a beautiful girl, isn't it? Chen Xi said to Jubilation Li with a smile. Hearing this, Jubilation Li was a little embarrassed, his face was red, and he was dirty and rancid. He had to clean up. Big brother listens to you. Jubilation Li was a little embarrassed. Chen Xi took her to find a hotel. They all have water rooms, so naturally, they can take a hot bath soon. Soon, the new Jubilation Li made Chen Xi's eyes shine. Jubilation Li immediately metamorphoses into a lively and lovely little girl, with a fair face, a pair of watery eyes under the curved eyebrows. It's definitely of the Zygiabio type, and it's a bit like the prototype of a hibiscus. It's the clothes that seriously affect her beauty. Let's go, I'll take you to buy clothes, so pretty girl is covered by clothes. Chen Xi nodded, thinking of this, just do what you say, go shopping for clothes. Ah, will it be too expensive? Expensive? Brother has money. As soon as Chen Xi heard the mention of money, he immediately showed the temperament of a local tyrant. Xi Stark's dividends are still a little bit worse. Chen Xi, who brought Jubilation Li, has transformed dozens of shops near the city center, and bought a lot of clothes for Jubilation Li, including skirts, coats, shoes, pants and so on. He also bought a lot of clothes for several women in the family. Chen Xi estimated that if he didn't buy them, he wouldn't want to sleep at night. With Chen Xi's supervision plus perspective, he can understand their bodies better than the women in the family. Buy a bunch of them and secretly stuff them into the system space without any burden. Just scared Jubilation Li. Big brother, are you an immortal? To Jubilation Li's surprised look, Chen Xi just touched her head. It's a secret, and you'll find out later. Everyone has their own secrets, just like herself. Why not have secrets? Why bother to get to the bottom of things and make people unhappy? When definitely shopping, Chen Xi was taken advantage of by many beautiful girl clerks. In short, it was a big loss. A group of female perverts, I want to curse them in circles? Throwing away the addresses stuffed in his pockets, Chen Xi let out a sigh of relief. In the future, things like shopping, leave it to others. Your personal safety is too important. Jubilation Li, who was sitting in the co-pilot, covered his mouth and snickered. It was so funny. Who made this guy so handsome? Quietly staring at this big brother man who seems to be next door, just looking at her makes me crazy. When she is in distress, wandering the streets, hungry and full, occasionally being a little thief, and often misses, just when she is alone and helpless. He appeared on the colorful auspicious clouds. Like Angel, he spread his wings to her, leading her to break through the darkness and run towards the light. Silly girl, don't look at it, the years to come are endless, and I won't run. Seeing Jubilation Li's silly expression, Chen Xi felt embarrassed. Hee, I'm sorry, I'm fascinated. Jubilation Li laughed when he heard it. This guy is still shy, interesting. Chen Xi concentrated on driving, while Jubilation Li sat quietly, looking out the window, not knowing what to think. It's better to come early than to come by coincidence. I have a meal and go shopping. It's past 7 o'clock when I get home, just in time for the food to be served. Chen Xi is not hungry, but Jubilation Li is still hungry. She is just an ordinary girl and she is growing. Shopping is exhausting. Hey, husband, where did you kidnap your sister from? You scumbag. Peggy suddenly saw Jubilation Li hiding behind Chen Xi, and she was immediately angry. The women in the family were one after the other. It was so crazy. Peggy, don't make trouble. I met Chen Huan in the afternoon, and she is also a poor child. Looking at the angry Peggy, Chen Xi hurriedly hugged Peggy and explained to her the tragic life of Jubilation Li seriously. Chen Huan, I'm sorry, Sister Peggy misunderstood you. This is your home from now on. Can you treat me as a sister? Peggy was already in tears after hearing this. Why is this girl so unfortunate? God doesn't have eyes. Raven, who felt the same way, also burst into tears while hugging Jubilation Li. Jubilation Li was hit harder than she was because she never owned it and was not afraid of losing it. She had never felt the love of her parents, and Jubilation Li's suffering was too great, and it directly plunged her into the abyss. Call. Seeing the emotional women crying together, Chen Xi let out a long sigh of relief. He was finally relieved that the women he saw were magnanimous and reasonable. After a long time, they finally calmed down and pulled Jubilation Li to sit down to eat, while Chen Xi seemed to be directly forgotten by them. With a pouted mouth, Chen Xi spit out, having sisters, forget about men. This night, Amaterasu and Princess Chick were cheap, and Peggy wanted to take Jubilation Li together, and the two of them had to chat and guide Jubilation Li. That day, Zhao and the princess will naturally fulfill their duties as maids, which is also acquiesced by Peggy. Since Jubilation Li was taken in by Chen Xi's manor has slowly become a mutant adoption center. As soon as the Golden Wind and Jade do meet, they will win, but there are countless people in the world. Jubilation Li looked at the man teasing the stray cat in the yard with infinite warmth in his heart. After so many days of homeless life, she felt for the first time what it means to feel safe. She didn't have to wake up from her sleep and wet her clothes with tears. Hi, good morning, Chen Huan, look at how cute and smart these cats and dogs are. Chen Xi greeted her with a smile, and introduced her to these stray cats and dogs. Looking at these stray cats and dogs, Jubilation Li burst into tears. They seemed like themselves. He was so kind to them, so kind to these little critters, no wonder he took in himself. Hey, these little guys are smart. Since we came, the chef will leave the leftovers for them to eat, and one by one will settle down nearby. Chen Xi went on to explain why there are so many cats and dogs. Picking up a very fat orange cat, Jubilation Li also happily cuddled the fat cat. They are all who they used to be. Hey, Sister Chen Huan, look at the orange cat in your hand that hasn't eaten for almost 10 minutes, it's all hungry and thin. Raven casually picked up a beautiful short and rubbed it, looking at the fat cat mockingly. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, Raven, you are such a genius. As soon as Chen Xi heard this, Pissed laughed, Raven, are you a transmigrator? Oh, you're so fat, you're so cute, you're the cat of my dreams. The real hammer, Raven is the one who escaped, the transmigrator Raven. Ha ha ha, Raven gives you a thumbs up. In the future, you will be the pistachio of the villa. This is good, the whole villa is infected with smiles, a good day starts with a happy mood. There are many organizations in the Marvel world, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, which are familiar to everyone. These two are very familiar. There is also a Shenzhen bureau in Huaxia, but there is not much information, and the mystery is mysterious. The Chinese tradition is Tibetan clumsiness. The Illuminati also appeared in the comics. It can be said to be the most powerful organization. It is organized by the founders such as Doctor Strange, Iron Man Tony, Shen Gong, Professor X, Black Bolt, and Namor to prevent and resist various crises on the Earth. Chen Xi met another big organization today, Sulian's Leviathan organization. It's unfortunate for Howard. A few days ago, Stark Industries weapons went to the black market, and Congress gave him a sentenced hat directly. History Stark Industries has been forcibly closed. The truth is unknown. Don't even think about production. The Howards sit at home, the pod is coming from the sky, and they study magic in Camartage, and this is a big event. J.A.R.V.I.S. hurried to the villa just after they had breakfast and told Chen Xi about it, and only Chen Xi could find Howard. J.A.R.V.I.S. Don't worry, I'm also a shareholder of Stark Industries, and I'm also the one who lost. I'll take care of it. Seeing the anxious J.A.R.V.I.S., Chen Xi first spoke out to comfort Jarvis. Don't get excited, he bullied him on the head. He really went to the toilet with a lantern, courting death. Now the SSR in the United States has identified Howard for treason, and he sold molecular bombs to other countries. Howard also deserved it. As a playboy, he hooked up with a beautiful woman, and that person was a bait for Leviathan, so Howard was like this, and he was caught out at once. Unexpectedly, the plot of Carter's agent did not have Peggy, but it still happened. As long as you find two guys, Raymond and Banis, you can find the Leviathan organization. The boss of an underworld organization and a thief, these two really hide deep enough, but how can they resist telepathy? It just happened that Peggy was idle. Let's take her to play. Let her slap the face of those bureaucrats who look down on women. Raymond was hiding in the Martinique Club, Benny's was supplying him with molecular bombs, and after a few days, they would never trade the produced molecular bombs. Raymond in the office is talking to his blonde secretary. His peculiarity is blonde beauties. Suddenly, a meal of sparks slowly turned into a huge amount of aperture, almost scaring him. Who are you? I have no enmity with you, right? When he saw two figures coming out of it, he asked tremblingly. No grievances and no enmity? Where do you start? Our molecular bombs are fun, right? Chen Xi said sarcastically. Yours? Are you Stark Industries? Raymond reacted instantly. He regretted it. It was obviously because he walked too much at night and ran into a ghost. If he knew that Stark had such a big guy, he wouldn't cooperate with Benny's if he killed him. Raymond's face suddenly turned ashen. He knew that his best outcome would be for the boss to give him a good time, otherwise, life would be better than death. Okay, if you dare to do it, you must be brave, and in the next life, make your tricks brighter. He didn't want to talk too much about such a little guy, he directly controlled him with telepathy. It's still useful now, let's become a puppet. Peggy also found a large amount of telegram information in his safe, as well as ledger information that Benny's was hiding in the Roxxon refinery. Peggy, let's go, send these evidences to the SSR director Dury, and then catch Benny's and control him to spit out the truth will help Howard clear his name. By the way, after clearing the memories of the blonde secretary, and dragging Raymond with eyes like a dead dog, Chen Xi went directly back to the basement of the villa. As for Benny's, leave it to the SSR's agent. If this trivial matter can't be done well, they might as well disband on the spot. Peggy took these evidences and the dead dog Raymond to the secret base SSR. She was a former member and returned to the old place. This time, she went with the attitude of a winner. Similar to Chen Xi's imagination, Peggy went to SSR's secret base, and naturally met contempt at the beginning. Yo, isn't this the former Carter's agent? I can't get along anymore, do you want to come back? Don't, she's a famous Kata female agent, how can we be compared with the elders? As soon as I met the guard, I didn't even enter the gate, and I was ridiculed by the guard at the gate. Go away, you are all worthy of watching the gate in your life. Go and inform your Dury, and say that Howard's treason case, I solved it. Peggy immediately despised these two garbage who only deserve to be a gatekeeper. Just you? Can you solve such a big case? She's still dreaming. When the two heard Peggy's words, they immediately became happy. There was no clue in the bureau, so she solved the case. Snapped. When Peggy goes up, it is 2 slaps. Peggy, whose physical fitness has already doubled, is not as simple as swatting flies. The movement at the door naturally alarmed the people in the bureau, including SSR's Dury. Peggy, this is not your home. If you keep making such a fuss, I'll arrest you. Dooley, the director, was furious when he saw that his subordinates were so useless. What a shame for Lao Tzu. Dury, this man is the black market businessman who sold Stark industrial bombs. Here are his telegrams, accounts, and the thief's hiding place with the thief. Peggy kicked the controlled Raymond to Dury's feet and threw the information on the ground. Proudly turn around and go. You are too mad, stop, who knows if it's true or not. Seeing Peggy's bunker-like attitude, Dury, who has always looked down on her, couldn't help but yell. You bastards, believe it or not, I think the Congress sees that you bastards can't solve the case for a long time, and will they disband you on the spot? Peggy stopped and glanced around mockingly. I'm not targeting you Dury alone, but everyone here is trash. You. Dooley pointed at Peggy and held it back for a long time without letting out a single fart. He didn't dare to say nonsense. He had to believe Peggy's stubborn expression. With the smile of a winner, like a proud peacock, Peggy walked away with her head held high, leaving behind a group of SSR agents. You look at me, I look at you, staring at each other. Go away, do you have nothing to do when you are idle? Dooley cursed loudly, picked up the documents and ran back to the office in a daze. This is the most tragic thing for him. In the manner, Chen Xi looked at Peggy, who was walking lightly, and he knew that Mrs. Wife raised her eyebrows and slapped her face once. How is it? It's cool, right? Chen Xi hugged her and asked with a smile. That's right, you didn't see the faces of those people. They were as ugly as eating dead flies, haha, especially that Dury, who died like his own father. The key is to stick out his face and beat me, ha ha ha. Peggy was so excited that she described the scene to Chen Xi and laughed proudly. Let you look down on women, my husband beats you all out, what a jerk, my husband is a genius, he has the ability to beat me. Looking at this proud little woman, Chen Xi smiled slowly. It is so easy to be satisfied, I am so lucky to have them. Zhenhuizi, bring Peggy a glass of water. Didn't you see madam walking all the way? Are you thirsty? It's becoming more and more unruly recently. Looking at the princess girl reading a book on the reclining chair, Chen Xi immediately took out the momentum of the landlord's old wealth. These two girls, more and more floating? What's so fierce? Why don't people go? Zhenhuizi pouted, and reluctantly went to pour the water. Stop laughing, Amaterasu continues to come over and squeeze the shoulders of the master, or Amaterasu is obedient. Chen Xi lay down again, basking in the sun. This unpretentious life of slowly laying down salted fish and getting stronger was too boring. Bust, stinky husband, you know how to bully the sisters. Amaterasu ignores him. Let's go play. Peggy looked at Chen Xi's frowning face and immediately burst out laughing. He pulled up Amaterasu and pulled Mako, who was pouring water, into the living room, took out a deck of playing cards, and started fighting the landlord. This was invented by Chen Xi. The girls had nothing to do, so it was just for their entertainment. Unexpectedly, they also fell in love with the landlord. Definitely, it is impossible to play with Chen Xi. They know that Chen Xi must have cheated, otherwise how could they win all the games? I still remember that this guy didn't play with money and bet on clothes, but of course, needless to say, several of them lost cleanly, and they were all eaten by him. Since then, Chen Xi has become a loner, a cheating guy, and will never play with him again. Hey, invincible loneliness. Chen Xi muttered miserably as he watched the girls play without him. Big brother, let me bask in the sun with you. I don't understand what they are playing. Huang Tian pays off, and finally someone is moved by his invincible and lonely figure. Isn't this jubilation Li delivered to the door? Well, I think this chair is too big for two people. Let's squeeze and warm up. Chen Xi looked at the pure and moving jubilation Li and said shamelessly, where is it cold? It's only November? Well, I think so too. It's a bit cold. Let's squeeze. Yes, it's too cold. I want Chen Xi big brother to hug. What a chance. Come on Jubilation Li, accept him or be accepted by him. Cheering on himself, Jubilation Li quickly got into Chen Xi's arms with a guilty conscience, not forgetting to look around. Good, it's okay, Peggy and the others won't care. Let's bask in our Sunday. Chen Xi whispered in Jubilation Li's ear, causing Jubilation Li's ears to turn red. See, this is a scumbag. He blatantly steals people outside when we play cards, and kills him together at night. Seeing this, Peggy immediately gritted her teeth and killed him. This scumbag? Hee, we listen to you. You are the captain, the hero Peggy Kate Ryder. The princess girl laughed at Peggy with a smile. Chen Xi doesn't know yet. There is another fierce battle waiting for him at night. Definitely he knows and won't care. It's just a normal level dungeon. Chen Xi felt that he was a diligent bee buzzing around, busy picking flowers and making nectar, because only diligent people could eat. The dungeon of a night team battle, and finally cleared the level easily. The losers are hugging together to keep warm. It is really courageous and courageous. Ding, the new week's sign-in has begun. Please sign in the master. Ding, the new week's sign-in has begun. Please sign in the master. The sound of the system kept echoing in his mind again, and Chen Xi, who was eating sweet jujube in a daze, immediately woke up. Sign in, don't make any noise. Hey, invincible, I still have to sign in. Can I change it? Labor and capital have long been invincible. Ding, congratulations to the master who successfully signed in and obtained a small umbrella base. Please place it properly. What the hell is this? Did you change the map? To turn this into the Marvel Zombies universe? System, please explain, what is this umbrella factory doing? Chen Xi felt that he had to figure it out. This is a hot potato. Ding, don't worry, master, the security measures of this factory are completely assured, and the clones inside have not been activated. Hearing this, Chen Xi was relieved. They were all clones. The memories were implanted, and they were relatively more loyal. Umbrella? The giant that dominated the world in the Resident Evil crisis, everyone's life cannot be avoided without the Umbrella Group. Then his Marvel Umbrella Company will only be stronger, because Marvel has so many perverts? Chen Xi was not in a hurry to extract it. He used his super will to get up from the bed and almost caught fire. Hey, J.A.R.V.I.S, help me register a company called Umbrella. You can figure out the rest, with a registered capital of 100,000. When Chen Xi walked to the living room, he immediately called J.A.R.V.I.S to help him register a company. Now that Howard is learning magic, J.A.R.V.I.S has become his housekeeper. Okay, sir, then choose your manor as the company address. Alright, you can do it. The address doesn't matter. Anyway, if it gets bigger in the future, it's enough to give him 3 or 2 years. Money can make a ghost run the mill. Chen Xi then went to a very famous construction team in New York to directly increase the market price by 30%, so that they could build an underground base in the shortest time according to his requirements. Isn't it an underground base covering an area of several hundred acres? You can rest assured that it will be completed for you within a week. The person in charge patted his chest and assured that there would be no problem, it was nothing to worry about. Chen Xi sighed in his heart, looking at what he said, it really deserves to be the construction team of the Marvel world, that is, Niobe. Whether it's the destruction of superhero, the destruction of supervillains, or the destruction of alien invasion, Marvel's construction team will build you another Empire State Building in a month. That afternoon, the construction team started work. Chen Xi planned to get through the rest of the villas around 10 meters away from the manor. Husband, what are you doing? You want to demolish the house. Seeing the construction scene in full swing, Peggy asked very puzzled. Don't think blindly, am I an unreliable person? This is a secret. You will know when it is built. Chen Xi immediately rolled his eyes at Peggy and said mysteriously. The captain of the harem knights, Peggy, ended the questioning on their behalf, and everyone dispersed, playing cards and playing cards. In the evening, J.A.R.V.I.S came with a bunch of documents. Anyway, the company's business was done. It happened that everyone hadn't had a party for a long time, so Chen Xi called Charles and Eric's mother and son over and started a party. A new company is established, and Stark Industries has reopened. Isn't it something to celebrate? Chen Xi specially went to Chinatown to invite a master of barbecue, beer, and drinks, small barbecue, not much better than some broken Western food. Eric Charles has never eaten a Chinese-style barbecue. The barbecue ingredients are sprinkled on top, the aroma is fragrant, and the fat of the barbecue drips onto the charcoal fire, making a puff-puff sound, which is really pleasant. A few years younger can't be restrained when eating, and they don't have the skill of sticking skewers at home. As a result, their face is full of oil, and there are several big troubles. Even if their faces are oily, they don't care. What is this? This is too good. Peggy and the others were much more reserved, not like they devoured, but ate slowly. There are definitely no fancy lights and sound at the party at this time. Everyone listens to the music of the old record player, blows the evening breeze, drinks beer, and opens up their hearts, not to mention how pleasant it is. Chen Xi looked around at the friends and family in this circle, looked up at the starry sky, and filled his heart with infinite emotion. I'm on this side of the starry sky, you're on the other side of the starry sky, it's very far apart. The splendid eternity, the endless distance, can never meet again. Late at night, I look up at the starry sky alone, and silently bless you. Goodbye, my reality universe. I have found like-minded friends and a lifelong partner. People who have helped me, bless you. People who have looked down on me, thank you too, you make me strong. Chen Xi looked at the smiling girls and realized that his life was so rich. Husband, thank you, everything you gave to our sisters changed our destiny. Peggy hugged him gently. She just looked at Chen Xi's deep eyes full of happiness and contentment, and her temperament changed, as if a layer of shackles was broken. Destiny? I really can't see through it? The arrival of Chen Xi, like a prehistoric giant crocodile came to the sea, made the whole world boil. In just 2 months, he robbed Tesseract, changed Peggy's sad future life, changed the fate of Howard who was doomed to death, and gave the wandering raven and Jubilation Lee a warm home. And with the passage of time, all the predetermined destiny will be rewritten by him. Slowly, his strength will far exceed the movie universe, and he is destined to block the way of some great gods. I want to be a good person, then OAA has no reason to take action. The gods, a bunch of scumbags. The 5 gods, I don't care. Adam in the life court? Give me time, and I will surpass him. But the thought of OAA hurts. What if he thinks I'm in the way? Or I can get the power of the original transcendence? Primordial transcendence. When you seek death, you must leave all your power to me, boss. God is inherently dead, or lighter than a feather, or heavier than Mount Tai. Before you die, please fulfill me, Emmy Hare, benefactor. I will not go to hell. Whoever goes to hell, give me this invincible burden. Chen Xi was confused by Peggy's fate for a long time, but it seemed that his thoughts slipped again in the end. The time to be immersed in the fantasy world is really fast. It was 11 o'clock at first glance, so I got up and said to the group of drunks, okay, it's getting late, you can go to the villa next door and find a room for yourself to sleep in, let's go. Chen Xi asked everyone to go back to their own homes and find their own mothers, but the main villa prohibits all male creatures from staying overnight. Well, let's go, Eric, we're going to sleep in the same room tonight. Charles, whoever sleeps with you, fuck off. What about the one who agreed to be a quilt friend? Go away, I'm talking about a lifetime. The 2 middle school teens directly exposed their true nature through the wine, hooked their shoulders, and staggered away. Eric, a professional daughter, don't bend it, give birth to a daughter well, it will be a baby in the future, and it's not in vain for me to save your mother's life. Chen Xi was looking forward to Eric very much, and after speaking, he went back to the room to brush up the team fight dungeon. Early the next morning, Chen Xi heard 2 shrill screams coming from the villa next door. It turned out that the 2 friends really shared a quilt. Poor During breakfast, they both looked at each other with resentful eyes, causing Chen Xi to almost spray their breakfast laughter on them. Okay, what's the big deal? Hurry up and go to school after eating, grinding. Chen Xi quickly persuaded these two guys. What if they looked at each other and had feelings for each other? Humph. The two snorted at the same time, and then quickly grabbed the meal, otherwise they would be late for school. A week passed quickly, and the underground building requested by Chen Xi was completed. The base that is 10 meters deep into the ground is absolutely solid, and the underground ventilation, sewers, and electricity are all top-level materials. And all kinds of rooms, offices, bathrooms, warehouses, workshops, are also readily available. Offices, furniture, have also been put into use. The speed of the construction team is very fast, and Chen Xi's payment speed is not slow, and it has been delivered to the person in charge in advance. Chen Xi came to the underground base and directly extracted the small umbrella factory in the system space. All kinds of equipment were placed in good condition in an instant, and the clones were activated. Hello, Chairman, I am Bane, the head of the factory, and I will lead all the staff to report to you. If there is anything, you can tell me. Please give the chairman a lesson. The middle-aged white man speaking in front of him is the person in charge of this factory. My colleagues, it's still the 1940s, and our umbrella's future will be brighter than ever. Whether medicine, medical care, education, communication, etc., all walks of life will be my umbrella world. It's all up to you to fight for it. When Chen Xi saw this group of clones, he immediately drew a pie for them and painted a blueprint for the future. Please rest assured, Chairman, we will do our best and do our best. The memories that the hundreds of clones were systematically implanted were obviously of this era, but that knowledge was of the future. Chen Xi used psychological suggestion again. I believe that they will gradually become Chen Xi's diehard. Bane, you come with me, I have something to explain to you. Chen Xi disbanded them, and brought Baan to the office again, where he wanted to arrange the next development. Bane, with Umbrella's biotechnology level, we can produce several simple medicines that far exceed this era. Let's harvest the first wave of leaks. Understood, Chairman. It's very simple. For Umbrella, it's not worth mentioning. Baan said confidently. By the way, I will arrange a few scientists to come in a few days. They are the top ones at present. At that time, Umbrella will definitely be able to develop better products. Chen Xi suddenly thought of Dr. Erskine, and Zola, a coward with 5 short statures, seemed to have also been arrested. This group of geniuses with an IQ of 6, Chen Xi will not waste their ability. A few days later, Dr. Erskine was taken to the base. Seeing these experimental equipment that spanned the ages, Erskine immediately said that this was his home. On the other hand, Zola, who was trapped in prison, is also grateful to Chen Xi for saving him. With such a cross-century device, you don't need to be in prison, so it shouldn't be too perfect. During the period, Chen Xi also signed in once, but unfortunately signed a lonely, $1 million household. Big brother, you deserve it. Definitely not nothing. Umbrella can be said to be an instant hit during the period. Yes, he made a lot of money. The clones analyzed the market and launched the little blue pill Viagra ahead of schedule. Because the war was over and countless soldiers returned to America, the little blue pills went crazy. In any case, no matter how the outside world evaluates Umbrella, it is a fire. Even the outrageous price of $5 apiece can't stop people's enthusiasm. Soldiers who have endured for a few months and a year are everywhere, and their hearts are naturally hot, but after a few days, no one can bear it. So this good thing has become a life-saving straw. This thing can come faster than selling arms, and the cost is extremely high. Chen Xi instantly turned into a millionaire, which is real cash. Chen Xi, who has money, knows that small pills can only explode for a period of time, and then the sales will naturally decrease gradually. In the next few months, Umbrella launched new types of common cold medicines, antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and beat those similar products on the market. Some high-end potions are not yet suitable to appear, and it is the kingly way to slowly cut the leaks. The office of the chief executive in New York welcomed a heavyweight boss today, Umbrella's president, Baan. Welcome, Mr. Bane, this is our first time meeting. Rand greeted Bane with a smile and shook hands. Mr. Rand, this time I came here. Our chairman of Umbrella sent me to take a piece of land and build the Umbrella headquarters. Baan said straight to the point. I don't know what your company is looking for. New York is quite big. A 100-acre lot in the suburbs of Manhattan. It's not too big or too small, it's almost half a square kilometer, and the price is not cheap in this regard, Rand said with a pretense of embarrassment. The price is easy to say, we can bid up to $100,000. Baan opened his mouth and said $100,000? No problem, we can sign the contract right away. Rand is overjoyed, this is good, at least we can get $10,000, haha. This fool? Happy cooperation? Mr. Rand. Happy cooperation. Baan stepped forward to hug him and plucked one of his hair secretly. Soon, the land was approved, and news of the construction of Umbrella's headquarters soon spread. The office building that Umbrella rented has been crowded out. In the past 2 months, Umbrella has been resounding throughout the United States. Now the construction of the new headquarters naturally attracts all construction teams, design companies, material suppliers, and construction workers. Those are all green banknotes. Anyway, a company will definitely not be able to eat it. Let's have some soup for our small company, right? Everyone, come up with your works based on your ability. We will naturally screen them. Umbrella is not bad for money. To drive the employment of thousands of people, the government will definitely support it. The green light all the way, rich and willful. At the moment, Chen Xi burst into tears. Because I finally signed a useful thing, a storage ring, which is 1,000 cubic meters. Think about the shit that I signed in before, the stone stepped on by the immortals in the fairy world, the pacifier of Crayon Shin-chan, and the dog basin of the roaring dog. But this storage ring is a hot potato. It is not good to give it to anyone. Which of the rest can spare him? While Chen Xi was fiddling with the storage ring, Raven came back from school. Hey, big brother, do you have a ring in your hand? It's so delicate. This guy was very sharp-eyed. It's nothing. Hey, you're here too, Emma. Chen Xi flashed a word and immediately changed the subject. Don't say it. Emma's father said that Emma will not be allowed to come to our house in the future. Raven was depressed when he mentioned this, and his attention was immediately diverted. What's the matter? Emma, tell me, I can help you solve it. Chen Xi asked with concern. What else? His father said Emma is going to marry a big shot. No gossip. Before Emma could speak, Raven finished speaking in a sudden burst. Tisk, there is such an old guy. It's all right, Emma. I ate dinner tonight. I'll accompany you, and you will live here in the future. Chen Xi sighed. The capitalists with dark hearts are almost the same, but why is Emma also his person? Bullying her? You look down on me, Chen Destruction? During dinner time, Raven told everyone about Emma's story. The girls were indignant when they heard it. Chen Xi, who got the will, asked Bon to go with him. Only someone who waved the flag and shouted was enough to be ostentatious. How could the boss play in person? You still know how to come back? The driver said that you took a classmate's car to play, and you don't have to come back in the future. As soon as the three of Chen Xi entered the door, they heard Emma's father yelling at him. It was a childhood misfortune to meet such a father. Mr. Winston Frost, do you have a good temper? Are you insulting the future wife of Umbrella's company? Or do you think you're okay again? Want to challenge my Umbrella Majesty? Bon was furious. You kid can do it. Just stood up? Dare to insult MRS. Are you Mr. Bon? How dare I scold you, let alone Umbrella's wife, you know it. Winston stepped forward and looked. Darling, isn't this the famous Umbrella president, Mr. Bon, and immediately put on a flattering smile. Oh, is that so, Mr. Winston Frost? You didn't offend me, but you offended Our Lady, Barnpy said without a smile. What? You mean Emma is Umbrella's wife? This, I don't know. Emma, Dad, I'm sorry, forgive Dad, okay. This guy's wind direction is quite fast, and his ability to see the wind and rudder is a must. Emma is now thinking about Mrs. Umbrella. Is this his acquiescence? As soon as Chen Xi appeared in her world half a year ago, she was amazed by her time and occupied her heart. Now it seems that she has to taste her wish. Emma, just go and pack some clothes first. There are other important things. I'll buy the rest later, darling, go. Hearing Chen Xi's words, Emma finally felt relieved. She would be his person from now on. Who is this? Winston asked nervously. He guessed there was a big shot behind the scenes. Don't be nervous, it's Umbrella's chairman Chen Xi. I'm here today. I didn't think about asking you to settle accounts. How can you raise Emma so much, and then Emma will leave with me and write it off? Chen Xi smiled. Said. Although Chen Xi's tone looked amiable, Winston knew that he would eat people without spitting bones. Yes, I promise not to disturb Emma, don't worry. You will still do things. With your guarantee, I can rest assured. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he patted him on the shoulder. This kind of calm threat scared Winston into a cold sweat. Could this kill me at any time? Just when Winston was on pins and needles, feeling the air was choking him, Emma came down. Call. Winston sighed quietly. Chen Xi big brother, let's go. After Emma finished speaking, he glanced at his father and said softly, goodbye. Mr. Winston, goodbye. Oh, by the way, if you are interested, Umbrella's headquarters needs a material supplier. You can try it. This is Emma's last compensation for him, the compensation for raising her for more than 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Winston is overjoyed. This is a surprise. It's worth selling a daughter. Emma followed Chen Xi, and the laughter on the way home did not stop. She was finally free and left her cold family. She followed her angel. Emma, welcome to join our big family. We will be family and good sisters in the future. Yeah, welcome Emma. We can go to school together later. Hey, it seems that Emma is not the only one who is happy. Looking at someone's mouth will crack. The girls talked in a fuss, and the harmonious family atmosphere made Emma's uneasy heart finally settle down. Definitely, the arrogant princess chick is a little jealous and depressed. Her status has dropped again. When will she be ahead? Pia. Why are you hitting me? I don't want to be ashamed in front of so many people. Genhuize was even more depressed. Little maid, you have no points in your heart? Punish you alone at night. Chen Xi rolled her eyes at her immediately. Ah, I was wrong, master. I won't dare again next time. When Genhuize heard it, she was frightened to death and punished alone, so she wouldn't even remember it in the morning. No, it's wrong. Hurry up and beat the master's leg. Yes, come here. The princess chick persuaded not to. Everyone was speechless, and the plot of the old landlord and the aggrieved maid was staged again. The next day, Raven, Emma, Jubilation Lee went to school, and Peggy went to work in Umbrella. She couldn't take time, so go ahead. Chen Xi in the yard took out the tesseract, looked at it carefully, and gradually his whole mind seemed to be attracted by it. Deep blue, but with escaping light, beautiful like a sea of stars immersed in endless silence. How am I supposed to absorb it? Raw? Will this stuff jam my teeth? Crack. Chen Xi was depressed. The little fairy told him to absorb it earlier, and said he could do it. What should he do? Really want to eat? Want to try it? Just do it. Chen Xi was about to crush the tesseract and take out the space gem, when an idea suddenly popped up. Damn it, I almost broke it. Who will give me the mind gem? If the rich boy Thanos and Loki didn't know the tesseract was on Earth, they'd give a shit? Oh, yes, space teleportation. With a slap on the forehead, isn't this very simple? In an instant, a portal was opened inside the tesseract, and Loki could use space magic to hide the tesseract in the dimensional space. Can't he do it? Swish! An unruly and breathtaking blue gem appeared in the palm of his hand, quietly motionless, without any violent look. It seems that the plot Red Skull was sent by Tesseract to guard Soul Gem, and it was arranged by someone? It's okay with so many people getting it, only Red Skull is arranged. To eat or not to eat, that's a question. To fight or not to fight, that's another question. It's up to fate. Chen Xi watched the space gem grit his teeth, or was he going to eat it to see? Would the dignified ancient Destruction Day be afraid of a small space gem? He wasn't afraid, but for the safety of his family, Chen Xi was sent directly to the moon. As for the Inhumans, I'm sorry, but you still pray. Fight, grandmas. Chen Xi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and directly ate the space gem into his stomach. The ancient Doomsday gene suddenly began to frantically devour the infinite energy of the space gem like a great supplement. The originally quiet space gem is worth it at first glance? Although Brother's energy is almost endless, you can't grab it. Space gem has no thought, it only instinctively burns its own energy to heat, trying to dissolve Chen Xi alive. That's right, if the space gem has its own mind and can use the space ability by itself, who can find it? What? Chen Xi screamed in pain in an instant, but fortunately the voice could not be heard. Otherwise, it can scare people to death. He is the gene of the ancient Doomsday. The sun can't ignite him. Space gem did it. Ding, the master is attacked by super high temperature. Start to analyze, the master is immune to high temperature attack. Ding, the master was attacked by super high temperature and began to analyze, the master mastered local temperature control. Call. Chen Xi let out a few breaths, and sure enough, the ancient Doomsday gene is a cow ratio. When the space gem burned through his stomach in an instant and escaped to the heart, his stomach was instantly repaired and immune to heat attacks. He opened his heart with psychokinesis and instantly fixed the space gem inside. Let's see how you run now, just be honest, no one can use you except me. Looking at the space gem still releasing high temperature, Chen Xi smiled, waiting to be a part of me. System, open the properties panel and see what benefits you can see. Ding, please take a look at the master. Owner, Chen Xi. Age, 23. Realm, level Godfather, immortal and immortal. Strength, 300,000. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 150,000. Ordinary adults set the attribute to 1. Constitution, ancient Doomsday gene. Ability, magnetic field control, shape-shifting simulation, telepathy, mirror space, psychokinesis, space teleportation, astral projection, super strength, super speed, super flight, super defense, super vision, super hearing, perspective, searing sight, super breath, local temperature control. The space law is awaiting awakening. Items, Tesseract, phone dummy, T1000, space gem. After half a year of sun exposure, his strength has almost doubled, and he has just gained temperature control. Does this make him a chef? System, to what extent can the temperature be controlled? Also, why is there an extra space law? Ding, the temperature control can currently control the high temperature up to 5500 degrees on the surface of the sun, and the low temperature can be infinitely close to absolute 0-273 degrees. Ding, because the space gem has just been devoured, and the space ability is still waiting to devour enough energy to be able to awakening. As soon as Chen Xi heard it, darling, it's okay, if you control the space around a person and reach the temperature of the surface of the sun, that person will not evaporate instantly. Space is king, time is respect. Take a bite of the space gem and endure that little pain. As if nothing happened, Chen Xi quietly came to the moon, and quietly returned to the earth. Only Chen Xi himself knows that he has taken a big step and eaten the space gem that countless people dream of. Time flies like an arrow, time flies like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, it was August 1945, the month Wolverine rescued his nemesis Yachida Ichiro in Nagasaki, and this month the small plaster surrendered. The high-level officer of the devil who escaped for a year finally burst into tears, and we will never have to be assassinated by the devil again. Because he surrendered, Chen Xi brought back Arno, and the terrifying nightmare of the little devil was finally over. Nearly a year has passed, and Umbrella has naturally not been idle. With the efforts of Dr. Erskine, Dr. Zola, and many clones, a super soldier serum with no side effects was born. Chen Xi naturally injected the super soldier serum into Peggy, Raven, Emma, Jubilation Lee, and Jen Huizi. Apart from Amaterasu, they were also injected with the perfect T-virus serum. Chen Xi also gave the perfect T-virus serum to Erskine and others for research. They have long coveted this serum that can perfect awakening super ability. Definitely based on the super soldier serum, Umbrella has developed a 20% efficacy super soldier serum, which the military is desperate for. Now that the war is over, but the more severe decades-long Cold War has begun, the government can only continue to increase its military budget. This serum, which improves physical fitness by 2 times, is not favored by the military, and Umbrella has also entered the military's sight. Definitely, Baon also collected a lot of generals' hair. Similarly, Umbrella has developed a body-enhancing potion that, taken daily, can enhance her physical fitness by 10% a year. The advent of this medicine has directly made the United States boil. Who doesn't want to have a great body? 2 products, let Umbrella make it? Umbrella also bought land in large batches and left it there, but Chen Xi knew how much a piece of land would cost in the future. Definitely now the New York government has no trouble with Chen Xi doing this, as long as the land is at the market price, as much as he wants. Because the leader they were familiar with was already an employee of Umbrella, and as long as Umbrella gave an order, he would wave the flag and shout. During this period, Chen Xi successfully signed in a bunch of things. There are definitely broken stones and toothpicks. The slightly better ones include Yaishan's sword, dragon saber, and a Juyang magic book. The biggest gain is to sign in a few storage rings, which is good, no longer need to hide and tuck. Dang dang dang, wife, come to send your baby, bring it to try. Just after dinner, Chen Xi took out 6 exquisite and luxurious rings as if offering treasures. Wow, husband, is this an engagement ring? It looks luxurious. Yes, it's so beautiful, I really want it. Women are extremely weak against glittering things, and rings are more representative of special meanings. These storage rings in the immortal cultivation world are naturally fancy, not to mention their appearance, and as long as they drop blood to recognize the master, there is nothing inappropriate to say. Every woman fantasizes about the day she gets married, put on her lover's ring, and follow Chen Xi. They know that the wedding is hard to say, and they are satisfied to be able to give them a ring. They can be used as engagement rings, but more of these are treasures, legendary storage rings. Chen Xi explained. God, is this true? Isn't this something only found in Eastern mythology? Bring it to us quickly. When Chen Xi heard their exclamations, she felt proud for a while, seeing that you don't worship my dead husband. Okay, oh, everyone has it. Remember to drop a drop of blood on the ring before you can recognize the Lord. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he let them choose the ring at will. All the girls heard that they were all storage rings, anyone would do. They cut their fingers and dripped a little blood on the ring to recognize the Lord. Haha, it's really fun, I can control it with my mind, I take it in, I take it out, hee, it's really fun. The girls got new babies and new toys, and they experimented in the living room one by one, and they had a lot of fun. Woo, thank you husband. Everyone ran over and kissed Chen Xi to express their gratitude. That's it. The rest will be given later, and we can experiment with new poses. Chen Xi pouted, a group of unfamiliar women, to please the uncle, there are many good things. It definitely counts, and later the girls brought Chen Xi a new and unparalleled experience. Chen Xi was very emotional. The ancient Destruction Day is a masterpiece. No matter how many wives he has, he can easily conquer them and make them obedient. Life goes on and on. After the war, Umbrella established more than 300 orphanages in the United States and China, which directly won unanimous praise and countless applause from the public. Chen Xi knew that even if Ban ran for Congress now, it would be more than enough. Umbrella began to deploy real estate, automobiles, medical care, education, and insurance. This is the mainstream industry in the future. How can it be handed over to people who eat people without spitting bones? Is it necessary to buy land? Kennedy, who was wounded and returned to the country after the war, began his career in politics and used his mutant ability to rise rapidly, becoming an emerging force in the political arena and considered a rare charismatic star of the Democratic Party. In the middle of the 20th century, Zhong Erxiao used his ability to escape the post-war trial, came to the United States, and secretly joined the Hellfire Club. At the same time, he recruited Riptide and Red Devil as his subordinates, and began to expand his power with great fanfare. Because of the lack of Emma's telepathy, Xiao felt extremely difficult and painful. When Eric grew up knowing that Shaw had escaped the trial, he began a search for revenge for his fellow Jews who died. Chen Xi did not interfere with Charles, nor did he interfere with Eric, nor did he care about Xiao. Only blood and fire can bring integrate, and only Eric and Xiao can bring mutant to the forefront. On the other hand, Chen Xi became stronger by lying here, accompanied by his beautiful wife and concubine, and Eric was miserable there. In the past 5 or 6 years, he spent the whole day eating and sleeping in the open air, and he couldn't find anything. In this era, it is really difficult to get news, and only telegrams can be used farther away. In 1956, Eric met Magda, and after living together for a while, he embarked on a revenge journey again, but he didn't know that Magda was pregnant. 10 months later, the twins were born. On the night of childbirth, there was a battle on Wandager Mountain. The ancient god of the underworld, Sisun, who was banished to the different space, tried to return to the real world through the passage in the mountain, and was repelled by the forces of high evolutionary people, but Sisuoan approached Wanda in a split second and had some kind of influence on her. After several turns, the Wanda brothers and sisters were adopted by Maximov, a pair of gypsy people, so they had this surname. The Umbrella Estate in Manhattan, New York, 1962. Ding, the new week's sign-in begins. Please sign in the master. Sign in. I have already seen through the red dust, and I have no desire or desire. Chen Xi didn't even lift his eyelids, and he couldn't even raise his interest. You can get stronger by basking in the sun. Look at what you sign in. Various types of mobile phones, used batteries, pants, socks. There are also some good things. For example, a total of 20 foundation building pills, a dozen beauty pills, and body beauty pills have been signed. Anyway, in the end, his wife used it, and he was the one who was comfortable. There are also a few good items, the optimized burnt fruit, frozen fruit, cat and cat fruit, thunder fruit, rubber fruit, and 3-color domineering. Chen Xi only left a domineering look for himself, and the rest was used by his wives. Ding, congratulations to the master who successfully signed in and obtained 100 tons of Vibranium. Please check the master. Swish, Chen Xi immediately got up from the chair. You mean 100 tons of Vibranium? With a touch of disbelief, Chen Xi reconfirmed and asked, making a good start. Yes, please check it out by yourself. The system beep sounds again. Chen Xi was fascinated by the system space, and sure enough, it was neatly placed there. Put it aside for now, and then take it out when you need it later, and ask Tony to make a steel armor for his wife. If it's not enough, go to Wakanda for a friendly negotiation. Thinking of Howard again, this guy really doesn't have much patience, but it's hard for him. After learning boring magic for a few years, I began to become lazy, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. Chen Xi has not been idle all these years. Raven and Emma have long been born into slim, charming, and beautiful women. They were eaten clean by him 5 years ago. A few days later, Charles came to Umbrella Manor again. He was running very diligently recently, as if he had joined CIA, and wanted Chen Xi to give him some advice on the future. Sir, I haven't seen Eric for a long time, and this guy doesn't know where to go. In the original world, the two friends hadn't met at this time, but now Charles and Eric have long become good friends. Umbrella Manor, with a radius of 7 or 8 miles, is shady with green trees and beautiful scenery. This is Chen Xi's private domain. Umbrella is in full swing these days, with members of Congress, the top military, and their clones everywhere. Now America is born in Umbrella, lives in Umbrella, and dies in Umbrella. America looks up poor umbrella buildings, hospitals, schools, hotels, office buildings, and more. Healthcare, education, communications, automobiles, home appliances, insurance which are not monopolized by Umbrella. Up to now, there are still countless businessmen suing Umbrella's business monopoly, but to no avail. Judge, which congressman doesn't use Umbrella's advanced products? Is it back to primitive society? All rejected? Businessmen who recognize reality can still get their hands dirty and drink some soup. I don't know where he went, and he's not a child. Chen Xi lay lazily on the lounge chair by the pool, sipping wine with a glass of wine, and looking at the beautiful scenery not far away. He really didn't have the heart to tangle with Charles over these trivial matters. In the huge amounts of swimming pool in front, a slender beauties in swimsuits shuttled through the water like mermaids. This is the perfect work of Umbrella, the nanny who came to serve Chen Xi and his wives. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the view than to discuss the mess with this big man? Chairman, are we in good shape? Would you like to come and teach us how to swim? A blonde beauty emerged from the water and looked at Chen Xi with watery and charming eyes. No need, let's play. Chen Xi didn't want to have anything to do with these clones. It was easier to get down than to get up, and the women in the family would strangle him. Sir, I know why Eric went. He went to Xiao, right? How did you know? He only told me. Chen Xi was a little confused. Eric only told him, and Charles's current telepathy, covering New York is not bad. I accidentally got from a mutant's memory that the person who fought him was a red tail who could travel through space. Charles confessed that he had invaded a lot of mutants' memories in pursuit of Eric. Eric will be exposed, and it will be another race war. Charles looked a little excited. He didn't want war. Wouldn't it be okay for mutant to be at peace with humans? Charles, it is inevitable that Homo sapiens will replace Neanderthals. But the current human beings will be replaced and eliminated, then war is inevitable. We must stop all this. Well, this time Charles is no longer a swinger, but more like a warrior dedicated to peace. Hey, Charles, I'll tell you a secret, you'll be beaten up by society right away. Chen Xi stopped arguing, smiled mysteriously, and that gloomy tone made Charles tense, scaring the baby to death. Charles, don't you understand after all these years? Mutants' power is like a gift from God to mankind. Definitely they are not God. I don't understand this. Is our power given by others? Charles's eyes widened, shocked, unbelievable. Now is not the time to be entangled in this, you still can't get in touch with these secrets. When it comes to the Tianchen group, Chen Xi doesn't want to say more, because the gap between them is too big. Listen to me, if you were an ordinary person, your neighbor could suddenly spray water, control fire, fly, be invisible, see through, and even live forever, what would you think? Chen Xi asked Charles back. What would I think? Charles bowed his head in thought, but didn't answer right away. I would be envious at first, but after a long time, I will be jealous, and gradually I will try to have it, and finally I will try to destroy him if I can't get it. Charles is the master of the mind, he can't deceive himself and say things against his heart. He started grabbing his hair, rubbing it vigorously, and yelling in a low voice in pain, I'm sorry, I don't know, I really don't know what to do. Everything follows the principle of survival of the fittest and elimination of the unfit. There is an old saying in our East that people who are not my race will have different hearts. There is no shortage of people, but unevenness, envy, heartbeat, fear, rejection, and estrangement. In the end, when the boom breaks out, war is inevitable. Finally go to war, integrate, or completely separate, mutant escapes the earth. Chen Xi looked at Charles, shook the red wine in his hand, and said with an expression on his face, I know. Charles lowered his head in frustration. However, war will bring destruction and harm. I don't want humans to get hurt, and I don't want mutants to get hurt, but I really can't. Looking at the pained Charles, Chen Xi really admired him, a future disabled professor who devoted his life to the cause of peace. Charles, don't be like this, get ready for the upcoming war, all the good futures you imagine will come true, I say. Chen Xi's firm voice was like a thunderbolt, resounding in Charles's mind. He believed it. Chen Xi stared at Charles and said, a bright future is bought with bloodshed and sacrifices, with mildness, compromise, and concessions are all illusions, fists are greater than everything. The king who honors virtue, and the hegemon who honors strength. There are two ways in China. Advocating to govern the world with benevolence, righteousness, and morality is called the king's way, and advocating the use of force to conquer the world is hegemony. You are full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Can it work? Someone will take care of you? Only if you overbearing conquer them and make them fear, they can absolutely obey your benevolence, righteousness, and morality. The wisdom summed up by the ancestors is unattainable. Domineering conquers the world, and the monarchy governs the world. At any time, a tyrant can become a king, or a king can become a tyrant? Thank you, sir. I think I'll go back and think about it. Charles's head was rumbling. I hope you can understand that blindly benevolent compromise will not bring about fairness and future. Chen Xi sipped the red wine and said lightly, if you meet mutants who don't like fighting and just want a quiet life, you can let them join Umbrella, and I can create a Garden of Eden to shelter them. Chen Xi did not forget to remind Charles that the current mutants rarely show up, and there will be a large number of mutants who are unwilling to join the X-Men and Brotherhood in the future. Chen Xi does not mind taking them in and extending their hands. Charles raised his head, stared at Chen Xi and said, although I don't know how powerful Mr. is, and I haven't seen you make a move, I know that as long as you make a move, everything is a cloud, and everything that gets in the way is just turning over. Between hands. Ha ha ha, Charles, you don't have to guess. You don't understand what I'm going to do. Do you know what I'm going to do? No one knows. Obviously Charles wanted to use Chen Xi's ability, Umbrella's ability, to conceal the existence of mutant, or when the two sides were at war, Chen Xi came out to stop everything. The concept of the two is completely opposite. Charles is still too tender, and needs to be beaten by society. 10 years can see the coming of spring and autumn, 100 years can see birth, old age, sickness, and death, 1,000 years can see the change of dynasties, 10,000 years can see the stars change. If mortals use the vision of one day to spy on the world of millions of years, is it like a frog in the bottom of a well? Charles, don't just stare at this 1/3 of the earth, the starry sky outside is extraordinarily beautiful. Maybe, it seems that Mr. knows a lot, and I am the frog at the bottom of the well. Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Toast to you. Charles heard Chen Xi's voice, the universe is huge, and there are many secrets. Their discussion today allowed Charles to gain too much, and many ideas received an unparalleled impact. He was very grateful to Chen Xi for his guidance. Cheers, Charles, just remind you, you are probably going to be beaten by society soon, naive young man Chen Xi teased, because he found that someone was coming. Master, someone has come to Mr. Charles. Then invite her in. Soon a blonde and capable beauty came to the pool. Hello, beautiful lady, do you have time for dinner? Chen Xi directly teased this beautiful girl. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I'm not interested in radishes, I'm here to find Mr. Charles. Mora obviously knows the details of Chen Xi, this playboy is not her thing. Hello, Mr. Charles, my name is Mora Mark Taggart, CIA agent, your colleague. You must not know me when you joined, but I need your help now. Mora straight to the point. Okay, let's chat on the side. Charles nodded. The curtain of the world is about to open, and mutant begins to enter the stage of history. In the living room of the villa, Charles asked his servant to bring Mora a cup of coffee. Thanks. Mora took a sip of coffee, then cut to the chase and said directly, Mr. Charles, what do you think of genetic variation? Gene mutation? Hehe, this is a topic I have been researching. Isn't it a kind of genetic mutation that Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthals? Charles took out the set of his thesis again, and began to pretend proficiently. Mr. Charles, I'm serious? Okay, you say. Charles shrugged self-indulgently. Mora looked at Charles with a serious face, and said slowly, Mr. Charles, do you believe in people with genetic mutations? Or people who have genetic mutations with super ability? I believe. Charles doesn't know why she asks that, but hesitations, then nods. Mora was stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. Can you keep it a secret? After all, your university majors in genetic mutation. Definitely. Charles nodded hurriedly, this was what he cared about the most? Mora's eyes slowly became firm, and she took out a stack of documents from the bag behind her and handed it to Charles to watch. In the photo, there is a man with a whirlwind spinning in his hand, and another with a red face like a devil. Charles recognized it immediately. These were two guys he had seen from a mutant's memory earlier. Where did you get this? Charles at the moment became solemn, and mutant was exposed to the government's sight? It was too sudden, and there was no preparation at all. This is what I secretly inquired about before, and no one in the bureau believes it. You are the first to know. Mora said to Charles solemnly. The matter had to start a few days ago. She disguised as a passerby beauty and sneaked to the Hellfire Club site, hoping to find evidence of the crime of intelligence officers. As night fell, a car was parked opposite the Hellfire Club. In the car, Mora stared at the door of the Hellfire Club with a telescope. Soon she made a major discovery. As CIA's agent, Mora is in charge of supervising the investigation of the Red Product personnel who sold national intelligence to Sulian, but the strange thing is that the person who appears in Hellfire, she is definitely not the Red Product. Colonel Henry, New York gangsters, members of the Locke family, it seems that this club is not easy at all. Mora put down the telescope, rubbed her temples and muttered, what a headache. After a little hesitation, Mora changed into the little dress she prepared, and pretended to be a woman who was fishing for a good child at the party and sneaked into the Hellfire Club. Colonel Henry, Mr. Cade, Mr. Locke, please come with me, the Black King has been waiting for a long time. As soon as these big guys entered, a beautiful attendant brought them into the box. After entering the box, the attendant took Henry into a secret room again. At the moment Mora quietly walked into the box, and the person was gone, that is, there was a secret room. In the secret room, Xiao stood in front of the vinyl record player with a wine glass in his hand, and the melodious music sounded. Music. Mora finally found it after looking for the voice. No refills? Colonel Henry. Xiao said, walking back to the sofa and sitting down opposite Colonel Henry. No. Colonel Henry shook his head. Xiao smiled and said, I heard that you blocked the proposal to deploy missiles in Turkey. Putting his hand on the sofa, Xiao took a sip of wine and continued, I hope you can reconsider. Colonel Henry said, we talked about this. Putting our nuclear bomb in Turkey, or where it is close to the Soviet Union means war, nuclear war. I'm not asking for your help, Colonel, I'm expressing my expectations, so, I repeat, I hope you're thinking about it. Xiaopai didn't smile, and the threat was self-evident. The only thing I would reconsider is another glass of champagne. Colonel Henry said indifferently, the implication is that the deployment of nuclear bombs to cause nuclear war is not to be discussed. After speaking, Colonel Henry got up and prepared to leave. This is a group of lunatics. He can't deal with these lunatics, or he will perish. Xiao shrugged helplessly. Since Henry was unwilling to cooperate, he could only use some special means. Xiao turned his head to look at the torrent sitting next to the bar. Xiao motioned gently, and the torrent understood. I saw the torrent sitting there, turning his palm slightly, and saw a small whirlwind slowly generating, and then the whirlwind became bigger, and the whirlwind flew towards Colonel Henry quickly when the torrent was thrown away. What medicine did you put in my wine? Seeing this bizarre scene, Colonel Henry was shocked, and his first reaction was that he had been given hallucinogenic drugs in his wine. Mora, who was peeking, hurriedly took a photo secretly, which would be the biggest discovery of this century. There was a sneer in Xiao's eyes, when the whirlwind stopped in front of Colonel Henry, blowing his clothes and hair slightly. When he thought it was just an illusion, reality slapped him hard. The huge amounts of whirlwind knocked him directly into the next wall in an instant. With a bang, the intense pain made him wake up. This is so real. You want to run away and hide? We will find you. There is no fortress in this world that can stop us. Xiao said with a disdainful smile on his face. Originally, this sentence should have been said by the White Queen using telepathy, but Emma Chen Xi has long been in the harem. Torrent got up and followed Xiao to Colonel Henry. Xiao said proudly, gene mutation, the evolution of human genes. Where is the Asazo devil? Xiao shouted casually. Mora, who was hiding in the bookcase, was shocked. When someone came at this time, what should she do? It was the second she was worried. Suddenly, a faint red mist appeared, and then a person with a red body and a tail appeared beside Xiao out of thin air. Mora's worldview was broken again, and he hurriedly took another photo secretly. Don't let the colonel be late. The red devil nodded and stretched out his hand towards Colonel Henry on the ground. Come on. Colonel Henry gave a slight hesitation and put his hand on it as if resigned. Swish, the red fog flashed, followed by the red devil, and Colonel Henry had disappeared. Mora quickly ran out quietly, reported the work to his superiors, and stopped Henry. On the other hand, Henry was obviously intimidated by Shah and compromised. He agreed to deploy missiles in Turkey. And Mora's superiors obviously don't believe it. How can you travel thousands of kilometers in 10 minutes? And warned her not to waste time, and her colleagues on the side laughed at her. Henry was going to start the Third World War. So she thought of her new colleague, Charles, who majored in genetic variation in college. Because Chen Xi disrupted the plot long ago, Charles didn't pick up girls at the bar, and he didn't meet her, but the strong plot inertia is unpredictable. After Charles listened to Mora's story, the whole person was not well. Yes, he was perverted. Awakening has dominated his mind since he was a child. For the first time, he couldn't control his emotions and even yelled at him. Fake, horse riding, dem shout, is this going to push mutant into the abyss? Mutant is not ready for war, and our compatriots don't know where to hide. We are scattered, how can we be the opponent of the military? War wants dead man again. Fake. The gaff Charles broke out one after another, and said that he was a mutant. So you are called mutant, and you are also a mutant, so what is your super ability? Well, a woman's focus is different, and her curiosity is as uncomfortable as a cat's scratch. Hey, let me tell you, my ability is telepathy. You can simply understand it as mind reading, mind control. The helpless Charles did not elaborate. He said too much, and Mora would not understand. When Mora heard this, she immediately looked at Charles with fear. A mutant who could read minds was terrible. Charles smiled bitterly when he saw Mora's expression. Sir is right, our power is really scary. How could they accept us easily? Miss Mora, you don't have to worry. I will never probe into other people's inner world easily, please rest assured. Charles explained very helplessly and bitterly. Sure enough, this was severely beaten by the society. I was so naive, a frog in the well, I only knew whimsy. Sir, I was wrong? Big mistake? I really don't know what to do? I'm sorry, Charles, you know, your ability is so powerful that everyone will be afraid. Mora saw Charles's bitter expression, and she knew that she was a gentleman with the heart of a villain, so she quickly apologized. Hey, forget it. We also know that it is too difficult for the society to accept us, but I believe what Mr. said. He is the greatest wise man I have ever seen, and everything is under his control. Charles waved his hand and said with little interest that this blow made him admire Chen Xi even more. I take the liberty to ask, who is the husband you are talking about? Is he also a mutant? Mora was very curious how powerful and wise this person should be to be considered a wise man or the greatest person by such a strong man who controls the heart. You've seen it, and you just rejected him. Charles was suddenly amused. You mean the chairman of Umbrella, the sassy radish just now? He looks like a wise man? Your husband. Mora rolled her eyes, followed by a burst of contempt and speechlessness, obviously disbelieving. Besides, he looks much younger than you. How can he be your husband? Don't make fun of me, okay. Mora began to analyze again. You don't understand how powerful and invincible Mr. is. Even if the mutants in the world attack him alone, it is estimated that he will not be able to hold on to one move. Charles could only judge by the ability Chen Xi showed, and the feeling that he was trembling every time. Mora was dumbfounded. Do you think I haven't read a book? Can it be so invincible? What you said is so outrageous and unbelievable. What kind of ability does he have? At least it's the kind of invincible ability. Mora is even more curious. This guy has been praised by Charles, and he must dig out his secrets? This silly girl doesn't know yet. The more she knows, the worse it will be for her. That's how the fall began? I have never been an enemy worthy of Mr. S. Shot. I only know that Mr. is a person who is not eroded by time. He has never changed in decades. My God, Mr. can surpass flight. I never knew how fast he could fly with all his strength. It only took 3 seconds to go back and forth to the moon. My God. Sir can also use telepathy, decades ago than I am now. My God. Mr. can also manipulate the magnetic field of an object. As for the magnetic field of an object, I have never seen it. My God. Mr. can also teleport? Most importantly, Mr. can predict the future. God, stop talking. I feel like my world is collapsing. Is this God playing the world? Every time Mora heard a word from Charles, she would be startled. Is this person really that bohemian playboy outside? You don't have to think blindly. Mr. is not an ordinary person. How can ordinary people's eyes be used to restrain him with worldly prejudice? Charles felt that Chen Xi's behavior was normal. How could an elephant care about the rules of an ant? Charles, can you invite him for this operation? If he can come, won't everything be solved in an instant? It's a matter of minutes. Mora said excitedly, there is a great God here. Isn't it easy to catch it? I'm sorry, I'm afraid you are going to misunderstand. We don't understand Mr. S' decision. We don't need to know his layout, so he can't take action. Just look at himself, and invitations are useless. Charles shrugged and said that he could do nothing. How could his husband's thoughts be guessed at will? That's it. I don't believe it anymore. There is always a way to impress him. Mora said through gritted teeth. Mora is a great beauty who perseveres and does not give up until she achieves her goal. It can be seen from her insistence on investigating Xiao that this is a very good quality, and only in this way can she succeed. Chen Xi didn't know what happened here. He had fallen asleep in the sun, and in order to become stronger, he was willing to be a salted fish. If he knew that there was a big beauty catching his attention, it was really hard to choose whether he would obey or not. Mora clenched her fists, cheering herself up constantly. She must persuade him to shoot. Isn't he a playboy, just because of his looks and figure? Can't he be fascinated by him? He did a great job. Here I also want to talk about Mora's real-world actor, a beautiful woman. With a baby face, she is a superstar with both beauty and acting skills. She is also known as the American sweetheart. She is a cute, stern, and restrained sexy woman, and has an unparalleled oriental beauty. The beautiful Mora, who is very confident in herself, prepares to go out after cheering herself up and asks Chen Xi for help. When she went out, she saw the playboy, bathing in the sun, enjoying the afternoon in comfort, while she had already fallen asleep quietly. She quietly approached Chen Xi and carefully looked at the god that Charles spoke of, who could destroy the world with one anger, but slowly her eyes could not be opened. She had never seen such a handsome man. His face was carved with distinct facial features. His angular face was unusually handsome. Hey, what's wrong with me? No matter how strong or beautiful he is, it can't change the essence of him being a playboy. Mora, you must hold on, he has too many women. Mora suddenly found that she seemed to be lost, and when she was about to fall, she quickly pinched her long legs. Hey, Miss Mora, why do you keep staring at me like this? Although I'm handsome, suave, and the trees are close to the wind, I'm loved by everyone, and flowers are blooming, but I'm not your thing. Chen Xi woke up long ago, and knew that Mora was here when she approached him, and he was waiting for what this charming beauty would do. As a result, the woman was directly addicted to his beauty and couldn't extricate herself. Seeing that she was about to fall, she pinched herself abruptly and woke up. The beauty was awake, and Chen Xi naturally stopped pretending to be asleep, and started to strike while the iron was hot, flirting with this great beauty. Hey, don't think I don't understand Chinese, I'm the beauty agent of Mora, you are too narcissistic, but you still have some self-knowledge and know that you are not my type. Mora immediately gave Chen Xi a blank eye, and said arrogantly, experience it for yourself? Sister won't like you so soon? Okay, since that's the case, Miss Mora can play by herself, don't block your brother from sleeping in the sun. After finishing speaking, Chen Xi closed his eyes and entered the state of salted fish again, to see who couldn't hold back first. You, humph. Mora was so angry when she saw this guy, is this still the playboy? He is such a dignified beauty that he turns a blind eye? It's really uncle can bear it, aunt can't bear it. Hey, don't sleep, people are begging you, please help me with an idea, I beg you. When Mora heard it, she was very painful. This dead guy did it on purpose. To put you to sleep, she fell on Chen Xi's body and started to wiggle and wiggle coquettishly. Well, continue to work hard. If you don't have enough strength, you can beat your legs and rub your shoulders for your brother, that's even better. Chen Xi said leisurely without raising his eyelids. Okay, I'll rub your legs and shoulders for you. Mora didn't know why, she was obsessed with the masculine taste of him, and she was obedient. Drowning in Chen Xi, he began to beat his legs and rub his shoulders. As for this level, it was as light as a cat walking. Hey, are you beating your legs and rubbing your shoulders? Are you sure you're not taking advantage of me? I'm scared when you do this. Chen Xi can let her be so presumptuous? This is too cruel, bullying him for being timid? God, what am I doing? Is this still me? Shame, shame. Mora was suddenly pulled back to reality, and when she saw her nympho state, she blushed suddenly. Hey, it's okay, I understand your feelings, if I were a woman, I would marry myself. Chen Xi said something very shameless, his proud face almost made Mora couldn't help but bite him to death. Cut, shameless, narcissistic. However, Mr. Chen, I really need your help. I have no clue. The war is about to start, and we can't sit still. Mora silently rolled her cute eyes, and then started a passionate speech, trying to impress Chen Xi. I know what you said. Well, everything needs to be solved by yourself. This is your mission. Chen Xi's babbling words were not recognized by Mora, so why are you still pretending to be a magician at this time? Don't play dumb riddles, as long as you can promise to help, whatever conditions you say, I can accept it. When Mora heard it, it was obviously nonsense. As long as it was for the sake of peace, she felt that Chen Xi's conditions were too much, and she could accept it. As for whether she wanted to be bullied by Chen Xi in the first place, she really knew it herself. Okay, seeing that you are so sincere, I will reluctantly show you the way, but I will not embarrass you after the fact. Accompany me on a date. Chen Xi seemed to be reluctant, but in fact he was determined to Mora in his heart. Okay, I promise you, come on. Mora was a little lost for some reason, and thought that this guy was going to make some particularly excessive demands. Should he agree or agree? Mora's mental activities, Chen Xi knows very well, this girl actually thinks like this, then I'm welcome, I'm sure about Mora, God can't keep it, I said. There is a man in you named Hank McCoy, ask Charles to find him, and he has a way to make Charles's mind cover the American continent. Then what? Mora asked anxiously. Let him find more mutants, only the power of mutants can fight against Xiao and the others. Thank you, I promised you, don't forget, now Charles and I go to Hank. Mora immediately took action, and at the end reminded Chen Xi not to forget their agreement, this foolish girl can't be saved. It's time for mutant to make a full debut. It has already begun to enter the government's field of vision, and evasion will not solve the problem. Mora was in a hurry, but even more anxious than Mora, there was Charles, Professor X, who was keen on the cause of peace. The two soon came to the CIA, and their colleagues looked at Mora with mocking eyes, because Mora had told the director a few days ago that Colonel Henry was going to start a nuclear war. Cut, a bunch of idiots. Mora gave them a disdainful look. With Charles, they soon came to the chief's office. Where did you get these photos and recordings? It's just a fairy tale. Their chief, Matt Craven, was shocked. The photos and recordings were ironclad proof? Director, we need to find them and stop them without delay. The director summoned all the high-level officials to come to a meeting to study. Director Matt showed the photos and recordings brought by Mora, but the group of people still did not believe it. Seeing this, Charles felt it was time to show his hands and pretend. He successively told the little secrets of several bigwigs present, such as which secretary's house he spent the night at. Stop, stop, stop. We believe it, stop talking. Well, these guys are in a cold sweat and they are scared to death. Besides, they can't get rid of their old bottoms? Charles shrugged and stopped pretending. He didn't know that this group of people were already thinking that they must kill him afterwards. This ability is really perverted. Gentlemen, now we're going to be a team, and only the mutant can resist the mutant. At this time, Mora directly published his own ideas from Chen Xi. Hearing Mora's speech, the eyes of the bigwigs lit up. Yes, use mutant to kill mutant. Why don't we find an obedient mutant? Well, the thinking of this group of people is really old politicians, and they put mutant against mutant at once, and understood it as looking for an obedient mutant to kill a disobedient mutant. They glanced at each other quietly, nodding indistinctly. This was the tacit understanding of the old fox. Poor Charles didn't know that he had been sold. Then take the advice of Agent Mora and fight mutant with mutant. The director saw what everyone meant and made a decision directly. Director, we need Hank to do a little favor. I hope he will stop the work at hand and cooperate with us fully. Mora remembered Chen Xi's reminder and made her own request again. No problem, you go to him. If you need anything, the Bureau will fully support it. The director nodded. After the meeting, Mora and Charles found Hank, the young guy with glasses. The moment they met, Charles sensed that the guy in front of him was also a mutant. No wonder Chen Xi was looking for this Hank. What's your ability? Don't be nervous, we're compatriots. My ability is telepathy. Charles's voice sounded in young beast's mind, and the boy was immediately shocked. It turns out that I am not the only one who is a monster. I have companions. When Hank heard this, he took off his shoes, exposing his palm-like feet. With a whistling sound, Hank used both hands and feet, and quickly ran up the wall, grabbed the blades of the ceiling fan with both feet, and hung upside down. Really sharp senses like beast, and a strong body. Charles marveled. Wrong, Professor. My greatest ability is my brain. I'm a genius scientist. Hank retorted Charles as soon as he heard it. His pride wasn't his limbs, but his unparalleled brain. Hank, I believe you because someone told me you could help Charles amplify his brainwaves and cover the Americas. Mora stood up at this time, gave Hank an assist colleague, and also stated his purpose, but he was very smart. Brainwave amplifier? I'm a physics genius graduated from Massachusetts. Give me 3 days and I'll help you. When it comes to his own technology field, Hank is suddenly very confident, but a genius? Okay, let's do it for you. If you need all the materials, you can apply to the Bureau. No problem, listen to my good news. Hank said confidently. After Hank left, Charles also left headquarters. He wanted to find a quiet place and use telepathy to try to find Colonel Henry and find Shaw through him. However, he received a call from Mora as soon as he got home. The CIA finally discovered the location of Colonel Henry through a powerful agent network, and was ready to trade with Xiao again. Charles hurried to the CIA headquarters. He must participate in this covert operation. After years of disappearing, the occasional effervescent Magneto Eric reappears, a guy who has spent more than a dozen years focusing on revenge on Nazis who escaped trial. No, he forced a Nazi the day before yesterday to find an enemy in Ashen Court. When he was seeking revenge, he would be questioned every day. During the day, Zhong Erxiao met with Colonel Henry again. This time his appetite grew, and he wanted to seize control of the missile. The old man Henry was in a hurry and took out a grenade directly. I'm not stupid enough to believe you. You give me money now and let me go? Otherwise, I'll pull the ring and we'll die together. A sneer appeared on Xiao's face. Okay, let's pull it. Colonel Henry stepped back and said, I will, swear to God. With a disdainful smile, Xiao walked towards this greedy and timid guy, stepping tight. No, you won't, but I will. Xiao immediately pulled the ring and ate the explosive energy in one bite, and directly blew Henry up with his backhand. Having said that, Magneto Eric and Professor X are about to collaborate again under the wrong circumstances. It really is a good friend and a quilt. In any case, the two are going to join forces again. Chen Xi observed Ji Feng's movements and felt quite speechless. Why is the CIA a covert operation? Riding on a horse and driving a battleship directly with a large group of agents rushing in front of them and going to fuck them? Is this a covert operation? Obviously look down on people. After the first battle, go and bring Wanda here. 5 or 6-year-old Aunt Liang is just right. Eric doesn't need to thank me, that's what it should be. Chen Xi, who was secretly observing, went astray again. He was about to be beaten to death, but he wanted to kidnap his daughter, and he had no morals. At night, a heavy rain swept the New York harbor, which is very cinematic, directly setting off such a tense atmosphere. A cruise ship sailed to the port in the dreary storm, and the lights flickered, making the yacht like a lone boat that would sink at any time. I found them, and I'm sure it's their cruise ship. Charles shouted excitedly. He just pressed his temples, activated telepathy, and directly found the Red Devil and the rapids. Definitely Charles is also very puzzled. He knows that there are still people, but he can't invade his mind no matter what. Everyone, act. Now that they found their location, Mora made a decisive decision and ordered an attack without hesitation. Boom. A group of assault boats, a group of soldiers with live ammunition, riding the assault boat, galloped away towards the cruise ship ahead. This is the Coast Guard. The ship ahead. Stop the ship immediately. Stop the ship immediately. Accept the inspection. On the assault boat, there was a burst of shouting from the loudspeaker immediately. But at this moment, the rapids on the cruise ship came out. The tornado swirled in the palm of his hand, and threw it at the assault boat. Boom, boom, boom. Their assault boats, without support in one round, were all overturned. This group of poor soldiers, before they got close to the cruise ship, did not fire a shot. They just stopped and fell into the sea. Their life and death were unpredictable. Ordinary people are really helpless in the face of such supernatural ability, like lambs to be slaughtered. This torrent is a happy man. As long as I'm fast enough, the question mark of my teammates can't catch up with me. Seeing Torrent's ability, Chen Xi secretly observed that he couldn't help laughing. The CIA failed to get out of the apprenticeship, and there was nothing to do with Xiao and others, and their bosses also blushed and looked at each other helplessly. Charles could only control the rapids and stop moving, but he couldn't stop Shaw wearing a helmet at all. Boom, boom. Just when Charles and the others were hopeless, the sound of huge amounts of explosions came over. Huge amounts of anchors burst out of the water like angry dragons, roaring towards the cruise ship, smashing the yacht beyond recognition. Horrific. Sebastian Xiao, you shrunken tortoise, after hiding for so long, I still found it. I'm going to look over the old and new accounts carefully. On a rainy night, Eric stepped on the iron plate, and flight was on the verge of vastness. That pretense of pretense made everyone present stunned. So powerful, there are still such powerful people in the world. Hearing the heavy exclamation in his ears, Charles is proud of you. He is now a young man in his 20s. Naturally, he is full of vanity at this time. Eric, here I am, they are running away, there are submarines below. Stop them. After speaking, I couldn't help turning my head to look at the crowd, as if to say, hey, did you see it? This is my bro. Seeing Charles's smug expression, the group of agents rolled their eyes one after another. It's not you, so excited? Eric, I'm so disappointed in you, why are you against me? Standing on the wreckage of the cruise ship, Xiao shouted at Eric in pain. Enemies are naturally jealous when they meet. Seeing this executioner butcher, with such a just and awe-inspiring appearance, Eric is filled with endless anger. Fuck me, Sebastian. Eric controlled the huge amounts of the anchor and smashed at Xiao with a roar, and Xiao just let the anchor hit him without dodging? Haha, this person doesn't hide, it's crazy to see how he died. That's right, pretending to be dead. When the agents on the battleship saw this, they all laughed proudly. This guy was hit by such a big anchor, isn't it blood fog? Boom. As if nothing had happened, Xiao still stood there, nothing happened. What? How is that possible? Damn it. The agents rubbed their eyes hard, thinking they had hallucinations and were blocked by the rain, but the truth was there. Eric, we are of the same kind, and we all do whatever we can for our ends. What's wrong with me? Do you know what I'm going to do? For the future of mutant, I can sacrifice everything. Sebastian Xiao really had a good time with Mustache, and his eloquence is quite good. If he encounters a stunned head, a strong head, and a fire in his heart, he will join them. That torrent was because he was scratched and manipulated to fool you into a thief ship. Crazy guy, if you are completely for mutant, then obediently let me kill. I avenged my compatriots, and I will dedicate my life to the cause of mutant. Don't you keep saying that for mutant, you can sacrifice everything? Speak. This guy Eric has never experienced the pain of his mother being killed, and he is not so blinded by hatred. Instead, he has studied with Chen Xi for 7 or 8 years, and soon calmed down. Seeing Xiao's blushing stinky face, Eric smiled smugly and never talked to him again. With a hold of both hands, the endless magnetic storm directly enveloped the sinking cruise ship. Boom, 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 boom. The cruise ship was completely scrapped and sank, and Xiao was teleported into the submarine by the Red Devil in an instant, quickly started the submarine, and was ready to run. I want to run. Wait for the festival next year. Seeing this, Eric turned into a shark, and he put his hands on the nuclear submarine and tried to pull it out of the water. Huangtian pays off. Fa Shark exerted his strength, and finally pulled the submarine back a little bit, but unfortunately there is no beach here. They are nuclear power, and young Eric's magnetic field ability is not endless, and it is still useless to stalemate for a few minutes. Eric was not reconciled. He jumped into the water immediately and tried his best, but unfortunately it couldn't match the energy of nuclear power. Eric, that's enough, let's go, we can't stop them, the sea is too dangerous. As Charles's good friend, Charles naturally wouldn't let him sacrifice in vain, and immediately jumped into the sea to stage a life and death friendship. After hearing the persuasion of his friends, Eric understood that he couldn't catch them, so he stepped on the discus and carried Charles to the warship. The higher UPS on the warship saw the two coming back and also saw Mutant's God-given ability, but this was far from enough. Obviously the other party was better. Gentlemen and ladies, we need more mutants to defeat the evil. Mr. Charles, although you are only a peripheral agent of the CIA, we need you to find more mutants in order to resist the evil forces, please. After speaking, Director Demonster bowed deeply to Charles. Chen Xi understands that with the support of the CIA, the X Squad is about to be established. The agent of the CIA who fell into the water was rescued, and more than a dozen people were killed and injured, which made everyone's mood extremely low. He was full of confidence and brought a large army to fight others. As a result, he was pressed on the ground by others and rubbed hard, and his face was lost. If Eric hadn't arrived just in time, the entire army would have been wiped out, and he would have fallen into the sea to feed the fish. Gentlemen, don't be discouraged, we still have a chance, don't we? We need more mutants. When we go back, let's all act and find mutants. Demonster encouraged loudly, and while saying that, he clapped his hands to mobilize everyone to find mutant. The agents also know that now is not the time to be sad, they can only pack up their moods and set off again. When the warship returned to Hong Kong, everyone went back to their own homes and went to find their mothers. I was so tired. Go home and have a good rest. Your body is the capital of the revolution. Eric and Charles returned to Umbrella Manor. They needed Chen Xi's guidance. In their hearts, Chen Xi is omnipotent and omnipotent. The Umbrella Manor was brightly lit, but there were no security guards, only the clone sitter and the cook. The dignified Umbrella Manor, 10 miles away, is patrolled by security guards, hidden guards, and ordinary people can't get in at all. You are here. The action failed. Chen Xi said lightly. Everything was under his vision. I'm sorry, sir. We underestimated him and let him run away. His spirit. I can't help it. 99. Charles bowed his head, feeling down, and so did Eric. Two little friends. Don't be discouraged. We have a saying in China, called eating a scorpion, growing a 23 wisdom. This time at least inquired some details of the enemy. Chen Xi reassured that it was only a temporary defeat. It was doomed. Pust, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Husband, you call them children? They look much older than you, and those who don't know think you're blind. Raven didn't hold back. He laughed out loud, and Eric became more depressed when he heard it. What do you call us old? He's obviously a handsome guy, but he can't compare to Chen Xi, okay? Pia. Chen Xi is a slap in the face of Raven's pee-pee. This girl likes to tear down the stage since she was a child. Quiet, don't talk, or I'll take care of you alone tonight. Believe it or not, Chen Xi said viciously. Raven covered his mouth and made a zipper, indicating that his mouth was closed. Bust, ha ha ha, Raven, you're so funny, sister kiss, would. Well, the originally heavy and tense atmosphere was broken by the funny Raven, and the villa immediately relaxed. Look, how amazing Raven is, he made everyone happy all of a sudden. Peggy kissed Raven and praised her fiercely. Yeah, there's really no need to be sad. How about some of us be the elder sisters? Did you clean up that Xiao? 35. Peggy pouted and said carelessly. Ladies, Xiao is really amazing. I'm not joking. You better not take risks. Charles rolled his eyes. Stop teasing. How many of you women? You haven't even killed a chicken, but you still kill people? What the hell? Look down on us? Just the two of you, rubbing you all on the ground every minute? Emma heard Charles's tone. She didn't know. This guy looks down on them. It seems that he lacks social beatings. Sir, let's persuade the ladies. We can't tell them. Charles didn't dare to refute, so he could only look at Chen Xi, who was hanging up high in the presence of the old god, as if asking for help. At this moment, Chen Xi took a sip of red wine, stood up slowly, and walked out. Come on, Eric, Charles, let the ladies teach you. Don't underestimate anything. Seeing that her husband was out, the girls hurried to keep up. Every day was bored to death, and a sandbag just happened to be delivered to the door. Let's go, Eric, and be merciful later. Charles shrugged and said in a very pretentious manner. But Eric seems to be very serious. He has been with Chen Xi for many years. Charles, Mr. Unfathomable, have you seen him do anything over the years? What treasure does he have for the ladies, you know? Can you stop it? Eric analyzed Charles seriously, and when Charles heard it, he was shocked. Yes, no one knows his methods, and only his subordinates killed all those secret and unclean opponents? It doesn't matter, let's take a look at it. It's a big deal to be beaten up by the ladies. The two of them have a strong wind, Xiao Xiao and Yi Shuyan, and once the strong man leaves, they will never return. Come on, what are you doing? Do you think you can avoid being beaten like this? Raven was very dissatisfied and taunted directly. Her mouth cannon attack was so powerful since she was a child that Peggy couldn't tell her. The ladies are offended. 35. Charles pressed his forehead with one hand, trying to control them with telepathy. Buzz? The spiritual power of invisible resounded in the minds of the girls, but in an instant, the counterattack began. Charles rolled his head and rolled on the ground. Charles? What's the matter with you? Eric was shocked. This was the first time he saw Charles covering his head and yelling. It's okay, he was just attacked by his mental power, plus Emma's mental attack. Chen Xi said lightly. Charles, are you better? 35. After a while, Charles stopped screaming, and Eric immediately asked with an extremely worried look, well, it's just like that. I'm still alive, there's only one breath left, but the mental power of the ladies is too strong, I'm too big, think about invading their hearts. 99. Charles slowed down, panting hard to explain. You are still young, their mental power is not as good as you alone, but so much, and Emma is also a telepathy mutant, her mental power is no worse than yours. Chen Xi explained to them both. What? Madam has the spiritual ability. My god, and Madam Emma is telepathy ability? Charles collapsed instantly, he looked like a sand sculpture. It turned out that Joker was himself. Okay, Charles, you're done, step aside and rest, it's your turn, Eric. Chen Xi let Charles take a break and let Eric feel the beatings of society. Don't beat, Madam Emma can subdue me alone, I don't want to be beaten. Eric's head shook like a wavy drum. When he was stupid, he was directly controlled, and then a group of people beat him up. Eric, don't worry, I don't need spirit ability, don't worry. Emma immediately assured that they couldn't favor one over the other. Since you beat Charles, as a good friend, can you let it go? Are you sure? Eric asked, afraid it wasn't a scam. We are sure. Then Bibi, I don't believe in evil. Hearing this, Eric stood up again, feeling like he was doing it again. Stop talking nonsense, let us show you, don't underestimate the world. With a coquettish scolding, Emma took the lead in attacking. I saw Emma's hands quickly condense 5 icicles, and the icicles rushed towards Eric like a dragon. Eric reacted instantly, and quickly extracted the metal on the wall to form a shield to block the icicle attack. Seeing this, Peggy immediately sprayed flames with both hands to attack the shield, and did not use the ultimate move Yandy. This was just a test. Definitely fruit ability still has to be developed by yourself, the moves are flexible, and there is no fixed move at all. 527 Peggy's 2000-degree flame instantly made the shield turn red, and Eric quickly took off the shield and fled far away. Just when Eric thought he was safe, an old man's arm rushed into his face, beating him all over the place. Eric's intuition was filled with gold stars, and his nose bleeds. Stop, stop, don't slap in the face, don't slap in the face, I admit defeat, I was wrong. Seeing that his handsome face is no longer like a man, Eric's intestines are full of regrets. I wish I could give myself 2 mouths and make you cheap. It turned out that Raven of the World was good at physical fighting. At first, he took a fancy to the rubber fruit at a glance. With her physical skills, Eric's nose was bruised and his face was bruised. Charles, who was still in pain just now, cracked his mouth when he laughed, and then Charles twitched again, lacking in energy, and laughing out of energy, and he was twitching in pain. Hey, you two really deserve it. Don't cry without seeing the coffin, you have to be itchy. Chen Xi watched the two of them cover their faces and hold their heads together, twitching on the ground, and immediately gloated, they deserved it. The girls laughed when they saw the two who had been beaten with blue noses and swollen faces. It sounded too harsh to the two of them. Eric, Charles, you're going down before we can. Mahwise and Jubilation Li are really good at making up the knife, and the knife is deadly. Okay, you guys have a good rest these 2 days. After a few days, the brainwave strengthening machine will be ready for Beast, so let's start looking for mutant compatriots. Thinking about it, Chen Xi almost made Charles stronger. The brainwave strengthening machine was specially prepared for him. Which boss is not bald? I'm bald and stronger. The bald head is where Charles belongs. They ordered the servants to prepare to send the pair of brothers and sisters back to the villa to rest, but they refused resolutely. They meant that they still had the backbone and could go by themselves. Chen Xi wanted to laugh when he saw the two friends supporting each other and limping back, hoping they could understand what was lacking in today's battle. Charles, did you notice that you and I are both long-range attacks? Once approached by a master, you will be powerless to fight back. It's time to strengthen your physical exercise and combat training. Among them, Eric has the most experience. He was beaten by Raven with an unstoppable ability. He could only be beaten passively, and his health was not good enough. Eric, you're right, our bodies are too weak, and when this is over, we'll work harder. Eric can know, Charles can naturally understand the shortcomings of the two, that is the crispy skin of the master. Eric and Charles have been hiding in the villa for almost 3 days, mainly Eric's bruises have not subsided, and he has no face to go out to meet people, while Charles is with him day and night. Finally, on the 3rd day, Beast Hank called, and the brainwave strengthening machine was completed. Beast deserves to be the chief scientist of the X-Men. This super black technology can be quickly invented. The future X-Men, all high-tech fighters, defense systems, mutant genetic research, and the mutant ability testing machine, are his masterpieces. Excited Charles threw his fists and shouted, and he couldn't wait to find his suffering compatriots. Pulling in the faceless Eric, Charles was about to set off for the CIA headquarters, and he couldn't wait. Charles, wait, I'll go see with you, maybe I can do you a favor? I think you'd better take me, I'd like to meet you too. When the two came to tell Chen Xi the news and were about to leave, Chen Xi stopped them with great interest and said that he would also go. This is a bright scene in the movie, so I can't witness it. Definitely Chen Xi did not take the two directly to the inside of the CIA, that would be too much of a slap in the face of the CIA, a dignified spy agency. Let people go in and out, don't you lose face. Sparks flashed, a door of light appeared, and the three of Chen Xi walked out. Cool, it's a great feeling. Charles felt that this way of crossing the space was really wonderful, and he couldn't help but startled roar out. He was only in his 20s, he had the energy of all young people, and he was curious about new things. If you are interested, this matter is over, I will take you to see Sorcerer Supreme, let her teach you magic, and Eric can also go if you are interested. Chen Xi thinks that Howard can learn magic, and the dignified mind master Charles, the authentic mage, can't learn. He was especially looking forward to how powerful a Professor X with magic was. Charles only had telepathy, and it was too easy to be beaten. Haha, really? Magic really exists in this world? Sir, I must study magic well, it's wonderful. 95. Charles was very excited when he heard that he could learn the legendary magic, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Sir, I'm going to try it too, and my attack methods are not good either. Once I'm approached, I'm passive. Upon seeing this, Eric quickly said that he would also study magic well. Okay, no problem, let's go first. Genius Brain, X-Men Chief Scientist Beast Hank, Chen Xi has long wanted to see it. Mr. Charles, Mr. Eric, good morning. You are early too. Because of the naval battle a few days ago, the strength of the two was deeply engraved in the hearts of this group of agents, so when they saw the two, they greeted Roar politely. It's so early, Chief Matt? You are early too? Seeing the director of the CIA coming from a distance, they called each other Roar. At this moment, Matt found that the person beside the two was very familiar. walked in and took a look. Darling, isn't this Chairman Umbrella? Hello, hello, why didn't Mr. Chen come to the CIA to say in advance? I also came to greet you. You see, I didn't greet you. I have sinned and sinned. Please forgive me. The two of Charles saw the dignified director of the CIA turned into a super-licking dog, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This is the power of power. Umbrella is too powerful. Even if the highest one wants you to step down, there will be a joint impeachment by members of Congress the next day. It's okay, I'll accompany the two little brothers to see Hank's invention. There's nothing else to do, just do whatever you want. You don't need to accompany you. Chen Xi said lightly, a little brother, and in an instant, Charles Eric's weight in Matt's heart rose rapidly. Yes, I listen to you, please. Matt bowed his head and slowly backed away, giving way to Chen Xi. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What is this director? Has he been ripped off? And what is the origin of this son? Is he bigger than the president? This playboy radish is indeed more powerful than I thought. It seems that my authority is still too low, and what I see is superficial. Mora upstairs also noticed this, and couldn't help feeling that the man he was optimistic about was too mysterious. Under the awe and curiosity of everyone, several people came to the room that Beast Hank had promised. In the room, Beast Hank had already completed the final remote debugging, quietly waiting for Charles to arrive. Dong dong, there is a knock on the door. Come in, Hank, let me introduce to you, our most respected person, Mr. Chen Xi, chairman of Umbrella. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Hank McCoy, and I'm a CIA scientist. Hank stretched out his hand with excitement on his face and shook hands with Chen Xi, who is the most powerful man in the United States. Hank's cheeks were slightly red, and he said with excitement, everyone, come with me and witness my results. Come on. Everyone came to the grass, which was a spherical building with a height of more than 10 meters. Inside the big ball, there are dense lines and electrodes everywhere, and the walls are full of various indicator lights. Extending into the distance, there is a seat full of sci-fi, and a helmet with countless wires connected. I suddenly have a bad feeling, as if it was fate. Charles suddenly felt horrified that he was going to be unlucky in the future. I call it the brain, folks. The electrodes connect Charles to the transmitter on the roof, and if mutant is found, his brain sends a signal, and their coordinates are displayed here. When it comes to his profession, Hank is obviously calmer, and he talks freely. Charles, are you sure you don't shave your head? After Hank finished his preparations, he picked up his helmet and walked to Charles's side, making a serious suggestion. No, don't try to touch my hair. Charles swears. Have you heard a story? I'm bald and stronger, your destination is bald, and it suits you well, isn't it? Chen Xi seemed to say it very seriously, almost couldn't hold back, and laughed out loud. Okay, Charles, are you ready? I'm starting. Hank asked one last time. Hank, I'm fine, let's get started. 99. Charles can't wait to say, he wants to find his compatriots sooner. The machine started, the lights dimmed a lot, and Charles kept making a humming sound, looking very excited. I came to see you, how many compatriots did I find? Chen Xi also entered Charles's spiritual world after saying that. Mr. Chen he, Hank almost exclaimed. SHH. 35 Eric stopped Hank's big roar scream. You just understand, Mr. is the greatest existence, you know, Eric said softly. Chen Xi entered Charles's world, and he finally understood why Charles was excited. It was a bright starry sky, which suddenly appeared in Charles's mind. It was the light of life, it was the light of soul. You have to believe in light. He really exists? The rays of light of hundreds of millions of lives and souls are shining, converging into a dazzling galaxy, which is breathtakingly beautiful. They saw ordinary humans, and they saw fellow mutants struggling to survive. Laughing and laughing, Charles began to cry, Wang Yazeo, and everyone present felt the heart-piercing pain. I feel the pain, loneliness, fear, and helplessness of my compatriots. They are in the cracks to survive, they are resentful, and their escape. We have to stand up. 35. Sir, please, we're going to help them, they're waiting for us. Charles begged Chen Xi with tears in his eyes, as long as Chen Xi could easily meet him. Chen Xi also knew that the virgin of Charles at the beginning of middle age was not damaged by Steve, because he is the master of the mind, and he can feel the pain, wailing, and fear of his compatriots every moment. That's right, it's because of empathy, the transcendent power of the love of the heart, that Charles has become more peaceful and kind since middle age, and he can't blame his virgin. It's all right, Charles, we've found their place and we can help them right away, cheer up. Chen Xi patted Charles on the shoulder and comforted him softly. No one makes fun of someone so big that Charles is still crying, because at this moment, he is great, and he is crying for the suffering fellow of the mutant race, a Thai-themed nightclub in Manhattan. Mora, are you sure you want to come in with us? You might feel a little unfriendly here. Chen Xi had a headache. This was the first time he came to play, and he wanted to increase his knowledge, but Mora followed, and he was helpless. Che, you playboy big radish, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, I'm going in. Mora gave him a contemptuous look. She said that she was jealous. You can do it yourself? Okay, come in with me. Chen Xi slapped his forehead helplessly. Forget it, let her go. Anyway, he didn't plan to do anything. He was just curious, which one in his family is not one of a kind. Here are all vulgar fans. In the nightclub, the lights are dim and the sound is deafening. There are more than a dozen beauties dancing on the bar, but they are all sultry and basically not real. Definitely, if you give a big tip you can enjoy a solo performance. If you are more generous, most of these beauties won't mind showing you what you want to see. On a round bar, a woman in black nymph writhes in a sultry dance, walked slowly to Chen Xi, and squatted down, because Chen Xi was waving something that most people love. With this old man's head, you can enjoy a solo dance. The dancer took over enough money that Chen Xi had stuffed into one of her parts, and said quietly, "Hey, shameless." Mora was instantly angry. This person is so easy to hook up with? He is here without seeing himself? Blind? Yo-ho, sir, your interest is not ordinary, and you also bring a big beauty. Admire. She 993 said something mockingly, countering Mora's contempt, and didn't care about Mora's eyes and words at all. She was already numb when she was reduced to this level. The beauty took Chen Xi and Mora to a quieter private room. You know two people want twice the money, right? Stop. I'm a woman with you, and I have to charge you too. Mora was angry. I rarely watch you dance. I just don't dance. That's right, that's it. No, it's not necessary, but I'm sure we think that if we show it to you, you will show it to us too. Chen Xi teased with a smile. Baby, it's not like that here. The beauty gave Chen Xi a blank look. If it wasn't for the generous head of his old man, she would have scolded him long ago. Mora, would you like some tea? Thank you, I'm just thirsty. Mora took Chen Xi's words. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he used psychokinesis to bring Emola a cup of tea, and Emola took it and tasted it slowly. It's me? The beauty suddenly smiled, untied the straps, twisted her body slightly, and the tattoo-like wings covering her back slowly opened as if alive. The two pairs of wings were not the white wings of angel, but the translucent iridescent wings like insects. The wings flapped, and they flew with her. Do you want to change jobs? Dress up. Chen Xi said with a smile. Definitely, sir, my name is Salvador, please take care of me in the future. 35. El Salvador agreed without hesitation. The money earned here is not happy, and he is scared. El Salvador showed a CDFH, moved smile. My compatriots have come to save me. I am not alone. Here's my business card, reporting to the Umbrella Estate tomorrow. We have a lot of compatriots there. Welcome home, Angel, El Salvador. Chen Xi's words to go home made El Salvador burst into tears. Home? I have a home. Outside the nightclub, Chen Xi gently pulled Mora against the road, enjoying the feeling of being grateful. Mora didn't resist. She enjoyed this warm feeling like love very much. She was really touched just now, and Mutant's commitment to a mere family became unrelenting. As she walked, she thought about tonight. No, later he would be the husband of those alluring women, and she was not qualified to live in that house now. Feeling Mora's sensitive mentality, Chen Xi squeezed her hand gently. Don't worry, they are all generous and gentle. As long as they truly love me and don't destroy the harmony of the family, they will accept it. After all, they are tired every day and need foreign help. Chen Xi gently bit Mora's ear and said comfortingly, "Fuck you, it's not serious when you talk about it. You are a big radish." Mora blushed slightly. Sundara scolded Chen Xi, but she finally felt relieved. Mora, it was useless to accuse people that they were not your food, but a big radish. Mora whispered quietly in her heart, it was useless to despise herself, and her position was not firm. In an aquarium in Manhattan, Chen Xi and Mora walked slowly to here. Their purpose is the Kraken, Sean Cassidy. When they stepped into the aquarium, they found that they were using ability to pick up girls in the aquarium. Crazy. The sound wave flaunted to a slender, blonde girl beside him. Well, what? The girl asked suspiciously. Looking at this slender little beauty in a plaid dress, Chen Xi couldn't help but sigh that these European and American girls are growing so fast. They are so charming at this age. You like fish, I like fish. Maybe we should eat something and talk? 99. Well, Sean's approach to chatting up is really old-fashioned. What do you mean I like fish, and you like fish too, which I sees that my sister-in-law likes fish. I'd rather date a fish. My sister-in-law rolled her eyes at Sean. Where did this sand sculpture come from? It's so ugly, isn't it? The words are inexplicable. Would rather date a fish. The pretentious Sean heard the ant's mockery. He smiled slightly, and blew a sound through the glass. The densely packed fish inside were instantly dispelled. Making you mock me and see you make a fart? These fish. Sonic shouted. The girl turned her head subconsciously and was a little stunned to see the empty scene. Such a strange thing made her a little scared, and she was ready to turn around and run. Baby Mora, do you think I can date that auntie? Chen Xi, who was standing in the distance, said to Mora softly, from Mora's ears, this product is too pretentious. Hey buddy, you can't do it. The way you strike up a conversation is really old-fashioned. 99. Chen Xi stepped on the Kraken when he came up, which directly attracted the attention of Xiao Giliang. You see, this is Chen Xi's shameless place, hurting others and benefiting himself. Beautiful lady, would you like to date me? My manor has a fish tank with a file size like a house. Would you like to see it? The blonde girl stared at the handsome and perfect man in front of her with a super magnetic voice, and nodded shyly with a blushing face. God, how can you bully me like this? I'm dead. Depressed siren screamed in the sky. How could I be so tragic? God, there are still such perfect men in the world. Haha, accept your fate, who made my brother rich, handsome, and capable. Little boy, you learn from me. Come here tomorrow, you have many compatriots. Chen Xi proudly mocked him in Kraken's mind, and gave him a business card. Liang, this is a bet made with my girlfriend. This is my $100, and I'll give it to you. 35. Chen Xi would not pick up a conversation at will. If so, it is estimated that 10 to 30 women in the world will not be able to escape his grasp. Xiao Liang didn't accept the banknotes Chen Xi gave her, but lied in his ear and said, "Can you promise me a small request?" "Okay, say it." Boom. 35. "That's it. Hee, I'm gone. I will remember today for the rest of my life. Bye." 35. Sister-in-law Yang succeeded in the sneak attack and ran away happily. "God, I'm going to die." 35. The siren spit out a mouthful of old blood in depression, listening to sadness, and smelling tears. Dong dong dong. Knocked hard against the wall, the security guard was called directly, and he was almost sent to the hospital as a neuropathy. "Remember, it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?" After finishing speaking, Chen Xi took Mola's hand and left, definitely sending her home. What else can I do? No matter how far the distance is, in Mora's eyes, it is too close. The two hold hands and enjoy the last warmth of the night. Under the street lamp, the shadows of the two were drawn very long, and the shadows slowly approached each other. How much Mora hopes that this road has no end, and the two of them will continue to walk like this, knowing the end of the universe, the end of time, and let them grow old. Fantasy is fantasy after all. A long road was slowly come to an end by them. When Mora arrived home, the two watched silently, as if time had stopped. "How about you go up for a cup of coffee?" Mora took the lead in breaking the silence, and the invitation was beyond words. Going up is a new beginning. "No, baby, didn't I say, I want to give you a perfect date? Wait a few days, until the Xiao thing is over." "Okay." Chen Xi is definitely not stupid, on the contrary, there are few people in this world who are better than him, he just wants to give Mora a perfect night, not so sloppy. "Well, I'll listen to you, you are the head of the family." Mora is as well behaved as a little woman, no longer the resolute agent Mora. So cute. Chen Xi kissed Mora lightly, and the two dawdled for a long time before they said goodbye reluctantly. Today they are divided into two groups. Chen Xi believes that Charles and Eric will definitely bring many compatriots home. Saying goodbye to Mora, Chen Xi returned to the manor. He knew that Eric and Charles were back. How many compatriots have you found? Did they promise to come?" Chen Xi sat down, poured himself a glass of Bordeaux red wine, and asked lightly. After a long time, he always felt that a cup when talking about things was very big. "Definitely, I found several mutants today, but they are not doing well, they feel life and spirit are hard." Charles spoke first, and his tone gradually decreased from the excitement of finding someone to the sympathy for mutant. "What's the matter? Tell me about your experience." Chen Xi still understands the plot in the movie, but it's not a movie anymore, but the real world, everything is changing, it's not like a movie at all. In the movie, the villain's IQ is always in arrears, and the decent work is always smooth, and it can be a fatal blow. We found Alex Summers, who is completely autistic and voluntarily put himself in prison, and the prison wants us to take this weirdo away. The two of Charles came to Alex's confinement prison, took out the CIA work card, and took him away in the prison guard's gratitude. There is also Oman, a black driver, but he has a good personality and is naturally optimistic. Although he has had a hard life, he has a good mentality. 5. Eric felt that the black buddies were all optimists, and he gave them an impromptu rap on the way, so he was about to set up a bonfire and have a party. Chen Xi thinks it shouldn't. There are quite a lot of mutants in this world, there are only a few in the movie, that's just what the plot needs. Are there any others? Shouldn't there be so few? No, because we were so slow, we found several mutants in New York in one day. Charles is also very helpless, who made the two of them not teleport, no speed ability, and can only rely on 2 legs. When Chen Xi heard it, it was indeed the case. "Well, I'll be with you tomorrow, so it's faster." Chen Xi thought about it. Let's help them, these two guys are too pitiful, otherwise they will have to find mutant in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Then they sent them to the villa next door to sleep. Chen Xi gently went upstairs and went straight to the master bedroom. This fellow stayed with Mora all night, and he was already itching for it. Boom. "Well, go fast, come back fast." Got kicked out by Raven. Chen Xi really deserves it. He has long forgotten how smart the noses of these women at home are. "Okay, I can't make it up, wait until the weather clears up tomorrow and see if I don't take care of you." Chen Xi muttered depressedly, then the person disappeared in a flash, and the next second, he appeared on the sun, and his clothes were gone in an instant. Smell it, all the smells evaporated, it's really good, it's worthy of the fixed star sun, and the bath is really clean. Ding, congratulations to the master for swallowing 20% space gem and obtaining space ability, teleportation. Space teleportation. 5. Chen Xi, who was taking a comfortable bath, suddenly heard the prompt sound and instantly woke up from sleepwalking. "After so many years, I finally devoured 20% of the space gem. It was so touching that I almost shed tears of excitement and sadness. Damn, only 2 broken skills are given, how dare you call yourself a space gem? System, view the properties panel. 99. Ding, please look at the master. Owner, Chen Xi. Age, realm, level Godfather peak, immortal and immortal. Strength, 500,000. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 350,000. Ordinary adults set the attribute to 1. Constitution, ancient Doomsday gene. Ability, magnetic field control, shape-shifting simulation, telepathy, mirror space, psychokinesis, space teleportation magic, astral projection, super strength, super speed, flight of light, super defense, super vision, super hearing, perspective, searing sight, super roar, local temperature control, space law 20%, teleportation, space teleportation. Items, Tesseract, cell phone dummy, T1000, space gem, Vibranium 100 tons. Chen Xi, who hasn't seen his own panel for many years, is also a little confused. My age has been eaten by you? System, tell me if my age was eaten by you? How can I teleport between 2 dimensions? Chen Xi asked loudly. Cut, idiot, I don't understand this. Now you don't need to consider your age, and your lifespan has no meaning to you. I haven't seen each other for many years. The voice of the little fairy has been deeply engraved in Chen Xi's mind. This is the boss's secretary? Wow, little fairy sister, what have you been doing for so many years? I miss you so much. You are still gorgeous, invincible, and beautiful. Come on, let's tap. If you don't want to wear it, you can't wear it. Let's give the old iron a free rainbow fart first. Anyway, you don't want money. You want money? No? It's terrible? Fuck off. What do you mean by not seeing each other for many years? I still use you to praise the beauty of this fairy? It's you, as always, shameless. This fairy just took a nap. Don't you know that time flows differently in different universes? Turtle? The little fairy took all the photos of Chen Xi's rainbow farts, left the sugar coating, and sprayed all the shells back. Ah, do you still bring something like this? Would you like to take me to your universe? Find me a yellow fixed star. I will sleep with him for tens of thousands of years, and I will be invincible. 5. As soon as Chen Xi heard it, his eyes glowed with golden light, and his eyes were full of longing. This is invincible, and when he comes back, the wives will only feel it for a few months. Go away, think of good things. If you don't experience the precipitation of time, invincibility is a joke. Do you think that with a knife at level 999, bloodline equipment will explode if you kill a chicken? The little fairy rolled his eyes at him and looked down upon him very much. This guy is fantastic. If they wanted such waste, wouldn't they be produced on the assembly line in a few days? Hee, I'm just joking. Don't mind. Chen Xi snorted awkwardly. Cut. Space gem space teleportation is not the same as space teleportation magic. It is not a level, the supreme rule and the power of Mephisto, which is safe. The meaning of the little fairy is self-evident. If you borrow something from someone else, if you don't lend it to you one day, will you not waste it? That's it. Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Thank you. Chen Xi suddenly realized and said gratefully. Turtle, this fairy is gone. Don't miss me. The little fairy has a lot of personality. She goes offline when she says she is offline, and waves her sleeves. Wait, as long as I grow fast enough, I will do you one day. Chen Xi was about to shout a sentence of 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Hexi. Don't bully the poor boy, come to comfort his feelings of being ignored. The depressed Chen Xi was in no mood to sunbathe, and it was almost dawn when he returned to the manor. Just like the cats, these cats are all descendants of the stray cats in the past. They settled down one by one, ate and slept, and ate, so Chen Xi was envious of the cats. Morning, ladies. Morning, husband. Without you, we slept very comfortably. 35. Peggy and the others glanced at this flowery radish. You deserve it. What's the situation? Why do I have a bad premonition? Chen Xi scratched his head and asked fearfully. Our sisters help each other, better than you, and gentle. Unable to hold back, Raven blurted out, and then he reacted and quickly covered his mouth. Damn it, you still bring something like this? Who among you took the lead in opening the door to the new world? Chen Xi was furious. His wife robbed his wife? Am I losing face? Nothing, you think too much, you will get cold if you eat or not. Emma hurried over to cover and change the subject. Don't fool me, I will have a way to get you to speak at night. Chen Xi is not stupid, there must be some tricks, but he can't check memory. He will use his own Formula 170 to punish them. The girls directly ignored his words and ate breakfast on their own. Who was afraid of who? Chen Xi, who was depressed at the 12th grade, took 2 bites at will, went to find Charles and Eric, and continued their search for mutant. Charles, do you think Logan is reliable? This guy is crazy and violent. Yes, their first fight was Wolverine Logan, this guy who, in their opinion, has no brains and only believes in fists. It's okay, everything is up to me. He has super fighting experience, super self-healing ability, is a good fight, and a qualified meat shield. Charles smiled confidently, and with his telepathy, and his 3-inch tongue, who couldn't figure it out. Charles, don't worry, or let's make a bet. I don't do it, if you can take Wolverine away, I promise you a condition. If you lose, you will shave your head later. Chen Xi suddenly remembered the scene in the movie. It was very funny that the 2 friends found Wolverine who was drinking at the bar with confidence, and was directly dismissed by the sentence fuck you. I'm here today, and I have to slap Charles. Don't resist Charles, the bald hairstyle is perfect for you, bald and stronger. Sir, are you sure? But any conditions? Charles was agitated for a moment, and it was not easy to take away a fellow mutant. The mutants of this period were eager for companions, and as long as someone recruited them, they basically succeeded. Definitely, I'll keep my word, Chen Xi said confidently. That's good, let's fight, sir, don't regret it. Charles gritted his teeth. Hair, don't blame me, I'm for tomorrow too. Soon, the three of them backed away from the bar and saw Wolverine Logan sitting alone at the bar drinking and smoking, feeling very uncomfortable. Hi, my name is Eric Lane's hair. Hi, my name is Charles Xavier. Fake squid, yourself? Wolverine started spraying without raising her head. Who are these two? I Wolverine only chatted with girls. Logan, we are compatriots, you see. Charles gestured for Eric to control a coin to float. Fake squid. Logan is also one of his classic mantras. Listen to me, Logan, we need the help of our fellow mutants, we need to unite, and now there is an enemy to destroy the world. Charles began to speak with emotion, and put the big hat of world peace directly on his head. Fake squid, I don't know what you are talking about, the world will be destroyed, and I just don't want to live anymore, everyone is finished. 99. Wolverine was speechless for 10 minutes, this person is more insane than me, fake squid, I have already lived enough, if I want to die, everyone will die together, what a lot of harmony. Logan, listen, it's true, the world needs us, we need you, come on, brother, come home with us. 39. When Charles said this, if it were an ordinary mutant, tears would have filled his eyes, and he was almost moved by himself. It's a pity that Wolverine is obviously an old fried dough stick that has lived for 100 years. Hey, I was almost touched by you, just a little bit, why don't you say something else? Wolverine jokingly said, and continued smoking her cigar. Hey, forget it, let's go, I admit defeat. Charles obviously felt that this guy was insufferable, smellier, and harder than the rocks in the ditch. Nervousness, smoking cigars, drinking alcohol, is not better than beating to death. Tired of long ago? Looking at the backs of Chen Xi and the three of them leaving, Wolverine pouted, a group of crazy. Ha ha ha, admit defeat, Charles, go and shave your head tonight, I'm looking forward to your new hairstyle. 35. As soon as he walked out the door, Chen Xi couldn't help laughing. Charles, you're finally going to be bald, you're going to become stronger. Hey, how did you know you'd be insane? Poor hair, I'm sorry for you. When Charles finished speaking, tears of remorse fell. Okay, let's go, I already knew this would be the result. Wolverine Logan is a lone wolf who has lived for 100 years, and no one is harder than him. 35. Chen Xi explained something casually, which directly shocked the two of Charles. Darling, 100 years of lone wolf, he won't lose. The three of them continued to set off. Chen Xi teleported to the edge of a circus, and when he entered, he saw a person who let the tiger go through the fire ring. The tiger also cooperated with him very obediently. Chen Xi saw a wolf perform on the single plank bridge again. The animals here seemed to have the same mind as that person, because the wolf thing is not easy to tame now. Good, wonderful, give me the money. Chen Xi cheered loudly, and Eric immediately gave him $100 as a reward. Sir, your performance is amazing, can we talk alone? I have something to ask. Charles said with a smile. No problem, please come with me. He was quite polite to those who had given so many rewards. Sir, how is the circus business? It's bad, everyone doesn't like it, and there are so many expenses for animals, I'm going to disband soon. 39. This person is very helpless, big animals like tigers and lions eat too much, they can't make ends meet. When it comes to making money and doing business, he is full of bitterness, and people have become more refined these days. I think there is a job for you, I wonder if you are interested. A coin was in the air, and as Eric waved his right hand, it swirled and flew. Wow, cool. Bro, I think that job is perfect for me. Tom, bow to everyone. The animal trainer asked the big cat named Tom to bow to Chen Xi and the others, and Tom immediately stood up and bowed to everyone. Hello, my name is Jerry, as you can see, I'm a trainer, I can command small animals and communicate with them. Hello, Charles Xavier. Hello, Eric Lane's hair. 35. Hello, Chen Xi. After everyone briefly introduced each other, Chen Xi handed Jerry a business card. Tomorrow morning, give you a day to pack up and bring your little animal friends, reports Umbrella Manor. 39. The three of Chen Xi left, leaving Jerry, who was in a daze, muttering the words umbrella. Charles, who's down here? Let's go, I say location. In this way, Chen Xi and the others found Helen, the woman who controls the water, Mia who controls the plant, and Mordo who controls the mechanical equipment. At this stage, there are still not many mutants, and there is still too little nuclear radiation. When Apocalypse detonates the global nuclear bomb, it will usher in the prosperity of mutants. Apocalypse, my goal must be built on your credit. When Chen Xi returned to the manor at night, he saw the Siren Sean and Shockwave Alex fighting. There's music, there's screaming, there's roar, and there's even all kinds of percussion. What's the situation? Are you singing and dancing for everyone? Chen Xi silently watched the soft battle between the two. Come on, the little saplings on the side are about to be broken by the two of you. Take a closer look. Oh, a group of versatile guys, they are completely floating. Raven completely turned into a tentacle monster and became a drum player. Angel 0.2 El Salvador, fluttering and flapping cicada wings, dancing in the air. Beast Hank performed a stunt, hung the golden hook upside down, and turned into a small applause expert. Jubilation Lee creates firework in the air, and the gorgeous firework rises and falls one after another. Emma incarnates a human diamond, shining brightly, almost blinding their 24K Phil Money dog's eyes. Darwin Armando stuffed his head into the fish tank, changed everyone's gills, and even spit 2 bubbles. Chen Xi can see it. After this group of people found their compatriots, it was as if they had found a team, and they completely released themselves. What do you think? Chen Xi turned to look at Eric Charles. It's the first time to meet so many compatriots, it's normal to be a little excited, let them go crazy? 35. Charles nodded, very much in favor of what Eric said. Young man. Go with you? Chen Xi looked at the crazy group of guys, the corners of his mouth twitched. Is this the prototype of the X-Men? Except for their own wife, they are all a group of sand sculptures and stick vertebrae. They can't even control their own ability, and they are nothing. In 2 days, Xiao Jiao will teach this group of rabble how to behave. Sebastian Shaw can control the Hellfire Club, then his power has already penetrated into all aspects, and the CIA naturally has his intelligence personnel. Charles and Eric really have a hand. That scientist Hank is really a genius. Unfortunately, he can't use it for me at the moment. Xiao sighed deeply. Not to mention, Xiao, this villain is really rich, but no, he has changed to a new cruise ship. Xiao shook the red wine in his hand, sniffed it lightly, and closed his eyes. He seemed to be feeling the mellow aroma of old red wine, but he didn't know what he was actually thinking. Black King, why do you want to grow other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige? Just those young mutants, I can destroy them all by myself. Hearing Xiao's admiration, Torrent was very unconvinced. Isn't it Charles and Eric? Can they be my opponents of Torrent? Xiao glanced at the Torrent and shook his head. This guy's brain is obviously not enough. Torrent, the sand sculpture, and the disgusting quill people later have a match, especially the quill people. I rub it. It's a rubbish to the explosion guy, but he is nothing but Eric. Everyone else is ordinary in his opinion. In any case, Torrent's ability is still a little destructive, and it is full of pretense, which can be quite bluffing. Although you are arrogant, you are right. The mutants Charles and the other 2 are looking for are just a bunch of weak chickens. Taking a sip of the red wine, Xiao raised his head and said something slowly. Well, you and the Red Devil, take Dylan to the CIA, meet these little guys for a while, and find out their details. Xiao knows that he can't let himself grow bigger, and he has experienced such a tragic experience of losing the war. Dylan is the mutant that Xiao found. I don't know if it is due to the plot inertia. Dylan is also a telepathy mutant, which directly fills the vacancy of the White Queen Emma. Okay, Black King, we must live up to your expectations. The Red Devil bowed his head to answer, and then teleported away with Torrent and Dylan. They were going to step on the spot and snipe mutant. The mutants on the other side partied until midnight last night, and they all became drunk cats. Chen Xi didn't care about these young artists at all. Let them fend for themselves on the lawn. Raven Emma isn't drunk anyway, they'll go back to their room and sleep by themselves. Definitely Chen Xi, in order to find out the culprit, used the Chen family method to directly make them cry when they were tired, and Chen Xi also succeeded in getting them to confess. It turned out that Amaterasu from Xiaopeo and Zhenhuai's little girl took the head, which is normal. It's all right now, the 2 probably won't get up the next day, so Chen Xi took care of them alone. Get up for me, you bunch of drunks, ready to go to the CIA to beat me up? Charles was not polite at all, and directly used telepathy to make them dizzy and dizzy. Well, where is this? My head hurts. Salvador snorted in a daze, and drank the film last night. Not only El Salvador, but the rest of the people also covered their foreheads and hammered hard. Feeling dizzy? Hey, this is my companion? A group of drunks? If you don't see it, you will be shocked. Yes, I feel like I've come to the wrong place, and suddenly I have an ominous premonition. The newcomer Jerry and others complained one after another. Have they been deceived? Charles covered his head. God, this is my comrade in arms? I'd better kill myself. I don't have to wait for Xiao to call. Tuco to Tuco, bad heart to bad heart, the sand sculptures that I found can only be broken and swallowed in the stomach. Everyone packed up, cleaned up, and was taken to the CIA by Charles Eric to report. After all, the X Squad is affiliated to the CIA, and they are still on duty. When a monk hits the clock and holds other people's money, he has to listen to other people's words. Just when a large group of them approached the CIA, they had already fallen into the eyes of the Red Devil. Brothers, walk, teach them a lesson. Sometimes a lot of people are not necessarily powerful. 35. Torrent said gloomily, he likes to show his presence by bullying people. This guy directly controlled dozens of grenades and threw them into the CIA training base. How could the defense of the broken base stop the elusive teleport leading the way? Boom, boom. The explosion of the grenade instantly alerted the guards and agents of the CIA. A group of soldiers with live ammunition rushed over and surrounded the 3 of them. Come on and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The soldier commander shouted loudly. Mutants, haven't you come out yet? These soldiers are innocent. The Red Devil ignored the stern shouts of the group of soldiers and directly asked back loudly. Fire. When the soldier commander heard this, he was immediately furious and ordered to open fire. Please respect us. We are guns, not fire sticks. Then the dense bullets could not hit anyone at all, and the Red Devil had already teleported and appeared on the roof. Go. I saw 2 whirlwinds suddenly appeared on the Torrent's hands, gradually becoming larger, and after reaching a certain level, they slammed into the crowd. Who? The soldiers below instantly turned on their backs, fluttering, flying, and none of them were good. I don't know how many will survive. The dignified CIA is vulnerable, and they can't use heavy weapons. They can only let the Rapids and others succeed. In the base, the teenagers who had never seen such a scene, had never experienced war and killing, were already trembling with nervousness, and the 2 rows of teeth were fighting each other. Hey, as expected, you haven't experienced the big scene. Have you forgotten that you are a mutant? Charles is a little depressed and embarrassed. Only mutant can resist mutant. Before it even started, it has turned into a soft-footed shrimp, and it's still a bit of a haircut, so forget it. Guys, let's go out. Ordinary people are not their opponents. It's up to us. How can we grow without going through the tempering of blood and fire? Come on, guys. This guy Eric is quite excited, and he can finally take revenge. Xiao didn't come, but this group of scumbags came? Yeah, we're mutants too, go ahead and kill them. Mutant chicks rushed out screaming, we are also mutants. They are also mutants, afraid of what? Fuck them. Beast directly transformed into the Red Devil and rushed to the side of the Red Devil, and then he was not good at fighting. He didn't even touch the Red Devil's tail, and was overturned by the Red Devil with a knife and hammer. Seeing this, Charles quickly pressed his forehead with his hand and used telepathy to interfere with the Red Devil. Buzz! A burst of brain waves rumbled in the Red Devil's mind. Fortunately, the Red Devil lived for more than 1,000 years, and his mental power was strong, and he was not instantly controlled. Durlin, hurry up! The Red Devil yelled anxiously the newcomer Dudlin's name. Only he could help himself. Boom! A silent confrontation. The spiritual power in the Red Devil's mind was directly cut off. Oops, they also have a telepathy mutant. I was interrupted. Charles uttered a startled roar as soon as his psychic energy was cut off. Charles, are you alright? How does the other party's telepathy compare to yours? 39. Eric quickly asked with concern. I'm fine, Eric. His psychic ability is a lot worse than mine, but enough to interfere with me, damn it. It was interrupted directly. Charles cursed in a low voice. Just when they were stunned, the mutants of the X Squad started a gang fight strategy. Helen directly pumped water from the fire pipe, turned it into a water column as thick as a bucket, and quickly rushed to the rapids, while Mia directly controlled the roots of the lawn on the ground to restrain the rapids. Then the torrents that had gone through various battles rose into the air with the help of the wind, and the right hand quickly condensed a tornado 247 wind, which directly sucked Helen's water column into the air. The water column collapsed weakly, and the sky was raining heavily. Chen Xi, who was observing, felt that the 2 women still cooperated a bit, and then look at the other mutants. It would be a shame. I saw the elusive Red Devil dodging Eric's attack, not fighting him at all. Eric can perceive the Red Devil's teleportation magnetic field, and can always sense his presence slightly. But the shrewd Red Devil doesn't get along with Eric at all. He is slippery like a loach. I can't beat you. Can't I escape you? I'm so mad at you. Over there, Eric's teeth were itching with anger and there was nothing he could do, so he could only turn to attack the torrent. It's also unlucky to pretend to be a torrent. Eric, who is full of anger, directly pours his anger on him. Who can't catch the Red Devil? Dylan doesn't know where to hide. He really is behind. With 2 bangs, the torrent was bombarded by Eric's metal storm, and it was buried directly by the metal. Only a dog's head leaked out. Boo! Ha! Ha! The figure of the Red Devil kept teleporting, raising his knife, bang bang bang, knocking out these mutants one by one. Siren's ultrasound can't hit the Red Devil at all, and Alex, this guy is like doing you. His little laser is not working at all times. Crispy magician ants like Salvador, Helen, Mia, can be stunned by the Red Devil's face. With aides like Jerry and Moto, their combat effectiveness was even worse, and they were wiped out by the Red Devils in 3 or 2 strokes. My god, what is this all about? Chen Xi put his hands on his forehead and rubbed his hair vigorously, annoyed. Chen Xi is really painful. Everyone's combat effectiveness can't even be called the 5 scumbags. He thought that everyone would be taught. Who would have known it would be so miserable? He was so silent. He couldn't bear to look directly. There was a sudden tacit understanding in this field. Both sides did not move. Only the wailing of the rookies came one after another. Eric controls the tragic Riptide, Charles, and Dylan fight, and the Red Devils have a host of hostages. Eric, so let's take a step back. Okay, you let the torrents, I let them go. The Red Devil saw the confrontation between the 2 sides, but there was no result. Instead, his brain was aching and nervous. Okay, you and I release people at the same time. I count 3. 3, 2, 1. Eric finished counting aloud, and the 2 of them tacitly agreed and didn't let go. They were not fools. How could they easily believe each other? Ha ha ha, Red Devil, you really are ugly and cunning. Eric burst out laughing, sneering at the Red Devil, and attacking? Humph, you're not a good person. You're still not letting people go, and I'm not ugly. It's personality, you blind guy. 35. Let's talk, make trouble, don't talk about appearance. I'm not easy to mess with the Red Devil. Okay, we'll let it go this time, I can swear to God. Eric said again, his chips are low, and there are too many hostages there, so he has to compromise. Okay, count. 3, 2, 1. After Eric finished speaking, he kicked the torrent flying, and the Red Devil teleported to the Red Devil's side, supporting the inhuman torrent. Eric, this time we have a draw, next time we will decide the outcome. 35. The Red Devil put down his harsh words and ran away with the rapid teleportation. On the cruise ship, Sebastian was enjoying the sea breeze and drinking red wine. Suddenly, a faint red mist flashed, and the red devil appeared with the hapless Torrent and Dellen. Ha, the Torrent is so miserable, who was beaten? Eric. Seeing the tragic Torrent, Xiao said speechlessly, this fool kicked the iron plate, pretending to be all day long. Black King, it's not to blame the rapids this time. That Eric is really powerful. We are not his opponents, but he can't do anything about us. The Red Devil forced himself to explain the case, not because we were incompetent, but because the other party was too vicious. I don't want to hear this. How's that rookie mutant going? 9. Xiao waved his hand. It didn't matter whether they failed or not, he only cared about the details of the other party. The other group of mutants are really rubbish. If it wasn't for Charles and Eric to call the scene, Torrent could destroy them all by himself. Talking about the opponent's fighting power, the Red Devil pouted and looked dismissive. Oh, it turns out that it is like this, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Our plan has to be fast. Hearing the Red Devil's words, Xiao immediately felt relieved. A group of scumbags could not stop his great plan. Nuclear war, nuclear radiation, nuclear pollution, ha ha ha, how many mutants will be born in the future? This Earth will be the world of mutants. Only noble and advanced mutants are higher creatures and are worthy to rule the world, and he is the king of the new world. Thinking about it, he burst into laughter, complacent. Hey, sometimes the happiness of the frog in the well is so unpretentious. On the other hand, Charles's side was miserable. One by one was like Huahua being beaten by frost, one by one was downcast and gloomy. Shame, shame, a large group of people were killed by 2 people. Little did they know, a more serious crisis was imminent, right inside the CIA. Director, forget it, get rid of these mutants, I don't believe it anymore. Dignified America, afraid of a mere Black King Xiao. In the director's office, Demonster suggested to Matt that it was too dangerous for his group to be caught between them. Hey, I will think about it. Let's hold a meeting and study it like this. Listen to everyone's suggestions, and tell everyone to go to the conference room. Matt had a headache and felt that for such a major event, everyone had to work together. The conference room was quickly filled with CIA leaders of large file size and small, and when they heard that the X-team had to change their place, they passed unanimously for the first time. Charles, I'm sorry, I'm here to give you some bad news. The Bureau wants you to change places, you're too destructive, they don't feel safe. Charles, who was rubbing medicine for his teammates, was stunned when he heard the news from Mora. Does this count as crossing the river and demolishing the bridge? Do you and others fight to your death while your teammates stab them in the back? Just as Charles was about to explain and save himself, Eric grabbed his shoulders and shook his head at him. Okay, Miss Mora, please tell them that we quit the CIA and have nothing to do with it again. Charles understands what Eric means, and it's better to pull out and do it alone if you're tied up here. Okay, I'll quit the CIA too. Chen Xi forbids me to be an agent, it's too dangerous. 35. Mora took advantage of the situation to talk about her resignation, and when she talked about Chen Xi, she showed a touching smile. Congratulations, Mora, you can take care of us in the future. As soon as Charles and Eric heard it, they knew that Mora would also be a lady in the future, and their identities were immediately different. Don't, everyone is a friend, so there's no need to be so clear about what to take care of and what not to take care of. Mora quickly said, don't let others think that she is clinging to the powerful. Okay, we got it, now we're going to pack up and get out of here. Charles smiled and nodded. There is no place to keep the master here. There is a place to keep the master. The Xavier family is not bad for this little money. Have to rely on being angry here? Are we going to the streets? Charles. Darwin asked blankly. No, we have many better places. Let's go and show you guys. 35. Charles mysteriously said to everyone, do you want to go to Umbrella Manor? Everyone guessed so. New York suburbs, Westchester. Among the green mountains and rivers, stands a European medieval castle manor. Wow, this is where we're going to live? It's so pretty. Charles, your family is too rich, I'm so envious. Ha ha ha, so cool. Which of the many mutants did not suffer from suffering from childhood, hungry and full, and it would be very good to be alive, where have you seen such a luxurious world? Don't forget, we're not here to enjoy it. You look at today's battle, it's horrible. Charles sees them hanging around, and looks like they don't remember to eat or fight, and he gets annoyed, and he has to train them hard. A few days later, with an agent like Mora, and Peggy also came over, they found a military fighting master and started strict training for them. Not only train your own variant ability, from control to skilled use, but also train fighting ability and reaction ability. Charles, you have to feel the fluctuations of your mind, integrate into the entire universe, and integrate into the pessimistic clutching and reunion of human beings. Go check it out. The sky is high and the earth is different, and the universe is infinite. When happiness is exhausted and sorrow comes, there are a lot of knowledge and emptiness, and understand this sentence well. 35. Chen Xi also came to point out Charles's mind ability. When it comes to mind, the 1,000-year-old wisdom of Chinese ancestors can always give an explanation. As for Eric, calm your heart down, get close to the earth, and feel the thickness of the earth. When you are strong, the earth is under your control. Chen Xi only pointed these 2 people, and the others just let Charles and Eric come. They are senior mutants with rich experience, and they have mentored a few rookies. In this way, a group of rookies started training for nearly a month. With guidance, their ability has at least risen several steps. At least he won't rush forward recklessly, and his fighting ability will be greatly improved, so he won't be won by the Red Devil in one round. Charles is most pleased with the progress of the mutants. Since listening to Chen Xi's advice, he has read a lot of ancient Chinese classics, character stories, and understood a lot of incomprehensible problems. Every day I use telepathy to understand, feel the joys, and sorrows of ordinary people, and the effect of empathy is obvious. Charles's ability is at least twice as strong as before, and his entire temperament has changed. In the past, Charles had the impetuousness and impulsiveness of a young man, good Zhao, but now he is more peaceful, his emotional control is stronger, and he has the appearance of old Charles in advance. In more than a month, everyone has changed too much, and they have become too much stronger. Come on here, there's big news. 5. Emma suddenly shouted in the living room. When everyone heard it, they hurried in. Everyone hurried into the living room. On the TV, the President of the United States is giving a speech. The Soviets are deploying nuclear missiles in Cuba, the fleet is about to reach the Caribbean Sea, and war is imminent. Seeing the picture on the TV, everyone was solemn. Everyone, this is all Xiao's conspiracy, we have to stop him. Stop the Third World War. Charles suddenly stood up and said loudly. Always have a spear ready? Everyone was high-spirited and said in high spirits. Okay, X Squad's first mission, let's go. Charles acts as captain, giving orders. Follow me, folks, this is my masterpiece, supersonic fighter, come on, guys. Target the Caribbean Gulf? The Cuban Missile Crisis, a super conspiracy, awaits the young mutants to stop. When the Blackbirds of the X Squad headed for Cuba, the situation in Cuba was getting more and more tense. The eyes of the whole world are gathered here. Once the war begins, the world war that has just subsided will begin again, and it will be a painful disaster again. The battleships of Milikian and the Soviet Union have been arranged one after another, and they are parked on both sides of the sea line, which is equivalent to the defense line. Once the line is crossed, it means provocation and the beginning of the war. The commanders of both sides are now nervously waiting for orders from the highest level. Whether it is Milikian or the Soviet Union, almost all the core high-level leaders are having heated discussions. To fight or not to fight, what to do if you lose, what if you win, who wins, who loses. The brains of think tanks have already become overclocked, and they are about to smoke. They also keep an eye on the situation here, analyze all possible situations, and make no mistakes. The commanders of the two fleets, who had long been blinded by nervous sweat, kept their eyes open at all times. At this time, any small move, a shake of the hand, or a cough may lead to the outbreak of the Third War. Beneath the deep sea, a nuclear submarine is secretly hidden, ready to advance this war. In the submarine, Xiao's subordinates include Red Devil, Torrent, Delin, and many mutants who have been cut off, but these are considered ability 087. It's almost time to start. Xiao slowly got up and gave his order. Hearing this, Mutant's spirit burst forth, and Mutant's spring is coming. I'm going to absorb nuclear energy, don't let anyone disturb me. Xiao finished and walked to the deepest part of the submarine, where there was a secret room, and all of them were made of materials similar to his helmet, which could completely block telepathy. After Xiao entered, the Red Devil had pushed the controller of the machine outside, and the nuclear energy inside had begun to be released. I saw Xiao grabbing with both hands and began to absorb the nuclear energy. He wanted to eat all at once. The Red Devil knows that he is no longer here, and he has more important things to do next. A faint red mist flashed, and the Red Devil had appeared on the Soviet Polaris battleship. In Polaris' control room, a red fog suddenly appeared, which scared the soldiers, and instinctively pointed their guns at him. Soldiers and officers, who has ever seen such a monster with red skin and a tail? Is this the devil? Before they could finish their harsh words and shoot again, the Red Devil's tail suddenly stretched out. Puchi! The tail penetrated the captain's heart, and then the Red Devil took out two small knives from his pants. I saw a faint red mist constantly flashing in the command room, slowly getting thicker and thicker, and the smell of blood was getting bigger and bigger. The Red Devil's little knife played well, thumping, fast in and out, mercilessly harvesting these fragile lives. The soldiers could only make the final sound of roar rescue, but unfortunately the sound insulation of the command room was a bit good. Whether it was Milikan or the Soviet Union, they didn't know that there was something wrong with this battleship, and it was this battleship that almost became the fuse of the Third World. Red Devil, Asazo, you can play with small knives, can you teach me? Just as the Red Devil was overjoyed and looked at his masterpiece, a strange voice sounded in his ear. Who? Pretending to be a ghost. The Red Devil looked around in fright and roared in fear. I'm here, you are so rubbish, you can't see me? The space is blue, and Chen Xi slowly walked out. When the Red Devil saw such a cool way of appearing, he immediately knew that this person could not be provoked, either run away or kill first. The Red Devil, who did not know the depth, decisively chose to strike first, and a teleport appeared directly in Chen Xi's heart. The small knife emitting a cold light stabbed straight at the heart. Chen Xi seemed to be careless and could not escape. Boom. Just when a perverted smile appeared on the Red Devil's face, there was a severe pain in his stomach, as if a train crashed, and then he didn't feel it anymore. Before the Red Devil had time to look back on his 1,000 years of past before he died, he hurriedly plunged into darkness. CDCC. Murderers, people will always kill them. Chen Xi said lightly, glanced at the red mist in front of him. It was a red devil with no bones left. Mephisto, I don't know if you can accept the devil's soul there. Chen Xi muttered to himself, why did I suddenly think of him? Could it be that I feel something in my heart? Is there a calculation from hell here? Seeing that the warships of the two sides are getting closer and closer, the friction is about to be upgraded, and the high-level officials of both sides have also entered the final game to see who will be counseled first. All troops obey orders. Prepare to fight. The terrifying battle alarm sounded randomly, and both fleets entered a state of battle. The commander's hand was just above the launch button, ready to fire at any time. Commander, I just received an order from headquarters. The operation is cancelled. The operation is cancelled. Just when Laomazi was about to press the button, their executives still hesitated. Deploying nuclear bombs outweighed the gains. Polaris, action cancelled? Action cancelled? Stop advancing? Stop advancing. The emergency order was issued, but no one replied to the main ship. As if they had lost contact, they still went their own way and kept moving forward. Damn, what's going on? What's going on here? Is the commander of the Polaris dead? Or is he a spy from another country? The commander of the Soviet fleet was terrified and hurried to communicate with Millikan. Man, we've lost control of the Polaris. Don't fire, don't fire, become bro. Humph, save this kind of trick to deceive 3-year-olds. Ready for artillery? Fire as soon as the Polaris breaks through the blockade. 35. The commander of Millikan directly farted the words on the other side. Charles, what's going on? Is this commander dead? Or a spy? Eric yelled anxiously, isn't this the end of the CAF? It's a waste of effort. Boom, boom. At this time, a loud noise came, and the Millikan fleet was stunned, and the Soviet side was also stunned. You and me under the blind tree, this old Mazi's commander is an allied army? My big Milikian has broken into the enemy's internal high level. I just shouted not to fire and attack, now I'm going to blast myself and kill my ship. Charles, what's going on at this time? I can't turn my head around. Eric asked blankly. Don't guess, the Red Devil killed everyone on the ship. I've already killed him, and by the way, I took control of the Soviet commander's deputy and bombarded the empty ship. 35. When everyone was thinking about it, Chen Xi's voice came to their minds. Yes sir, haha, I knew he wouldn't stand idly by. Charles's cheering voice resounded through the fighter plane, and everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as Chen Xi is there, even 10,000 xiaos are nothing to be afraid of. During this month, Charles repeatedly chanted Chen Xi's invincibility in their ears. The telepathy's psychological cues were so powerful that everyone was brainwashed by Charles. Chen Xi is invincible? The Polaris was sunk by their own Soviet missiles, and Millikan's fleet breathed a sigh of relief. Comrade, you prevented a nuclear war? Laomazi's commander stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat on his face, and then patted his deputy's shoulder vigorously, but this deputy's face was stunned. Everyone thought that he was afraid, and was frightened by his behavior just now. The officers and soldiers in the command room knew that this guy would be promoted to captain tomorrow because he stepped through the gate first with his left foot. Black King, the Polaris was destroyed. Our plan failed. Delin, who was hiding in the nuclear submarine, anxiously notified Xiao through the radio. Don't worry, I still have a backup plan. This is a nuclear submarine, although it has no nuclear missiles, but it has a nuclear reactor. As long as I absorb the nuclear power of the reactor, I am a nuclear weapon. Nuclear war will still break out. Xiao Man said indifferently that everything was still in the plan, including the destruction of Polaris, which was also counted. Oh, by the way, where's the Red Devil? What Xiao cares about is that the Red Devil is gone, and he is his confidant. I didn't sense his existence. Either he was dead or he ran too far. I couldn't sense it. Delin answered truthfully, the Red Devil was probably dead. Dead? Forget it, if you die, you will die. He can't see the prosperity of mutant. Xiao paused, said with a regretful tone, and concentrated on absorbing nuclear energy. Sebastian Shaw is at the bottom of the sea. He wants to absorb the nuclear energy of the nuclear reactor, release a nuclear explosion in Miragan, and start a nuclear war again. Charles looked anxious. This special nuclear submarine was completely isolated by any material. He couldn't sense anything. We need sonar. Hank yelled. Sonar? Am I not sonar? After finishing speaking, the Kraken opened its glider, cooperated with the sound wave vibration, and flew directly downward at extreme speed. Boom. The Kraken plunged directly into the sea and began to survey the position of the nuclear submarine. OM. A huge amount of sonic vibration rushed out of the Kraken's mouth, toward the bottom of the sea, and spread around. Soon, the sound waves sent out, the feedback information came back. Found them? There they are? The siren shouted loudly roar from the sea. Eric, get him out? Sir, you asked me to catch a nuclear submarine? I didn't catch that thing before. Eric shook his head, saying he couldn't do it, that thing was too heavy. Eric, you have to believe in yourself. Your power can move the entire Earth in the future. What is a nuclear submarine? I believe in you. Chen Xi intends to exercise Eric. The Eric here is much stronger than the original plot. Is it not easy to catch a yacht? Okay, if you believe me so much, sir, I'll give it a try. Eric got out of the engine room, stood on the landing gear of the fighter, pointed to the position of the Kraken, stretched out his right hand, released the magnetic field control, and started to exert force upwards. Give it to me. Come out. Eric let out a roar, and a huge magnetic storm rushed out. The huge and boundless magnetic field energy poured into the seabed, and the nuclear submarine on the seabed was unable to resist because Xiao was absorbing the reactor, and slowly surfaced. The nuclear submarine slowly flew into the air, level with the fighter plane, and it really came out. Haha, Eric, you did it, so cool. Oh, the cake seller. Is this a myth? What is this situation? On the sea, all the officers and soldiers of the two fleets saw such an unforgettable scene, and their jaws dropped in shock. Catching nuclear submarines from the deep sea is really beyond human ability. So terrifying, so terrifying. Mutant, it's horrible. Their power terrifies everyone, fears the power of mutant, and they want to destroy mutant. The bosses didn't need to breathe at all, they made the same decision in an instant, and after the dog bit the dog, they fired directly to get rid of them. Just being caught out of the sea like this, Xiao suddenly felt very shameless. Do you think I'm a chicken? If you want to pinch, you can eat it. Rapid, hurry out and shoot down this bird in the sky. Xiao immediately ordered the torrent to go out, while he continued to absorb nuclear energy. Torrent coolly opened the hatch, and came out from the inside, in a suit and leather shoes, like a dog. The torrent is no nonsense, this is the sea, his home ground, immediately formed a tornado in his hand, and brought a water dragon from the sea. The water dragon roared towards the blackbird fighter, and Helen on the fighter immediately used the water control ability to directly return the water dragon to the rapids. Helen, well done. Seeing this, the friends praised Helen for her beautiful work. The unwilling torrent learned to be smart this time, and attacked the fighter directly with the tornado. How do you balance it? Riding on a horse, there is no end to it? You pretend to be addicted, ants are really annoying? 35. Chen Xi teleported and directly punched the torrent into a bloody mist, screeching, screeching, and screeching. If there is knowledge under the torrent's spring, it will definitely be a lot of misery. I really didn't pretend, I didn't say a word, so I attacked it, and I was wronged to death. Boom. The nuclear submarine slammed heavily on the nearby beach. Eric's speed was too slow. Chen Xi's eggs hurt when he saw it. With a wave of his hand, he smashed directly to the beach. This is the power of Mr. When people wave their hands, it's as easy as throwing air. 39. Fake, where did this mutant come from? We're going to kill ourselves, fuck it. Fake, will this serious punch pierce the earth? Is it interesting for such a person to make fun of us mortals? Whether it is mutant or both fleets, the world view has been refreshed directly. If Eric can kill him like that, and Chen Xi is like this, commit suicide? General, be careful. I just checked, that person is Chen Xi, the chairman of Umbrella. General, keep your voice down, the walls have ears, don't say this, be careful that you will be dismissed and investigated tomorrow. Meeljian's subordinate quickly grabbed his commander. The fate of such a lifetime cannot be ruined. Umbrella, the military government and their forces are too powerful. Flowers. Sebastian, get out of here. As soon as the nuclear submarine hit the ground, Eric roared and waved his hand, and the metal casing on the submarine was torn off one after another. Jumping up, Eric dashed into the submarine and couldn't wait to kill him. Sebastian, get out. Eric roared wildly, driving the magnetic force, dismantling all the way, stripping and dismantling pieces of metal, searching around for Sebastian's location. Eric, the powerhouse. Sebastian absorbed nuclear energy in the powerhouse, don't you mind? The enemy loses his mind when they meet. They all know that guy is absorbing nuclear energy. Powerhouse. Eric turned his head to look at the rear of the submarine. His hands moved magnetically, pieces of metal flew out, and the power compartment had been disassembled. Sebastian, who is absorbing nuclear energy, is shown holding a nuclear fuel rod. Sebastian, give me death. Eric roared, controlling piece after piece of metal with both hands and rushed towards Xiao. He was just venting. Originally, Eric's mother didn't die, Eric just wanted to avenge his compatriots. The hatred has become smaller with the passage of time. 0. But, after so many years of revenge, living in the air, not enough to eat, and not well dressed, Eric became more and more angry, the more he thought about it. He almost suffocated him? No, the grievances that have been accumulated for many years exploded directly. No matter what, let's talk about it first, don't wait for MR. Eric. Sebastian raised his head and glanced at him contemptuously. This too much, your memory is not improving at all. Can't you learn to be smarter? Look at you now, just like a mad beast, pitiful and pathetic. Sebastian looked at Eric, shook his head slightly and sighed. You want to oppose me? You want to stop me? For those despicable lowly humans, you want to be an enemy of your own kind. Sebastian walked towards Eric while walking towards Eric, looking distressed. I'm not of the same kind as the executioner. Eric roared, stretched out his hand and waved. Roar rushed over with a huge steel keel in the submarine, blocking Sebastian firmly. Are you so patient? Sebastian said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, you forget one thing, you can die. In fact, I just vented. 5. After finishing speaking, Eric ran out quickly, leaving the blinded Xiao where to clear the steel. Boom, long. At this moment, Xiao was horrified to death. It didn't matter when he heard the explosion, but at first glance, the situation was wrong. All the good thoughts of the weekend are being devoured, like a vortex, like a black hole, starting to devour everything. Oh, no, no no no, boom. After Xiao let out the last unwilling roar, he directly exploded into nothingness. Xiao, who had absorbed nuclear energy, was already saturated, and Chen Xi directly threw more than 300 molecular bombs to Xiao. These 300 molecular bombs are enough to devour this island. Xiao naturally died now. Xiao, you'd better be a full-fledged ghost and find a good family in your next life. The experiment was a success. Ha ha ha. Howard is such a little genius. Chen Xi can say that it is too easy to kill Xiao, and it is very simple to directly teleport into outer space, in the sun, in the deep sea, highly poisonous, and suffocated. Xiao died like this. He was arrogant for a lifetime, calculating for a lifetime, dust to dust, and the organization was completely empty. Xiao, if you go well, history will remember you, and mutant will remember you. Chen Xi sighed. The final big boss was just so casually played by himself, and when he shivered, it was really boring. Before Xiao died, he tried desperately to absorb the energy of the molecular bomb, but unfortunately it was not successful. Chen Xi walked into the center of the whirlpool and directly cleaned up the remaining energy absorption, saving the island and innocent lives. Eric, this is for you, catch it. Chen Xi casually threw Xiao's helmet to Eric, and he didn't know that Xiao Kong got the helmet. Xiao blew it up, and the helmet still remained. Ah, haha, thank you sir. This is really awesome. 147. Eric hurriedly took the helmet and thanked his boss again and again. This is such a treasure. In Chen Xi's opinion, Magneto without a helmet is incomplete. Magneto, it's much more pleasing to the eye now. Congratulations, Eric, you will not be afraid of being attacked by the mind ability person in the future. Charles stepped forward to congratulate. Why is there a hint of sadness? Originally, he could easily subdue Eric, but now he is completely useless. Haha, thank you, this is all a gift from Mr. Eric grinned and smiled smugly, as happy as a 200-pound little fat man. General, I just received an order from headquarters to retreat and return to the mainland. Mi Lijian's ship commander soon received the order to withdraw, and the play was over. What else do you want to do? The two parties who had a tacit understanding were also going to join forces to kill these mutants, but the chairman of Umbrella came, and he did a shit, go home and take the children. Listen to my order, the whole army retreats. With an order from the fleet commander, the entire army retreated. Miljian's entire army retreated, but Laomazi didn't. This group of Miljian's mutants are a serious concern, and they may even be incorporated by the state. The whole army listens to the order and prepares to fight. Commander Laomazi received an order from the upper management and directly ordered to prepare to attack, without any consideration at all. Taking a deep breath, Eric glanced at the old Mazi fleet in the distance. They were turning their guns, and it was self-evident. Sebastian is a total racist, a despicable executioner and a butcher. He wanted mutant to unify the world and become king of the world, which was wrong, but he did the right thing and fought for power for mutant. Yes? Fight for the future of mutant? History is like reincarnation, sending away a Sebastian Shaw and ushering in a Magneto. Eric Lane's hair. Magneto saw Laomazi's turned muzzle, and suddenly a sense of mission surged in his heart. He wanted to be the sharpest knife and dedicate his life to Mr. Mutant. Everyone, Sebastian is dead. He died in the hands of the gentleman. It was the gentleman who saved us, saved mankind, and saved the world, but what about now? Eric looked into the distance with a grim expression on his face. He stretched out his finger to the sea and pointed to Laomazi's fleet in the distance. Brothers and sisters, have you seen it? The muzzle of that fleet has been pointed at us. They disregarded the grace of saving the world. This is a blatant betrayal. This is discrimination and fear. 95. Humanity has declared war on mutant. Please be our king and guide us. Eric Lane's hair is willing to be the sharp knife and kill all those who refuse to accept it. 39. After speaking, Eric knelt down on one knee towards Chen Xi with a very firm attitude. As soon as Chen Xi lifted up, Eric involuntarily stood up. Everyone, Eric's words are not without merit, but I'm not a dictator. Chen Xi paused again, looked around for a week, looked at the group of apprehensive young people, and spoke again. If you want to join the Umbrella Combat Department, we welcome you. If you don't like fighting, you can also arrange an auxiliary department. You can definitely leave by yourself. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he ignored the group of young mutants who were talking about it. There are still too few people. Mutant has a long way to go to build a country. He wants to build a country of mutants, and super ability people, where there is no racial discrimination, and there is no massacre and pursuit. No way. How could they? How dare they? Charles is also in disbelief. He doesn't care who leads who, under telepathy, finds that the old man has made up his mind to destroy them. I can already sense that their guns are aimed at us, Charles. Eric snorted and continued. Charles, are you still running away? Can't you feel it? Are they just trying to get rid of us? Charles didn't listen to what Eric was saying in his ear. He only heard the old Mazi commander say decisively, fire. Hey, what is this for? What did we do wrong? We saved the world? Charles held his head in pain, puzzled. Could the war be avoided? Power is poison. If there is a crack in the container, the poison will spread. We have the ability to rebel. This is our sin. Chen Xi stepped forward, patted Charles on the shoulder, and told him this classic dialogue. On the sea in the distance, naval guns roared. The artillery fire shot into the sky, roar with a small tail of missiles roared, and the Laomazi fleet launched an attack. Countless artillery shells and missiles, densely packed, hit like raindrops, covering the sky, and launched a carpet bombing against the location of mutant, attacking indiscriminately. I thought my arrival would make history go elsewhere. Hey, the fear and greed of people's hearts can't be changed. Chen Xi narrowed his eyes and looked at the missiles coming from Roar in the distance. He smiled, a mere ants and a frog in the well. I can't see the vastness of the universe. Human beings in this universe have just learned to walk, so they don't know what awe is. Sir, 3.6 Their leader made a mistake, the soldiers just obey orders, can you let the soldiers go? Charles knew that this could not be done, and he only hoped that Chen Xi would spare the innocent soldiers. What do you think? As long as you shoot at me, it means you will never die? Chen Xi replied with an expression on his face. Then he took a step forward, his eyes were furious, his eyes flashed red, the sun's line of sight swept up and down, and the missiles from Roar were detonated on the sea. With a good eye, the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees directly cut the group of battleships smoothly and flat, and the craftsmanship did not say, sizzle, crunch, crunch. The sour rubbing sound of metal rubbing is like a soul-killing sound, watching the battleship sink slowly. The officers and soldiers who fell into the sea screamed in fright. No matter how much they can swim, they can't stop the sinking adsorbent of the warship. The dog's life is over. The final outcome of the last war in the Caribbean Gulf is really a bit strange. To everyone's surprise, the war between the two countries has become a one-sided abuse. America's fleet, which had just evacuated, was extremely fortunate. Fortunately, the senior leaders gave timely orders and were able to recognize the reality. Otherwise, they will also have their share in the sea feeding the bastards. Just when the ruthless laser ray cut the Laomazi fleet, they were scared to pee, which will be us next. Thank God, no, thank Chairman Umbrella for showing mercy. Oh, shit, I really thought I was going to feed the bastard, come and find me some pants. Roar, Roar, when you go back, replace all Umbrella products in your home with Umbrella products. While the American fleet is fortunate, it is also very gloating. Look, follow the pigs, this is the end, hee hee. America's fleet, with the happiness of the rest of its life, with laughter and laughter, hurried back to Ben 23. The beach on the island, a mess, broken submarines, huge craters of dozens of meters, tree residues, this is the power of molecular bombs, terrible? Okay, guys, anyway, let's go back and talk about it, at least we're the victorious side, it's time to go home, lads. Chen Xi looked at a group of dazed young mutants and encouraged them loudly. They are still too young, and their mentality cannot be stabilized. Isn't it a betrayal? Just kill it? Come on, go home and celebrate? When Chen Xi shouted again, they finally came back to their senses, sighing that one second they were heroes fighting for the world, and the next they became abandoned pets. The blue space door opened, and Chen Xi and his company brought the Blackbird fighter into the space door together. Swish! Umbrella Manor flashed blue and everyone was back, a cool way to brighten the eyes of the depressed mutants. Yes, why are we so brainless? Why do we think so much? With such a super god in front of us, what is there to be afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? Hey, my husband is back, is it fun? Raven was the first to notice the movement outside, and the crowd saw her husband with excellent temperament at a glance, and he jumped into his arms and asked coquettishly. It's definitely fun, cat and mouse is definitely fun, I'll take you to play next time. Chen Xi held Raven's waist, pinched her little Kying's nose, and said softly, or Raven, after eating the rubber fruit, Raven can play and cooperate with him, no matter what difficult moves, Raven can do it. The girls hated Raven's teeth, and the demon girl dragged them all into the water. Chen Xi, a playboy, has too many ideas, who can handle it? Hey, it's too tiring to fight, no, I'm going to eat more tonight and relax. Then many wives flew over from the villa, and asked with concern if the experience was fun. Definitely, their husband's invincibility will naturally be fine, what they care about is the tragic situation of the enemy. Hey, I'm really sorry, the difference between people and pigs is bigger than the difference between people and pigs, said the Kraken depressingly. That's right, the heart that has just been injured has recovered, and now I have eaten 7 or 8 meals of dog food. This group of little hanging silks, they don't have a girlfriend, look at 6 or 7 people, almost autistic and lose the confidence to live. Okay, don't look at it, Charles, will give you more counseling, and I will let you find 10 in the future? Charles is also very envious, it can't be compared, let's not compare with bugs, we must find some confidence in the heads of these young people. Just like that, Charles, who calls himself a girl hunting expert, dragged the group of mutants away, and it was time to clean up their wounds. The remaining women, mutant, were very envious of these little fairies, having such a powerful and perfect man who loved them, and they began to feel self-pity again. It was getting dark as it got dark, and the manor was indeed in full swing. The hot music, hot dance, and delicious barbecue all showed that a grand celebration party was held here. As young artists, the mutants showed their abilities to the fullest, winning applause from the audience and whistling endlessly. These guys are working in the wrong direction. If they go to a circus or a street performer, it is absolutely feasible. Eric quietly winked at Charles. This metaphor made Charles roll his eyes. He always felt that this guy was floating since he got the helmet given by Chen Xi. Well, the boss of Chen Xi, the second one, the third one feels like everyone is a common man. Just outside the bustling street artist mutant showed off his ability. Chen Xi quietly went to the study. Silly girl, after the signal interception and analysis, did you find out who ordered it? Chen Xi's faint voice sounded, just talking to himself in the air. Brother Chen Xi, I found it. In such a backward era, it is enough to monitor a phone signal without a hand. Silly girl's Tsundera's voice sounded, and she slowly emerged from the invisible state. When Chen Xi knew that Laomazi was about to attack, he sent the silly girl over and intercepted the call message. Well, I specifically checked the telephone fluctuations of each power department in their capital city 877, and finally determined that it came from the defense side. Silly girl explained how she was sure. It's too simple, the signal waves are the same, that's right. Very good, silly girl. What reward do you want? Chen Xi lightly rubbed her hair and asked softly, not knowing what material the silly girl was made of. It was so awesome that it could be turned into digital information. Silly girl, don't reward him, just accompany brother Chen Xi, just help brother Chen Xi. Silly girl said softly. Over the years, silly girl has learned how to think, has her own emotions, and has learned to act like a spoiled child. Well, silly girl is so good. This is a reward. Chen Xi hugged the silly girl and kissed her lightly as a reward. This is what the silly girl wanted? Chen Xi, you brought a few people to become that shit minister. Chen Xi directly gave orders to the Captain America clone at Umbrella base from a distance. Follow your orders, Master Umbrella. I saw a blue light door appeared in front of Chen Xi and others, and they stepped in immediately. The Lord's order is the meaning of their existence. At the end of the night, the GF minister was able to go home to rest. Today is the most tiring day and the most thrilling day in his life. The confrontation between the two countries, almost a world war, and then against mutant, was killed by others. All these shocks almost killed him. Minister GF was sitting in a bulletproof car and was about to go home. He wanted a good rest, and even the pretty secretary ignored him. He hasn't rested since the day was over, and the top one finally agreed to the Superman plan. Capture mutant, research mutant, get variant ability. It doesn't matter if you don't have mutant. Isn't there a nuclear power plant? What if it blows up? Is it not normal for it to be in disrepair? The whole world will only sympathize with them. After rubbing his temples, the GF minister was about to rest against the back for a while, but he found a few tall shadows standing in front of the road, standing strangely in the middle of the road. The driver hurriedly honked the horn to remind the other party to get out of the way, but the other party didn't respond. The driver was not good at it. He drove the GF minister and crossed. Immediately stretched out his head. He was ready to scold. Is this a man's arm acting as a car? At this time, the GF minister raised a bad premonition, which was the experience gained carefully for many years. Turn around and leave now, he shouted in a deep voice, and the driver's response was also very fast. Bang, bang, the gunshots sounded, and the driver's dog head outside the window was exploded on the spot. This sudden change stunned the GF minister at once. This is revenge, and it must be mutants' revenge against him. After thinking about this, he quickly turned to the driver's seat and threw the driver out of the window. He knew that his car was a high-level bulletproof sedan. He didn't get out of the car, but if he stabilized, he would definitely be able to rush out, so he stepped on the accelerator and almost stepped on the pedal into the fuel tank. Buzz. What's the matter? I just heard the roar of the engine. Why didn't I go? What's the matter? Minister GF's heart was beating wildly. What's the situation? Looking at it again, it turned out that he had already left the ground, and the car was floating. In the blink of an eye, those brawny men walked slowly in front of him, punching the bulletproof car window with one punch. Where are you running? Where are you continuing to run? Are you capable of sneaking up on the Lord, but not capable of running away? Chen Xi pulled up the GF minister, exposing half of his body out of the window, and patted his big face lightly, while slapping him. He also used a Tuco attack. Umbrella's Captain America clones are all injected with super soldier serum and T-virus serum, so it can be said that the third-level mutant can be hanged. I'm the minister of GF. If you dare to kidnap me or kill me, the whole country will not let you go, you know? The minister of GF threatened and threatened, but unfortunately it is useless. Clones will only perform tasks. Puchi, the white knife goes in, the red knife goes out, and this guy takes the lunch directly. Chen Xi, who sensed the situation here, smiled lightly, and the man behind his back? Labor and management can lift the table at any time. The blue space gate appeared, and after the clone stuffed a molecular bomb into the car, he turned around and entered the delivery gate. Boom! The explosion sounded, the corpse took the car, and all disappeared, leaving a mess. The young artists in the manor do not know that their enemies are dead. There is no crisis for the time being. Chen Xi will go with them. Let's have a full night of carnival. Helen, I think we can get together. You are single, I am single, you like water, and I like water. We can try it out. 99. This trick is always the only way for the Kraken to pick up girls. Do you like this? I also like it. What a coincidence. How about we go on a date? Sorry, you're so ugly. I'd rather date a cat, wouldn't I? Mimi? Helen rolled his eyes at him. This guy is too earthy. What is the reason for this? Meow meow meow. The cat in Helen's arms seemed to understand Helen's words and responded to her meow meow. Yeah, I'm going to feed the cat tomorrow. Girls like loving men the most. Watch me hug the cat and kill the quartet. The Kraken seemed to be enlightened and muttered to himself, and immediately changed his strategy. Yes, raising a cat? What makes Chen Xi most puzzled is that Armando, Darwin, this fellow did not die in Xiao's hands like the original plot, but succeeded in paddling and survived. and successfully hooked up with the charming woman of El Salvador, and directly angered the Kraken. It hurts. Jerry, the animal trainer, used one-handed animal communication to win Mia's favor with kittens and puppies. It's fair to say, what's so good about this black guy? When Chen Xi came back again, Chen Xi ran over and suddenly beat his legs and pinched his shoulders. How did this girl change her sex? There must be something. Makiko, tell me, what is there to ask me? It's not you. How can there be? Isn't it a long time since I helped my husband beat his legs and shoulders? With an innocent smile, Chen Xi blinked and looked at Chen Xi innocently. Pia, stop pretending. How can I still understand when you think carefully? If there is nothing to be diligent about, there must be something wrong. Seeing that she was still pretending to be innocent, Chen Xi bluntly slapped Pee. Not bad. Ow, husband, hit me again. Pia. This girl has some hobbies, she can't beat her. It can be said now, when everyone is separated, the husband will take care of you alone, good? Chen Xi whispered in her ear. Well, I listened to my husband, that is, my father's health is not very good. He has not gone back once for so many years. I want to go back with Sister Amaterasu to see. Chen Xi was very happy when she heard the guarantee, and immediately stated her purpose. It's such a small matter, okay, I'll send you back tomorrow. You can thank me later? Chen Xi thought it was such a big thing. Wasn't he just going back to his parents' house? He wasn't a devil for this trivial matter. Chen Xi didn't think that way. She was treated as a personal maid at the beginning, so how could she dare to mention this? Soon it was late at night, and the artists were driven by Chen Xi to the villa next door to rest. He was in a hurry? Chen Xi was still waiting for Chen Xi's return. He pulled Peggy Jubilation Lee and others and left. How could the performance be without them? Last night the stars and the wind last night. The west side of the painting building is in the east of Gatang. Chen Xi wants to sleep here forever. Looking up and looking out of the window, there are mountains and waves, and the big movement of wearing clothes only makes the wives mutter a word, and prepare to go downstairs to make breakfast for the wives. The cook and nanny are not surprised when they see their master making breakfast. As long as the mistresses get up late, the master must cook for them. So they are very envious of this feeling of mutual support, but in fact only Chen Xi knows what is going on. It's not easy for my wife to sing along with her hard work. Naturally, she has to prepare supplementary ingredients for them. Chen Xi's rice porridges are all Xianjing rice from the immortal world, and the rich and powerful naturally throw all kinds of medicinal herbs in it, such as Pi Wendan, Huishundan, and Miyandan. There have been too many sign-ins in recent years, and which one is not a few hundred pieces. Chen Xi seriously suspected that this was the inventory that the goddess grabbed from which world, and gave it to him directly. The girls upstairs finally smelled the aroma of the medicinal pill in a daze. The noses of this group of guys are a bit strong, and they are too sensitive to delicious food. Everyone found their clothes and rushed downstairs in a hurry. Wow, this is so fragrant. You put a lot of treasures in it, right? You can't change your money. She Jubilation Lee was the first to run down, grab a bowl and eat it. Wow, Qian Huan, you're a jerk. Don't wait for me. Husband, give me a bowl and make up for it. I'm exhausted. Big bowl? After Raven came down, the uncle sat down there, raised Erlang's legs, and shouted at Chen Xi. He hasn't become a lady at all for so many years. For so many years, Chen Xi has spoiled and helpless to each of them. Let them go. Keeping their individuality is the reason why Chen Xi loves them. Good-looking skins are the same, interesting souls are 1 in 1,000, and Chen Xi has a hobby for collecting. Naturally, he will collect all the famous Marvel goddesses on the list. Is it still cheap? Marvel's indigenous group of vertebrae? None of the Marvel beauties will end well, and all kinds of ups and downs have been experienced. Chen Xi is not a big radish, he just wants to give every goddess-level beauty a warm home. He is a good person, yes, what a noble quality. Compared with Raven and Jubilation Lee, the two lively and lovely naughty ghosts, Peggy, Emma, and others are more ladies, CDFD, enduring discomfort and helping Chen Xi clean up. The distressed Chen Xi viciously slapped these two naughty guys. It was only 3 poles in the sun, and it was noon after Chen Huize packed up. After many years, she was finally going home. I wonder if her father still remembered her appearance. Let's go, just let Tian Zhao inform me when we come back. Chen Xi hugs Ma Huize, a little girl who can play Tsundere. The Japanese heroine is far worse than her. She and Raven are geniuses who can play. Amaterasu, take good care of her, and let me know if there is something, but not many people on earth have beaten you. Chen Xi hugged Tian Zhao again, a woman who said less and said more, and her heart was really the broadest. Husband, goodbye, we'll be back in 3 or 5 days. She can't be without you? The princess girl winked defiantly. This little girl of Tsundere, let go of herself? Chen Xi opened the space door, Amaterasu and Chen Huize stepped in and disappeared in an instant. All the women in the family went to work in Umbrella, but Chen Xi was the only one in the family, who was Umbrella's needle and mascot. Thinking of the mascot, Chen Xi thinks of Howard. For so many years, Umbrella has never been involved in the arms industry. How could their technological weapons be sold to the military? So Stark Industries, like the original, is an arms giant. Forget it, let's talk to Howard first. It's been so long, why hasn't the Snake Shield been shadowed yet? According to the normal world course of the movie, Snake Shield should have been established in 1949. However, since the robber Chen destiny came to the Marvel Universe, stirred up the situation and made the whole world a mess, there is still no law at all. Peggy was so docile and obedient by him that her short agent career was long forgotten by her, and the current urban overbearing female president is her pursuit. As for Howard's job is as heavy as both sides of the job, now work is as heavy as magic. Although magic is boring, this guy has long been bored, but compared to magic, picking up girls has become dispensable. Telepathy, Howard really practiced magic in the basement of his house, and the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara. That is, in the movie, Doctor Strange played against Thanos and used shadow duplication to bind Thanos. Stop practicing this icon illusion. Without the ability of Sorcerer Supreme, you are a waste of time to practice. Seeing this, Chen Xi is quite speechless. What's the matter? He's quitting his business? Would you like my brother to teach you what it's like to learn the correct magic? Hey, Ancient One, come and beat me. It's as simple and rude, the body shakes, and the magic is in hand. Don't you just get beaten up? If you suffer from hardships, you will be the best? What do you mean, cousin? You mean I can't practice this trick? I think it's cool, and the effect is explosive. Howard suddenly asked, this guy actually told me that I couldn't practice? Actually, I guessed it too, because no one else has used it, only Sorcerer Supreme will. Chen Xi said embarrassedly, he knows shit, Doctor Strange has used it anyway, but Ancient One will definitely? Well, I haven't seen Master Ancient One use it, I learned it secretly. Well, he learned the relationship secretly, and the Ancient One must have persuaded him. It's not Ancient One, it's used by the future Sorcerer Supreme, and I've only seen him use it. Chen Xi corrected himself that he was not alone. That's it, what do you have to do with me? You haven't come to see me for a few months, and you're tired of being among the women. Howard shrugged, there must be something wrong with this guy. It's not a big deal, don't you think CIA can't do it anymore? They can only deal with ordinary crimes, and more super ability crimes, they can't do it. They are all cannon fodder. 9. Chen Xi slowly stated his plan. On the surface, he said that CIA would not work and that the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. was for the country. In fact, it is Chen Xi who wants to secretly control your future behemoth like S.H.I.E.L.D. As for waste like Hydra, it's long overdue to be swept into the garbage heap of history. Howard is not a fool, he instantly understands what Chen Xi means, and builds a behemoth under the control of Chen Xi secretly, a big net covering the whole world. Cousin, tell me, what should I do? I know it's hard for you to come forward. Umbrella is already too strong. No matter how strong he is, the whole world will fear and attack. Howard naturally wanted to do what the big cousin said, and did it beautifully. You go to the World Safety Council and let them take the lead in establishing such an organization? Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was led by the World Security Council in 1949. It is too long ago to say S.H.I.E.L.D. in the older comics. China's Zhang Heng, yes, that's Zhang Heng. He also led S.H.I.E.L.D. as well as Da Vinci, Newton, Galileo, and so on. Marvel's brain hole is enough, and even the Magic Sphere Bureau was established by Zhang Heng. This can be proposed. After the last Cuban crisis, they have long been startled. 35. Howard nodded, raising it at this time, with a high probability of being able to pass. That's all right. I will arrange for someone to enter. Anyway, if I recruit talented people, I will put them in directly. Chen Xi had planned it for a long time. Well, the most important thing left is funding. Where do they come from? Those politicians can eat people without spitting up their bones? It's too difficult to ask them to pay. 35. Howard understands the nature of those politicians too well. Asking for money? No, you can rest assured, I will let them pay the money. After all, public opinion cannot be violated. Chen Xi said mysteriously to let them know what the masses are. These days, Umbrella controls every aspect of America's industry. First-hand information, which is basic, social media, newspaper news, is owned by Umbrella. These days, there is no internet, no scarves, all paper tools, TV sets, and radios. As long as Chen Xi sends people to distribute leaflets, publish in newspapers, and take photos, he will blow up the streets like the Hulk. Then don't be afraid that this group of people who eat melons have no ideas, at least they have to make a scene and complain about these guys who are taking their wages to eat dry food. If you don't help to solve it, then the people are dissatisfied, and the support rate will definitely go down, so why don't you take the lead to compete? Hey, cousin, you're laughing too sinisterly, you must be holding back some bad water, right? I knew you didn't have a good heart, and that group of officials will be out of luck. Howard saw Chen Xi's Gigaji laughing, and knew that someone else was going to be unlucky. Okay, how can I do bad things? I'm a great guy, what are you thinking about? Chen Xi cast a disdainful glance at Howard. My cousin is like you? I don't know how many people were killed by buying and selling arms. We Umbrella saved not 10 million people, but 8 million people. Zing zing zing, you are a good person, a great person, you are the best in the world. Tomorrow, I will go to the World Security Council to propose this matter, and then we will cooperate. Howard raised his hand to surrender. You are the boss, you are right, I will listen to you. Chen Xi chatted with Howard for a few more words, and then left. The establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, at least it will take several months and years. The game here is too big. Who doesn't want to get involved in such a behemoth that is above CIA? Arrange your own people to enter? Chen Xi left Howard's place and went to the mall to buy some presents. The battle was over yesterday, and what he promised Mora would naturally be done. I picked a diamond necklace for Mora. This is the most amazing necklace in the mall. Women are the least resistant to such sparkling things. Sir, your vision is really good. This is a masterpiece by the world-famous master David Phil. Your girlfriend will definitely be moved to death. The sales staff directly praised the new necklace. If Chen Xi does not buy it, he will miss it, and it will be a lifetime regret. Anyway, the sales know that Chen Xi must be able to afford it. Just wearing this, handmade privately made casual clothes, and the Patek Philippe Centennial watch in his hand, where is not the representative of luxury? Okay, then this one, wrap it up. Anyway, this is the most expensive. Chen Xi picked it for a long time, and this one is the most expensive and brightest. I bought it? Sir, I'll charge you 5,000. I'll ask you for change. No, it's your tip. Chen Xi waved his hand and introduced him for a long time. Once the commission was paid, the change was taken as a tip. For flowers. Thank you, you are so generous. The salesman was overjoyed. 100 yuan this year is a lot. After going out, Chen Xi went straight to Mora's apartment. Before the Cuban battle, Chen Xi asked Mora to resign. What kind of agent does a girl's family do? It's dangerous, so let's be the Chen family's wife. Beep, beep. Mora was reading at home when the doorbell rang. Who is this afternoon? Could it be her husband? Thinking of this, Mora hurriedly looked in the mirror. Yes, beautiful little fairy? Come on, hold on. Mora came to the door and looked through the cat's eyes. It was really her husband? Mora hurriedly opened the door, and the whole person jumped on Chen Xi like a koala. Husband, it's been several days, you haven't come to see me. I thought you forgot our date, which made me worry to death. Mora buried her head in Chen Xi's arms and said fearfully, silly girl, how could I forget you? Even if I forget myself, I can't forget you. You are the treasure given to me by God. Chen Xi hugged Mola and said sweet deadman's love words, and let Mola's grudges go away. If you lie, you will coax people. Who knows if it's true or not? There are so many beautiful women in your family, and you're not inferior to me. Humph. A big radish. Mora was obviously happy to die, but he was not forgiving, with a tsundere look on his face. Well, there are many beauties in the family, and Mora is also unique in the world, so I definitely want to take it home. Very obedient, Chen Xi is full of belly, fighting wits, and courage with his wife at home, and he has practiced everything. Well, husband, you are so kind, don't say it, I understand. Mora has long been dizzy and confused, and the heart of the goddess of Marvel has already belonged to him. Mora, let's go out to eat and then go shopping. 35. What kind of street are you shopping? Forget it. Mora changed her shyness, regained her agent's decisiveness, and pulled Chen Xi into her nest. Shopping? Wait a minute, now there are more important things waiting for my mother to do. I have endured this guy for so long. When Chen Xi was dragged into the room by Mola, she found out that this little Mola is really sturdy. It has come to this point. Is Chen Destruction such a coward? Before I knew it, it was getting late, and it was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Xi sent a voice transmission to the wives at home and told them that he would not go back at night, so let them play by themselves. Today we are going to accompany Mora's new wife. They and Chen Xi are old and married, and they immediately understand what Chen Xi is doing. Peggy, this bastard husband must have taken Mora, or he won't come back. Emma gritted her teeth, this bastard, and killed him when he came back, and the sisters were still carrying them on their backs, obviously not allowing them to play with the new sister. Hee, Emma, forget it, it's a newcomer's welfare, you're going to be together when you come up, so people can't faint. It was only then that Peggy wanted to 680. Back then, she and Chen Xi had a raven between them, and that was how they passed out. Time was so fast, it was almost 20 years in a flash. She is over 40 years old, and even after 200 years, her face is still youthful and full of youth in her 20s. All of this is due to her husband. Thinking about it, Peggy showed a gentle and happy smile like water. She is very satisfied with her current life. She has an omnipotent husband who loves and pampers her. Hey, Peggy, look at you, and you've gone astray again. You must be thinking of your husband again. You can tell by your happy smile. Emma shook Peggy's head, which awakened Peggy and dreamed again. Why, people are imagining a better past and looking forward to a better future. It's all your fault. I'll take care of you with Raven later. Peggy said bitterly, disturbing people's dreams. It's time to fight. I'm afraid of you. I have 1,000 joys. A little bit. I'm mad at you, big balloon. Emma grimaced at Peggy, not knowing that she was also a big balloon. On the other hand, Mora was still resting and recovering from her injury. Chen Xi gave her a piiwandan, and went to the kitchen to make her dinner. This scene is like an ordinary young couple. The man cooks and the woman sleeps. Mora, the slacker, has nothing to eat at home. There is no way, the agent rarely eats at home. Chen Xi went downstairs to the vegetable market to buy fresh vegetables, chicken, beef, eggs, and went home to cook an authentic Chinese meal for Mrs. Mora. The clanging of vegetables in the kitchen, the sound of cooking vegetables and the strong aroma of the food have long attracted the tired Mora, who asked her to be stronger, singing for hours. It was not easy. Enduring the pain, Mora paced to the kitchen, leaning on the door frame, watching the invincible man earnestly cooking, slowly became crazy. This scene is too warm, this is the man you choose, pamper yourself, love yourself, no one would think that the invincible man will also cook for his woman? Obviously go to the living room and sit, you will be fine soon, don't worry. 99. Chen Xi naturally knew that Mola was behind him, and after finishing his work, he quickly persuaded Mola to go back to sit and wait for food. Well, listen to you, my husband is so nice. With a pained and happy smile, Mora obediently returned to the living room and sat, waiting for her husband to feed. Soon, Chen Xi cooked a few kinds of home-cooked dishes. He grew up eating hundreds of family meals. What kind of hardships did he never eat? What kind of work did he never do? No matter how invincible he is, he will not feel that he is just waiting for others to serve and cook for his wife, and he is also happy. Come on, Mrs. Mora, come and try it. My favorite home-cooked dishes are tomatoes and eggs, chicken fried in the palace, and stir-fried beef. Chen Xi hugged Mora, gently held it in his arms, and introduced her to her specialty dishes. Well, it's so fragrant, and it looks delicious. I haven't eaten Chinese food yet. I must try my husband's craftsmanship. Seeing the delicious food, Mola swallowed her saliva, but she couldn't use chopsticks, so she could only look at Chen Xi pitifully with her big watery eyes. Haha, little idiot, come, I'll teach you. No, I won't learn it now, I'm dying of hunger, I want you to feed me, hurry up, hurry up. Mora was so hungry that she didn't want to learn, so she let Chen Xi feed her coquettishly. As ordered, I am willing to serve her royal highness. Your highness, which one to eat first? Well, let's start with the beef. Chen Xi hugged Mora and delivered each dish to her small mouth, serving her clearly. Oh, this meal is really filling and delicious. After eating a meal for an hour, Mora touched her belly, so full. Well, let's go to the manor tomorrow, there are 7 or 8 chefs there, and the dishes are different every day. It's better than my craft 5. Chen Xi meant to let her move in and officially become the wife of the Chen family. Are you okay? Will the sisters be unhappy? Mora is still a little worried, is she a little 8 or a little 7? Don't worry, they can't wait for more sisters to support you, just subdued you, I only used 1% of my strength, don't you understand? Chen Xi said slyly. Mora was so angry that he wanted to kill him. What does this slut mean by himself? Go away, we will have more sisters in the future. The sisters are united. Their profits will break the gold. Sooner or later, they will kill you bitch. Mora gave him a ruthless look, he was indeed a little ruthless, and his strength was too weak. Hey, don't mention it. Now, this is a gift for you. Is this diamond necklace shiny? Chen Xi quickly changed the subject. Mora was too shy, so she took out the gift she gave her. Wow, this is too flashy. It's so beautiful. I like it very much. Thank you husband, Mua. Mora's eyes lit up. This was the first gift her husband gave him, even if it was a grass ring. She liked it, as long as it was from Chen Xi. Hey, I'll take it for you. After finishing speaking, Chen Xi slowly helped Mora put it on, and looked in the mirror. It was really beautiful and eye-catching. Husband, today is the happiest day of my 0.2 life, thank you. Mora hugged Chen Xi moved, and said slowly, word by word. Damn, in the years to come, every day will be happy. Oh, by the way, this ring is also given to you. This is the standard at home. Chen Xi took out another storage ring and gave it to Mora. Is this an engagement ring? The pattern is so simple and delicate. It's not just an engagement ring, it's a storage ring. Just drop a drop of blood and you can use it. Chen Xi explained. Oh, God, this is the storage ring of Eastern legends? It really exists, love you. Mora was incredibly surprised. She felt really lucky, she must have saved the galaxy in her last life. Mora cut her fingers and confessed to the Lord by dripping blood. She quickly knew how to use it, and she had a lot of fun playing on the side. Hey, hubby, it's much more convenient to go shopping with it, and you don't need to pack a lot when you go out for a trip. Mora smiled and said to Chen Xi, it's a must for home travel. You're right, there are 1,000 cubes, enough for you. 99. Chen Xi looked at her speechlessly. Why the first thing every woman thinks about is the convenience of shopping? How do they achieve a unified idea? In the middle of the night, Chen Xi hugged Mora lightly and fell asleep. Chen Xi hugged Mora like this, giving Mora an infinite sense of security. Ding, the new week's sign-in has begun. Please sign in the master. Ding, a new week of sign-in has begun. Please sign in the master. It was still that morning, the same familiar formula and familiar taste. Sign in, hurry up, stop calling. Chen Xi heard the systems urging in a daze, and suddenly roared, who hasn't gotten up yet? In the future, I will need your sign-in reward for the 3 melons and jujubes. Who do you look down on? I'm just exhausted, and I don't care about your junk check-in stuff. Huh? It's delicious? Ding, congratulations to the master who successfully signed in and obtained a bliss space treatment machine. 23. What the heck? The protagonist was blown up, half dead, the healing machine that kept him alive in minutes, a super black technology that could cure any disease. Humans lie in, they will automatically diagnose, and after a beam of light sweeps across the body, they are completely cured. Including leukemia, people who are seriously injured and dying, people who have been severely irradiated, etc., only need to carry out gene editing, plus gene grafting technology. It is simple and easy to live 100 years. Why is my husband happy? Mora was also woken up by Chen Xi's gigagy laugh. This guy is happy like a 200 kilograms child? Mora, you are really my lucky star, hehe, my husband got another baby. Chen Xi heard Mola's voice, pulled her and kissed her. Mola is his lucky star. Okay, I don't know what you got, I'm going to get up and clean up, you can be silly. Mora rolled his eyes at him, an inexplicable, mysterious guy. This is even better. With this big guy, how many people must be begging us? Why don't you just listen to Umbrella? Chen Xi muttered to himself, the powerful and powerful are most afraid of death, the powerful and powerful must be old, so the problems will continue, and then Umbrella will strangle them by the neck, and they have to be honest and obedient. Neck choke? Hey, why is this word so familiar? Why did I suddenly think of Thor, Ragnarok's stunt, the ancestral neck choke? Chen Xi spent another hour inking in the house, and waited until Mora cleaned up. The woman was so tired when she went out. Husband, do you think I'm pretty? Mora ran in front of Chen Xi and turned in a circle, showing off her graceful figure. My wife is like a fairy descending to earth, looking at the city of King Gran, and then the country of King Gran, hehe. Chen Xi is naturally a rainbow fart, anyway, just praise her and praise her hard. Cut, die, let's go home. Mora was overjoyed when she heard it, and she was extremely happy, but she couldn't speak Tsundere. Chen Xi smiled and nodded, let's go. With a flash of blue light, the two returned to the manor. Wow, Mora, you are so pretty today? That's right, it looks moisturizing. 99. Husband, how many times did you bully you yesterday? As soon as they entered the door, the girls surrounded Mora, chatting non-stop. As for Chen Xi, she had already become a poor little transparent, nothing. No, he treats me very well and even cooks for me, he didn't bully me. Mora said embarrassedly, although everyone trained Mutant as a friend who was very familiar with her before, but now she is a new daughter-in-law, so how can she open it? Cut, that animal ignores him, let's chat on the side. Emma pulled Mora and went upstairs. The good sisters should whisper, and the bad guys should play while playing? I'm innocent, I'm a positive character, a positive character. Chen Xi, who was roaring in his heart, didn't get anyone to pay attention to him. Umbrella headquarters base, Chen Xi came here after being ignored, ready to place the super treatment machine here. Bane, Erskine, Zola, come over here. Hearing the voice transmission of their own boss, they quickly moved to the chairman's office, where Chen Xi would come once or twice a year. Boss, good morning, what are your instructions to us? Baan asked. It's like this, I get a treatment machine, you find a suitable place and place it. That's it, easy, boss, please come with me. Baan was more familiar with Umbrella's arrangement than Erskine and Zola. In addition to research, these two guys went to the clubhouse. The super soldier serum gave them healthy and strong bodies, but they used to take a bath. Chen Xi followed Baan to a secret room on the 5th underground floor, which was spacious enough and concealed. Boss, how is this secret room? I originally planned to get a high-level conference room here. Okay, here it is. 55. Chen Xi nodded with satisfaction, not touching Umbrella's core secrets here, and it was safe enough. Then Chen Xi took out the super treatment machine from the space and gently placed it on the ground. Boss, this big guy looks really advanced, even more advanced than Umbrella's technology. When Baan looked up at 540, he felt that this guy was a little sci-fi. This is a super treatment machine. I'm talking about any current human disease, it can be treated in minutes. Chen Xi solemnly told them about this. God, any disease, this is super black technology, the ultimate goal of the medical world now? 99. This thing is so good, how many people have asked us? Yeah, now Umbrella can no longer arbitrarily clone high-level executives. At the beginning, Umbrella cloned a lot of middle-level people, and slowly pushed them into the high level, but after all, the clone is not the person, there must be something they don't know. Umbrella will investigate personal information, habits, hobbies, etc. before cloning, but often walks by the river, how can there be no wet shoes? In recent years, she has stopped cloning. We need to find someone, and this person has enough weight, let him spread the word, Barnes suggested. The candidate? I've already thought about it, let's take him, he's an activist. Chen Xi touched his chin, he was just short of a white beard, and his image was perfect. After the crisis of the Cuban War, the mutant problem gradually heated up. In the past, people always doubted the existence of mutants, but now they have to face the reality that they and human beings coexist for a long time. And a mutant like Eric Lane's hair, who can easily lift a nuclear submarine, made Millikan executives shudder. As for the existence of Chen Xi, only those officers in the command room knew about it, and they naturally kept silent. In order to find out the real number and distribution of existing mutants in America, Kennedy signed the PWA Act, agreeing to allocate more funds to the CIA for the Awakening program. At the same time, under the authorization of the Act, the CIA has the right to enforce the law in the United States and can arrest mutant. The Awakening plan was initiated by many radical high-level leaders, and at that time, in order to balance the increasingly surging masses of the conservative forces in Congress, the old Ken was forced to agree to sign the bill. Magneto Eric, also known internally as Roar, was the primary target of the Awakening project. Hey, I didn't expect Comrade Lao Ken to have such a suffocating day, so let me help you. Chen Xi murmured in his heart, Lao Ken is also a third-level telepathy mutant, not too powerful, but at least he is a mutant. If God wants to destroy a man, He must first make him mad, and if someone does something to us, then he can only send him to hell to be with Mephisto. The three Erskines didn't know what Chen Xi meant, but they knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Oh, by the way, Barn, how is the construction of our Umbrella's basic communication project? Chen Xi always felt uncomfortable in life, and it was getting faster. Without the network and various network applications, the Umbrella could only use the intranet. Chairman, it's already fast, mainly because the industrial base is not enough, and Umbrella is also stretched, but with our promotion, it will be much faster. If the chairman wants to speed up the construction, we can put it into production immediately and develop the old-fashioned mobile phone first, which is still possible. Baan thought about it. The basic industries of the times are weak, and this will take time to settle. Okay, let's develop a mobile phone first. It's called Big Brother anyway. You know, this is a gimmick. Chen Xi smiled. He couldn't take two big steps, otherwise he would easily pull the eggs. The leeks have to be harvested step by step, how can they be uprooted? Then Chen Xi followed Erskine Zola to visit the core biotechnology of their Umbrella. Super Soldier Serum, on the basis of the original, the injection effect has been increased to 20 times again. That kind of strength, speed, stamina, and reflexes can already compete with the third-level mutant of physique variation. On the other hand, Zola is a genius in physics and technology. His energy rifles, pistols, and grenades can save energy much earlier than before, and their power has increased too much. The main reason is that the energy saving has been greatly improved, which greatly reduces the energy dissipation and the loss of the attack path. Chen Xi feels that it is very good to be able to do this. Marvel is a black technology, but there are still some limitations of the times. He is not a person who takes the technology route and vigorously develops technology. The end of science is theology. Waiting for the appearance of the god-killing weapon, Chen Xi feels that he can slap the 5 gods to death and kill the life court. Chen Xi had nothing to say, and gave each of them a few Pei-Yuan-Dan and Mi-Yuan-Dan. Mi-Yuan-Pill and Pei-Yuan-Pill can be given to them, and Pei-Yuan-Pill can be used by themselves. Anyway, there is no harm. Boss, this elixir is so strange, and it feels very chemically unreasonable, but it has a miraculous effect. It's strange. 99. Erskine took the medicine pill, and after learning about beauty and fitness, he immediately went for the test, which might bring about another major discovery. Okay, don't worry about it. This is the main reward for you. You can use it however you want. Chen Xi shook his head speechlessly. Who cares what the ancients or people in the world of cultivators call chemistry? Anyway, with their alchemy techniques, they can succeed. Ignoring these madmen, Chen Xi returned directly to the manor. Charles and Eric were training the young artists on a meadow in the distance, and Eric was going to take them to the street. Eric, Charles, come over here, I have something to tell you. Chen Xi shouted at the two friends. You guys, continue training, sir, we have something to do with you. I told the young artists not to be lazy, and the two quickly walked to Chen Xi. Sit down and talk to you about something that is related to our development below. The two of them were seated, and they felt a little serious in unison, which made Chen Xi a little dumbfounded. Relax, tension can't solve any problems, and it's not a matter of life and death. Chen Xi immediately comforted the two of them. We understand, sir, we want to hear what Mr. The two seemed to be relieved. If you read the newspaper, you should know, this is the latest newspaper. You read. 35. Chen Xi took out a newspaper and put it in front of them. It was today's newspaper, and neither of them had read it yet. Eric's majestic appearance of holding a nuclear submarine in his hand was printed on the newspaper, and there was a line of words below it. This is the mutant. If he harms society, what should we do? This is slander, this is discrimination, this newspaper is telling stories and stirring up fear among the people. 55. Eric knew at a glance that this was intentional, and that someone with intentions was doing damage. In just 2 days, mutant became a hot spot. Eric, I know this is a conspiracy. Some people use tricks for power. We must make good use of it. Chen Xi signaled to Eric not to get excited. What, Zhao? He has a way to deal with. Oh, what can you do, sir? Our ability makes them afraid and terrified. It's not something you can make up for in a day or two. Charles also sighed worriedly when he saw the newspaper. Do you think the Captain of the United States, Steve Rogers, is a superhero? Why is he sought after and admired by America? Chen Xi asked the two of them. He should be the hero of the war, who protected the people and defeated the evil forces. Charles blurted out that he was a big fan of Steve. So you still don't understand? Yeah, we're the spirit of Steve, and we're going to be superheroes, not terrorists. Charles's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. The children can be taught. Charles, you can go to school. We don't need to be low-key, we need to be high-profile. I will make you a household name star. Chen Xi's idea was that they couldn't hide their good deeds like the previous X-Men, so that the public didn't know them at all, and could only remember the bad deeds mutant did. He wants to build a super team, just like the Fantastic Four, to become a popular idol. If the Fantastic Four were put on hold until now, wouldn't everyone be calling them the same? They would have been assigned to the mutant camp. In this era, as long as you are different from ordinary people, you are a mutant, except for Steve, who was created by the government. Chen Xi wants to raise mutant into a super idol, let the children feel that they are heroes and aspire to be heroes. America has a plot drop of serious personal superhero idols? Charles, Eric, why don't you two make a movie? Make you guys super idols for the younger generation. I think it will work. Chen Xi looked left and right, but these two people were similar to the images in the movie, with proper star appearance. Bust, don't tease sir, I can make movies no problem, so handsome, but Eric's rigid image can make movies? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Charles was wearing a helmet, he looked like Eric in a role-playing costume, and he immediately smiled, leaning back and forth. Fake 420 squid, Charles, you are handsome, you can act, and you are expressive? Go. If I were to make a movie, I would have more fans than you. Eric scolded angrily, good you Charles, you are actually slaughtering me here? You don't look at you, a little white face of a playboy with insufficiency of kidney function? Nonsense, obviously I'm more handsome than you, and lively and cheerful. You dead fisheye. Eric's words immediately made Charles anxious. Don't I want to make more movies than you, a dead fisheye fan? Chen Xi watched the two squirt each other and smiled. It's good that Charles didn't get scrapped. If the famous Professor X sits in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, his male function is gone, and he needs help from others in his life, it will be his biggest regret. Chen Xi was fortunate enough to show up, otherwise the two would have parted ways, and Charles established X-Men, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Magneto Eric hides in the shadows and builds the Brotherhood, becoming a rat that is not a ghost or a ghost, and everyone shouts and beats. Okay, why don't you just make a movie? You will all have your own fans, don't worry. Radish and Cabbage, each has his own love, haha. 39. Chen Xi suddenly thought with some wickedness that Magneto, the scene man, has many fans. Well, yes, Mr. is right, a cool man like me is the role model, you, the one who doesn't show a few faces, and the one who doesn't pull a few yellows. 5. When Eric heard this, he was a little proud, and glanced at Charles with disdain. Fake squid, Eric, when the time comes, BB, if you lose, call me big brother in the future. Charles is in a hurry, the man can't say no, and he will compete with Eric immediately? Go away, why don't you say what if you lost? Why are you so good? Eric is not stupid, this guy only says he counts. Co-authoring with me Eric will definitely lose. Okay, if I lose, I'll call you big brother in the future, it must be decided. It's a word. The two stretched out their hands and struck hard, which means that the bet was made. Chen Xi looked at these two restless young people, and was quite speechless. No matter how powerful the young guy is, like all young people, he likes to be in the limelight. Okay, don't compare the two of you. After a while, Umbrella will pay to make you saviors and heroes. Chen Xi stopped the two who were still talking harshly. Okay, sir, is there any script? Charles asked excitedly, this is so interesting, I will be a big star in the future. Charles in this period was a libertine before he was scrapped. He went to bars all day, and used his heart, CDBH, inspiration to seduce girls. You can see it in the first battle of the movie Cops. Well, this is simple, didn't it stop Xiao's conspiracy before, we just use it. Chen Xi thought about it. This movie will not be popular all over the world as soon as it is released. There are no special effects in this era, darling. Mutant ability is directly shot. That is so eye-catching, and firmly grasp a group of young middle school two sand sculptures? But don't worry, making a movie is not easy. There is no need for post-production at all, as long as you control it well and don't hurt yourself. Okay, let's listen to the gentleman. Anytime? Yes, we have a lot of time. The two quickly said that they have sufficient schedules and are always ready. In order to become a star, they can do anything. Well, you just need to know about this, and slowly reverse everyone's impression of mutant, which is only now exposed, and everyone's impression is not deep at all, and there is not much fear. This is the most important. Chen Xi feels that at the moment, people don't know what mutant is, only that mutant has various super abilities. Some are also envious, and some are also jealous of why they don't have it, so everyone still desires to have the super ability of mutant. As long as they are guided a little, then the form will change. As for the new mutants, as long as they are educated in a timely manner, they will not harm the world at all, they are just forced by life. Okay, now that it's done. Sir, let's go to training with them. After the two know Chen Xi's plan, they can rest assured, fight crime, and become superhero and super idol. It changed people's views on mutant in the early days, and at the same time, once a mutant was discovered, it was brought back immediately to prevent the new mutant from being unable to control its own ability and causing unpredictable damage. By the way, wait a minute, this is for you. Your body is too weak, even if Eric uses magnetism to exercise, the effect will not work. Go to the underground base of the manor to inject. Chen Xi gave each of them 6 new serums to be a fleshy tank master. Melee combat, this is the pursuit of men, isn't it? Ah, this is the super soldier serum? Didn't expect Mr. to have such a good thing? 99. Hey, I didn't expect Umbrella's technology to be so advanced. Great, we're not afraid of close combat anymore. The two got the super soldier serum, and they couldn't stop laughing. Good things, the baby that the master dreamed of. Let's go get the super soldier serum now. 5. Okay, I can't wait too. Seeing how the two were in a hurry, Chen Xi smiled. Becoming stronger is really tempting. Everyone wants to be stronger. This kind of strength is not the strength of a single individual, but all aspects. It is very simple. The company becomes stronger and the technology becomes stronger. These are the manifestations of people's pursuit of becoming stronger. Super soldier serum, Chen Xi has no shortage. Some are. Perfect T-virus serum, he also has some. It is impossible for him to inject everyone, only if he feels that this person is his own and useful, then he will use it. Sheng Min, Domi Zhou is too simple. Rewarding your subordinates at will, but you won't make people cherish your own goodness. It's too easy to not know how to cherish it. As for the group of mutants outside, when they become superboys and become the power to control S.H.I.E.L.D, they will give the super soldier serum as a reward. It was getting late. Chen Xi glanced and found that his wives had prepared dinner. For this dinner, each of them cooked their own favorite dish, plus 7 or 8 dishes prepared by the chef of the manor, to welcome Mora, the new daughter-in-law of the Chen family. Peggy's Sichuan mapo tofu, Raven's spicy chicken, Emma's dongpo pork, and Jubilation Lee's braised sea cucumber with green onions. A few simple side dishes, full of color, flavor, and taste. They have rarely eaten Chinese food for more than 10 years, and they have long been neutralized. Hey, Mora tastes it first and chooses the dish that you think is the most delicious. No cheating is allowed. Seeing Mora, who was attracted by a table of dishes, Emma suddenly had a bad idea to play tricks on her. How do I choose? Doesn't this make me offend? Emma, you are so bad. Mora's face suddenly collapsed. Emma, who is a fool, everyone is sisters. How to choose? Mora, it's okay, just get used to it. The family doesn't speak 2 languages, just get used to it. 99. Peggy grabbed Emma and pinned her to the chair so she couldn't move. Hey, Sister Peggy, you did a good job. This woman just needs to be cleaned up. Raven said gloatingly. She just likes going against Emma. At night, as long as Raven turns into Emma, Emma will run wild. She is unique in Emma, but Raven can play again, so the two always bicker? Okay, then I'll try it. Anyway, the dishes you make are all my favorites, haha, feast for the eyes. When Mora heard this, she knew that everyone was very casual, and they were all family. Mapo tofu is spicy and refreshing, spicy chicken is full of spicy and crispy meat, dongpo meat is fat but not greasy and chewy, sea cucumber is crisp and delicious, all delicious? Mora is still not very proficient in using chopsticks, but it does not affect her food taste. I have tried them one by one, and they are really good. I can eat such dishes every day, so good. Hey, Mora, don't offend anyone. Emma, your plan has failed. 9. Raven proudly went up and grabbed a handful of Emma's hair, and then ran away immediately. The two girls were used to being together since childhood. Humph. Emma was very dissatisfied with Raven's sneak attack, and snorted coldly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Okay, Emma, don't bother about Raven, the poor girl, wait for her husband to clean her up. Chen Xi smiled and touched Emma's little head while comforting her. Let's start, everyone, don't wait, the food won't taste good when it's cold. 99. Jubilation Lee was already hungry, so she hurried to take care of everyone to eat food. She was already starving to death because she loved sports. Peggy took out a few bottles of white wine and poured everyone a big glass first. Why isn't there a good wine to cheer up at this time? The gongs are staggered, the cups are exchanged, and the wine is happy. This is the first new daughter-in-law that Chen Xi has accepted in more than 10 years, and she must be drunk. Although they are not drunk, they feel really good when they are slightly drunk, and their voices are an octave higher. Chen Xi looked at this group of women who were bragging and not writing drafts. What did he say he couldn't do? Chen Xi becomes a ruthless eating tool, watching them quietly scare the newcomer Mora. The family reunion didn't officially end until the middle of the month, because it was time for a break. Although Mora was extremely shy, she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. She had no choice but to give in. Early the next morning, Chen Xi saw news in the newspaper in the living room that Joker was doing something wrong. Edwin Partridge, also a senior conservative, claimed that mutant would be the biggest threat inside America when facing a public inquiry by the Security Council, without clear evidence. Seeking flowers. Husband, this person is really arrogant and ignorant. He doesn't even know if he's shot, and he doesn't know if he's a scapegoat. Peggy saw it at a glance. This guy must be the spokesperson who was pushed to the front desk, the guy who tested the water. Hey, someone has made a move, so what are you waiting for? Take the move, and test mutants' reaction. 35. Then let him get a good feel for mutants' attitude. Chen Xi sneered. This group of idiots dared to take action without knowing the depth, and they would fulfill him if they wanted to die. Eric, come here, I have something for you to do. Chen Xi summoned Eric to come over. How could such things be less of him? Mutant's mission. Sir, what's the matter with me? Eric asked. 0. Read the newspaper in the morning. That guy who talks a lot, go and clean him up and bring Moto. Chen Xi commanded. Eric said suspiciously, bring Moto? Just kill someone? Idiot, when you do things that move your brain, what time is it? How many eyes are staring at us? Moto shot, even if those officials knew what we were doing. 5. Chen Xi paused again and said, they have no evidence, so people only know that it was a traffic accident, and the words of those officials, but not Umbrador, our newspaper, can spray them to death. Chen Xi was pissed. No wonder the original Magneto was not the opponent of Professor X for decades, and it was not arranged by the director, but he really did not read much. Charles is full of poetry and books, and Eric has been wandering around the world since he was a teenager, so he is almost illiterate. I'm sorry sir, I understand, I'll take Moto over here. Eric nodded awkwardly, being too low. Okay, get the hell out of here, and look at Huaxia's art of war in the future. Chen Xi waved his hand and quickly told him to get out. Mechanical Moto shoots, controls your vehicle, and makes you die when you run a red light and get hit. Edwin, it's cheaper for you. Since everyone else has tried to test it, Chen Xi can only show his sword, dare to stretch out his hand, and chop directly. Eric is a pragmatic activist. As soon as this side received the order from Chen Xi, the other side started to act. I found Moto, who was reading mechanical books, and told him about it. Moto, come with me, we're going to kill someone, and this person has a lot of murderous intentions for mutant. You mean the guy in the newspaper? Moto instantly knew which sand sculpture Eric was talking about, just that kind of IQ, which was too pitiful. Well, yes, if you want to leave no trace, then it's up to you, and you will control his vehicle. Then, when he passed the red light intersection, I would let the car drive normally, and when it hit, I would control the parts to kill him. 95. This was planned by Chen Xi for him. As long as the red light collided, Eric would control the parts to kill him. Who can say, who made him run the red light? 970. No problem, it's all trivial matters, and it will definitely make him die very strangely, but it's reasonable. Moto nodded. The two hit it off and left, and when Edwin came home from get off work at noon, death would come. Chen Xi continued to bask in the sun leisurely, so that the salted fish could become stronger. In this life, he had to be a lot of salted fish that would not turn over, and leave the murder to Eric. On the other hand, it was not idle either. Eric, why is this guy going to work? We don't seem to be here at the right time. It should be a little later, or a little earlier. Moto looked at the time and complained for a while. This guy has no morals at all, and he is late for work. Is this the quality of a congressman? Okay, don't worry, maybe this guy will go out to run errands later, he will definitely not be idle, we can just keep an eye on it. Eric lay in the back row with his eyes closed, and said leisurely, don't worry, this person will surely die anyway. Moto has locked Edwin's car, and he can sense it as long as he starts it. As time passed, Roar was already asleep in the back row, and Moto was also drowsy on the steering wheel. Suddenly, Moto felt Edwin's car started, and he quickly shouted to Eric, who was asleep, Eric, don't sleep, the big fish is dispatched, let's contact the action team quickly. Edwin came out? Then follow along. Eric woke up immediately after hearing this. Immediately got off the car and walked to the public telephone booth, and made a call. Big fish is dispatched, it is expected to arrive at your intersection in 5 minutes, pay attention. 35. Moto, let's follow. When Moto heard this, he started the car and followed. Edwin's driver drives smoothly and is not in a hurry at all. He has been Edwin's driver for more than 10 years and is the person Edwin trusts most. He didn't know that today was the last cooperation between his master and servant. When the car came to the intersection in front of him in a hurry, just when the red light came on, he was about to stop when he realized something was wrong. Boss, it's not good, the vehicle is out of control, there must be something wrong, let's jump out of the car. 99. As soon as the driver noticed something was wrong, he immediately advised Edwin to jump out of the car. When Edwin opened the door to jump off the car, the door could not be opened like it was welded. This can't open. Wow, this is murder? Absolute murder? 35. Eddie is incoherent, stammering and yelling, it's murder? I'm sorry, this is the car that leads to hell, enjoy yourself, I'm welding Emperor, and the door has been welded to death by me? Eric naturally knew that the two of them were going to jump out of the car. He had already controlled the car door and laughed in his heart. He wanted to get out of the car? There was no door. It was too late, then too fast. In just a few seconds, passers-by saw a car running a red light, and another normal driving car directly hit it. Boom! Huge amounts of impacts were heard, and the vehicle overturned. At this time, people are still very simple, and they immediately went to save people when they heard the movement. When they turned over the out-of-shape car they hit, they found that the driver's neck was cut by the glass, and the heart of the rear passenger was cut by the iron sheet. In the dark, Moto and Eric looked at each other and smiled, without saying anything, turned around and drove away from the scene. After a while, the police came, and they just hurriedly determined that Edwin was running a red light. He was not in charge of such a big boss. As for why he ran a red light, then the ghost knows. But the ghost really knew that Edwin was the scapegoat. Sir, it's done, no trace left, as for them to verify, there is no way. In the manner, Eric looked at Chen Xi with incomparable reverence. For the first time, he felt that killing people could still play like this. It was simply art. Killing is invisible? Eric, don't get excited, this is basic exercise, don't read more books, this is the most basic. Chen Xi looked at Eric and knew that this guy used to kill people and then ran away. In this era, there is no surveillance. Who can find him? What about after that? Satellites all over the orbit, surveillance everywhere, no brains, no wonder he was put in jail at every turn. Eric, who was greatly inspired, hurried away after hearing what Chen Xi said, probably going to the bookstore. It didn't take long for Raven to come and shout, husband, after dinner, I'll miss you. 39. Chen Xi knew it was dinner time by looking at the time. Let's go, just watch the news. 5. When the girls waited for Chen Xi to come in, they served him rice and prepared tableware and chopsticks. Chen Xi, the old landlord and rich man, was happy enough, and he was serving him upright. Qian Huan, turn on the TV, let's watch the good news. Okay, you'll be lazy. 99. Jubilationly stretched out her hand, and she turned on the TV with psychokinesis, and a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. According to our reporter's report, at about 11 a.m., Edwin Partridge MP ran a red light for unknown reasons and collided with a car. The driver and Mr. Edwin died on the spot. The exact cause of the accident is still under investigation. 2.6 When everyone saw the news, they knew that this person was the hand of their husband. Husband, are you alright? What can be wrong? Who is to blame for running a red light? Let's eat. 9. Chen Xi took a sip of red wine and said lightly, Eat, you worry, if my husband wants to punch the earth, my husband just plays with them. Raven said carelessly. Everyone nodded earnestly. It was common for my husband to take a bath in the sun, and he thought too much. Well, by the way, I'll have dinner later. Mora, inject the super soldier serum. The T-virus serum you injected before should get used to it. 35. Chen Xi felt that Mora was too weak, and every time she was the first to lose, this whole family was a power user. It was terrifying that the super soldier serum can prolong life. This improved version can live for 150 or 60 years without any problem. Chen Xi also gave his wife all kinds of Pi Wandan, Gai Wandan, Huishandan, Miyandan, and so on. He still hopes to sign some good things that increase life expectancy, and it doesn't take too long, just a few hundred years. After a few hundred years, according to the growth of his current strength, he will soon be able to reach the golden super 5-dimensional level, and then he will give his wife super ability and alter reality at will. Well, hubby, listening to you, I also think I'm almost used to the development of the perfect T-serum virus. Mora nodded. This is really good. Where did he dare to imagine this before? I used to be stubborn and didn't look down on a playboy like Chen Xi, but I didn't expect it to be so fragrant. After lunch, I still went to work, but the salted fish that was supposed to be salted was gone. In a certain European country, Wandage Mountain, a nearby town, Chen Destruction appeared. Every action of Chen Xi naturally has his meaning in it. This time it is for a pair of twins who are a few years old. Back in 1956, Eric took revenge everywhere and met a woman named Magda. Eric, who left 23 in a hurry, did not know that Magda was pregnant and gave birth to a pair of twins for him. On the night of childbirth, there was a battle on the Wandager mountain. The ancient evil god Sichorn, who was banished to a different space, tried to return to the real world through the passage in the mountain, and was repelled by forces such as high evolvers, but Sichorn failed. Approaching Wanda in an instant, he had some kind of influence on her. Because he saw that Wanda has the ability to modify the bug-level variant of the probability, so he gave Wanda a lot of origin magic power in an attempt to control Wanda. It's a pity that after all the calculations, it still went wrong. In the future, Wanda will inadvertently integrate these two abilities, and have such an inexplicable super ability as alter reality. Chen Xi went around and finally inquired about the location of the twins from the memory of this group of people. He found that Wanda and Pietro's adoptive parents were really poor, and their adoptive father was idle and often doing petty things. Standing outside the door, Chen Xi shouted, Hi, is anyone home? After a while, a cute little loli came over in shabby clothes and asked timidly, Excuse me, who are you looking for? Chen Xi looked at this cute little Wanda and said softly, I'm here to find your parents. When will they come back? I'm sorry, they went to work and can't come back at night, or you should come at night. 35. Wanda didn't dare to open the door. Too many children were abducted and sold these days. His parents told them not to open the door. Chen Xi nodded secretly. Little Wanda has been smart and cute since she was a child, and she is really a ghost. Chen Xi took out a big bag of chocolates and candies and put them at the door, then said to them, My little ones, I put a big bag of chocolates and candies, you can eat them, I'll come back later. Wanda and Pietro rarely eat chocolate candies, which are too tempting for children of 6 or 7 years old. They swallowed, but they held back. Thank you, Mom and Dad said that you can't eat strangers' food casually, you should come back at night. Seeing this, Chen Xi secretly smiled. This little girl is still very vigilant. Not bad, not bad. Well, I'll leave first, and the chocolate candies will be placed at the door. You can eat them later. Chen Xi stood at the gate of the courtyard and shouted to them, then turned and left. Wanda, I'll go to the window to see if that person is gone. Pietro immediately went to check if there was anyone at the door. After a while, Pietro came to the door and said to Wanda, Wanda, there is no one at the door, let's go there and get some chocolate, I really want to eat it. 35. The kid from Wanda patted Pietro on the head. Eat, you don't even know if they sold you. Wait for an hour, and that person isn't around before you go get it? Chen Xi, who was observing secretly, laughed directly. This little Wanda is too cute. But thinking about it, Chen Xi felt distressed about their brother and sister again. The children of poor families should be in charge early. Wanda is so sensible since she was a child. She must have suffered a lot. Chen Xi can imagine that they have never worn new clothes, never eaten cakes, and basic chocolate can make Pietro jealous. Hey. An hour later, Wanda didn't notice Chen Xi again, so she quietly opened the door and went to take the big bag of chocolates and candies into the room. Pietro couldn't wait to open a piece and put it in his mouth. Although Wanda also likes to eat, she is more ladylike, and girls are more mature than boys. Wanda squinted her big eyes happily and bent into a cute crescent shape. It was delicious. I don't know if I can eat again in the future, so I need to save some food. Chen Xi naturally saw that Wanda secretly hid some chocolates for himself and Pietro to eat later. Seeing this, Wanda's sensibleness really made him feel distressed. Life is so hard. No matter what, he should be frugal and tell himself that he will be nice to her in the future. The boring waiting was the most uncomfortable. When Chen Xi was about to fall asleep, Maximov appeared. When Wanda saw her parents appear, she quickly told what Chen Xi was looking for. Dad, Mom, someone was looking for you in the afternoon, but when you weren't there, he left us some chocolate and left. Someone looking for? What other friends do we have? Or relatives coming? Wanda, what does he look like? How old is he? Wanda's adoptive father asked suspiciously. Wanda tilted her head and said after thinking about it, the man is very good looking, about 20 years old, with yellow skin. As soon as Wanda finished speaking at 907, a voice came from outside. Is anyone home? I'm looking for you. When Chen Xi saw that they were back, he naturally wouldn't waste time. I'm the owner of this house. I don't know you. What are you looking for from me? Maximov was sure that he had never met Chen Xi. If he did, he would be impressed for the rest of his life. Such a face and temperament are unparalleled in the world. Chen Xi went straight to the point and didn't beat around the bush, saying frankly, it doesn't matter if you don't know me, as long as I know you, that's it. I'm going to take Wanda and Pietro to meet their biological father 99. This time, the two Maximov were stunned. What's going on? This is a big secret. No, I won't let you take them away. Maximov's attitude was firm. Giving you $10,000 is a gift for so many years of parenting. Chen Xi felt that a petty theft like Maximov could be solved with money, so why bother with such a thing? No, 20,000. Chen Xi added another 10,000. It's too low. I treat them like my own children, and I have to pay more. One price, 50,000? Make a deal? Maximov agreed immediately. $50,000. They couldn't earn it after 20 years of hard work. Maximov's reaction had long been expected by Chen Xi, so that the petty thief was not open to seeing money, which would save him trouble. Looking at Maximov's smug and greedy smile, Chen Xi cast a disdainful glance at him and threw him 5 stacks of US dollar bills. Seeing this, Maximov hurriedly put it into his arms. Chen Xi was speechless, as if anyone wanted to rob you of your money. You know what to do now, go and make it clear, otherwise you will understand the consequences? Chen Xi's indifferent tone is full of irreversible majesty. Yes, don't worry, I will do it beautifully, please wait. Maximov nodded and bowed, grinning all over his face, then turned and entered the room with a smug smile. Looking at Maximov's fluttering figure, Chen Xi muttered to himself, it's cheap for you? 35. According to the original plot, when Wanda was a teenager, Pietro found out that his adoptive father was not a good person, so he took Wanda to start a wandering life. But now Chen Xi wants to take away Wanda ahead of time, and gave him such a large sum of money, but he made it. It depends on whether he does it beautifully or not. Inside the house, Wanda, Pietro, and their adoptive mother were chatting together when Maximov hurried in. Seeing this, Wanda's adoptive mother hurriedly asked him, husband, what's the matter? Did something happen? What did that person just come for? Maximov ignored his wife's question and turned to look at the Wanda siblings. Wanda, do you know who that person was just now? Wanda shook her head. I don't know who he is. Maximov smiled slowly. He was sent by your biological father to find you. What? Wanda and Roar said in shock. Our biological father? Who are you? Seeing the two of them with shock and disbelief on their faces, Maximov continued. When your mother gave birth to you behind your father's back and was unable to raise you, she gave us to raise you. Wanda and Pietro stood there, bewildered. They were only a few years old. What ideas could they have? Seeing the two of them in a daze, Maximov knew it was time for him to perform. He took a step forward, took out the money Chen Xi gave him, shook it in front of the two of them, and said, this is the money that person gave me just now. It's a return for taking care of you over the past few years. Now we've settled it. No. Wanda is our child. How can anyone be taken away? The Wanda siblings didn't have time to speak, but their adoptive mother was startled by Roar. Go away, this is 50,000 yuan. I can't earn it in my life. Why are you holding me back? This is someone's biological father who is here, so what reason do you have for not letting the family reunite? 35. Maximov pushed his wife aside and yelled. Seeing this, Wanda and Pietro felt a chill in their hearts. Normally, their adoptive father was not a good person, but now it seems that nothing is right, and they sold them directly. Mom, are you alright? Get up quickly, does it hurt? Wanda hurried over to help her up. Maximov snorted coldly. A woman who doesn't know what to do. Money is life and everything. We can go, but you get half of my mother for the money, and you two get divorced. The mature Wanda also knows that her adoptive father is not a good person, how much her mother has suffered with him. She is still young and will have a better life in the future. Money? I don't have a dime. Divorce is fine. I'll go tomorrow. Maximov rascally replied. With so much money, can't you find a more beautiful woman? You. Wanda was exasperated. Pietro quietly reached out and tugged at the corner of Wanda's shirt and said, no hurry, anyway, our biological father has money, so what's the hurry? Looking at Maximov's face, Wanda felt like he was going to smack him, but unfortunately he was too small. It's up to you whether you give the money or not. Mom, are you going to divorce or not? Pietro asked. Leave tomorrow? 35. Okay, that's what you said. Maximov was overjoyed and left. Chen Xi outside the door knew that this matter was done, and he was fortunate that he met a guy who saw money and opened his eyes. If he met a good person, it would be embarrassing. Soon, Maximov brought the Wanda siblings to Chen Xi's side. Sir, the two agreed to leave with you, and this is all my credit, ha ha ha. 35 Maximov said proudly. Okay, I get it, you can get out of here, it's none of your business. Chen Xi waved rudely and told him to get out. Maximov knew that he had to get out of the way, this man couldn't afford to offend him. Are you really sent by my father to find us? Why didn't he come? Wanda looked at Chen Xi and asked softly. Yes or no, anyway, I will take you to see your biological father, I want to surprise him. We can go with you, but I hope you can give our mother a sum of money tomorrow, enough for her to live a lifetime. Wanda made her last request. Chen Xi nodded and said, these are all small issues. You haven't got anything to pack yet? Say goodbye to your mother, and we'll leave. Then wait for us. After Wanda finished speaking, Pietro went to say goodbye to her mother. As for packing, what can the two children have? They don't even have any decent toys. A broken baby bear was picked up by Wanda and is her best toy. Soon, the two said goodbye to their mother, and Wanda came out with her teddy bear. The kings. Chen Xi hugged the twins in distress, and sure enough, Mutant concluded that no one could avoid the county. Okay, kids, let's go. The blue light flashed, and under the shock of the two of them, they teleported thousands of mountains and rivers and came to Umbrella Manor. Sir, are you a god? Is our father a god too? Pietro Roar is incredible, and has begun to imagine that he was born extraordinary, a child left by God, and now sends another god to take him away. Wanda also looked at Chen Xi with admiration. Pietro was right, this person must be a god. I am not the god you imagined, but I am stronger than God. Chen Xi's indifferent voice is not high, but it is full of invincible confidence. After leaving at noon, it took 6 or 7 hours to bring the two of Wanda back. At this time, the lights were bright and the women came back. Hey, husband, did you find a pair of twins? It's illegal to abduct and sell children? 35. Hey, what's wrong with my husband? They definitely know that their husbands won't do such nasty things, but the illness doesn't stop them from joking. Go, and play with eggs, you, Wanda, Pietro, let's eat first. Chen Xi is really speechless, this bunch of shit, is he that kind of person? Hey, come on, little cutie, let's wash our hands and eat. After Emma finished speaking, she took the two of them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. At this time, Peggy walked up to Chen Xi and asked, husband, what's the matter? Are the two of them also little mutants you picked up? Peggy's mind was meticulous, and she guessed the general appearance at once. Although there was a little deviation, it was almost the same. Chen Xi nodded and said, that's pretty much what it means. They are Eric's children. Eric doesn't know yet, the romantic debt he owed before 5. Chen Xi talked about what he knew. Anyway, the plot of the movie is almost the same. So, Eric doesn't know yet, haha, 657 This is a surprise from heaven, and it directly makes him and his children both. 99. Peggy snickered, as if she could imagine Eric's stern face. Chen Xi is like her, and always likes to take other people's unhappiness out to make himself happy. After a while, Emma arrived with her 2 children. Wow, it's so rich, so many delicious foods. Pietro swallowed while looking at the food on the table. Peggy called Roar, then sit down and eat. Hey, you don't know how to use chopsticks, don't learn it now, use a fork, and then learn it later. Only then did Peggy realize that the two of them were blank, as if to say, what kind of tableware is this? So she immediately asked the servant to bring the knife and fork. While eating and chatting, everyone was very curious about the twins. So Kin Huan was the first to ask, Pietro, Wanda, is it delicious? Delicious, delicious, I have never eaten something so delicious. Wanda sweetly answered the sisters' questions. Yeah, it's delicious, thank you sisters. How many times did my family eat meat? Deb, once before. Pietro's mouth is full, this is the nature of children. Pietro, what nonsense are you talking about? Wanda's sister who was 30 seconds older than him immediately kicked Pietro. Although she was only 7 years old, she was much more sensible. It's okay, you like to eat it, and you will eat it every day from now on. You're welcome, this is your home. Hearing Pietro's words, Peggy's eyes suddenly turned red, and she spoke innocently, which must be his truth. Afterwards, everyone stopped inquiring, it was a light-hearted and pleasant topic, and the meal was finished happily. After resting for a while, the servant took the two to clean up and take a bath, and the girls came around. Husband, where did they come from? Are they mutants? Hearing the women's inquiries, Chen Xi repeated what he had just told Peggy. All the girls knew it was Eric's fault, so let's give him a big surprise tomorrow. Raven suddenly asked, husband, tell me about their ability, will they be powerful in the future? After Chen Xi heard Raven's question, not only Raven, but everyone looked at him. Wei Wei thought for a moment and said, Pietro is nothing, he is a high-speed movement, which almost stops the surrounding time when activated. It's cool, this ability, it can fight and run, it can slow down time, it's so powerful. The girls feel that this ability is too strong, and they are invincible. Strong is very strong, it is too easy to target. Let me talk about Wanda, she is the darling of the universe, born strong. 35. Chen Xi paused and focused on Wanda's ability. Wanda has a super mutant ability such as modification probability, and was later infused with a large amount of origin magic power by the god of the underworld. So Wanda Metamorphosis got ability of alter reality. As long as ability is strong enough, everything she said will come true. Alter reality? Although the girls don't know what this ability is, it can be seen from the name that the cute loli just now will be so powerful in the future. My dear, this little girl is too scary. Yeah, I didn't see that Eric was so cowardly, yet he could give birth to such a powerful daughter. That's right, this kid will give birth, but in the end, isn't it cheap for our husband? All the girls, you despised Eric, and by the way, seriously despised Chen Xi. Che, what do you know? This is called fat water not flowing to outsiders' fields. How could Chen Xi let Wanda go down the old road? What kind of rotten robot is against the sky? A pile of rubble. Wanda's strength and beauty, he has already reserved it. Whoever stops it will die. How defiant Wanda is, it's definitely just that her performance in the comics is too bright, but in the movie universe, she is not proficient in origin magic power at all. Wanda's first mental breakdown led directly to the dissolution of the Avengers, with Ant-Man, Hawkeye, and Vision all dying in the event. The second mental breakdown just said one sentence: there is no mutant anymore. It will turn the whole world into a utopia, directly causing the population of mutant to plummet from 1 million to 182 people. The third mental breakdown was when Wanda said that there were no more super ability people, and then the super ability of the Fantastic Four, Mutant, Hulk, Captain America, Inhumans, etc., were completely destroyed. Chen Xi knew that origin magic power was too terrifying, and he also wanted to get such an ability. The key was to wait for Wanda awakening, which took too long. The chatting time passed quickly. As soon as Wanda came out after dressing up, it made all the girls abandon Chen Xi and go straight to Wanda. It's so cute. This one, that one pinching her little face. Wanda is depressed. I am a ruthless tool. Unable to resist, Wanda had a hopeless expression on her face, as if to say, you can do whatever you want, just give it a stutter. Definitely, tonight's Chen Xi can only be ruthlessly abandoned by this group of women, and can only go to the sun to take a bubble bath and sleep to dispel the depression. Chen Xi woke up as soon as it was dawn on the other side of the earth. The sun was plasma, and the cleansing effects were unparalleled. If you are interested, you can try it. The bright and clean Chen Xi appeared in his room in an instant, and then he was shocked. He really didn't take others as outsiders. After dawdling for a few hours, I went downstairs neatly and uniformly, and the chef had already prepared lunch and was waiting for them. Peggy, what about the Wanda brothers and sisters? Why didn't you come to dinner? Chen Xi looked around, but did not see the figures of the two, and immediately asked. Are the two of them playing outside the yard? Pietro is trolling and chasing the dog, and Wanda is feeding the cat with food. They are all at an age who likes small animals. Speaking of the two children, Peggy's face showed a touch of maternal tenderness, from Raven, Emma, Jubilation Lee, all of whom she brought up, and now Wanda. Suddenly Peggy seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Chen Xi with a burning gaze. Husband, you are dead, you can't have children. Ha ha ha, so many of our sisters have not given birth, that must be your problem. 5. When it comes to having children, Chen Xi is depressed. How did the ancient ruins have children? Solve it? Don't mention it. The stronger the individual, the less able it is to have children. This is a restriction of the Dao rule. If you don't understand it, you will understand it later. Besides, it hurts to have a child? How hard? Chen Xi is full of nonsense. Anyway, he really doesn't know, and it is probably similar to what he said. The descendants of the strong must be powerful, and the plunder of cosmic energy resources is too much. The universe cannot bear it. Come on, you have many reasons. Wanda, Pietro, wash your hands and eat, stop playing. Peggy rolled her eyes at Chen Xi, a guy with a mouthful of trains, and called for the two to come in for dinner. Wow, another great lunch. Hehe, thank you sisters. Wanda, why don't you thank your brother? Wanda's words made Chen Xi heartbroken. After all, I was the one who brought you out of the sea of misery. Yes, thank you brother too, hehe. Wanda sweetly said something to Chen Xi. Eating and eating, Wanda remembered something, so she asked Chen Xi, brother, when will I send some money to my mother? She doesn't have any money in her hand. Chen Xi thought about it and said, in a few days, give it to her now, maybe Maximov knows, give it later, it's safe. Wanda nodded after hearing this. It was true. After a while, the two of them had no contact at all before giving a suitable one. Chen Xi has no interest in killing a small person like Maximov. After all, Wanda was brought up by him, so he has some kind of affection. Just let him fend for himself. After dinner, when everyone was lying on the sofa chatting, Eric was called by Chen Xi. Eric came here with a bit of confusion. He didn't know what the surprise Chen Xi said was for him. Anyway, what to ask or what not to say. Soon Eric came in, and before he sat down, he said, Boss, I'm here. What's the surprise? Tell me now, you're going to be suffocated. What a surprise. Say it and it will scare you to death. Wait for your head to roar. So Chen Xi spoke up, look, I brought you a daughter and a son. They are. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he pointed to Wanda and Pietro who were watching TV. Stop joking, boss. I'm not married yet. I don't have a wife. Where are the children? Eric's face is dumbfounded. Boy, I'm still a cucumber boy. Where is the child? The boss won't be your child. I'm afraid the lady will know. Do you have to falsely accuse me? What is your expression? This is true, how can I lie to you? The heart of a villain, the belly of a gentleman? Chen Xi is speechless, this guy is all here doubting his character and honesty. Chen Xi is known as an honest little man. Wanda, come here Pietro, he's your dad, Eric Lane's hair. Chen Xi ignored Eric's wild thoughts, and directly called the two of Wanda to recognize their relatives. Dad? Dad. The two looked at each other, this weirdo is their father? He also wears a helmet, who is the serious person? Seeing that Eric was still stunned, Chen Xi reminded him again, don't be stunned, Eric, didn't you hear people calling you? Think again, do they look like you and Magda? 99. Eric came back to his senses and muttered to himself, Ma and I gave birth? Incredible? Brother, he is really our father, what a strange person, he still wears a helmet when he is fine? For flowers. Wanda looked at Chen Xi with doubts, as if asking Chen Xi to give an answer. Chen Xi knew that both Eric and Wanda were full of doubts and disbelief, so he said the easiest way, you guys go and do a DNA, Eric, now you take them to the base. 5. Anyway, the base is at the foot, it is not simple, a DNA paternity test, very quickly. Eric nodded and said, let's go, kids, I'm 99% convinced now. To convince you, let's go. Eric already believed what Chen Xi said, because the boss wouldn't lie to him at all, but the children would be suspicious and he could only do a DNA paternity test. Wanda and the two also followed, and they agreed, such a thing, the adults said, is the best way. The three of them left, leaving Chen Xi and his wives waiting in the living room. Husband, this Eric is not what I said about him. He wears the helmet you gave him every day. He is so ugly, how can he find a woman to live? Mora knew that this guy's behavior was too weird and wanted to help him introduce his girlfriend, but when they saw him, they ran away. Haha, it's okay, Eric doesn't want love, he regards helping mutants' career as a belief, a woman? It will only affect the speed of his shot. Chen Xi's words made all the girls give him a blank look. Do you think this world can leave women and try? Between Chen Xi's gag, Eric came back, and the report in his hand told everyone accurately that Wanda and Pietro were his children. However, the two children obviously couldn't accept the sudden addition of a strange father, so they could only wait slowly. Chen Xi believes that it won't take long for them to get used to each other's existence. After all, Eric can't be blamed entirely. No one can find a phone these days. Brother, I still want to live here, I have my sister here, with you, to accompany me. Wanda took Chen Xi's hand and shook it. It's so nice here, what's the point of facing a popsicle all day? Stay, don't leave a villa that is separated by dozens of meters. As for it, Chen Xi, it doesn't matter, where you want to be, rich and willful. Pietro stayed with Eric, Wanda stayed with Chen Xi, definitely, Pietro still went to Chen Xi to eat. How could a child refuse the temptation of delicious food? Time flies, Chen Xi feels that the current days are too long. Because Wanda came, the girls said that in order to make Wanda familiar with the environment, they had to choose 2 people to accompany Wanda every day. The unfortunate day came again in a daze. Chen Xi looked at the 3 useless people beside him, and wanted to cry without tears. Ding, the new week's sign-in has begun, please start the sign-in. Ding, the new week's sign-in has begun, please start the sign-in. The new sign-in has started again? Rubbing the foggy head, let yourself wake up all of a sudden. The mechanical voice in my mind kept ringing, even more 353 than the alarm clock. Heaven Lingling, Earth Lingling, Invincible Goddess, Invincible Little Fairy, bless and bless, I haven't signed my baby for many years. Chen Xi's mouth was muttering, chanting words, and praying with gods and gods, he is the blood of the European Emperor, let's go to the soul system, sign me in. Chen Xi shouted in his heart, as if this would solve the curse of being an African chief. Well, Chen Xi's character is really incomprehensible, his thinking is always slippery, slipping to a place that others can't understand. Since the beginning of the peak, he has been free to sign in, I am invincible, you are free? He suddenly started to pray on a whim this time, which is really strange. Ding, congratulations to the master, you have successfully signed in and obtained the seed of origin magic power. 99. Boom. When Chen Xi heard the prompt sound, a thunderbolt sounded directly in his head, and his brain was buzzing. What? Origin magic power, origin magic power? Posted, accumulated more than 10 years of character, and exploded. Chen Xi muttered to himself, chanting the words origin magic power and making a fortune all the time. Hey, hubby, you're stunned, didn't you say that origin magic power only exists in the future, Wanda? 35. Emma pushed Chen Xi hard, the fool suddenly woke up, and after a while he muttered something inexplicable. Hey, wife, you don't know, it's just me getting origin magic power? Haha, just tap. After saying that, Chen Xi kissed Emma. Cut, if you like to talk or not, I don't even know it. It's mysterious every week. Emma mumbled, and went back to sleep. Chen Xi's sign-in system is his biggest secret. No matter who it is, he won't tell it, it's his life. System, what level is my origin magic power now? Chen Xi didn't hear it clearly at all, and didn't read the specific ability he signed in. He only heard the word origin magic power and couldn't think of anything else. Ding, the current situation of the master is just like when Wanda was just awakening. It is very weak and needs time to grow, but your speed will be many times that of Wanda. The system's prompts are obvious, just learn more magic and increase your mental power. There are different opinions on the origin of origin magic power, and there are too many versions. Anyway, it is a kind of supreme energy that existed before the birth of the original universe. Underworld God was hammered by Wadam and had nowhere to escape. He had no choice but to go into exile in other latitudes. He was also lucky and got origin magic power. Origin magic power, creating matter, annihilating matter, is simply a bug. Definitely Chen Xi does not have the probability of modifying ability like Wanda, otherwise it will directly metamorphosis into alter reality's origin magic power. Chen Xi hurried to a desert, ready to test the newly acquired origin magic power. A scarlet light flashed. Chen Xi condensed a simple magic ball and threw it towards the ground. Boom! That little magic ball was also the first time he mastered origin magic power, and it directly annihilated the round pit with a radius of 7 or 8 meters deep, leaving it empty. My dear, it's incredible. If this is a little stronger, even the steel will be annihilated. Chen Xi tried to create matter again, and in this desert full of yellow sand, he thought of glass. As soon as the thought moved, mental power spewed out, and slowly a glass appeared in Chen Xi's hand. Chen Xi estimates that, according to his own ideas, creating a comparable annihilation is much more difficult. Annihilation means destroying matter. It's really easy. If Chen Xi wants to annihilate, he can do it with his fists. But it is still easy for him to create a small and simple dead object. If he were to create a living person, it would be almost impossible for him to do it now. However, Chen Xi is fortunate that he has obtained the origin magic power, and everything can be changed. As long as time goes by slowly, just like Wanda in the Runaway era in the comics, a universe is created. Find a Wanda, sign into origin magic power. If you find a Jean Grey, can you sign into Phoenix Force? Chen Xi's mind was madly imagining, and he guessed again, is it really possible? With such thoughts out of control, he couldn't wait to find Qin Ji. Wait, the Qin of this period seems to have not been born yet. That's not right, there are 2 timelines of Qin. Chen Xi thought to himself that, according to the old timeline, Qin would not have been born until around 1972, 7 or 8 years later. In a new timeline, she'd be around 1963. I don't want to, I have a headache, go home? It's a blessing to be able to sign into origin magic power. It hurts to think about it. Chen Xi decided not to think about it. The ghost knows what happened to the timeline after he came. Didn't Jubilation Li make his debut more than 10 years earlier? When they got home, everyone had already woken up, and when they saw that Chen Xi was actually in a good mood humming a 5.1 ditty, he had a ghostly expression. Isn't this husband resentful these days? Why is he in a beautiful mood today? Is it because he has another sister? Okay, don't guess. My husband woke up this morning and said that he had an invincible ability. The ghost knows what he said. No, it's been so much fun. Seeing that everyone was so curious, Emma immediately told everyone what she knew. It turned out to be a baby. No wonder. Everyone was no longer curious when they heard it, and Peggy quickly called roar everyone, okay, let's eat. What Chen Xi didn't know was that the god of the underworld in a certain latitude was furious. An ant, mortals dare to meddle with my power, and wait for the revenge of the underworld god. The god of the underworld, Sithone, became a latitude Mephisto and was able to die of depression. He was a dignified ancient god, but he was half-hammered by his sons. After finally surviving, I got a kind of magical energy, and I directly became one of the best bosses. I also wanted to go back to Earth to pretend to be a match, but I was hammered again. You said that he is not depressed anymore. The anger of hundreds of millions of years has nowhere to vent. If it is not for the tortoise mentality that has developed for many years, he would have committed suicide long ago. I can't stand it anymore. Everyone is bullying me every day. I'm so wronged. God of the underworld originally retreated and practiced today, thinking that one day he would come to the earth again in Wanda's body, and he would become the master of the earth again. But today, a burst of energy suddenly came, and it was unreasonable to smash him, and also took away a small part of his origin magic power, more than what he gave to Wanda. He doesn't know what level the big guy is, anyway, he is much stronger than him. But at the moment when Chen Xi used origin magic power, he sensed that this was the flesh ripped from his body. There will always be so much power. If one more person uses 23, then someone will have less energy. When the underworld god found out that this person was still an earthling, he was immediately angry, and the people who bullied him were earthlings. He wants to go back with fierce revenge and let them know that the god of the underworld, Sishorn, is not someone who can hammer if he wants to. Hey, it's a bit difficult. Behind this person is the big guy who hammered me. I'm definitely not his opponent. If he rushes to the door, it must be another blast. I have to get some help. Underworld god has lived for billions of years, and he is not a fool. He is obviously not someone's opponent. Dormammu, Mephisto, you two draw on my energy. It's time for you two to repay me. The god of the underworld, Sishorn, pondered for a while, and then he made a decision. He pulled 2 comrades in arms and wanted to be beaten, and everyone was beaten together. In the dark latitude, the god of the underworld, Sishorn, appeared here in an instant, and at the same time, Dormammu sensed the arrival of the god of the underworld, Sishorn. The lord of the underworld came to me in the dark latitude. Dormammu has lost his way to welcome him. Please forgive me. Dormammu said very politely, this big guy is more powerful than himself, and he used to use his energy. Dormammu, I have something to ask you for help. Ask me for help? Lord Underworld God is much stronger than me, what can I do to help? Dormammu is not stupid at all, but his heart was suddenly shocked. Isn't this a trick to me? He can't do anything, so I went to be cannon fodder? Do you think I'm stupid? The god of Underworld was suddenly unhappy. Each of these latitude Mephistos was more cunning and darker than the other. He snorted coldly and said, really? Dormammu, you and I have the same goal, devour the earth, don't tell me you don't want it? 35. Devouring the earth? This is my dream. Unfortunately, the earth has Ancient One, Odin, and the protection of the 3 holy places, so I can't come down and deliver food. Dormammu's head shook with a rattle. Yes, the chess pieces he arranged still have to wait. It's not in a hurry. I'll talk about it later. You are wrong, this time I will personally take action and teach a person a lesson? A thief. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Huh? You shot? It's true or false, that kid didn't sign a contract with you, that's forcible plunder? You have enough guts. 35. When Dormammu heard it, he was instantly happy. This person is really good, he can't do it. Underworld God asked again, how is it? Are you going to take action? I will invite Mephisto, he is very greedy for the soul of the earth. 39. That old guy from Mephisto? The scheming old immortal? No, he can't be cheap. Since the 3 of me have attacked, one person restrains Ancient One, and one person destroys the holy place, then Odin can't stop it at all, I agree. Hearing this, Dormammu agreed instantly. The 3 made a steady move, and the long-cherished wish of those years was about to be fulfilled. Dormammu didn't know that it was the god of the underworld who was trapping him, treating him as a thug and a cannon fodder. In case the existence of that bullpen makes a move, he will be the first to run away, a fellow deist, not a poor deist. Now that Dormammu had agreed, he said goodbye. In this case, I will convince the old fox of Mephisto, and when it is done, I will inform you that we will act together. Dormammu didn't say much, then wait for the good news from the underworld lord. Goodbye, wait for my good news. The latitude of hell is very large, and Mephisto is also one of the most powerful lords in hell, and his strength is beyond doubt. Like the dark latitude, the wind is roaring and the sun is dark, everything is grey, and occasionally wandering souls are seen. Suddenly a portal appeared here, and a figure suddenly appeared. The nearby spirits do not know that they are about to die again. What an annoying ant, if you see Ben Mephisto doesn't go away, then kill me. After speaking, the underworld god released an energy ray, bang, and the souls of those few souls were scattered in an instant. Master Underworld God hasn't seen you for a long time, so it's not right to kill my soul in the latitude of hell when you come up. The powerful breath of the Underworld God appeared in the latitude of hell, and the Hell Lords naturally felt it instantly, but it appeared in Mephisto's territory, and they were too lazy to care. It's all ants, do you still care about Mephisto? Underworld God said disdainfully, it's just a group of ants. Can Mephisto turn his face? Definitely don't dare to care, I don't know what the Lord of the Underworld is doing. The god of the Underworld is more brilliant than himself and others. Although he won't be killed, 140 is blown up and his face is gone. Mephisto is good at conspiracy and tricks, and naturally he can bear it. Underworld God said straight to the point, I want to capture the earth, and I have persuaded Dormammu that he is willing to take action. We will share the benefits of the earth equally. What do you think? There is still such a good thing, the Lord of the Underworld admires the face, why should I continue it? Well, count me in? Mephisto agreed very readily, not like his character at all. Underworld God muttered in his heart, this product is too abnormal, is there any fraud in it? There are all kinds of calculations between Mephisto, but there is no one good person, he has to guard against it? Hey, it's not like you, why is it so refreshing? The Underworld God asked tentatively. I am dissatisfied with the Lord of the Underworld, my Saint Van Gonzalo contract is going to be taken back. Mephisto said this reason. Underworld God nodded, so it is, no wonder you are in a hurry? Then it's settled, I'll go back and prepare, and I'll tell you when I leave. Mephisto nodded, okay, goodbye, wait for the notice from the Lord of the Underworld. 35. When the Underworld God turned and left, Mephisto took a sip and said disdainfully, these 2 idiots, they can't even come down with their real bodies, and they attack the earth. Who? 35. Mephisto has long seen the invincible figure from the Red Devil's memory, provoking the big guy who controlled the space gem with his bare hands. Are you going to die? Everyone in the villa happily ate lunch and shared interesting things that happened in the company. From time to time, there were bursts of pleasant laughter. Chen Xi was not idle either. He called Bon and asked him to arrange for Wanda and Pietro to go to school. They are now at the school age. It is very important to study and learn knowledge. They can have no diploma, but they cannot have no culture. Bon on the other end of the phone patted his chest and said repeatedly, you can rest assured Chairman, the teaching quality and teaching equipment of our umbrella are the best at present, you can rest assured. Chen Xi is naturally reassured about his own school, and there is no better choice than his own. You're right, you can arrange it first, and let them enroll tomorrow, just take a class. Understood, Chairman. Bane on the other side of the phone nodded respectfully. Hanging up the phone, Chen Xi said to the 2 of Wanda, Pietro, I will send you to school tomorrow, you are the age to go to school. When the 2 of Wanda heard it, their faces slumped. Going to school? That's so unreliable. Brother, can't we study at home? It's hard to go to school and it's not free, so we don't want it. Wanda immediately jumped on Chen Xi's body and shook it, acting coquettishly. That's right, we don't want to go, we can study at home. Okay. Pietro also helped. Chen Xi rubbed Wanda's little face vigorously, unmoved at all. This little tender face feels so good. No, school is the happiest time in the process of growing up, how can I not experience it? For example, I am especially nostalgic for that period of youth. Chen Xi said firmly, looking back on the past, there are too many memories of that green time, and the smiling faces seem to be just yesterday. He would also create a dream for himself. He said to his tablemate, hey, buddy, I had a dream. I dreamed that I crossed. I have a lot of wives. The tablemate just smiled and said to him, stop dreaming, the teacher is watching you. 35. When Wanda saw Chen Xi, she was in a trance, as if she remembered something. Is this a memory of her school days? Maybe it's not bad to go to school. I can't twist my arms around my thighs, so I said resignedly, okay, let's listen to my brother and go to school tomorrow. When Pietro saw his sister say this, he could only helplessly obey her sister's thoughts. Disobedient? Not afraid of hitting? He could also tell that her sister was really hammering hard. After going to school was settled, Chen Xi went to the yard to bask in the sun, and they went to work. System, open the properties panel. Ding, please look at the master. Owner, Chen Xi. Age, realm, level Godfather peak, immortal and immortal. Strength, 500,000. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 400,000. Ordinary adults set the attribute to 1. Constitution, ancient Doomsday gene. Ability, magnetic field control, shape-shifting simulation, telepathy, mirror space, psychokinesis, space teleportation magic, astral projection, super strength, super speed, flight of light, super defense, super vision, super hearing, perspective, searing sight, super roar, local temperature control, space law 25%, teleportation, space teleportation, origin magic power. Items, tesseract, phone silly girl, T1000, space gem, vibranium 100 tons. Looking at the slight increase in attributes, Chen Xi knows that the sun has not been in vain these few months. Although Clark's exposure time is 10 or 8 years shorter than Clark's, and Clark also has the aura of the protagonist, Clark is still much worse than himself. Chen Xi was delighted to see that ability had a powerful boost such as origin magic power. Superman would be able to do magic, and no one could stop him. Just when Chen Xi was squinting and enjoying the afternoon sun, the clone butler came. Master, an old man came outside and said that he had something to meet, and he seemed to appear out of nowhere. The housekeeper said a little about the details. Naturally, such a person will not come to the door for no reason, and there must be a major event to seek the owner. Oh, it's a rare guest, please come in. Chen Xi sensed the evil aura of the man outside after a little sense. Soon, the butler came in with a gentleman in a well-dressed suit with a cane. Hello, Mr. Chen Xi, I am unsolicited and take the liberty to disturb me. Please forgive me. Mephisto is indeed an old fox. Although he has many tricks, he still has some qualities. Chen Xi suddenly thought of eunuch Xiao, who was a godlike prince to the enemy. On the other hand, when Lao Zu was a steered dog, his qualities came out immediately. Mephisto, I have long felt strange. When I killed the Red Devil, I felt that he is also your person, and you have mobilized a lot of chess pieces 5. When Chen Xi killed the Red Devil, the name Mephisto popped into his mind. Haha, sir, you are joking. With you here, whoever comes to this earth will die. How dare I make a fool of myself? When it comes to chatting, you always have to talk about something that other people like to hear, and Mephisto knows this. That is, with me here, you immortal fellows, you better get away. Someday God is not happy, and will go straight to your hometown to hammer you. Chen Xi was not polite, and directly admitted Mephisto's words, which was a cool pretense. Mr. is really quick to talk. You are right. We are your opponents, but this time, Mr., your movement is not small. Mephisto was scolded for immortality, and his heart was naturally angry, but his face did not change at all, and he still said good things in his mouth. This is the devil. Hearing this, Chen Xi felt strange in his heart, so he asked calmly, what's going on? How did you know? Hell is still in control. 10:35. Haha, sir, you are joking. I don't know about Mephisto, but Sithon, the god of the underworld, he knows. It got it. Mephisto said something very modestly, holding a hand of the god of the underworld, Sishorn, and wanted to scare Chen Xi, as if this matter was a big deal, and you're going to get involved? The god of the underworld, Sithon? A half-dead guy who was hammered? Didn't he just grab some of his origin magic power, and he's going to come and ask for the crime? Chen Xi pouted, cursing the god of the underworld, Sishorn, for being stingy, and his tone didn't seem to put the god of the underworld at all. Mephisto is the lord of hell, he is not a philanthropist, since he can come to the door, he must have a purpose. Chen Xi naturally won't be fooled by him to bring the rhythm. Is he the kind of person who is slaughtered as a fool? He is the only one who cheated people. How can anyone be cheated? This Mephisto came to the door. Isn't it just sent to the door for him to cheat? More fools like this. Mephisto choked, moved his mouth and swallowed again, completely different from his rhythm, and the rhetoric in his mind was useless. Chen Xi just looked at him with a half-smile, waiting for his next words to see what fart he could hold back. Rolling his eyes, Mephisto knew the benefits of not fooling around too much, as long as he kept his bottom line. It's like this, the god of the underworld, Sithon, found Dormammu and me, and he invited us to attack the earth together and devour the earth. Mephisto sold it directly to the god of the underworld, Sithon, regardless of whether the two were still allies. So you sold your teammates directly, how cunning you are. Chen Xi sneered mercilessly. Mephisto, who is thicker than the universe, shrugged and said indifferently, they are doomed to fail, why follow them all the way to the dark, I am still very friendly to the earth. Chen Xi directly interrupted his blind comparison and said straight to the point, okay, let's stop grinding and testing each other, tell your goals, betray your teammates, what do you always want? Mephisto is not stupid, the 743 showdown. He thought for a while and said, I want the contract of Saint Van Gonzalo, and in the future Ghost Rider will judge the soul, you are not allowed to interfere. Santa Van Gonzalo Covenant? Treat any rubbish as a treasure, and want to take it a step further? Chen Xi stood up, shook his head at Mephisto, and said firmly, what do you want to break the Saint Van Gonzalian contract? I will never stop it, it is your thing, Ghost Rider haunts, and it is none of my business, but in the future, hell, must not interfere in the affairs of the earth and disappear from the earth. Hearing Chen Xi's words, Mephisto was overjoyed, knowing that this matter was done, it was worth his groveling. Okay, it's a deal, the time is right, I will take back the Saint Van Gonzalo contract, and I will no longer interfere in anything on earth. Mephisto is very happy, this wave of teammates sold too much value, a piece of information, get Chen Xi regardless of whether he gets back the contract of Santa Van Gonzalo. God of the underworld, I'm sorry, you are doomed to fail, then let me be alone, and Dormammu, I'm sorry, an ambitious guy like you, messing with you is just a dead end. Mephisto thought for a while, he really is the smartest Mephisto, and other Mephistos are not worthy of their shoes? Well, if that's the case, then it's a deal, you all get ready, I'm leaving, when they do, I'll notify you. Mephisto's purpose has been achieved, then he will not stay. Chen Xi didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy and said, okay, it's a deal, we'll wait for your news. Mephisto, holding his cane, turned and walked out. Mustache? Chen Xi suddenly shouted out of nowhere. Mephisto froze for a while, then stopped suddenly, and then he reacted. Mr. Chen Xi, I don't seem to have a mustache, I don't know why you call me. Mephisto turned around quickly, pretending that he heard Chen Xi's shout before he stopped. It's okay, I just shouted casually, and suddenly I thought of a friend, please do it. Chen Xi waved his hand, indicating that he was just talking casually, and let him do whatever he wanted. Okay, bye. This time, Mephisto didn't have hesitation, just teleported with magic, and disappeared quickly. Looking at the place where Mephisto disappeared, Chen Xi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. It was him. He has always wondered that the German tanks of that war had already boiled over, and had a feverish feeling. That group of soldiers, that group of generals are a kind of crazy pathology, at all costs, as if they were fighting for the sake of war. Now everything is revealed. Kdaff, it's all about Mephisto, and this guy really is the ultimate conspirator. This guy is too cunning, other Mephisto develop believers at most, waiting for the opportunity. I didn't expect Mephisto to bewitch so many pieces, old fox, I will clean up you in the future. 35. For the so-called soul, this guy not only bewitched the German chariot, but also let the Red Devil obey Sebastian Shaw and continue to stir up the situation. I said why it's so strange, why does the Red Devil support Xiao's neuropathy so much, and the Red Devil is not afraid of Xiao? The appearance of Mephisto not only brought news of the god of underworld and Dormammu's attack to Chen Xi, but also made Chen Xi understand that Mephisto is behind many big events. Looks like it's time to tell the Ancient One about this. Although these three sand sculptures, Mephisto, can't come in person, they're a piece of shit, but this matter should be managed by the Ancient One and Odin? 39. Chen Xi thought about it for a while, this matter had to pull Odin and Ancient One into the water, he didn't want to do everything. The figure of Camartage, Chen Xi suddenly appeared, and this group of magician chickens jumped. Camartage was hacked. Was this guy too bold? Chen Xi has not been to Camartage for 7 or 8 years, and many newcomers don't know him. No, Chen Dangdang is here, go and inform the Sorcerer Supreme. He's the one who was going to tear down Camartage back then? Run. Chen Xi looked at the panicked appearance of these magicians and rolled his eyes. Didn't he beat a few of you back then? As for fear of this, Chen Xi just held his hands like this, watching them jump around, not to mention it was really interesting. In less than a minute, Ancient One appeared, and she, who was traveling in the universe, received the notification and rushed back immediately. Something must have happened, otherwise Chen Xi would not have appeared. As soon as they met, Ancient One hurriedly asked, Chen Xi, is there something big? You haven't come to my Camartage for many years. 35. Seeing Ancient One's appearance as an enemy, Chen Xi didn't want to tease her anymore, and said directly, this time, it's a little troublesome. The god of the underworld, Sishorn, unites with the Hell Lord Mephisto and the Dark Latitude Dormammu to attack the Earth in a few days. The three Mephistos joined forces to attack the Earth. It's just a small matter, my darling. What is the big thing in your heart? Is the 5 gods attacking the Earth just a medium thing? How can Tai Te be able to pretend? The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched suddenly, a black line on his forehead. This guy is unreliable. I'm going to inform Odin right now that his strength is equal to mine. Fortunately, this group of Mephistos can't come in person and can still deal with it. Anyway, Ancient One is as good as Chen Xi guessed, very good. He has gathered all the big guys in this group of movies, and he will shock the universe with a battle. Ancient One can be said to be a conscientious boss. Just after receiving the information, he knew the seriousness of the problem and went directly to Asgard. Looking at Ancient One who left, Chen Xi continued to sit and get himself a cup of tea, tasting it slowly. This tea was taken from a rare place in the Himalayas, and it was naturally cooler and sweeter than ordinary mountain spring water. Asgard, Asgard, Ancient One appeared, and was surrounded by Asgard guards at the moment she appeared. Stop! Just when the guards were about to shout loudly, Odin's majestic voice came over. I've seen God King Odin. Ancient One bowed slightly and made a move roar. Odin hurriedly helped him and said, I don't know why Sorcerer Supreme is coming to my Asgard. Odin knew that even though Asgard claimed to be the leader of the 9 realms, that was all boasting by himself and others. The earth is Midgard, and there is no force that dares to say domination. There are too many forces staring at the earth. Who wants to be that early bird? On the other hand, there are ancient ones such as Level God Father on Earth, and God who cooperated with Time Gem and Level Single Universe would not dare to say that they can beat Ancient One. Therefore, Odin's attitude can be said to be quite easygoing, and her Ancient One is no different than herself. God Odin, I just got the news that the god of the underworld, Sithon, and the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and the Lord of Darkness, Dormammu, are going to invade the earth and devour the earth. I have come here to ask the God King for help. Ancient One didn't need to delay until this kind of thing, bewildered, and straight to the point. This is a big matter, and we must figure it out. It's not a trivial matter. Odin thinks it shouldn't be. This fact is too sudden, like a nerve, it pops out. This is absolutely true, and it was told to me by a being stronger than me on Earth. 9. Ancient One said with certainty. Chen Xi has known her for decades. How could such an invincible existence deceive her? And deceive her into having candy? The words of the Ancient One made Odin's heart skip a beat. It's hard enough to have an Ancient One on Earth, and now a stronger person has emerged. Well, then congratulations to Midgard, there is an invincible powerhouse to protect. I have to have a good look. It is also impossible for Odin to fully believe Ancient One's words. Such a strong man popped out of the cracks in the stone? It is impossible for him to be so strong that there is no wind. Since this is the case, God King Odin has something to know. We can't delay, let's go now. 35. Ancient One rolled his eyes, and immediately calculated Odin. It was time for this proud old man to let him suffer a loss and frustrate his spirit. The two have their own thoughts, but their bodies are not slow, and they appear in camouflage in an instant. Ancient One, are you back so soon? I haven't finished my tea yet. This tea and tea are really good. Seeing Ancient One appear so quickly, Chen Xi was very surprised. Is this negotiated? Chen Xi, let me introduce to you, this is the God King Odin of Asgard. 35. Ancient One pointed to Odin, who was tall and full of white hair, but was already in good spirits. Odin, hello, I'm Chen Xi, and I'm sure I'm getting stronger and stronger. This aura, this figure. Chen Xi's eyes rolled on Odin's body for a long time, as if it were an object, making him comment for a long time. His tone was frivolous and condescending. This is what Chen Xi intended, and the Ancient One just sent him a voice transmission, saying that Odin was going to test him. This tragic old man wants to test himself? Then why am I being polite to you? Let's see the real trick. You? I'm so pissed off. You still don't have a bit of a strong man's bearing? You speak frivolously and arrogantly. At least you don't have any respect for the elderly. Chen Xi's words made the arrogant Odin angry. Since he has dominated the 9 realms and his reputation has grown, who dares to be presumptuous? I'm sorry, I've only been a strong man for decades. This so-called strong man really doesn't have the bearing. Why don't I go out and fight? Chen Xi said with a thick skin and a rogue. You? Okay, let's fight. Come with me. Odin snorted coldly, and flew directly into space at extreme speed. Chen Xi, be careful, this old guy Odin still has some hole cards. Ancient One reminded her a little. She knew that Chen Xi was strong, but it's best to be careful. Don't worry, Ancient One, I'm not afraid of Odin, an old fellow with half of his body buried in the ground. 55. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he chased Odin and rushed into space, away from the Earth. Their battle is to learn from each other, not to attack the Earth. Causing damage is not worth it at all. Odin stood still, and directly spoke to Chen Xi via telepathy. Go ahead. I'm a senior, so naturally I'll let you do it first. I respect the old and love the young, so you should do it first. Don't say I bully the old. For flowers. 0 Chen Xi, he is also not a good stubborn. He is more than a mouth-watering gun. Odin, you go down and replace it with a cheap one? Hey, don't blame me for bullying the small, take it. Odin was angry again. After the sound transmission, I started directly. After pulling away, Odin stretched out his right hand to directly condense a golden ray towards Chen Xi. The ray seemed to lock Chen Xi. Seeing this, Chen Xi did not dodge or dodge. His eyes were full of power, and a red sun line of sight went directly to meet the Odin ray. The two rays collided and exploded violently, but no sound was heard. One hit and test, no difference. Odin's tentative blow was easily resolved by Chen Xi, and he took it seriously. In addition to Odin's power, Odin is proud of his Odin's warfare. Although he has been pampered in recent years, his fighting is still engraved in his bones. Odin quickly approached Chen Xi and started close combat with Chen Xi. Unlimited physical strength. The ancient Doomsday known for its strength will fear you in close combat. Every time Odin's attack fell on Chen Xi's vitals, Chen Xi never didged and resisted them all. You attack my head, I attack your head, you attack my waist, and I attack your waist. Boom! The fists of the two bombarded with all their strength, and the vacuum of the universe was blown up, and a sound came out directly. After a few rounds, Chen Xi's lifeless style of play, and the practice of swapping injuries for injuries, made Odin's eggs hurt. Chen Xi became more and more mad, the wounds on his body healed in an instant, and his breath became stronger and stronger. In addition to basking in the sun, the ancient son of destruction is fighting endless battles, constantly injured, constantly evolving. He can hit the destruction of the universe, and the real body is immortal. Hey, I've met a lunatic, and his style of play is completely lethal, and his body seems to be evolving infinitely. Any wounds will heal in an instant, and my attack will hit the same part, and I will never be hurt again. With a punch, Odin quickly distanced himself and thought about countermeasures. The power of Odin is blessed by the power of Odin, and Chen Xi is useless, pure physical power. In close hand-to-hand combat, Chen Xi won, while Odin was already out of breath. He's old. Plus. Looking at Odin with a red face in the distance, Chen Xi smiled indifferently. You are really old. Back in the days when he fought in the 9 realms, Odin, who was brave and diligent without fear of death, was gone, and the Odin who singled out the gods' team lost his vigor, and the strong man was in his old age. Hey, white heads are not allowed in the world. Seeing that the blue silk on Odin's head has turned into snow, Chen Xi couldn't help but sigh. Odin, do you want to continue? Chen Xi's telepathy awakened Odin, who was in a trance. Hey, it's really good to be young. I have a formula. We decide the outcome. Odin said loudly. Summoning the artifact that will accompany him all his life, Odin gently stroked it. Old friend, we fought side by side again. I didn't expect to meet such a strong man again in my later years. It's a blessing in life. Gungnir is Odin's 607 weapon, but unfortunately it has been in the dust for many years. Because the 9 worlds are unified, no one can let Odin go all out. As long as the gun of Gungnir is thrown, it will hit the target 100%, and it will never die. Seeing this, Chen Xi smiled. Roar! 99. Odin shouted loudly, and raised Gungnir with both hands over his head. Odin's power was boiling, and the cosmic energy fluctuated violently over the weekend. He added the power of decomposition and the power of sharpness to Gungnir, which was his all-out effort. Go, Gungnir gun, destroy the enemy, crush the enemy. Odin yelled, and with all his power, he threw Gungnir with all his strength and went straight to Chen Xi. Chen Xi still stood there, motionless, indifferent to Gungnir's attack. Puchi! Gungnir passed through Chen Xi's chest and exploded Chen Xi's chest in an instant. No. Chen Xi, what's going on? Why don't you hide? Ancient One was shocked and roared in pain. Chen Xi, whose chest was shattered by Gungnir, did not die. He did it on purpose, to resist the shot. Ding! The master was attacked by the gun of Gungnir, and began to analyze. The master is immune to Gungnir's must-hit attribute? Ding! The master was attacked by Gungnir's spear and began to analyze it, and the master obtained the ability of Gungnir to hit the target attribute. It only took a few seconds from Chen Xi being blown in half to Chen Xi's recovery. Ancient Doomsday, invincible. Chen Xi knows that this marvel can kill himself, and unless OAA erases the concept of death, he will never be killed. What's going on? Chen Xi, you recovered so quickly? I feel like your breath has risen a lot. Ancient One was just surprised how Roar Chen Xi was so careless. Half his life was gone, and he was going to use Time Gem to help him recover. If I'm not wrong, it's that he can evolve infinitely, and any second attack will not be able to cause damage, unless one hit kills. 99. And he can also evolve your ability to attack him. No matter how you attack him, he can counter you. Before Chen Xi could speak, Odin on the side spoke up. This person is invincible. No matter who can kill him, even the 5 gods, they have to hide away when they see him. Odin, you are very smart, you can guess so quickly, you deserve to be the king of God, but unfortunately your calculus has failed. Chen Xi sarcastically said. This Odin actually wanted to kill him, but unfortunately, the abacus was wrong, so don't blame him. Hearing Chen Xi's words, Odin was silent, and everyone with discernment knew that they were just discussing, and when the point was over, he actually took out the gun of Gungnir, which was already a battle of life and death. Hey, Tuor, my future heir, I tried my best, but I can't sweep away a big enemy for you. Odin sighed in his heart. He knew that Chen Xi was too powerful and infinitely evolved. Who could be his opponent? I'm sorry, Chen Xi, I was wrong this time. I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can let Asgard go. You can choose my treasure trove. Odin knew that his mistake was too big, and he had to bear the corresponding consequences. Excuse Odin, I'm not interested in the treasure in your treasury right now. I'm a man of vengeance. Wait a few days to see how you behave. 55. Chen Xi directly interrupted Odin's apology. Asgard's treasure trove, it's all his. Do you still need Odin to be hypocritical here? Okay, I'll do my best. People are under the roof and have to bow their heads. He wants to think about Asgard. If Chen Xi is not happy, it will be a disaster. Asgard genocide crisis. Chen Xi called Roar, Ancient One, let's go. Ancient One nodded, and the two opened the door of space and returned to Camartage in an instant. Only Odin was left standing motionless in annoyance. He regretted his behavior, and he could not lose money by stealing chickens. Chen Xi didn't know that the battle between him and Odin happened to be photographed by the satellite, but the current technology is a bit poor, blurred, and his face can't be seen clearly. Ancient One, don't worry about Odin's lack of effort, he can still grasp the reality. As soon as I came back to Ancient One, I was worried that Odin would not be able to do anything in the back, or even stab him in the back, such as today. You think, he has lived for thousands of years, there is still this judgment. He does not dare to offend me a second time? It should be exactly as you guessed, since you came. This time gem prediction has become more and more inaccurate. Hey, Ancient One has a headache. As long as there is Chen Xi, the timeline is blurry, as if it were changing at any time. Seeing this, Chen Xi comforted Ancient One by saying, the future has changed, because my future cannot be predicted by time gem, and I don't even know my own future. Okay, I'm leaving, feel free to contact me if anything happens, don't worry, even if they all come down, they can't help me. Before leaving, Chen Xi said with great confidence, because the ancient era of destruction is immortal and infinitely evolving. Back at the manor, it was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and this day was really fruitful. Learn about the Mephistorus, expose the Mephisto conspiracy, and hit the ruthless Odin. Lying comfortably in the bathtub, Chen Xi slowly recalled everything that happened today. He was in a good mood, but he felt ragged every time he fought, and he was not happy. Riding on the horse, good clothes are ruined again, you need to change to a Vibranium battlesuit. Chen Xi vowed to go to Wakanda after a while, they must have a Vibranium battlesuit there. Although Chen Xi in the bath didn't feel at all, his mood fluctuated quite a bit. When he closed his eyes and rested, he fell asleep in a daze. Husband, wake up and eat. Huh? It's time to eat, then I'll get up. It turned out that it was time to eat, stretch, and resurrect with blood. This damn perfect body is too invincible. As soon as Chen Xi sat down to take up his rice bowl, Peggy asked, why did my husband go this afternoon? Huh? Why do you ask that? Chen Xi asked in confusion, they don't care where they go, is the sun coming out from the west today? Peggy got up, went to her briefcase and took out a few photos, handed them to Chen Xi and said, look, this was captured by Umbrella's satellite. 55. Chen Xi took it out and saw that there were only a few small black dots, and he couldn't see anything clearly, but it was a good shot. From the Earth to space, there were a few dark shadows, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Well, it's me. The one in front is Odin. I had a fight with him. This 23-year-old man needs to be cleaned up. Listening to Chen Xi's tone, it was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Odin? Odin in mythology? My god, he really exists. Not only Peggy, but Raven Emma were shocked. I didn't expect that Odin in mythology existed. So do those gods mean that they all exist? Don't look at me, all the gods you think of exist, but they are also worthy of being gods? It's just a group of strong people. Seeing the inquiring eyes of the girls, Chen Xi spoke with a disdainful tone. With Asgard's ants, Odin and Hela are considered masters, now Thor is just a hammer god, and Loki is an assassin who plays with knives. How come? They are very powerful gods in mythology, how can they be mortals? That's right, their power can destroy the world. All the girls retorted him. Except for Odin, Hela, I don't see it. It's true that a single blow can blow up a tree, not even a mountain. Chen Xi thought about it. The special effects of the movie are too expensive, so that the performance in the movie is too weak. Cut, we don't believe it. 35. That's right, this is a 1,000-year-old myth here. 35. When Chen Xi saw that the girls didn't believe it, he couldn't help but say, you will know in a few decades. At that time, the so-called gods will not even be able to beat you. The girls were very excited when they heard this. The gods in myths and legends are not our opponents? Wow, ha ha ha, how can we be so good? Chen Xi was speechless when he heard the laughter of the girls. Woman, it's too quick to divert your attention. Early the next morning, Chen Xi climbed up from a pile of big balloons with an incomparably powerful will, which was too much of a test for himself. Go downstairs to find Charles already in the living room waiting for him. Why did Charles come so early in the morning? What's the matter? Chen Xi asked strangely. Charles took out today's paper and said, look, sir, this is today's paper. 35. Chen Xi took the newspaper and looked at it, and there were several small black shadows of humanity printed on the newspaper. Sir, are there still powerful beings on Earth that we don't know yet? Charles asked worriedly. He thought that the current power was the magician of them and Camartage. Okay, Charles, don't worry, it's me, Ancient One, and Odin. That old boy Odin was dishonest and was taught by me. Chen Xi comforted, and took out yesterday's rhetoric. Sure enough, Charles felt relieved and heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, he asked curiously, Odin and the others, these myths really exist, and the world really doesn't know each other more and more? Charles, I told you a long time ago, don't limit your vision to this 1/3 of the earth. When the following things are over, I will take you all to learn magic. You are too weak. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he patted Charles on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Charles nodded fiercely. I see, sir, our mutant is too weak. Okay, you are wrong again, mutant is the most powerful, go ahead. Okay, sir. Charles nodded questioningly and left. Why didn't he notice? After a while, all the girls packed up and went downstairs to eat. There was nothing they could do. They all blamed Chen Xi for not being full every day, and they couldn't help it. After breakfast, Chen Xi wanted to go to the umbrella company with them for the first time, which made the girls feel that the sun really came out from the west. This salted fish mascot didn't take medicine today? The behavior is too abnormal. Don't look, I'll take you to see a precious machine later, which is very useful for our layout. Chen Xi has not been in a car for a long time. He feels that it is too slow and a waste of time. The girls ignored his objections and let him honestly experience a new car of his own. 20 minutes later, Chen Xi finally arrived at the umbrella headquarters in the torment of Chen Xi. Ban had been waiting downstairs for a long time. When he saw Chen Xi getting out of the car of the bosses, he hurried up to meet him. Mr. Chairman, early ladies, we are ready. Chen Xi nodded. Let's go, let's have a look together. The girls quickly followed up with a confused look. Today is mysterious. In Umbrella's two-story basement office near the super healing machine, the vice president of the conservative camp opposed to mutant appeared here at 560. Through Umbrella's hint, he knew that his illness was cured, and his subordinates told him that Umbrella could cure cancer, so he hurried to the door. Hello Mr. Bob. Hello Mr. Chen Xi, your Umbrella's technology is really amazing. You haven't changed at all in the past 10 years? Bob has greatly touted it. There is nothing you can do if you ask others. Mr. Bob, our machine can treat all diseases, and it's no problem for people to live to 120 years old. Chen Xi's tone was full of bewitching. 120 years old? Mr. Chen Xi, are you sure you're not joking? Bob's complexion suddenly changed greatly, his face flushed, and he asked excitedly. It's true, otherwise why do you think I haven't changed? Can I use it all the time? I can give you whatever you want. Bob's excited expression assured that life is the existence that many people talk about, and the dream that many emperors think about day and night. I need Mr. Bob to stand on Mutant's side and spare no effort to support Umbrella in the future. Chen Xi finally stated his purpose. No problem, I don't know Mutant anyway, since Umbrella supports Mutant, Mutant must be good for society. Bob didn't say a word, and tried his best to flatter his ass. Since Umbrella is standing on Mutant, those colleagues are shit. Go play. Bob can't wait. The incurable patient's desire for life is beyond everything. All the fame and fortune go to hell. I just want to live. Mr. Chen Xi, can we start? Bob began to urge. For a cancer patient, every day is painful. He discovered cancer early, but he didn't dare to disclose it at all, so he could only take medicine secretly. Okay, Barn, take him to therapy. By the way, let Mr. Bob keep a video as evidence. Chen Xi directly asked Ban to leave a video before starting the treatment. Can these foxes believe it casually? They are all mothers if they have milk. As long as they benefit from it, they can change their minds at any time, and the president will be impeached. This is the paradise of money, free America, and the world depends on money. Ban immediately found a camera, and Bob cooperated very well. After the filming, Bane took Bob to the treatment, and now Bob can only cheer for Umbrella. The girls also knew what the good thing Chen Xi was talking about, and directly pulled him aside. Peggy was the first to ask, Husband, this is a good thing that crosses the times. Where did you come from? Where did it come from? It must have come from me from the future. Where else can it come from? Chen Xi shrugged, and withdrew a reason casually. He is too good at fooling people. Who is he? Chen Shenken, he? Wow, hubby, you can really travel through time and space, that's great, can you take us with you? Traveling through time and space, wow, this is something only in science fiction, and their husbands can actually do it, it's amazing. When Chen Xi heard it, it's still worth it. So he quickly said, don't, your body is not good, you won't be able to withstand the pull of time and space, let's talk about it later. Silly girl's time travel function is not applicable to the Marvel world at all, and the time-space law here is not comparable to a magic mobile phone. When the girls heard this, they immediately stopped. Well, let's talk about it later, I really want to go to the future to see it. Just when everyone was chatting, the otherworldly Latitude universe began to act. Dormammu, Mephisto, get ready, when it will come to Earth, mobilize your believers, cooperate inside and outside, and destroy the 3 holy places. 99. The god of Underworld was ready for a day, let himself into a perfect state, and directly found Mephisto, the 2 latitudes of Mephisto and Dormammu. Understood, Lord Underworld God can rest assured, as long as I give an order, they will act immediately. Dormammu's huge face, with its pitted elements, is full of pride. Mephisto looked at these 2 sand sculptures with contempt in their hearts. In Umbrella Corporation, Chen Xi suddenly moved, and then nodded secretly. Ancient One, the other party has begun to act. Let people protect the 3 holy places. The people who handed it over to me in the holy place in New York, let the people in Odin go to the holy place in London. After receiving Mephisto's voice transmission, Chen Xi immediately informed Ancient One to get ready. The god of the underworld, Sishorn, began to send assists, all of which were within Chen Xi's calculations. Understood, this will be arranged. 35. Ancient One received the sound transmission and nodded lightly. Chen Xi turned around again and said to his wives, Wives, when the ancient evil god, the Lord of Hell, and the Lord of Darkness will attack the earth, I will send you to the holy place on Xiang Island to clean up the group of believers who have fallen into darkness. Oh, all the girls who were chatting were stunned. What was going on? They were fine just now, but why are they suddenly evil gods and hell again? After the matter is over, I'll explain it to you again, this time it's all under my control, don't worry. Chen Xi looked at their incredible faces and explained quickly. Wow, hubby, is this true? It's great to get acquainted. After a short period of confusion, the girls suddenly became excited. Mephisto? Seeing his wife suddenly felt like a different person, Chen Xi was relieved, and the group of miscellaneous soldiers happened to be practicing for his wife. Chen Xi immediately opened the space door and brought the girls to the holy place of Xiongdao. At this moment, Ancient One also took the disciples to guard here. Ancient One almost dropped his jaw when he saw a group of Chen Xi with the women's army. What the hell? Chen Xi knew what she was thinking when he saw the surprised expression on Ancient One's face, so he said, "Don't be surprised, their ability is no worse than your magician, you will know at that time, don't worry, everything has me." Since Ancient One has said so until Chen Xi, what else is there to say? These are his wives, and he cares more than anyone else. Wives, you follow Kamartaj's magician, that group of rubbish is not your opponent, just beat them to the death. 35 Chen Xi warned again. Okay, husband, go ahead and do your work first, we will cooperate well, don't worry. The girls were quite excited about the upcoming battle, and they were about to rest. Chen Xi nodded, and a teleport returned directly to the manor, his base camp. Eric, Charles, you brought all the young artists here, you have a mission. Chen Xi went home to the manor and made all the mutants gather through voice transmission. Soon, all the mutants came. As soon as they heard that they had a task, they were all gearing up. After training for so long, they could finally show their skills. Boss, if you have any task, please order it quickly, we are always ready. Eric said loudly on behalf of the restless youth. Very good, I'm not surprised or scared by your state. You haven't practiced in vain in the past few months. The next thing is the actual combat. I want to show people in the United States that you are heroes. Do you understand? Standing in front of them, Chen Xi sounded like a general who issued an order. Understood, boss? We are heroes, and we have to prove to America that we are heroes. The mutant youths roared loudly in unison, this is the momentum they should have. Okay, X-Team set off with me. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he took this group of young people into the holy place in New York, where someone had already received them. The invasion of the god of the underworld, Sichorn, just fulfilled Chen Xi's wish. There is no major event in Zhengzhou to make mutant a hero, and there is no sufficient reason to establish SHIELD. Just when Chen Xi and the others had just arranged everything, America, on a sunny day, was shrouded in darkness without warning. The ancient gods of the underworld, the lords of hell, and the lords of darkness are here. The whole world fell into darkness, the day turned into night, and the night was even more invisible, and the whole earth fell into huge amounts of panic. In the west, countless people fell into darkness, watching the lightning and thunder in the air, and fell into madness. Oh, God, is this the end of the world? Ha ha ha, let's all die together, God has come to destroy the evil in the world? My lord, didn't you say that God loves the world? Hurry up and dispel the darkness. It was night in the east, and the pitch-black world thundered, and the apocalyptic scene woke them up from their dreams. Ha ha ha, is this the end of the world? Let's all die together. Anyway, I can't afford a house, I can't afford a car, no one wants it. Fuck, dare to ask fellow deist who is here to transcend the calamity? Is this spiritual revival? Ha ha ha, I want to do it every day, I am the protagonist. At the moment, the whole world is crazy, the world is playing out at this moment. Slowly, countless people on the street finally fell into sluggishness, fear, and panic. 3 incomparably huge amounts of demon heads appeared in the air, as if they were bigger than the entire earth. The whole world fell silent, the world lost its voice, they stopped all movements, the devil really came. At this moment, the dark sky of the whole earth has faded from black, and the sky slowly turned scarlet and began to cover the earth. The believers in the dark latitudes will do their best to destroy the 3 holy places, at all costs. The spirit of Dormammu radiated the whole earth, no matter who it was or what language it was, they could hear it clearly, they understood that the demons had invaded the earth and their manor. They are panicking, because they don't know who the so-called believers are and will be slaughtered in a frenzy. The street began to smash and smash, it seemed to be the last madness, and countless people were scared crazy. Earth is over. Mother Star is over. Who will save the earth? Save us. What to do? What to do? Ha ha ha, let's all die together. At this moment, when countless people could see the sky just by looking up, an image was revealed. This is magician? They are fighting against demons. Who are those Giliang, so powerful? You see, that's mutant, that's Magneto Eric, and they're fighting demons too, and they're protecting us without fear of death. It turns out that the talents we hate and fear, CDCJ, are not afraid of sacrifice at critical moments. We blame them wrongly. We are not human. We are not human. 99. Look, that's Thor? Asgard's Thor? It turns out that God really exists. Haha, God has not abandoned us. The devil is vulnerable. Yes, when everyone fell into despair, Ancient One projected all the battles on the earth, telling them that there is still hope for mankind. Countless believers rushed to the 3 holy places without fear of death. They have lost their minds and are all puppets. Magneto manipulated a sharp sword to pierce the heads of one fanatical believer, which didn't scare anyone off. The blood spurred them all crazy. Shockwave, emitting energy lasers, and sending out terrifying ultrasonic waves from his mouth. Hank swept left and right with the Vibranium stick, and Helen's water jet cut gold and cracked rocks. These terrifying attacks are as simple as slaughtering ordinary believers to chop melons and vegetables, but there are many believers who know black magic, and they are not so easy to kill. The battle on the Xiongdao side is much easier. It's completely a show of women? Fuck, this woman is too powerful. With a dragon at hand, those people are directly vaporized. Look at the other one, darling. With one move, the area is frozen for dozens of meters. The enemies have become ice sculptures. And that blonde beauty summoned the gods out of thin air. He is Thor, right? He specializes in defeating this group of dark magicians? 35. The battle of the girls is too simple. They are also long-range magicians, and those dark believers are like chickens and ducks, pinching them to death. Similarly, near the holy place in London, the lightning attribute is really too restrained from dark magic. The powerful force, combined with the powerful thunder and lightning, makes the child like a no-man, and the global live broadcast, let him install a turbo, just to pretend to be the limelight. This child? Loki, who was nearby, saw his brother being so pushy and pretentious, and shook his head speechlessly. Then Loki fell into the void, took his own knife, and started his own stabbing business. The elusive Loki will harvest a crispy magician's life with every knife. The god of underworld, who was watching the battle of the three holy places, almost died of anger. How to fight this? People were very well prepared, but he was caught off guard. Originally, I wanted to use a sneak attack to break through the three holy places in one fell swoop, and the real body came to the earth. The eyes of the god of the underworld, Sishorn, have been sweeping around Mephisto's body, and the knife-like eyes make Mephisto feel cold all over. At this time, if he didn't know that Sithon, the god of the underworld, had leaked the rumors, he would be a fool if he didn't know that Mephisto betrayed him. Good you Mephisto, how dare you betray us? How much benefit did you get, making you bolder than the earth? The god of the underworld, Sishorn, gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes devouring people, as if he wanted to eat Mephisto abruptly. Hehe, Lord Sishorn, god of the underworld, is it a good thing for you to treat us as cannon fodder? You have your own purpose, and I also have my own little abacus, so don't dislike anyone else. 35. Mephisto's eyes narrowed, and he unceremoniously sneered at Sithon, the god of the underworld. This guy is not a good god, but a bad puss. You, wait for me, clean up the earth and I'm looking for you to settle accounts. The god of the underworld, Sithon, was so taunted by Mephisto that he was about to go up and fuck him, but the enemy had to endure it abruptly. Idiot, I'm waiting. Mephisto gave him a disdainful glance, turned and left, back to hell. These two idiots didn't know the horror of that person at all, but he stood beside Chen Xi and felt it personally. It was a burning power that was even hotter than fixed star. Sithon and Dormammu looked ugly as Mephisto left. The traitor? They don't have time to care about Mephisto now, they can only settle accounts after the fall, and now the focus is to forcibly break through the latitude blockade of the three holy places. They have confidence, because there is no doubt about the power of the underworld. Sishorn and Dormammu didn't know that. In any case, even if they couldn't break through the blockade of the latitude passage by the holy place, Chen Xi would release water to let them in. In the holy place of New York, Dormammu lent more of his energy to their believers. After 5 minutes, these overloaded dark magicians will cause their mission and fall into the embrace of darkness forever. The suicidal attack caused great damage to the mutants, and they were all wounded and invincible. Ancient One and Odin wanted to support the holy place in New York when they saw that the situation was wrong, but all the dark magicians started to explode like crazy. They wanted to control their own security. They can only hope that Chen Xi will make a move, or that one more minute of the mutants will be enough. Okay, Eric, take someone to tear it down. Don't fight anymore, go back to the manor. Chen Xi knew that mutant couldn't continue to resist at this time, otherwise how could he let those two matches come in? Got it, boss. Eric immediately roared loudly. The mutant team immediately hides and retreat, and return to the manor. The young artists who couldn't stand it for a long time heard the words, heaved a sigh of relief, and hurriedly retreated while fighting, and soon withdrew from the battlefield. Seeing the dark magician army retreating from mutant was overjoyed and was about to blow up the holy place in New York. At this time, a different appearance of Chen Xi appeared, only to see Chen Xi controlling the ruins on the ground and smashing towards the group of dark magicians. It definitely worked well, several were killed immediately, and most of them survived. When everyone saw this, they were powerful and ferocious, and they used self-destruction tactics. They rushed to Chen Xi and started to self-destruct. Seeing the opposite person rushing towards him without fear of death, Chen Xi raised his leg and kicked this person to the door of the holy place. Boom! The person who was kicked blew himself up, and there seemed to be cracks in holy place's defensive formation. At this time, Dormammu and Hades seemed to see hope, and Hades lent his power directly to the remaining magicians. They are not like the devious Mephisto, who have duplication on Earth and can only destroy the passage. Mephisto stepped up the attack. Chen Xi will naturally fulfill their purpose. Chen Xi seems to be entangled in the outside world, but he is actually fishing. 2 minutes later, under the suicidal attack of everyone magician, the defense of the holy place in New York finally couldn't stand it anymore, as if it shattered like glass. Haha, finally broke the defense. The earth is ours? Dormammu shouted excitedly. How many years? He could not remember for a long time. He was the necromancer of the earth, countless days and nights, just thinking about swallowing the earth and becoming a member of the dark latitude. In contrast, the joy of Pluto is much less than that of Dormammu, and he knows that this is the beginning. The sand sculpture of Dormammu was simply deceived by him. He didn't know that there was a big guy in secret to help the Earth, and a fierce battle was coming. The moment the holy place in New York was destroyed, Ancient One sensed it. This time, the defense of New York's holy place has been broken, and it can't be stopped. Not only the Ancient One, but Odin also sensed it. Those dark magicians that were not dead receded like water, and the mission was completed. Dormammu didn't want to break all his back hands. Ha ha ha, the mortals of the earth, my ancient god of the underworld, Lord Sishorn, is back again. Ha ha ha, earthling mortals, my dark lord Dormammu is finally back. Without Ancient One's reminder, the entire earth heard two arrogant roars. In the eyes of everyone, the two huge heads that were still outside the sky seemed to have entered the inner space of the real universe, and that coercion directly caused ordinary people to kneel directly. Seeing the countless mortals kneeling on the ground, the two demons laughed even more proudly. Odin, it's our turn to go. I don't know why Chen Xi went. No one is there. Ancient One said something to Odin in a depressing manner, and rushed directly in front of the two Mephistas. Compared to the gigantic Mephista figure, Ancient One's body was as small as a tiny one, but Ancient One was not afraid of lameness. On the other hand, Odin naturally rushed in front of the two Mephistas. He was old, but he was not cowardly, and he knew that his lips were dead and his teeth were cold. You must win. God bless them. Countless people are praying for the indomitable two people. This is their last hope. Okay, as expected of the Ancient One magician and Odin God King, brave and fearless, we will definitely recruit you. Roar. After Dormammu finished speaking, he pulled everyone into his dark space, which was his home ground. Flowers. Ancient One, give you one last chance. I know that you have been borrowing my energy. You might as well go to me directly. You will be stronger. Dormammu still wants to confuse Ancient One, the powerful sorcerer supreme, into his dark camp. It's useless to talk about it. Let's go to war directly. In fact, we are really not the strongest, even if I and Odin combined are not opponents of that person. Ancient One said with a light expression on his face. What do you mean? Ancient One, you said there are stronger ones? How is this possible? Dormammu roared furiously. Ancient One gave him a contemptuous look. Idiot, you still want to devour the earth? Dormammu finally understood. He was tricked. He was tricked by the god of the underworld, Sithone. No wonder Mephisto turned his back on the battlefield. What is he? It turns out that Joker is himself. Zero. God of the underworld, waiting to go back, Dormammu glared at the god of the underworld, knowing that now is not the time. Ancient One, eat my blow-falding flame. Dormammu's giant head directly released the dark magic flame, and the long black flame column rushed towards Ancient One with lightning speed. Ancient One slid both hands, and immediately condensed huge amounts of Seraphine's shield to resist this fire attack. Boom! The shield shattered and the fire extinguished, and the energy slowly disappeared like glass fragments. Dormammu knew that Ancient One was not so easy to deal with, and unleashed his ultimate again. Darkness, expel. Just after Dormammu roared, the boundless dark energy began to gather around Ancient One, slowly forming a black hole, trying to drive Ancient One directly to the dark latitude. Hee, Dormammu, you know such a bad move. Ancient One sneered. Space exile? Ancient One shouted and used the space exile directly near the black hole to transfer the black hole. The fight is in full swing here, and the battle between Odin and Hades is even more intense. Since Odin suffered a loss last time, he brought the destroyer, wearing the destroyer armor and holding Gungnir. Odin's combat power is full. Odin seems to be back in the state where he challenged the gods, because the god of the underworld, who is less than half of his combat power, is also the leader of the level single universe, so he must go all out. The power of Odin and origin magic power have many similarities. Both can emit energy, create or resurrect life, decompose or repair objects to create force fields or shields, psychokinesis, etc. Wearing the destroyer armor, Odin sent out a beam of splitting beams that directly attacked the 100-meter-high Hades. The huge amounts of underworld god is not the kind of mortal who is tall and clumsy. On the contrary, his speed is quite fast. The first strike of the split beam did not hit the god of underworld, but when the second strike arrived, the god of underworld directly condensed the scarlet magic shield to resist. The magic shield shattered instantly, and the reckless Odin continued to shoot split beams. The god of underworld was suddenly angry. You thought it was a shooting game? Keep shooting. The underworld god ignored it, condensed a layer of shield and charged directly at Odin. His hands were covered with scarlet origin magic power, and he would use melee attacks to annihilate Odin little by little. 653. Seeing this, Odin was also not cowardly, and directly added the power of decomposition to Gungnir to fight with the god of underworld. Not far away, Dormammu and Ancient One are much more elegant, and the two are purely magic long-range attacks. The only disadvantage of Ancient One is that its body is too weak, and its energy is not infinite. It can't consume Dormammu. Eye of Agamotto, back in time. A flash of green light flashed, and Ancient One returned to its previous state of time, which she used to restore her mana. Haha, Ancient One, I don't believe how many times your time gem can be recovered. You can recover infinitely. Dormammu sees that the Ancient One has been used many times to go backwards in time, but each time the amount of recovery is less. Dormammu constantly uses material transformation, condensing various weapons to attack the Ancient One, and every time the Ancient One collides with him, it is consumed. Dormammu's energy is endless. Dormammu had already surpassed time, and time had no effect on him, otherwise he wouldn't be bothered by Doctor Strange in the future. Ancient One was in constant crisis, and seemed to be running out of steam, and Odin wasn't much better. The constant bombardment of origin magic power has caused many gaps in his Gungnir, and many loopholes in the destroyer. The two fought each other again, and Odin pulled the distance again, and yes, he was going to fight. If he does not try his best to injure the underworld god, his Gungnir will be destroyed. With the blessing of the destroyer's magical energy, the power of Odin worked at full force, and threw Gungnir at the huge heart of the underworld god. This blow directly crossed the space and instantly appeared at the heart of the underworld god. Underworld god didn't have time to react, his evasion was useless, and Gungnir's 100% hit was no joke. Flutter. Gungnir runs through the chest of the god of the underworld, as if through the heart you can see the scenery behind. The 100-meter giant underworld god froze and knelt down on one knee. This fatal blow seriously injured him. This duplication is still too weak. Odin, who launched the final blow, knew that he had no power to fight back, and used his last strength to teleport out of the dark space. Human beings who were in a state of anxiety suddenly found a figure in the air quickly falling down. Isn't this the god King Odin? No. The king of gods is defeated. How can the king of gods be defeated? Then where should human beings go? God, will the earth lose its light from now on? The people under the sky have begun to panic. They are afraid. They panic. There is only one person on the human side fighting. Can she be the opponent of the two Mephistos? Obviously not. They can only wait quietly, as if they are lambs to be slaughtered, waiting for the judgment of Mephisto at the end of the day. Umbrella Manor and Mutant Team were only slightly injured. Chen Xi used origin magic power to sweep them away, and their skin injuries recovered as before. Husband, what should I do? Odin has already lost. Ancient One is definitely not their opponent. Husband, hurry up and take action. You can't be beaten by everyone. Husband. 5. Chen Xi heard the women's worry urging worry, like a trivial matter. Chen Xi had to comfort his little wives. All right, little fairies, don't worry, they're not worth mentioning. What is a savior? That is, when everyone is in despair and does not hold any expectations, the person who is born to save the world is the savior. If he shoots now and defeats the two Mephistos, he will only be a hero, not a savior. Ancient One and Odin are the perfect tool people. Their strength brings hope to all, and their failure brings despair to all. As long as Chen Xi waits for the failure of the two and everyone is desperate, he will bring him the greatest assist. The earth, that is the center of all worlds, the ancestors of countless traversers, and the masters of cultivation, who dares to come to the earth to be arrogant? Don't look at the earth as a planet that is only a mere first-level civilization, but in the eyes of a real advanced civilization, this is the forbidden area of life. In the dark space, the god of the underworld, Sishorn, who was severely injured by Odin, was using origin magic power to repair his body at a very high speed. If his body was not tall enough, he would have to return to his old nest with this blow. On the other hand, Ancient One has used the time backwards for the 15th time, and this time it only recovered 10% of its energy. No wonder Doctor Strange is called the Doctor of the Holy Ruins, because the body of the Earth Magician is too weak. Dormammu's energy, Ancient One, can't be borrowed at all, and in a few more rounds, Ancient One will be defeated. Haha, Ancient One eats me again. Energy projection, cursed fire. Dormammu released his ultimate move again, extracting a large amount of dark energy from the dark latitude, burning a terrifying black flame, and wherever he went, all the dark energy burned at an extreme speed. This time, Ancient One knew that in Dormammu's space, teleportation could not be used, so he could only resist. He added a seraphim shield to himself, and then cast mirror latitude. Boom! The shield is broken. Boom! Mirror latitude broken? Dormammu's cursed fire finally dissipated. Ancient One looked at the energy that was about to be exhausted, and performed the last big move. Mirror space tier 35. The space where Dormammu was located was directly 3.9 like a smooth and transparent mirror, shattered with a bang, and Dormammu's energy body was also pitted. Ancient One muttered to himself, Chen Xi, Odin and I do our best. The fate of mankind will be entrusted to you. She used the time backward to recover the last bit of strength, and escaped from the dark latitude with space teleportation. Like Odin, she fell powerless from the air and was rescued by Magician again. Do not? No. Countless people saw the fall of the Ancient One, as if to make a final roar. They have completely failed. The last hope of mankind seems to have been extinguished, and everyone slumped to the ground with blank eyes, like Walking Dead. At the time of despair, a voice suddenly came from between the universe and the mind. Don't you know that you must always believe in the existence of light? Should we always believe in the existence of light? A sentence is deafening. Maybe this word is very second in the future, but now in this darkest moment of Scarlet, isn't that the greatest hope? Yes, we must always believe in the existence of light. Boom! The burning belief is rising. Others may not feel it, but Chen Xi can really feel it. This is the belief of the human race that is burning, and the two Mephistos dare to be presumptuous. With the luck of the world, Chen Xi is the last hope of mankind. The burning power of faith directly pushes Chen Xi's realm to the single universe, and constantly rises. Chen Xi soared into the sky, the blazing crimson light pulled the elders, that light ignited everyone's hope and ignited passion. Come on. Last god. Come on. With the last hope of mankind? Come on. With the blessings of all mankind. Everyone below prays silently for Chen Xi, praying that he can defeat the evil and dispel the darkness. Ancient One and Odin, staring at Chen Xi who is flying at high speed in the air, are silent. They believe in him, invincible in battle and invincible. They believe that Chen Xi, who can evolve infinitely, even the 5 great gods of creation will tremble under his feet. In dark space comprehension, Sithone and Dormammu have recovered quickly from their injuries. This is Latitude Mephisto. Latitude will not die. Mephisto will live forever. What's going on with the underworld god? Why do I feel a little bad? The faith of mankind has risen sharply. Dormammu immediately noticed that the beliefs of mankind had returned, and their beliefs had already pierced through the sky. Come on, did the super powerhouse Ancient One and Mephisto talk about appear? You bastard, you've tricked me to death. Dormammu suddenly remembered that the strong man who turned Mephisto into battle is here. Underworld god squinted at Dormammu and said slowly, you can run away now, don't wait for that person to catch up to your dark latitude to kill you. Idiot, now that you and I join forces, there is still a chance to kill him. If you run away now, just wait till you die. On the surface, the god of Underworld is neither impatient nor impatient, but in fact a group of people panicking in their hearts. The people who robbed him of origin magic power are really here. God of the Underworld Sithorn, Dark Lord Dormammu, are you impatient to come to Earth? 39. Just when the two of them were each having a ghost, Chen Xi's voice appeared in the dark space. It's you? Where's the person behind you? Ah, no, you're the super strong that Ancient One said. When the god of Underworld saw Chen Xi, he was immediately shocked. When he saw Chen Xi clumsily using origin magic power, he thought he was a rookie. This is so special, this kid is so difficult to deal with. How powerful are the people behind him? It's really a little bit of a escaped this catastrophe, and will never come to Earth again, and I will go wandering in the future. No one can find me? Ming Shen, your uncle, you made me miserable by riding a horse. Apart from this kid, there are strong people behind you that you can't handle? I'll wipe your uncles, I'm not finished with you. Dormammu knew when he saw Sithone's expression, it turned out that someone else stole his origin magic power. And this kid is also a super strong. Dormammu, don't make a fool of yourself, don't hurry up, or you will wait for him to come and face him alone, idiot. Sithone scolded loudly, how can there be internal strife at this time? Unite? Humph. Dormammu snorted coldly, agreeing. Hey, I said whether you two would fight or not, but I'll give you the right words, don't you screech. Chen Xi was about to die of boredom. He didn't do anything, and the two were at war. Looking for death. Arrogance, give me death, annihilation ray. The god of the underworld, Sishorn, was furious, and came up with an annihilation ray. Several bucket-thick scarlet rays blasted towards Chen Xi at high speed, vowing to annihilate him. Chen Xi also followed suit, manipulating the half-baked scarlet energy group to meet him. Idiot. The underworld god laughed when he saw this. Is this person also a super strong? Boom. The energy ball in Chen Xi's hand was instantly swallowed up by the energy of the god of underworld, and the annihilation ray slammed straight into him. Boom. That's right, Chen Xi was directly blown away, and his clothes were annihilated. It is estimated that he became an atom directly. Ding, the master is attacked by origin magic power, starts to analyze, and the master begins to be immune to origin magic power damage. Ding, the master is attacked by origin magic power and begins to analyze, the master can absorb origin magic power energy? Sure enough, the work is beautiful, the future origin magic power can only provide energy for itself. Isn't the power bank here? Huh? What's the situation? I just broke my skin a little bit by taking a move from me. Sishorn dropped his jaw in shock. Hey, come again? Sishorn, with his hands into claws, slowly lifted up, the endless origin magic power energy gathered, and Chen Xi's space began to crack. Origin magic power, space obliteration? As Sithone's voice fell, a large amount of space was directly annihilated under the intervention of origin magic power, and the dark space was directly broken into a hole. The next moment, Dormammu was not idle either. He also used his big move while Sishorn was exerting his strength. Darkness, exile. The space that had been shattered now gathered black holes and began to burst at an extreme speed, as if to devour Chen Xi. Don't you know, I have the space gem? 35. After Chen Xi finished speaking, blue light flashed, Chen Xi teleported away, and the dark space could not stop the supreme law. Ah, misstep, look at my cursed fire. Go, burn 633 him. Disappointed, Dormammu released the cursed fire to attack Chen Xi again. Seeing this, Chen Xi was overjoyed, and he was a rich boy again. He didn't dodge or evade, and waited in place. Boom, the dark fire hit Chen Xi directly. Ding, the master was attacked by the dark fire element and began to analyze, and the master is immune to dark fire damage from now on. Ding, the master was attacked by the dark fire element, and began to analyze, the master obtained the fire element ability, integrated into the temperature control. Dormammu was dumbfounded. What is this person's body made of? Origin magic power broke the skin. Did his own fire type attack scratch him? Seeing this, Sishorn, did this special energy attack beat his back and squeeze his shoulders? I don't believe that your soul is also invincible. Attack your soul directly. Origin magic power, the source of fear. Sichuan unleashed a burst of scarlet energy that directly enveloped Chen Xi, because they found that no matter how they attacked, Chen Xi would directly resist. Ding, the master was attacked by origin magic power, began to analyze, and the master began to absorb origin magic power energy. Chen Xi was very satisfied with Sichuan, a wealthy boy who was part-time as a power bank, so he shouted at him, "Hey, brother, go on, thank you for sending me energy from iron juice." Sithone was dumbfounded. This person's soul is also invincible? Or is he immune to origin magic power? It's so annoying. I can't beat it. I'm going to blow myself up. I'm going to commit suicide. The god of the underworld, Sichuan, has been tortured crazy by Chen Xi. Physical attacks are ineffective. Soul attacks are also ineffective. Brother, can you not play like this? Sichuan, cheer up. We haven't lost yet. There's still a chance. 35. Seeing Sithone so annoyed that he was about to collapse, Dormammu hurriedly woke him up. Ryder, if you collapse, why don't I have to follow the unlucky? Damn Sichuan, this time you killed him? Waste. We've teamed up to unleash a reality warp and distort him straight into an atom. Listen to me. Okay, let's try one last time. Chen Xi is waiting for these two guys who are about to collapse to make the last desperate fight, waiting for them to launch the strongest attack. Origin magic power, reality warping. Dark magic, reality bending. Suddenly, an invisible rule energy enveloped Chen Xi with all his might. If he wanted to change the reality, he directly turned Chen Xi into an atom. This is a kind of the power of rules, like saying you are a pig, you are a pig. Slowly, when your body can't resist, then you become a pig. The power of rules that enveloped Chen Xi tried to destroy Chen Xi's body directly. This time, Chen Xi's body began to slowly disappear, first the feet, then the calves. The pain that pierced his heart, when he was unbearable, the ancient Doomsday gene began to repair quickly. Ding, the master is attacked by the reality distortion ability, and begins to analyze, and the master begins to be immune to reality distortion attacks. Ding, the master is attacked by the reality distortion ability, and begins to analyze, the master gains the reality distortion ability. 35. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Xi was overjoyed. The pain was not in vain. These two sand sculptures joined forces to use a reality distortion move, and they wanted to kill him forcibly, and directly let him get a big move. Fake squid. Fuck. Sichuan and Dormammu were initially thrilled to see Chen Xi slowly disappearing. But what's so special? Suddenly it's fine, back to normal. Can you believe it? They have passed countless years, and they have never seen such a perverted guy. What's the fun? Who are you? What kind of ability does this have, and why can you evolve infinitely? Dormammu collapsed directly. If it wasn't for the flame body, he would have fallen to his knees and started crying. Stop. Stop howling. Dormammu, did you just say infinite evolution? Sichuan directly interrupted Dormammu's collapse and wailing, and asked loudly. Dormammu felt extremely uncomfortable, so he blamed this idiot. What the fuck? You dare to yell at me? Yes, Labor and Capital are talking about infinite evolution. You are endlessly riding on horses, and you are yelling at me? Fight with you? Chen Xi watched the two begin to fight again, and it was also very painful. So many years of life made them only learn to attack each other? Ha ha ha. Infinite evolution, I am not wronged. There are countless universes. You are waiting for God. 9. The god of the underworld, Sichuan, laughed loudly. They are gods. They know that there is no god. That is just what mortals call roar to these gods. Now, their gods have welcomed their gods. Ha ha ha. The gods of all gods. Infinite evolution? What did I just say is infinite evolution? Hey, I was forced to say nonsense. It's not wrong for us to lose. Sithone and Dormammu have given up their resistance, and they can't even raise their feelings of resistance. Are you still fighting? If you don't, I'll do it. 2 middle-year-old Mephistas. Looking at the listless and dismal Mephista, Chen Xi directly attacked. Don't fight, it's a meaningless fight. Even if you stand and let us fight, we can't kill you. Don't want to work hard. 55. Sichuan and Dormammu quickly waved their hands, surrendered and conceded defeat. What a shit. Oh, so, do you have any last words to say? I won't be merciful, and I will definitely not help you complete your last words. The two Mephistas looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter, their voices full of schadenfreude and infinite desolation. Suddenly, the energy in the dark space fluctuated sharply, and a large area of destruction began to appear. Let our destruction welcome the coming of our god. Boom! The two Mephistas blew themselves up, and they didn't want to flee back with a broken body, shameless, and unnecessary, a magic element body, worthless. Let our self-destruction help God. This may be the ending of our future. Let's rehearse in advance. The voices of the two Mephistas traveled far, far away, and the endless multi-universe seemed to hear the final bleakness of the two Mephistas. What is the birth of their god of gods? It only took a few hours from Sithone's attack on the earth to the end. The eyes of countless multifaceted bigwigs and the future are over. As for their final tragic voice, they naturally dismissed it. They were just too trash. What god? We are God. Earth is saved. Mephisto retreats. The silent earth came to life with a bang. Everyone was excited with tears in their eyes, and everyone hugged each other and roared with their nearby companions. At this time, Chen Xi's figure appeared in the huge amounts of light curtain in the air. At this moment he is the light really exists, he dispels the darkness and brings the light. Our light is back. Our savior is back. Countless people looked at the perfect young man in the light curtain with infinite reverence. He is the light, he is the future, he is the hope, and he is God. I remembered, he is the chairman of our umbrella, Mr. Chen Xi. That's right, I've seen the chairman's photo in the company, ha 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 ha. It turns out that our chairman is Shenyang, God. 35. When I go back, I will replace all the products in my home that are not gods. It turned out that the god who saved them was the god of umbrella. At this moment, the prestige of umbrella and Chen Xi was raised to the extreme, and they were with the earth. Back at the villa, Chen Xi was surrounded by excited little wives. They were too proud, and their husbands were God. Husband, we can't even describe our excitement in words, we are so honored. Yes. Chen Xi looked at the perfect smiles and joked, you must always believe in the existence of light. The battle of Mephisto is over, but the wounds of the war are not easy to recover. Fighting, smashing, looting, and burning due to panic is not a big deal. The only unfortunate thing is the insurance company. It is estimated that many companies have closed down because of this. Moreover, various countries will also need to bleed a lot and invest more human, material, and financial resources. But as long as money can solve nothing, the key is that what money can't solve is psychological trauma, that is a broken worldview, that is fear and worry. In the movie, as strong as Tony is not the same, he will be afraid and disturbed. Since the New York War, he is full of fear of the unknown and worried about his own ability. They saved them this time because Umbrella's chairman turned into a savior. What about next time? What if Chen Xi is gone and leaves? As a result, Umbrella's market value went up like crazy, and the stocks that were left out with less than 10 points seemed like a ticket to the boat. They thought that even if Chen Xi left, Umbrella would not be abandoned. In addition, there are countless employees of Umbrella's major industries, even the cleaners sweeping the floor and the security guards at the gate, who want to apply for jobs, sharpen their heads and rush in. Because the chairman of Umbrella is the god of salvation, as long as you join the Umbrella Company, you are joining the 240th Battalion of God's Array. The next day's newspaper section is almost not enough, because there is so much to be commended. Definitely the greatness of the chairman of Umbrella on the front page headlines of the major newspapers. He is the savior of mankind. On the greatest man since the birth of the earth. He is the light of mankind, bringing light to all in the darkest hour. In this era, newspapers were the biggest tool for exchanging information. Televisions were not so popular, and the signal was extremely poor. Only a few national-level television stations were able to inform the United States. Umbrella Manor, the clone butler had already prepared today's newspaper. Husband, look, not only you, but also us, look, hey, we are also superheroines who save the world. Raven jumped on Chen Xi and shouted loudly. Chen Xi thought she was more excited than winning the 1 million lottery. Lottery ticket? Yes, why don't you do it? It's just a gimmick of Mephisto fighting, giving love and rebuilding the homeland. When Chen Xi was distracted, Raven suddenly became unhappy. Are you looking down on our women? Don't you care? Hey, I'll kill you. After he finished speaking, he bit on Chen Xi's arm, but almost broke her little tiger teeth. Chen Xi looked at Raven who was covering his mouth and tears were falling, and quickly touched his head and said comfortably, I'm sorry baby, I just lost my mind and came up with an idea. I'm sorry? Really? Then I reluctantly forgive you. Raven glanced at Chen Xi suspiciously, and said aloud. Chen Xi took a look at the newspapers and found that half of these newspapers were under the control of Umbrella, and under Bond's behest, they wrote about mutants' deeds. Mutant? They're just human evolutions. Mutant is the hero of mankind, we can't let the hero chill. When disaster strikes, who stands up? It's the mutant hero we discriminate against. 35. After the fermentation of this matter, and the information of newspapers and magazines, everyone began to reflect on mutant. We are too narrow-minded, we simply listen to the wind and rain, and we have wronged others. 99. Yes, they are heroes, and heroes cannot be made to bleed and cry. They are evolutionaries, and future humans will be like them, they just evolved ahead of time. This is all carried out in accordance with Chen Xi's plan, guiding traditional concepts and allowing this group of people who do not understand at all to correct their thinking. Chen Xi felt that his plan was linked to each other, and it went so smoothly. If there is God's help, are you the son of luck? Be good, don't say, who is not the protagonist of the transmigrator? Get the system, abuse the villain, accept the girl, and go to the pinnacle of life. After reading the newspaper and complimenting the heroines, they left with satisfaction. Female presidents have to work tirelessly to earn money to support a generation of super son-in-law salted fish. Chen Xi, who was lying on the sofa, immediately contacted Umbrella's housekeeper, Bon. Bane, you held a press conference in the afternoon to say that Umbrella's aid lottery was about to go on sale to help with post-war reconstruction. What does Bon mean as a clone of a future lottery? He immediately knows how to do it, but he really admires the chairman, and he can think of any ideas. Understood the chairman, you are really a business genius, why didn't I think of it? Bon complimented on the phone and said, this is sincere, and he really admires it? Chen Xi smiled proudly, it's all trivial matters, not worth mentioning, so hurry up and contact the major newspapers. 35. Bon nodded, okay, chairman, blowing a small whistle, leisurely ran to the yard to bask in the sun, strategizing and winning thousands of miles away. Invincible, I am so lonely. No matter if you are Latitude Mephisto, or the god of creation, or the new life court Adam, I will destroy myself with one punch. System, view the properties panel. Chen Xi was a little excited. Ha ha ha, a war made him become a landlord and an old fortune? Ding, please look at the master. Owner, Chen Xi. Age, realm, level godfather peak, immortal and immortal. Strength, 650,000. Stamina, unlimited. Spirit, 550,000. Ordinary adults set the attribute to 1. Constitution, ancient Doomsday gene. Ability, magnetic field control, shape-shifting simulation, telepathy, mirror space, psychokinesis, space teleportation magic, astral projection, super strength, super speed, flight of light, super defense, super vision, super hearing, perspective, searing sight, super roar, space law 25%, momentary movement, space teleportation, origin magic power, ice and fire attack. Reality warped, items, tesseract, phone dummy, Vibranium 100 tons, space gem, Terminator T-1000. Chen Xi discovered that the temperature control has become the ice and fire attack ability, and it was Dormammu's fire element that made him evolve ice element attack and fire element attack. The most important thing is that reality distorting ability, the future he will be the real mouthpiece. Chen Xi wondered when he saw that he was still at the peak of Heavenly Father. System, when can I metamorphosis into level single universe? Ding, go back to the master, when the strength or spirit exceeds 1 million, it is the level single universe? Soon, let's salt the fish for another 20 years, everything is fate, and it is impossible to control it. Many people have come to understand from this war that almost overturned the world, that their lives are like ants. No, Umbrella's products are even more in short supply. The things are so good that many people are reluctant to buy them. Now I understand it all, buy them with loans. Just as they were buying this afternoon, another news swept across the country that Umbrella would launch a lottery business. $1 per bet can hit up to 100,000 yuan, and the $100,000 bills this year are incredible. Everyone will be tempted. Everyone thinks that they are the lucky one. Even if they don't win the highest 100,000 yuan, they may win 3 or 5 yuan, and they will not lose. So people with this kind of mentality spread like a virus, running around and telling each other, waiting for the official operation of the lottery in 10 days. In the afternoon, Howard personally went to the Umbrella Manor to find Chen Xi and tell him a big news. Howard said excitedly, "Cousin, the World Safety Committee called me and they agreed to the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. 55. Chen Xi was still squinting and basking in the sun, without raising his eyelids. He returned a word, "Oh." Howard was immediately depressed. "What does this mean?" He said, "Big cousin, can't you say 2 more words?" "I have nothing to say, it's all to be expected. S.H.I.E.L.D. I will push for its establishment no matter what." Chen Xi moved his body a little, and the old god said, "Isn't it enough to have hands?" Howard's mouth twitched. This guy is so calm. Joker is actually himself. Then guess who the chief is? Then Howard said with a mysterious tone. Chen Xi knew Howard's smug tone and knew it was him. "Don't guess, isn't the first director yourself? Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. now has only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, empty shelves. Cut, it's boring." Howard shrugged, and then he found a reclining chair to lie down on himself, not to mention it was quite comfortable. While the two were chatting casually, looking at the lazy Chen Xi, Howard sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that many years later, he was still in his prime and his style was the same as before. From 1943 to 1963, the time is too fast. For 20 years, the young man who was just starting out, shining like the sun and appearing in the eyes of the world, has made great progress all the way, and now he has become the savior of mankind and the strongest of mankind. Chen Xi naturally felt the thoughts in Howard's heart. He pointed to the sun in the sky and said to Howard, "Howard, have you seen the sun? You are also young, and I hope you can see the wonderful future." 5. Howard shook his head. Howard knew what Chen Xi meant, but unfortunately his lifespan was not enough to support him. After 60 or 70 years, his magical aptitude was at a medium level. Chen Xi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go to Umbrella headquarters, Bon will give you what you want." 35. Hearing what Chen Xi meant, Howard sat up instantly. He knew what Chen Xi said. "Thank you, cousin." Howard gave Chen Xi a deep bow. He knew that Erskine would not be seen for more than 10 years after he left, and he knew that Erskine was in Umbrella. What he guessed was that the side effects of the super soldier serum had been eliminated long ago, and the effect would definitely be better. He never opened his mouth. He believed that Chen Xi would definitely give it to him. Chen Xi waved his hand and said, "Hurry up, it's just a small matter, don't block my brother from basking in the sun. I'm leaving." Howard went straight to Umbrella's company with excitement. "Super soldier serum, here I come." Just when Chen Xi was basking in the sun, an earth-shattering but silent event happened outside. In order to boost the votes for the next election, Kennedy went to Dallas, Texas to give a speech to raise funds to support post-disaster reconstruction. Originally it was a good thing, but his competitor didn't talk about martial arts, he directly assassinated him, and he could also pass the blame on Mutant. There is absolutely no way to hide such a thing. The entire Congress is like a sieve, and Umbrella has been infiltrated too seriously. Baan told the news to Charles and Eric, and asked them to secretly protect the old Ken. Eric was naturally furious when he heard that the other party wanted to put the blame on his mutant side. He and Charles rushed to Dallas, Texas, to kill the assassins and protect Lao Ken. Charles, why do you think this group of people is staring at us? We have never done anything harmful to society. For flowers. Eric doesn't understand very much. Obviously the public has finally corrected their views on mutant, but these old foxes just don't let it go. Charles looked at Eric and sighed. Sir, said a word, we have the ability to rebel, this is our sin. Eric nodded vaguely. He was not as knowledgeable as Charles, and he didn't understand the tolerance of Chinese culture. In Eric's mind, he doesn't need to understand much truth. He just wants to be the sword in the boss's hand and kill all the disobedient ministers. While Charles was secretly investigating, a suspicious person appeared within a kilometer radius of telepathy. Charles quickly invaded his mind, and sure enough, he got the answer he wanted. That man was an assassin. 0. Charles glanced at Eric. Eric understood it, and touched it quietly, sensing that the man was holding the parts of the sniper rifle, assembling it there. Pucci? The blunt muzzle turned into a sharp knife and inserted directly into his heart. Before he could react, it ended his dirty life. Done, call it a day. Lao Ken on the stage was still giving a passionate speech, unaware that he had just passed by death god. Lao Ken, let's go back after this is over. You almost went to see Satan just now. Someone assassinated you, and it was solved by us. Don't talk about it. Lao Ken, who was giving a speech, was taken aback for a moment. Why did Charles come? I almost fell on my knees just now. Lao Ken paused and thought to let others find out what was wrong. He thought it was a sign to applaud them, so they almost slapped their hands in red. After hurriedly ending his trip, Lao Ken approached Charles and expressed his gratitude. Charles, thank you, or I'm screwed. Charles smiled and said, you're welcome, we're compatriots. Okay, don't be rude, we'll go back with you. Don't show up in public during this time. Eric directly interrupted the two of them to be polite. As for what? When the two heard it, they immediately smiled awkwardly, and then glanced at Eric with contempt. Illiterate.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.